The story started out kind of normal, but as long as everyone was living quietly, time moved on to the new century. Everything was fine, I guess. Until in 2093, when they started showing up, unrecognized monsters. Crime increased, and understandably, ordinary people didn't like it. And the authorities, the government, what? It didn't do anything. Things got even worse by 2096, because the authorities couldn't do anything, and people were shaking with fear. But a crazy miracle happened. A superhero appeared in the world. Will he save people who are not the first year shaking from villains and monsters? The new superhero's name was Zero, and all people very much hope that he will be their salvation. How many people died on Earth for 3 years? One problem after another was destroyed by him. Every dark force, every villain, every monster was defeated by him. It seems people were hoping for a reason. He gathered tons of information about villains and monsters, and passed it on to the authorities and people. In a matter of weeks, he became a true hero. Everyone respected him greatly. Zero became a real hope for the life of humanity and the Earth. In a short time, he did a lot of very useful things for the Earth against evil. A couple more years passed, and mankind had new superheroes, and all people expected from them no less than from Zero. And probably it was not for nothing. A month later, the world was replenished by more than 10 heroes, and all people were very happy, because now there are people who can protect them. People began to enjoy the little things, and life much more. And in a month, more than 100 superheroes, and the more they became, the more people felt calm for their lives. And here came that very year before the new century. In the world is greatly reduced crime. Monsters on a lot became less. People almost completely feel safe because superheroes became very much appear every day. But that superhero, the one who led the world to the future, Zero, he disappeared without leaving a trace, and people didn't even seem to notice. Many years later, 5 years after Zero's disappearance, the world became very popular with the movie Zero I Am Not a God starring actor Hee-Chi. Many people asked him why he did it and why this role. He listened, but he answered the same thing. He said he had been through it all himself, and he was honored to represent such a great superhero for mankind. Zero left a phrase for the world that motivated many superheroes. And not just superheroes, but regular people. He was such a big man for everyone. A phrase that stuck with many people even after 500,000 years. I'm not a god, I'm just a man who wants to destroy all evil. And it's true, he did destroy a lot of evil, bad people and monsters. Zero was the real first hero who decided to act on his own and not wait for someone else to do it for him. He wasn't just a superhero, he was a man. The guy who was standing there, you could see he was embarrassed because even after all these years, they remember the first superhero, and it was... He can't get it into his head. Because of his 8th grade syndrome, he started all of this. This guy is Zero. Amazing. Yeah, this guy is Zero. And it's all because of his middle school syndrome. And they made a story out of it and started making movies. And the reason he disappeared was very simple. The guy got cured of the syndrome and he's been home for years. He wouldn't have come here because he wanted to stay at home. That's all he needed. But he came here for one reason. His annoying little sister made him come here to look for a job that he didn't even need as he thought. Without any desire, he just walked around and looked at everything. It's beautiful here, after all. Suddenly, he saw a stage, if it was the band he thought it was. This is it. The guy said to himself that he should change the place, because for such a popular man, there are better places. And from behind, someone angered the guy's opinion. He looked back and saw a man in a solid suit with a cup of coffee in his hands who started to explain his opinion, and he was outraged for a reason. He said to look to the right so the guy could see the reason why it was better to stay here. When he turned around, he saw 5 meters away from him a lot of girls with lush forms, which made his eyes light up. His thoughts were that this place was very good. Saying his thanks to the man, he rushed away in the direction of the girls. And here it seems that the concert begins, and the speech of the main of them begins, and after a couple of words near the head of the guy flies a bullet. They came after all, he thought. Is this much he is a wanted criminal? A rank C criminal? Suddenly he shouted his displeasure because he found out that his men were wounded by this very group. The fun began. The villains only raised their weapons, and suddenly loud music and everything that was in their hands flew away as it was not. Grabbing the weapons, the guy mocked the villains because they so easily took the weapons from them. Funny. And the group at the time was very much in the mood. The protagonist shouted, "Let's give them hell, guys." The villains realized that all they had left was their fists, so they came at the superheroes with them, and they didn't get lost. But the leader of the villains did not like the fact that they thought they were so covered, and thoughts were about how to teach the upstarts. It was literally a mess, because everyone fought with someone, and no one spared neither himself nor his opponent. The guy thought only that he must defeat such a strong villain. He does not want to miss it, because it is his reputation. Moreover, he must prove that he is worthy of the rank B. It's not just a letter, it's many fights and heroism. All the girls are very much imitating the main of these heroes, and praise him for the fact that he so easily coped with such a villain. After beating the leader of the villains, he shouted to everyone that he would be back. And it's not the end, but not everything is as easy as he thought at that very second. When he saw the bad guy running away, he was outraged. How can you let a criminal like that go? He just put him in handcuffs, and not just any handcuffs. The man thought for a moment that this guy was one of them, because they're high-end handcuffs. And as they agreed, he should just get beaten up and that's it. Remembering the words about the group being friendly, he became even more furious and shouted, "You bastard!" The villain was simply enraged. How dare he be lied to in his eyes and act so brazenly? Because of this, he had a transformation, and his body went from a normal state to a huge killing machine. With anger, he swung around, and with all the power of his arms and shoulders, hit the guy. For a moment, some people thought he had just been killed. He was screaming really hard, screaming that he would kill everyone here and show his power, B-rank power. The girls all started to get scared, and trembling voices asked their hero to do something, and the guy didn't realize what was going on. He was in a stupor. Everyone shouted in support of the hero, but he himself, as if he was seeing a villain for the first time, he was very afraid and began to shake. He was saying something to himself, saying that he didn't know the guy who did it, because he didn't intend to catch the criminal. In a moment, the guy was lying on the ground like a murdered man, and all his men were surprised and rushed to him. No one expected such consequences. "Bastard!" shouted one of the group while running at the villain who hit their captain. In the same second, everyone got a kick in the nuts, and everyone flew to the ground. Everyone the man considered an enemy. And everyone still believed in their hero, even Zero from the past, and suddenly there was a strong wind. The group was up to something. The girls were still shouting, "Way to go, Jushish-sama!" They were excited about what was going on. Zero was in a daze at the time. He too thought the whole group was going to get up and teach that big man a lesson. 1 second, someone in the crowd shouted that he was ready to fight the villain. Everyone was surprised. Who's so brave? That's the hero who tipped the guy off. He said he was the new hero of E-Rang and his name is Xiao Jiang. Suddenly, the big guy started telling some kind of praise about people's shit. Not everyone understood what he was talking about and just tore off their mouths and watched. After he showed everything, Zero didn't understand what was going on and asked himself what it meant. The man interrupted him and completed the list. And the guy in the suit, after a couple seconds, mouthed, "Oh, that's what I'm taking." The guy started talking about being a defender of some kind of justice. At some point, the kid realized it was all just a show, and now he's just ruined the whole show. Turns out this kid in a suit was serious about beating up this bunch of muscle. "I'm fighting for justice," he shouted, really thinking he could take the man down. Some kind of blue gloves started to appear on the guy's hands. He himself had proven them to be gloves that could blow away an elephant. As soon as he used his gloves, he flew off and fell 10 meters away from his opponent. Even the man himself was surprised. He thought about how he'd been a terrorist for years, but he'd never met such idiots, almost laughing at the poor guy. After a second, the villain came up to the superhero and said that the guy's game was over, because he thought he'd been tricked. Again, the guy got up and ran to the big guy, saying he was going to introduce him to his electric baton. Zero asked the guy if he was all right, and he went to the ground for the second time, but he was persistent and said he was fine. Another 10 or so miserable attempts to overpower the man were pointless, but he wasn't going to stop. Suddenly, the villain turned around and looked like a jerk at the guy, saying that he was sick of him. He slapped the hero, and he flew into a wall. The wall was 30 meters away from the bad guy, so he hit him really hard no matter how he did it. Zero looked at the poor guy and asked him if he was alive. He'd flown away 15 times. Some laughed, some felt sorry for him. When will he realize that it's impossible to defeat such a machine? No matter what he tried, everything flew away with him. The guy shouted angrily in his direction that it was none of his business, and that he would use his strongest weapon and everything would work out. His strongest weapon was his socks. Funny, but they don't smell good and they're not washed. The big guy was angry, and his plans were ruined by some schmuck who yelled that he'd crush the guy first. The guy turned around and said he saved the man, confirming that he was a hero. Zero at the time said that the hero himself was now dead. To this, he said that he wasn't thinking about himself, but about those he was saving, so he didn't care that he was about to be killed. The man shouted that no pathetic little man would escape by ruining his plans. If he dared to do so, he would not live. Zero still didn't understand why the guy doesn't run. He's screwed now, but he doesn't realize it. Because the hero doesn't run, he's in trouble. In a flash, the young man took out a huge hammer from behind his back and swung it with such speed that not everyone saw it at once. In a second, the big guy was not visible. He hit so hard that all the ground around cracked, and the big guy disappeared behind a mountain of dust. The so-called hero was so surprised that his mouth opened and he asked how he did it with one blow. After a couple seconds of surprise, he jumped on the kid's leg and asked him to reunite with him, because this was going to be the greatest team ever. Zero said, "Are you sure you're a superhero at all? You don't know how to do anything." To which the guy said he could have taken him down himself. Suddenly, some girl with short white hair appeared and said something to herself. A second later, she asked if anyone could explain what happened here, but everyone was silent out of shock. She looked at the villain that many people couldn't put down. The guy who turned around and saw this woman was even more shocked because this is our city's third highest rated fucking hero, nicknamed the Winter Witch. The woman examined the villain and was shocked because he has not a single trace of a bullet, not a scratch. He just turned off and sleeps like a baby. Who could put such a big villain? The young man admired her for a long time. That's why he asked for her autograph. Such an opportunity should not be missed. The woman didn't even listen to anyone or pay attention to anyone. She was curious how a rank C criminal did it. Suddenly, she turned to the guy and asked him to tell her what happened here, because she couldn't understand anything. The so-called hero began to tell her that he was a hero who had recently registered, and he was rank E, and his name was Xiao Zhan. The guy started to tell her that he had defeated a healthy one himself, along with the help of an unknown person he had seen for the first time. But the woman didn't quite understand who he was talking about. She didn't understand because there was no one behind where the guy was standing, and he wondered where he had gone. At this time, Zero was looking quietly, as if nothing had happened, and thought that he was lucky that he was able to sneak out unnoticed. It's really good because he wouldn't have gotten away from him, but he went home quietly. It was a good day. As he walked home quietly, he heard a man shouting very loudly. "What's wrong again?" thought the guy. How many surprises the day had prepared for him. Again, this man, how he has already annoyed everyone who lives in this house. How many can come and organize it all? Thought to himself the guy, looking at the psychopath who shouted at his sister. But Zero's sister is not simple as the man thought. She blew him off so that even his brother was shocked by it, although he knew that she was in love with someone else. As the sister said, she wants to enter an institute, very important for her, and her interlocutor passed the girl and said that she could hundreds of institutes. She thought about it, and yet this idea was stupid. After all, she can do it with her own strength. The girl just took him by his sweater and with all her might threw him to the exit. The girl was even more pissed off that the guy was so persistent, so she took him and slapped him and chased him away. The guy still didn't realize this made no sense and yelled, flying out of the house, that she belonged to him after all, and disappeared out the door. The guy's sister was furious. She was sick of this man. She wasn't interested in him at all. She didn't need the money and everything else he had. But Zero was still shocked. A rich, handsome guy. How can his sister not like him? He can do anything she wants. That's right, she's in love with Zero. Or should I say her brother? He knew that because he didn't tell her who her lazy brother really was. He just tried to take the girl's eyes away from this hero. Because he realizes that she's in love with him, but not with him. Everything is complicated. At the same time, his sister asked about the job the guy was looking for. The guy was doing his best not to let his sister know that he wasn't even looking for a job, because for him it was a waste of time. The sister, who was already furious, was sobbing fire. Everyone today, something makes her angry. It seems she is ready to kill the guy now. And again, the guy has to listen to the sister who's very angry. 5 rowing years, you can home. The girl's brother covered his ears and thought about how his sister was pissing him off, and said that even his parents didn't stress him out like that. He doesn't want anything, and they're trying to make him work. The girl heard this and got so angry that she was ready to kill her brainless brother on the spot. At that second, the hero from the concert came in and started to apologize for bothering him. The surprised brother and sister looked at him and didn't understand what was going on, and the girl didn't understand what kind of guy he was. Zero knew who it was, but he was more surprised than his sister. He didn't understand how that jerk had gotten into his house and even knew where he was. He explained that he'd opened the lock with regular chewing gum. The guy introduced himself to the girl as the superhero Iranga Xiaojiang. He wanted to invite the girl's brother to do a superhero duo together. At the same moment, he held out a card with information on who he was. The girl took the card and asked if her lazy brother was someone who wanted to work with her. She couldn't believe that someone would offer cooperation. The guy said that he had heard about her brother's unemployment and offered him a job, because superheroes are very well paid very well if you defeat a very strong villain. The guy began to show that if the girl's brother will be his assistant, he will be given a salary from the organization. As much she heard the word salary, she immediately realized that this is what is needed. Of course, the guy understood that this is a weak person for him and said that he would not work for such a weak organization. And the sister immediately said that the brother now belongs to this hero. The guy, of course, immediately objected, say he is an ordinary man without combat experience and abilities, how he should become a superhero. And in fact, he was just lazy. Very lazy. The guy interrupted the conversation and told an incredible story that happened at the concert. as he thought his intelligence and strength of the guy will make a genius duo, and Zero did not like that he was interrupted by this schmarcock, which is in the rank E, and with anger said that he did not agree with his sister. The sister didn't even think about what kind of job her brother would have, as long as he had one. And given that the children of the Lin family have always been fighting, the girl and spent on it. But Zero began to deny, because he did not want Metra to learn about who he really is. In a second, the girl hit the table so hard that it signed for CODs, and the floor was broken as if a huge rock had fallen, and all because of the girl's anger. Why is he resentful? It felt like she could have killed someone with that punch. The guys were very shocked and frightened by what was happening, such a small and hits as if she was a superhero. Guys almost turned gray with fear. They could not say a word, stupidly silent. And then the girl said, "No, but is a great chance to earn a lot and save people, and he resents it. Just brother should have found a job, nerfed sitting at home all." She made it clear to her brother that he wasn't kidding, and he better listen to her now, or he's going to be in trouble just like the poor table she's mangled as if her hands were made of hammers. Zero said at the time that she would do her best to make it happen. While the brother and sister were talking, the so-called hero was still in shock. How could such a fragile girl do such things? He stood there as if he wasn't alive, and he wasn't breathing at all. And the girl at the time offered to stay for dinner. The guy was very frightened because he saw only what he could not do himself. He lost the power of speech for 2 minutes, and then when he came to his senses, he still could not say anything, as a woman is capable of such a thing, but still agreed, sort of. In the morning, as soon as he got up, the guy turned on the TV, and the first thing they said on the news was that some unknown hero scattered the villain rank C. He was surprised that they started to shoot about him again on the news. How many years have passed since those times? At that time, the president's office was not clear what was going on. There was shouting in the building of the Hero Association what was going on and who organized it. But someone was clearly not happy and very unhappy. In the president's office was the strongest superheroine in the city, and she didn't seem to like it. If she came to him, to the president, the man didn't seem to care at all. While the woman was screaming like crazy, he sat drinking coffee and scratching his nose without worrying, not even understanding what they want from him, because it is not a superhero, but not everyone knew it. The woman went on to say that looking at the situation, the people who are in the group of 10 gods are useless. They can do nothing and did not even hurt the villain. It is not good for heroes, as she thought. She was very dissatisfied. Why was it that the people who did nothing were given the title of heroes? It was unfair. But what about the people who actually did it, who actually defeated him? At that time, the president thought to himself, why hasn't Miss Dong realized that this is not how she imagines it? Does she really think that there are so many real heroes in the world? Strange woman. After thinking about it, the man again began to explain to the heroine what these heroes meant. After all, they were public heroes, actors that is, and the interest of the association is only to promote it all. All talent should be channeled in the right direction, he thought. But she didn't want to admit to anyone that they made clowns and actors out of superheroes like her. It's not normal. Popular teenagers from the family of 10 gods will bring profit to them, as the man said to the heroine. She tried to do something about it, but the president thought she was talking nonsense. After all, superheroes in their time are not the ones who save humanity, but the ones who make money to the association. In response, the man said that he wouldn't bring it up with some girl, because that girl wasn't even related to the Dunn family. Because of that, he didn't even want to listen to the woman. It was like she was nothing. He just told her to go about her business. R thought about what he said, as the guy thinks the heroine has too much heroism. All he needs from such heroes is money. He doesn't need anything else at all. When she heard that she was just sent, and do not even want to listen to her, she was furious. How can you treat so? Bending over to the man, she wanted to say what she thinks of him, but held back, rose, and began to walk away, whispering to herself under her nose something. Leaving, she angrily shouted as a mockery of the words of the main of the association, not this type of hero. Thoughts were that she will not give up and will get justice. It's not clear who organized this acting class, when and why. At that time, the dinner at Zero's house was a success, and the guest was so full that he fell on the bed with a big belly from the overdose of food. But still, the guy was very happy that he stayed as a guest. For about 5 minutes, he talked to himself about how good he was and how great the dinner was, as the guy said he deserved such a good dinner, because he had done a lot of important work, as he thought. At that time, Zero came into the room and asked why his partner was still here. The guy jumped out of bed and shouted that he had a miracle creature that he had invented himself. Although Zero wasn't interested in it, he had to look. A split second later, he said that he shouldn't underestimate him so much. He's great all at once. Unfortunately, only he thought so, and suddenly a fork appeared from his hand. He registered it as fork 2.0. The guy snatched the fork out of his partner's hands and asked how it was different from the 1.0 fork, the usual fork that everyone has. He was laughing because he was doing such a useless thing. The guy replied that this fork removes all the dirt from the carrier's body, and the 1.0 fork could only remove dust, as he thought this invention was awesome, and the guy looked at him like he was an idiot. Eventually, Zero freaked out and asked how it would help in battle. Why and who would need cleanliness in battle? That's the dumbest thing the guy ever said. The inventor of that fork said something that Zero didn't like, but in those days, everyone cared about appearance, so it was kind of important to someone, but to Zero it was bullshit. Still, he was curious. The guy knew what he was talking about. If he was so confident, his partner offered to take one of his images again. The guy took the fork and began to fill his partner's head with all sorts of things, such as asking how he would use it in a battle against the strongest villains. After all, such a fork and a cat cannot defeat. And he said for weapons against the strongest rank villains, which you will never kill a grown man. But that's what the guy was counting on. In addition, the hero wondered how a weapon as large as a baton of wolf's fang could fit into a pocket ordinary. How such an object could be hidden, no one understood. Realizing that this was a chance for a joke, Zero thought of telling him something that would make him laugh and surprise the boy with an incredible story. Eventually, Zero came up with the idea of just telling him that he had a huge pocket for this hammer that would fit a couple more of these. The guy was very surprised and looked at him like he was a jerk. The guest offered to let him see how good Zero's weapon was, but he already knew it was perfect, so he immediately refused, because he didn't need it. It was a waste of time and he'd break it. But it was also very difficult for a guy to trust such things to someone. After all, he had bought this weapon years ago as the last one that was left there. If he had missed it, then he would never have found such a perfect weapon. A few years ago, Lindong had traded many weapons, especially swords, ordinary swords, and those that could slice a dragon. These were at that time marvelous time and weapons. Zero didn't understand how he could believe in such a thing, but the guy immediately announced that he was happy to work together. But the kid had doubts, because he didn't even have proof that it was the same speech that few people knew about. He immediately announced a price of 998 for the heavenly sword, but it was expensive for a sword he had seen for the first time, not even proof that it was a real sword. The guy was very quick to talk about what swords he had, and the hero very quickly got lost in all of them, and asked for a price that staggered him. 798 for the sword. That's a lot. Suddenly his eye fell on the shining bow. He really liked it, and immediately wanted it. It was like a native from the first second became him, surprisingly. But that's what he felt looking at it. He wanted to buy it for a gift to his girlfriend. He immediately realized that this gift will like 1,000,000%, any person. Suddenly his thoughts were interrupted by the seller who pointed out the very high price. The salesman immediately offered to give it to him. Gift to the bow enchanted baton, but he no longer needed it. The guy wants a bow and nothing else. The seller did not argue and obediently began to pack the bow, but suddenly the boy's eyes were drawn to the 4 swords. They seemed beautiful. He thought about them. He liked the swords so much that he asked the price to the guy who was selling them. But for some reason he got angry and said they were for show and not for sale. But to the hero it sounded like a challenge. He, just as if they were his things, raised his hand and started to move towards the swords to take a look. But suddenly the guy yelled that they can't be touched because they are too powerful. He soon thought about the incident and realized that if he had reacted a second later, the one who wanted to touch them would have died, saving a man's life on the spot. Zero kept thinking about what the Hero Association had done to heroes. It was the reason he had sold all his weapons, and his sister had punished him. He thought about it for a long time. While the guy was thinking, his partner distracted him from his thoughts by asking him to look at him. He asked for about 5 minutes, but the guy didn't listen, even just thought about his own until he waited. Looking at his partner, Zero asked, "What are those glasses on the guy for, and what do they do to win a fight? Or was it just a trinket again?" It even became interesting, as the hero presented these glasses, on which you can watch TV and talk on the phone, and it turned out the most interesting is not that, but what they are inside. Zero became very curious. What is so important there is in these miracle glasses, as the guy said. Looking at them, he began to get angry because he is again deceived as he thinks, although it may be really a good thing. When he got closer, the guy bent down and told him that the glasses had an obscene 18+. The guy listened attentively and a small smile appeared on his face. Taking in the information, Zero shrieked that he loved the fact that he had such a classy partner, and how could the glasses have such a thing in them? It was a secret. In a second, a wind whistle came out of nowhere and a full-force slap from Zero's sister. She overheard what they were talking about and was furious. Not for the first time that day. Why do that even at work? After hitting her brother, she switched to his ally, hitting him and her brother, telling them to get the hell out of the room with their dirty jokes. Who needs it is not clear. But she kicked them out very painfully for them. When they left, Zero started yelling at the guy, saying it was all his fault they were kicked out. He yelled that it was all his fault. He was angry because he was so angry. He was walking around muttering to himself that it was all his fault. He was kicked out of the house. She was yelling because of him. The guy resented it. He didn't like that it was all his fault. He started talking about how it was good that Zero wasn't registered as a hero because it was a job that involved acting, and that wasn't cool for a superhero like Zero. After thinking about it, the guy agreed. Because really, what would he do with the work of actors? Why do they need them at all? Someone your normal heroes bouquet? And here they reached the headquarters of the hero associations. And Zero was surprised a little bit because he was a very long time at home, just sitting at home and does nothing. Going into the building, the guy immediately turned to the right side so that something very shiny, this miracle of gold, turned out to be. Walking into the headquarters itself, they saw a golden figure. It was one of the heroes. But Zero didn't like it at all. It was very arrogant. Who could love themselves that much? He knew that one of them was him, and he had never seen the others, maybe because of his long sleep at home. Someone from that place shouted that they were S-rank heroes. How could they not know them? He was stunned. How could he miss such heroes? S-rank. Zero couldn't remember who he could fight with from this rank. It was as if he was hearing about this rank for the first time. As the man said, this law was released 5 years ago by the administration. Around that time, Zero had left, so he was no longer ashamed since he was already retired then. When Zero disappeared, the administration decided to add a hero registration so that there would not be a repeat of Zero who just left without telling anyone. In this registration and determines your strength, how well you pass such and grade and receive in letters and ranks. But to the content with this law, they lost a lot of heroes who did not stand, and in general, perhaps some people like anonymity, and some on the contrary, but still forced everyone. But this topic was not quite pleasant to the guy, so he asked to close it, because he did not like something too. Maybe he also wanted privacy, or just to be a real hero, not some actor. After the conversation, the guys hugged each other and went to the place of registration. Without scoring on this conversation, Zero realized that he could not be a hero anonymously, and it's bad for him. Not for nothing, his face was not seen then. When they got to the administration, the guy gave his data to the association worker. She started to scrutinize the documents, and the guys looked at her confidently. Zero was here for the first time, and he wondered what he would be told. When he gave the sheet to the girl, she asked if he had filled out all the personal information, and then took to looking at the documents. The smile seemed strange to both guys, as if it wasn't human. While the girl was looking at the paperwork, she noticed something strange. It said lazy warrior who doesn't care. It's very strange because they came to register to become official heroes, not lazy. She looked at the guy and said that he was indeed lazy and laughed. Zero confirmed it, and his partner next to him laughed and told him that it wasn't a good name, but he liked that it would stand out. After the ID check, the girl called the heroes over to show their power eye and told them to follow her. Zero wasn't expecting that to happen. The worker led them to the strongest hero, rank B, and said that this is Zero's rival, whose name is like War Tank, but looking at him, the guy thought about how weak he is compared to him. The girl went into the room and said her name, looking at the big guy. She thought that such a lazy guy had no chance of fighting back. The man did not even turn around. He counted the number of repetitions of the lift. There was not a small amount. 10,000. He was big and very wide. And 1 second he said that I wonder what he will do this bug, wishing good luck to the guy. The girl with a smile on her face told the guy to give a decent performance. Zero listened to her, and realized that now the opponent might be a little strong, but he didn't worry too much because he realized that he was very strong. The girl introduced the big guy as a lazy soldier, because that's what he wrote in the document. When the man heard this name, he almost laughed, wondering what kind of soldier is this lazy. He was practicing and made lifting very fast, but abruptly just took and threw the dumbbells on the floor, and said that such names can be only in untalented fighters, who at random choose them. Finished with the dumbbells, he turned around and said that once he thought what kind of name could be random, but it turns out it will come to him in his hands. He said, looking at the guy who was acting like a real slacker. While the man was talking about what was waiting for the guy was thinking only about which dumbbells were bigger and not light. The man at that time said that he had to endure 3 minutes under the blows of his hands, and if he could endure it, If the guy endures these 3 minutes, it will mean that he passed, so much so that he overestimated himself, thinking that in front of them was a novice ordinary, but only Zero knew what would be the outcome. The guy immediately decided that he had to put the upstart in his place, and started to pull out his huge hammer from behind his back, which he used to take down the villain at the concert that day. He put the hammer on his shoulder and asked his opponent if he could beat him, laughing as if in the face of death, as it seemed to the worker who had brought him here. The man laughed at the guy and asked if he really thought he was a dead man, couldn't overcome a mountain of muscle, and in general such a man, he really overestimated himself. Very overestimated. These words made him furious. Some kid thinks he can only come here and defeat a rank B hero. He shouldn't have thought that because he underestimates what Zero can do, even though he will soon show him what Zero can do. "Boy, do you really think anyone here is weak?" said the man. Zero didn't think he was weak. He thought he was weaker, and that was different. He was ready to put the upstart down right now. In a split second, he turned into some kind of werewolf, who instead of hands had some black sharp swords. Displaying those swords, he told that he was that combination of strength, speed, and defense. "I'm Tanya, a war tank." That's how he proved himself to the kid who wasn't even thinking about fear. He was thinking about how fast he could beat the man. Mocking the man, Zero said that if he is soapy, the guy will not hold back, and for his actions are not vouchsafed, as if he is about to kill the opponent like a fly. He was full of self-confidence and strength. Thinking to himself, the man said that this upstart would be crying today, and the guy told himself not to do it when he was done bullying the poor guy. And here to the head of Zero remained literally 10 centimeters. The man for a second thought that his opponent did not even try to do nothing, and he just stood and waited for the right moment to... As he flew up to the guy, he shouted that he was going to be in trouble, and started swinging his ears very fast, and the guy smiled and just dodged as if he was reading his opponent's actions. And then, Zero disappeared, and the man slammed his swords into the wall, breaking through it by half a meter. The incredible power in his hands was burning like fire. He was ready to kill his opponent now for the way he was bullying. He felt a slight chill from behind him and realized it was him there. But how could he have just been in front of him? He almost pulled his pathetic head through. The man's insolence made him even more angry. How dare he? As soon as Zero was behind the big guy, he swung and wanted to hit the men so hard that it seemed that if he hit now, it would be the end of him. Although, such a mountain of muscle and so easy to overcome. Clearly, his opponent was not as easy as he thought. To lose now in the first seconds as if he was a helpless boy. He laughed because the boy thought it was so easy. Zero really thought that such a blow could hurt him at least, but not now. In a split second, the man had put up his big shield that completely covered the big guy. But what happened was something that no one who was there expected. The guy took, and with all his might hit the ground under the shield, which shattered it like a toy. And not only the shield shattered, everything around him was covered in earth and dust. He was so strong and unexpected. Everyone was shocked how he was able to kill such a monster. While the dust was flying all over the application, the guy stood with his back to his opponent and laughed like a madman. Is such a big man so easy? Seriously. After laughing, the guy said that he expected more from such a big man, both in terms of strength and intelligence. But the opponent turned out to be like a little girl himself, and Zero called him weak and stupid. He said that he would smash the guy like a pate on bread, but he turned out to be such an easy prey for Zero. He really thought that everything would not be so easy, and here he was with the first blow and already laying his mother calling in his thoughts. But it was not enough for him. He wanted to keep digging and so half-dead man, because he really thought that he is strong and will be able to at least a little bit to fight with the opponent, did not justify the expectations. With a smile, he put his hammer in his pocket and talked about how he was stronger, and who was the upstart now, thought Zero and smiled to himself. Standing further into the smoke, he saw a girl who had just gotten off the floor. She was blown away by a big gust of wind and dust. He asked her how many points he had scored, but instead of answering, she just said that she had to leave and sent the guy to the next room for a written test. The girl was in complete shock, how such a young guy could beat Yatanya and also disable him, thinking she ran away. The guy's partner himself was shocked. He did not expect that his friend So can put such a big hero. How strong he is in general. No one knew, although maybe it's for the best. The girl followed herself, yelling that Zero was a monster. She was scared. How? How could a guy like that beat me with one punch? I'm Tanya. It's impossible. While the guy was already taking the next test, the big guy was lying in the hospital bed like a child with his head bandaged. He woke up. Only he started to tear his eyes away, and suddenly a woman screams, saying that finally our hero woke up. Then Zdoravan himself became frightened. He opened his eyes wide and lowered them to see who was talking to him. It was a woman from the association. She was not happy that he, Such a man was unconscious for 2 hours. Looking at the girl, he asked why she was here and what happened, why his head hurt so badly, where he was and what was going on. While he was lying there, the woman asked him what he remembered, to which the man replied that he remembered testing the strength of the newcomer. He spoke very slowly because he had a hell of a headache and his speech was not forming normally. And then he got goosebumps and cold sweat. He seemed to realize what had happened, and the girl wanted to confirm it. How stylish was the man that he was silent for about 5 minutes. He was embarrassed to admit so easily that he lost. So she said she remembered how they fought, and he seemed to have lost, and how he got knocked out. But he said he didn't remember anything else. The woman told him he was deeply mistaken, because there was only one punch, and that punch was from a guy who knocked the big guy out right away. He was really surprised how the newcomer could beat him with one punch. What kind of strength it takes to do such a thing is not clear. The woman said that the guy is really, really strong, and his strength is comparable to an A rank. But there's one thing. The hero immediately asked what the but, surprised. The girl held out a sheet of paper to the man, which seemed incomprehensible to a man who had just gotten up after being knocked out. But he read it. It was a written test of the guy who knocked him out, and there's a lot of scribbles, mistakes like he's dumb even though he's so strong, only 13 points. Was this even written by a human being? The hardest question was written about something that was both incomprehensible and clever at the same time. How dumb. How could you knock out a man and do a test like a child? While the big guy was recovering in the hospital, the guys found out Zero's level of knowledge. His partner immediately started laughing at his score. At first, he still tried to contain his laughter. But still, he burst out laughing. So strong and so dumb as a stump, he thought. Even his partner wrote a 30-point test, even though his strength was so bad, but at least the intelligence test was normal. He was ridiculed by his partner. Soon everyone found out about him. Everyone said he was dumb as a brick, even though he had the highest score for Sala. How can you pass the intelligence test with 13? His partner poked him in the stupidity. Why is it that he is so stupid? And wrote in the test, so good is desirable, as if for this grade put a grade. But the guy just shut his mouth. Walking along the corridor of the association, they heard a conversation with a man, and one of them threatened the other with murder, say he took away the work of the man and his partners. It turned out that there were a bunch of men in blue uniforms who were threatening some doctor or something. He was wearing a white coat, and it seemed that he justified himself to them somehow, about some man they were talking about. They had some strange conversations about some job, about stealing. One of them started complaining that he and his friends didn't look like buddies because of something. The guy with the glasses was happy. He was afraid. It was visible, because these guys are 3 times bigger than him, and he himself, and there are a lot of them. He said that if he missed this bastard, it would hurt the lives of ordinary people. And then the man, or the dog, maybe together. Not a little, he grabbed the kid by the sweater and started yelling at him, saying what would people do to someone like him? He's better off that they're crying for help. While they were sorting themselves out, the partner was having an argument with each other, looking at the men as if they were jerks, so big and beating a little guy. Aren't you ashamed? Maybe there's a reason for all this. The man shouted at the guy that he should quit right now and get out. Otherwise he will beat him every day he sees the kid. You can see that he was very, very angry about something. The guy with the glasses shouted that a real hero wouldn't hit the weak, which means he's not a hero. He's a weak man for doing such a thing. In the end, it did not help him to escape from the blow, and the big guy just took and hit him in the face. Even without looking at his glasses, he fell to the floor like a little boy. And so the angry men were even more angry that he basically called them not heroes, and said that they were defined as heroes by the world authorities. The one who was talking to the glasses, man put his foot on him and wanted to crush the kid out of anger. They began to ask him who he thought were heroes because they thought that heroes from Zero's time were long dead. These words were cruel. They seemed to have said it in front of Zero himself for nothing. The naive ones thought that people could die after only 5 years. It was a big blow to Zero himself, who had time to talk about him like that. A hero like others thought he was. The 2 friends of the heroes were very angry. How dare they talk about Zero like that? He's alive, shouted the guys in the back of the big men. Zero was completely furious. How could anyone think that? They praised the guys for beating up the poor bespectacled guy. But how dare they insult the great Zero? At that time, the guy who was beaten up was confused. One of the guys shouted that such words he and his partner would not forgive. He had a fire of anger in his head. How fashionable was the first hero who created them all and saved the world. It's great that you beat up the glasses guy, but you'll be in trouble for Zero, repeated the guy again with a lot of anger at the man who said it. He was ready to tear him apart. And for the 3rd time, he repeated that the glasses man was not caring about anyone. hurting the poor guy who asked to think about him a little bit, because he was also a human being. But no one even listened to him, almost crying. Zero repeated that it's great that men beat up the glasses, man. The poor guy was crying. He had never been so humiliated before. He wanted to be thought of as well. But the fact that they called Zero dead, the guy would never forgive them for anything. He raised his fists and got angrier and angrier. They thought that about him. He should teach those guys a lesson. They laughed and said that the guys should stay out of the way, that they were E-Rang heroes, and also asked if the guys knew who they were threatening. They said they were Golden Horn heroes, D-Rank, but what's this strange new rank? The guys didn't immediately realize what the Golden Horn was, what the new rank was. If the D rank is really as cool as they say it is, both guys thought about it, because it's the first time they've heard of it. The man hearing these words asked who dared to say such a thing. He was surprised by such a dare, his face twisted, and then there was anger. He suggested, why don't they? While everyone was talking behind him, some guy interrupted the big guy and continued, why don't they talk one-on-one? Because of course with a crowd they will beat the guys. It sounded quite logical. What was that strange guy appeared out of nowhere? As if to teleport, the bespectacled man was even afraid of such an appearance. Maybe because no one cared about the fact that he was beaten, and it turned out to be the leader of the Golden Horn trio himself. It was the Yakros ghost, the killer of the gods. That's why he appeared here so inconspicuously that everyone was afraid of his passage. Everyone was silent at once, although recently they were all so formidable. Why did everyone shut up like children dogs? They all realized that he was a man with whom it was better not to make a sound. That's why they were silent. Even the bespectacled man. He said that he was E-Rang too, and offered to beat him since he was so weak, with a smile on his face, and an achedic laugh. He knew that he would not be touched, but he was intimidated. He praised the guys for beating the bespectacled man, because that's what he needed. But why did they hurt the Great Zero's name by saying that about the incredible hero? The bespectacled man was already in tears, mumbling that someone would think of him. But who needs a bespectacled man? The guy said, if men can do that, he won't let them do it. Without even listening to the guy's speech, the men who were as formidable as they were recently turned into puppies, who ran away and begged for forgiveness, saying that it was the first and last time. While the men were running away like little girls, the guy was looking at them and saying what trash they were. The glasses man and Zero's partner were in total shock. How he scared such animals. After the men ran away, the bespectacled man came up to Zero and his partner to thank them for the rescue. Although who needs a bespectacled man? He said his name was Yang Zin. The guy wanted to make fun of the goggle-eyed man and laughed at his name, twisting it as Yang Jin, but the guy didn't like it and corrected him. And Zero just said the names, his own and his partner's, saying that it was not them who saved him, and to thank the man who was behind him. The bespectacled man was even afraid to approach him. The guy himself made the first step and said that he should be called 30, and that he did not even do anything like that, because the truth is that those ran away without even saying a word to fight back. He said that he had nothing to be thankful for and just forget about it, and that he had been an E-Rank hero for 5 years, which surprised everyone who heard it. But now what his rank was, the guys wouldn't even know. He told a sad story, that for 5 years no one could talk to him calmly. It turned out he had no acquaintances or friends at all, and it was a pity, really, to separate him from a bespectacled man. For the guy, these were too harsh words. He knew that for 5 years he had not communicated with anyone normally, and it was offensive to hear from a man who has a constant communication. It turned out that he didn't need friends at all. He had some friend from the game. How can you communicate with a girl from a comic book? It's just a picture. What about friends? The guys wondered how a comic book girl could be a human friend. They started to wonder if he was crazy. Even though Zero knew that this guy wanted to be friends with a girl from a comic book, but he saw a girl from his favorite comic book, so he couldn't help but say that to the guy. The guy's partner was in total shock. How can you read some comics with girls when there are more important things to do, especially when you are a hero? On the site, you can do nothing. If they like it, they will read it. After they found a language, they talked about this comic book for about 15 minutes. On the pair, it was already tense. How can you talk about it for so long? People are crazy. But the guy heard it and started to get very angry because he doesn't understand how it is to look at such a magical girl in the middle of the night. And his new friend confirmed Zero's words. They talked for about 15 minutes. It was already swinging Zero's partner. But suddenly the guy who met the guy began to talk about the fact that he still has figures of this comic book, which surprised the interlocutor very much. A little talk to the hero Erang, Zero realized that he wants to become a team with him because he has a lot in common with him, which he offered the guy. He in response did not even say anything at first, because someone wants to become a team with him. It's a miracle for him. But still Hero said you don't believe it, because for 5 years he was a hero of the same rank and no one wanted to make a team with him or be a teammate. But Zero seemed to be serious. The guy only confirmed what his interlocutor thought. He said that he was very easy to communicate with him and thought that Xiao Jiang wouldn't mind. But it was still very surprising for a hero. Well, now asked his partner if he agreed with his decision here. Of course he agreed. After all, he had scared away the D-rank heroes with just one sentence. Surprising but true. Of course, the guy wasn't in any teams and wasn't partnered with anyone, so he agreed with them, because it was very easy for him to talk to Zero too, especially about comics. The guy remembered that he must have some skill, so he asked. The guy said that his skill was disasters. A weird skill. Then the guy told a very sad story that he brings trouble to everyone, which the partners did not immediately believe. They asked if he was joking because it's terrible, but he's used to being feared by everyone. He said he's a disgrace to the heroic association that brings bad luck, and has been since he was a kid. As he said. In fact, the name Fierce Ghost Killer of Gods was given to the guy by the Hero Association, and his real name is 13. Both are weird names. 13 wasn't named by his parents, but at his orphanage, he thought he'd be really happy there. But it turned out to be something else. He had fun there, but he wasn't happy there. But he wasn't happy there for one reason only. Because while he was playing outside, he was burned to death. It's very good that he wasn't there at all, and he was taken away from the orphanage, because there's no way to live there. But he was very lucky that he was the only one playing on the street at that time. Everyone who was in that shelter all died from the fire along with the shelter itself. It was a miracle. The next shelter in which the guy lived also did not stand long. When he came, there began very heavy rains, because of which all the land soaked to such an extent that flooded the swamp again, the whole shelter. Well, and then the guy was very lucky. He was the only one who remained alive of all who were there. He was found in the walls. There he was shivering, waiting for him to be rescued. It is very scary to stay alive among many people. Of course, the guy had no place to go, so he was sent to a new drive. And in that orphanage, as it turned out, disaster struck again. It was like they wanted to stop the guy from living, but it didn't work. The third orphanage was not long. It was again a disaster, and only one boy survived. Every time a bunch of children died and the boy saw them, his psyche collapsed. But every orphanage the boy went to was in a disaster that caused each orphanage to collapse, and the boy himself had no place to stay soon. He just went from one instead of the other, and so on every time. From all the disasters, all the shelters found out about him, and none of them wanted to accept the boy, because they realized that as soon as he came there, some disaster would happen immediately, and he had no choice. He just lived on the street. When he was a kid living on the street, he had nothing to eat. He was very, very hungry, so he climbed into a rich man's backyard to find something to eat. Eventually, when he went to some rich man's backyard, he would find a garbage can and take the scraps that were left there, so that he could eat something and not starve to death. Every time he tied, and there within a couple of days he was noticed by the rich man, and in order not to climb, he approached the boy together with the monarch. I was asleep at the time and did not notice it. In the end, everybody knew about this boy. And of course this rich man also knew about him. And in order that the whole palace became a disaster for me, he approached him together with the monarch and offered a huge bundle of money, just so that the boy would not climb to his house. At that moment, the guy realized that he was not the one to be afraid of, because everyone came up to him calmly and talked to him normally. But for some reason, they were afraid to let him go to someone's house. The guy realized that they were afraid not of him, but of the disasters he brings. That's why they asked him, and even gave him money so that he would not go to the homes of rich people or ordinary people. Of course, when the guy realized this, he started to use it, and when he needed money, he just did it. Because why would he do anything if he could just take the money like that? All the guy had to do was to chase the rich man for a while. He tolerated it, but then he managed to do it because he realized that if he didn't scare the guy away, he would chase him further and disaster would come to his house. One day when the guy was working at the mall and was walking around quietly, a terrible thing happened, after which he changed his whole thinking. While the guy was just calmly walking, a scary monster appeared out of nowhere and grabbed the guy and wanted to take him somewhere. He was scared very much and thought that he would be finished now. Then the monster let the guy go and threw him on the floor. But then he started to smash everything he saw on his way and almost killed the guy. Big slabs of concrete that flew right at him. At that moment, the guy was already holding his breath and was ready to die. He accepted it. And then out of nowhere appeared Zero, the hero who first appeared in the world. He saved the guy and took him away from the dangerous place. The guy, of course, began to thank Zero because he saved him from imminent death. Then after he realized that he himself can become a hero, he wanted to do it, because he worshipped the great hero. When the traces of Zero were gone, he immediately went to the Hero Association to register as a hero and become a powerful hero like the one who saved him from death. In the end, while he was taking the strength test, his opponents changed 3 times because each of them got sick somehow, so he was given a rank E. Of course, the guy didn't agree with this opinion. Somehow he didn't even fight anyone. When he came to the president, he also got bad, because of which he was replaced by another person who was already afraid of me and still left me rank E. The guy still thinks it's all unfair. Since that time, he joined many groups. But in the end, everyone died with the villains, and only one guy stayed alive because of him, and no one wants to join the company with him. So the guy is very happy to be invited to the team. This is the first time in years that he is a hero. But while the guy was talking in the association, the ceiling collapsed right on the bespectacled guy and Zero's partner. While the guy was telling his story, the ceiling collapsed on the glasses guy, and he needed an ambulance because he's completely stoned and looks like he's dead. Hearing this, the guy immediately realized what he was talking about. Something had happened again. He apologized for going so deep into his memories and forgetting about time. He knew it was his fault again. But still, he pretends that he didn't understand anything, as if it wasn't him. He said that who would have thought that the statue of Zero could come from the ceiling, but of course everyone got it right. The guy was so scared that the wallpaper people called out in one voice for him to stay away, and that they were fine. They were terrified of what had just happened. Everything the guy said was true. Hero, with anger, started yelling at the hero. How did he do such a thing and not even regret it? It was simple. He was already used to things happening like this every time someone started talking to him. He realized that once again everything ended as usual, and he himself was not easy to realize it all, just already used to it. Because I asked so many years since his childhood, and all accidentally wrote every time as it was. Eventually, the 2 guys ended up in the hospital and where they are made, and they started recovery. Even though they realized it was all the guy's story, they felt sorry for him, but they were angry about what happened. As heroes, they were put in an intensive recovery room to recover as quickly as possible from what happened in the Hero Association. 2 separate chambers were created for the glasses man and his partner, and there was even a signature underneath them, because each of them had a different method of recovery. One was slightly injured, and the other was injured at all. He came to check on them when they were recovering. He came closer to them and asked them how they were doing. They had been healing for a long time after the incident. Zero's partner could at least get out of the cell because he was so badly injured. But the bespectacled man was completely wrapped in bandages. He was badly injured. When Zero started to talk to his partner, he came out of the cell and said that he would be able to walk on his own 2 feet in a little while, and asked why he didn't have a scratch on him. The glasses man didn't even react to the guy, so the guy came up and asked why he was wrapped up like a mummy, to which he replied that the doctor said that the guy barely survived, and he needed to rest now. When the guy heard what kind of problem the bespectacled guy had, he was very surprised. He had most of his bones broken, and it's a miracle he survived at all. He's a tough guy. After Zero talked to the bespectacled guy, his partner said he wanted to talk to him about something, and Zero had a pretty good idea what the conversation was going to be about. It is clear that the guy wanted to talk about not to take in the team of the man who do to their own wheel, and Zero said that he understands that, and in general, wants to invite the goggles to them. Partner liked the idea because they just need a boy on the run, but when the bespectacled man heard that he was not going to join anyone, and will not, Zero started to tell the guy about who they had invited, the fierce ghost of the God Killer, and they got in trouble because he started to thank him, and because of that, they got in a bind. And then the words of the assassin came out, asking who he wanted the guy to go after. And when Zero heard that, he got so scared that he was speechless. He came again. He'll say he realized it was the same guy who almost killed his partner and the goggle guy when he looked behind him, and he was scared again even though he knew who it was. He told the guy that the bespectacled guy really wanted to work with him and liked being around him, which he didn't believe, of course, and asked him if it was true. It was weird for him. The guy also emphasized that his superpower is something with something. Of course, if he said that nothing would change, but maybe he would leave faster with good thoughts. The guy, of course, realized that he's saying all this because of fear. Then he said that he understands everything, and in the future, he will keep his distance from them to not do anything bad. He really wants badly to be a team. Then he calmed down and said it's good, and if he needs anything, he should ask the glasses man, and he will help him with whatever he can, understandably that he heard everything at school. He was afraid that the guy would really meddle with him. He wants to live there. The guy said that he had already worked together with the bespectacled man and asked him why he didn't talk to him. Maybe he was angry because he was in the hospital because of this killer. After the bespectacled man heard that the guy was coming towards him, he immediately started hitting the glass and was very much afraid that he was really going to die. If not for the first time, then for the second time. 3 guys were standing and looking at him. One of them didn't tense up at all and said that the bespectacled man was not feeling well. The other laughed, and Zero thought that now their bespectacled man would die of fear, not the killer. The man who was supposed to be watching the guy saw that there was no oxygen in the chamber. He said that the man who was in the capsule could die from lack of air. At this time, the guy who sent the bespectacled man to the hospital asked if the doctor needed help, but he said he just needed to open the door that was stuck. And this was his first time and he didn't know what was going on. Zero asked what's wrong. The doctor said the mechanics are broken for the first time in 30 years and he can't get in. If he doesn't get in, the guy could suffocate on the ground. The guy still asked if they needed help. Zero said they couldn't and he would do it himself. He already had ideas on how to do it. He realized with a smile on his face that it was his turn. The guy realized that there was no other way out. That's why he told the doctor to step back and took out his huge hammer from his pocket to break the glass, because otherwise the bespectacled man would suffocate. Glasses did not like this idea at once, because he realized that if he now this very glass he can cripple and he himself. And it turns out that both so and so he can die. Well, the boy did not even listen to him. He realizes that he can still die if he does it now. It's still nothing, because he will either suffocate or he will save him. Hit the glass, it was distinguished in antiquity, and the guy started screaming because of fear, and the fact that he can finally breathe. His glasses separated with the rest of the glass after a powerful blow. Suddenly, out of nowhere, some big rock flew out of nowhere right into the face of Zero's partner. He didn't even have time to react as it flew right into the face of the guy who was already sick. The guy immediately ran up to him and started to call out to him. He wanted to make sure that the guy was alive because the stone was big, but his partner was small and his strength was not much. He was worried that he was without him. Jan was alive, but he said he saw a beautiful clearing and his great-grandfather who offered to reunite the family. Zero had no idea what he was talking about, but he was flattened. When he heard the guy's voice, he immediately realized he was alive and fine and told him to relax, because it was all his fantasy because he probably had a concussion. A month after what happened in that hospital, summer came, and it was very hot. I wonder how the partners live, and if they live at all. On the roof of some abandoned factory, in summer there were 2 umbrellas, a table, and 2 recliners on which people were lying and relaxing, drinking cold cocktails, just relaxing quietly. It was one of them, and completely div. He was wearing some headphones and glasses. He was eating some kind of brown bar. It was obvious that the guy was relaxing and enjoying himself, just lying there sunbathing. The guy was eating some kind of spicy candy bar, saying he wasn't as bad as he thought he was. That's Xiao Zhan, the hero of Erang and Zero's partner. There was a second bed, probably where Zero is already lying. Of course it was him, Linji, also an E-rank hero because of that 13-point test, so he would have been a very strong rank if it wasn't for that test. And somewhere overboard a guy was shouting and telling his friends to be more professional because now they had to work. Instead they were having a vacation, like at a resort. Yang Zun was shouting, yes, it was the D-ranked hero, and also the bespectacled guy who was shouting at Xiao Jana that someone was talking about his strange weapon. And then abruptly drove up some large car. Out of it came out a girl. She was tall, beautiful, with white blonde hair. I wonder who it is, and in fact it should be so. And after her came out 5 big men with some strange heads. It looks like they were heroes or villains, but it seemed they were very angry at someone or something. Here came 13, the hero of Erang, better known as the fierce ghost killer of the gods, and he told the boys that the target had been located. It was strange to see that he had done them so much harm in the literally half an hour they had been working with him. Zero stood up and looked at the men who were standing there and asked if he was sure they were trespassers. He thought they were heroes after all, and so did his partner. Well, 13 said he'd seen them before. They're in biochemistry, and they're the bad guys, because he'd been following them for a week, and it's their meeting day. They should be taken. He started asking how strong their opponents are. Of course, he thinks he's stronger than them anyway, but he needs to know just in case to know how much power to use. The guy said they had a couple of rank C crimes and a couple hundred regular ones, but the strongest of them were eliminated for some unknown reason. Shouldn't be hard. Zero asked him why not follow them for a couple more days, not realizing that letting them go could be worse, and his partner explained that it was now or never because they'd just let them go. 13 noticed something strange. He couldn't see very well, but they were acting strange, very strange, so he realized that he needed to look closer. Closing his glasses, he saw that they were probably preparing to receive the second batch of arrivals, so he told the goggle-eyed man to prepare his weapons. It's going to be hot. But he didn't think at all about the opponents below. He told the glasses man to get more snacks because he liked them. This guy doesn't shave anything or what? Well, as soon as the bespectacled guy heard his name, he started yelling, and it was because he was sick of being called that. He turned 13 and told him not to call him bespectacled. But he said to be called by the name Yang Zin or Courier. He likes both options, as he told everyone. The guys heard him getting angry, but still talked and joked about it, and said jokingly, "Got it, Goggles," to piss him off more, but it was probably for nothing. The goggle man threw signs to the guy, and he thanked him and said he wouldn't call him a goggle man. Although he called him that again, it was funny to everyone but the goggle man. Zero didn't understand why everyone liked spicy snacks so much, because for the last 3 weeks his team had 3 boxes of these things, made of dried meat. He said that if everyone liked it so much, why not call the team Spicy Snacks? Goggles asked what the guys were going to do. 13 said to start by following up on the situation, in order to do something about it. While the guys were joking around, downstairs a deal was already starting to happen between the men. One of them asked for a product to try, because buying something he hadn't even tried wasn't an option. The man with whom he was negotiating said that there was no need to hurry. Either he was up to something or really wanted to show something. It is not known. But the team of heroes need to hurry. The man took out of his pocket some red button and pressed it, and 2 big holes appeared on the wall, and some green, incomprehensible sludge flowed from the bottom. The man immediately realized that this is something wrong and asked what it is. In response, he was simply advised to stay away. What this madman is up to, no one knows yet. And from this substance, a silhouette began to appear, as if it were a force from some monster. Are they again the same monsters Zero was fighting? The rebellion? The guys, as soon as they saw this substance and the shadow that was beginning to appear, were immediately scared, as well as the one who had to exchange with the man. Well, what did someone have to give in return? Every second, the monster was expressing more, and after about 2 minutes he was growling as if he was a big angry bear. Everyone who was there was scared, even though they knew that everything was normal. The man was delighted, because that's what he needed. Together with his companions, they started to discuss the monster, because they all liked it, although they were scared at first. After the man pressed the button, the monster calmed down, but Zero and his partner didn't quite understand what was going on that made the monster stop so suddenly and quickly. It took them a long time to figure it out. Well, whatever it is that is not a hero still need to save the city, and in general the whole world before the deal happens. One of the guys realized it was time and started taking off his glasses and getting ready to fight. The heroes realized that they had to act and said that it was their turn to show what they could do and save the world. Just like Zero and many heroes who were with him in those years. The partner asked Zero where he was going, to which he said he was going to the top floor to go down the elevator, because if they jumped it would be bad for them to be seen. It made sense. The partner wasn't as easy as the guy thought. He had something prepared for the whole team, which surprised Zero, even though he knew that the guy was dead. The difference from and the surprise was some big boot. The guy explained that it was his design from the gloves he used in their first meeting. It may sound dumb, but it looked cool. The partner was already shocked by what he saw, when he could do it. But the guy got the boots for Zero himself. When does he have time to do that? He was shocked that he did it when he had no time to do it, but it still didn't look very reliable. That's what he told his partner, and the guy said it was a high-end product. But that didn't convince Zero. He had a bad feeling about it. But the guy added that these boots were very easy to operate, and he would be able to figure it out quickly. Though what those words would do... He pulled some red button out of his pocket and said that as long as he held it down. The partner didn't listen because he didn't really trust those boots anyway, knowing what the guy had done before. He pressed the button and the guy got a strong electric shock, which made his hair stand on end, and the shoes flew somewhere in space, after which his friend said that it was better to use the elevator. In the meantime, the men had almost reached an agreement. One of them started to give money to the other, the one who had the button. But then the guys interrupted their deal. Just in time. 13 interrupted the deal and told about who the guys were and said that for the fact that the men were conducting an illegal transaction, they would be punished by the heroes themselves, correcting the villain's finger. The men immediately got scared and realized who it was and started hiding behind their subordinates and told them to finish off the guys who interrupted the deal faster. In a second, the shooting started and the men started shooting at the heroes. But not everything is so simple. They showed their professionalism and very cool dodged all the shells and bullets and began to attack them themselves. How many weapons were there? 5, 10, 15, 20 units. No one understood, but all the bullets flew past, and the men were afraid that they are over and the deal will not go well because not a single bullet did not hit the heroes. 13 dodged gracefully best of all. He's like a shadow that sneaks up on its victim as then in the association. He and most feared, and it is not clear who has what ability. The man generated a very great fear for his life. He did not realize that if the glass does not pass, it will be very bad. So he pressed his red button for the monster to deal with the heroes, because the simple guard cannot do anything with weapons. Glasses saw that the 13th was flying straight at the monster. He could eat him as a snack. He remembered what happened because of him, but it was his team. He was worried. The 13th flew up to the monster and threw some brown sticks at it and said, "Here's some spicy snacks." He thought for some reason that the monster would be afraid of spicy food. Well, what if it was? After he threw the snacks at the monster started to growl very hard, as if it was being cut from the inside. It felt like the snacks would help defeat the monster in earnest. After the monster growled in some way, he started eating into his own people, and the man who was controlling him was shocked why he couldn't do anything. After all, he is the creator. Even the bespectacled man himself started to wonder why the monster started eating his own allies. On 13 said that maybe it was because of the snacks he gave him. After the monster ate his allies, he began to approach the heroes. Through this, they were frightened, and in one voice shouted for someone to do something. Suddenly, the 13th turned into some hero with a cape and pulled out from under it a bunch of weapons, and began to shoot at the monster. It was strange, but everyone was more strange, so did not pay attention to it. But all the bullets that released the 13th flew straight into the monster, but he did nothing to him. It was as if he absorbed them and just ate. After he turned back into a normal person, he looked at the monster, and he looked at them in surprise as if nothing had happened. So the guys themselves were shocked. Suddenly, the monster, after standing and looking for a long time, began to attack. He began to accelerate a little, and almost caught up with the guys to eat them. The 13th said that his plan did not work, so he asked to think of something bespectacled. Suddenly, the guys came to some corner when the monster did not notice them, and looked at him, and he began to move towards the residential area. The partners realized that this is very bad. Well, then came Zero again. He will have to and train with the monster, as once many years later, the guy is already bored with his favorite monsters. When he saw the monster, he told Xiaojian to get up, because they are waiting for their favorite job, Zero. He immediately remembered how he killed one monster after another back in the day. Realizing that the guy was unconscious, he kicked him in the face with his foot because he needed the guy's help. So he immediately got up, and as if he was awake. He felt the pain. He woke up and started screaming, "Who dares to kick an unconscious man in the face?" Zero asked him if he was awake, and he didn't know what was going on or where he was. I guess he didn't kick him hard enough because he's still asleep. About 5 minutes after he passed out, the guy saw the monster and got really scared. His eyeballs almost fell out because he was out the whole time. The guy told him to stand aside and said that they could only get to the people after Zero had dealt with him, and took out of his pocket a hammer that was 4 times bigger than the one he had before. He swung and struck with all his might, but suddenly the monster dodged the hammer like jelly. Then the guy realized that it would be harder than he thought and would have to try harder. While the guy was working, 13 was behind him talking about stopping him as soon as possible, as he was heading towards the settlement, but Zero told him to shut up. Everything was normal and peaceful in the settlement at the time. Everyone was working, markets were moving along, until some people started to notice something very loud and strange when he turned around. When the guy turned around, he saw a green slime behind him, and screamed so that all the people in the village saw it. Everyone was very horrified and begged for help. Here I personally manifested Zero, who realized how to hit correctly to hit his. He said that this is the end of the monster and was ready to attack. The monster was not as simple as the guy thought, and he took and split into a bunch of slimy strips and started attacking himself. It seems unclear who else is finished. The guy huffed and puffed as much as he could, but he couldn't hit the slime monster either, because it was very, very fast, which Zero had learned long ago, but he didn't know how to defeat it. Liquid monsters are the crappiest for Zero, because he always disliked them. They can always dodge his hammer and easily get him, and that pissed him off. He had to think of something. The monster was growling more and more every second, and the guy said to calm down because it was going to be the end. Zero was very angry, because he didn't like long fights. Through the shouting and the fight between the monster and the guy, people started shouting to the guy to stop the fight. Why fight here? Then some old man started yelling too because the monster was eating all the regular people's food. It's like the people here have low IQs, because how do you explain what they want? They want to stop the fight, but how stupid is that? How can you leave a monster? Not a person who understands something. He doesn't care about anything and everyone. How can they not understand that? And in general, Why the hell do ordinary people want to lead heroes who also save them? Are they normal or what? Zero was in full anger while the heroes saved them. In dangerous situations, help them, destroy monsters and villains, and generally help them. They are not satisfied. His partner realized that it is necessary to stop the guy, because now will be bad things, and people will not be quite good, need to act before it's too late. The guy is very far behind Zero, and the monster because he was out. After that, he could not even understand where he was for a long time. Not to run after the guy with the monster. Well, even if the guy was conscious all the time, he could not catch up with his partner because the guy was too fast. And then came the sarcasm from his partner. He began to ask why the guy did not use his miracle boots. He said they had a limited battery, so he didn't take them before the battle. It was obvious that he was very tired because he ran for a long time with all his might and still could not catch up immediately with his partner. As soon as he caught his breath, he said that for every monster or villain you need different ways to defeat. That's why his boots weren't very useful now. When his partner listened to this, he considered the guy with a douche nozzle. As douchey as it still made sense, which is what Zero said. And then asked if his friend had a plan. Immediately after his friend's words, the guy started waving in front of Zero and said that he was the hero Xiao Jianyu who could take this monster away. But his friend didn't quite believe it. The guy started to say that what he had before was not his full capability, and now he would show what he was really capable of. It was very interesting, and people were afraid of what he would do. But Zero realized that something bad might happen now, because he remembered his friend's bad experience that he said that everything was under control and nothing would happen. After a moment of time, the guy put on his miracle chobot and pressed that part of the button. You know, the blue lights came on so fast? Or is it the blinkers? Zero said maybe you shouldn't do that because it could end badly. So his partner said to relax and that he'd do it himself, so he flew in. Flying very high into the air, guy turned around and completely straight into the monster began to fly with all the speed and force. But the monster, like a stick on a stick, he does not care. And here's the moment of collision. Guy flew in so hard that all around lit up, and it seemed that the guy now really killed the monster. But it was not so. The guy flew into the monster, just stuck in him like a worm in the ground. It was both funny to watch and not very much, because now we'll have to save the partner Zero. But the guy already knew that this was what was going to happen, so he wasn't really surprised that it happened. Well, what to do with him now, because the guy never found out how to defeat the monster. And then the guy had a brilliant idea. If the monster is so fast and strong, then he should make his hammer faster and stronger. Then the guy swung as hard as he could, because he realized that he had to act while his friend was alive. He could suffocate there. He took it and hit as hard as his arms and body would allow. Even he didn't expect to be able to do it that hard. And when he hit, nothing happened. After a moment, Zero saw that the monster had gotten out of control in a way he couldn't understand. And that's when the guy got scared. Suddenly, the guy saw something incredibly strange. The monster seemed to be being eaten from the inside out, like it was writhing in pain. The place where Zero's friend swam into was clean, like the monster had been washed in that place, and it was weird who did it. Suddenly, that clean water burst like a bubble and splashed on the ground, washing those who were near the monster, and Xiao Zhan himself fell out with the water. As soon as the guy came out of the face of his water and saw that in the water was his friend, he was afraid that he was no longer alive, and called his name more than once. The guy was lying in a puddle of slimy and thick water, as if it was not water but some slug transparent. He did not give any signs of life. The guy called his partner dozens of times. He realized that he could not accept the fact that the guy could die. It was scary for him. But then he popped up, and he finally let him know that as soon as he surfaced, Zero ran up to the guy and started asking him what happened and why the water had changed color. As soon as the guy was out of breath again, he told about his another invention that had saved his life while injuring the monster. And suddenly the guy ruined his moment of heroism by calling it something so dumb it was funny. Plasma stick cleanser 2000 inches as usual. He told me that this thing works, so it can clean dirt, just by contact with it, and it's a dumb device, but it helped the guy out. And then the guy started praising himself, telling me it could clean everything. His clothes too. It's like a real commercial. While the guy was telling his tales, a monster started to crawl up behind him, but Zero noticed and told his friend. He turned around very quickly and sharply and immediately killed part of the monster with his miracle device, no matter how stupid it sounds. But it was very useful. It's like he turned so beat up the monster that there was a lot of will on the ground. So much so that the guy was almost up to his knees in it. And then the guy flew up into the air again. After he got to the maximum point in the air, he started to fall even faster than he was wounded. And in his hands was not a device, but a device. He said to himself that he had to show how strong he really was, because everyone thought he was weak and clumsy. That really hurt the kid. And finally, he flew into the monster, tearing through all the flesh, all the mud and slime like it was just water. It was beautiful. A couple seconds later, something happened that no one expected. The guy flew into the monster at breakneck speed, and it looked like he was going to kill the slug once and for all. After a few seconds, everyone realized that the guy was able to. They are their heroes. They saved ordinary people from death, poverty, and danger, because that monster could eat everything in its path, and all their supplies too. When the guy realized that they had defeated a very strong monster, he thought that their power rank would rise 100%. While the guy was standing there, he didn't even notice that a wave of water from the monster began to pour directly onto the settlement. It's bad enough to flood everything, along with the people. What to do? Immediately, all the water pouring over the city began to drown everything that was under it. Even the heroes themselves got into this paste. It is also thick as a swamp. People began to scream in fear that they are right now flooded. Finally came running the other two partners, Zero. They for some reason very much delayed. When they came, they were shocked at what was happening, because the village was covered with water. Then Zero and his friend came out of the water. Then their partner saw them and realized that they had to be rescued. But the glasses man lost his glasses because he couldn't help while he was without them. Suddenly all the water disappeared or was absorbed somewhere, or maybe it was done by one of the guys. No one knew with their abilities, but it was all the same. The main thing was to be dry and safe. Some people who woke up after the wave of water did not even believe that they were alive, because just now the whole city was literally in the water, and the heroes before their eyes could not even do anything, so they did not even have hope for them. People gathered together and said thank you to the heroes for saving their gastronomic district, because they had no hope for them, but they still managed somehow. And then all the water was almost absorbed, and some guy who was lying on a little girl, it turned out to be a man who didn't understand what was going on. He immediately realized what all the people were thinking, so he wanted to explain how it happened, that there was no misunderstanding. It is not what they thought. Of course, the hero is not capable of such a thing. But none of the people didn't listen to them either, and neither did the heroes themselves, who immediately attacked the guy with fists, because they thought that the man wanted to do something bad to the little girl. It all ended up well, of course. And yesterday was difficult for everyone. The guys were very tired of that monster. It was hard for them. But it's good that everything ended well. One of the guys began to talk about the man who was eaten by the monster, was the director of the biochemistry lab who has great ties to the underground, and it looks like their ranks should advance. Zero asked about that because if they had defeated such a powerful villain, then why not? The guy thought they deserved higher ranks. It was understandable. The guy stood up and started to show on the table how far all the guys had advanced. And it turned out that there were no changes, only the rank numbers had changed. All the guys were very surprised because the bosses their friend said was very powerful and influential for this should be increased ranks. Nothing clear. It was true not killed to walk on the man, but with him and the organization that he had, but is it bad? For that they deserved new ranks even more, didn't they? Thought it over. And then the guy started to tell about why everyone was deprived of points. And the reason was very stupid as it seemed to the guy. He was ashamed to tell about it, because he was very red. All the guys immediately realized something wrong and started asking in detail what the problem was, because if a guy blushes, it's probably his fault. So everyone was asking him a lot. He began to tell that everyone was deprived of a lot of points because some eyewitness reported to the association an unpleasant story through which everyone was like that. Somebody reported to the association that somebody was groping this little girl who had entered the guy's room at that moment. But nobody wants to do that on purpose. When everyone started pointing fingers at the girl, she was very surprised at what was going on. She had just walked in and already everyone was paying attention to her. It's a little weird and a little scary. The guy did not understand anything because he killed such a strong monster there, and why he was accused of harassment when he just found himself underwater near a girl he did not understand. He was out of it. The guy wanted I realize that others are not capable of the same were angry at him, or not at himself, but at the association. The guy was screaming and freaking out because not even his father called him a pervert. All the people who knew and understood that the guy was not capable of such a thing, of course. He is a hero and a normal person in general. That's why he was angry, because it's just circumstances. Of course, everyone realized that all the girls with whom the guy spent time were grown-up and educated ladies, and all no little girls there. He is a normal guy. But the guys still thought it was true that touching a little girl is not normal. Are they stupid too? They know the guy completely, but they still called him a pervert too. The guys as if mocked the guy called him a pervert, to which he almost cried and screamed that it is not such a thing. Because he did not intentionally, it all happened by accident. After bullying the guy, they paid attention to the girl. She appeared after they killed the monster, and completely out of nowhere, and still and silent all the time. And what do they do with her? When the guys were talking, the girl was very surprised. They asked what kind of child she was and wanted to ask her, but she kept silent and looked at them in surprise. Zero told them that for now they wouldn't discuss their friend, who they thought was a pervert. They needed to get some information from the girl somehow. Glasses wasn't interested in that at all. He was interested in what the guys would do with her, since no one here knew her, and she came out of nowhere, right after the monster. One of the guys started asking about the girl's parents, if they knew anything, and she's looking at them all very surprised, like it's the first time she's ever heard them talk. The guy who was considered a pervert said that she didn't say a word after they took her home, and in the meantime reached for those sharp snowballs, which the girl noticed. The guy went on about how the girl had been silent since the beginning of their acquaintance. Meanwhile, she grabbed the snacks and sat down to eat them right on the guy's partner. It looked perverted again. But he didn't care. He just stroked the little girl while she ate his snacks. Meanwhile, the guys were thinking about how perverted their friend was. The glasses man immediately, when he saw the spicy snacks, snatched them up and said they were too spicy for the kid, and he shouldn't set a bad example for her. Douchebag again. Well, the guy was not Big Borovich. They stole the snacks, there is no more food, and himself made the bespectacled man a remark why he took away the food from the child, and himself lectures. He also told that the girl was so silent because she ate snacks and got sweaty because of them. But Zero defended himself and said that the guy just didn't like them, and they were fine, so he shouldn't say anything in their direction. The guy took the snacks away from the kid and said that he would bring more tasty food for her, because it's not tasty in his opinion, and harmful as much as possible. But the girl didn't really like that idea. That's why she looked at him unhappily. But the glasses man quickly calmed the girl and said that he knew what he was talking about and would bring very tasty treats for the girl, and told the pervert to shut up. Zero told the glasses man to ask the girl about her parents if she already talked to him, to which the guy said that I have that one shut up and he will decide what to say. The guy started asking the girl about where she lived and what her name was, until the guy brought some goodies for her. At least she opened up to someone. No one knew how he did it. The girl became very lost and almost cried. She said she didn't remember anything. But it's a miracle that she started to talk at all. It's wonderful. If she can't remember that, can she remember something else? What the guy did, he very much asked this girl what happened recently. Before she got here to the heroes, that girl said that she is not what he says. Then the bespectacled man went to extreme measures and began to ask if the girl remembers anything at all. Maybe she will at least remember something. And on this will be great, thought all the guys, hoping for the girl's answer. The girl was very lost and almost crying, but began to think about what she remembered, and in her head she did not come to anything. For some reason she thought for about 5 minutes, and it seems that the result will not be. Well, the girl said that she was controlling something. It was very interesting to her. She talked about it with pleasure. She really liked it. Did she really? She was controlling it? After a long story about what she remembered about controlling something, the girl said that when she was controlling it, she was thrown outside and she lost consciousness at that moment. After passing out, the girl got up when the guy was on top of her, and she doesn't remember anything else, as the girl said, and the guys were thinking about it. What could they be talking about? Suddenly the girl asked the bespectacled guy, is it true that his brain cells died out because of the sharp sticks, and that's why perverts are so stupid? The girl was in a good mood, but the guys weren't too happy about it. The girl did not pay attention to the fact that the guy who had her in his arms was embarrassed for her words. She wanted to eat, and therefore asked the bespectacled man when they go to do it. The girl called the glasses man very funny, through which the partners began to ridicule him, saying, lol file, to which the glasses man was very angry and wanted to hit the guy. Zero laughed and said that he would call him Lolafeel. Now he was angry and that he would stop making fun of him. Great kids don't know what they're talking about. He put a lot of emphasis on it. While everyone was laughing, the girl repeated, goggle-eyed lol-file, when are we going to eat finally? The friend started hooting at his partner because even the girl called him that. The guy stupidly rushed to start a fight for his dignity because he was already very angry, but then he was met by his partner's leg, which let him know that it is better to calm down. While the guys were fighting, they didn't even notice that there was an unknown person riding in their elevator, and it wasn't even clear whether it was a girl or a guy. She was wrapped in clothes with his face, and that's why nothing was visible. The glasses man triggered a device to recognize if someone in the house is extra. It started flashing and glowing. Because there was an intruder in the elevator, you have to be on the alert. It could be the enemy. The guys couldn't get a good look at the person, so they asked in the microphone that stood in the elevator if they knew him, her, to which the person didn't react in any way. Weird. And after a couple of seconds, the man began to take off his mask and began to graft white hair of the girl, but still the face is not visible yet. She hides it or what? The guys couldn't understand. The girl took off her mask completely and started to tell that she had to come secretly for some reasons. Maybe it was because it was the secret headquarters of the heroes, or because of that pervert. When she took off the mask, she saw a beautiful woman's face with white hair. She said she had to keep talking, asked if the heroes could let her into their home. It seemed like a short story. It turned out to be a winter witch. The guys were shocked that she was here. That's why they immediately showed honor to such a woman. And Zero looked at her as if nothing happened. He always didn't care, but now even he was a little surprised. One of the guys quickly ran to the elevator and said that he would be the first to open it. Well, that guy was told that he was a sneaky, bespectacled lol-file, so they never stopped mocking the poor guy. The Winter Queen said that last time they never got to know each other properly and she didn't introduce herself properly. Whereupon she asked to not be so formal and to just call her Lady Lay Dawn. Again, the bespectacled man and his partner were very flattered to be told by the Winter Queen herself. But Zero, as always, didn't care. Instead, he said that the guy was overreacting to the whole thing and asked them to calm down. The guys were so excited that they offered the girl everything they could and couldn't. And the friends hired each other to go shopping, because all they had was spicy snacks, and the girl wouldn't eat them. Here, the girl remembered that it was necessary in the store her glasses, without which she sees poorly, on what the bespectacled man said that it is not a problem. It wasn't clear what he wanted to do, but Zero guessed. Then he asked if the guys are not too much courting a girl who sees for the second time in her life. They got very aggressive and told him to shut up like he was nothing. While the guys were arguing with each other, the girl was transforming, settling in, and looking at the place where the guys live, but suddenly, they noticed in the room She in the room noticed the same girl and asked who it is, and one of the team of heroes said that it is not what she thought, and they are not perverts, because now many gossip about the lodge. The girl said that they can relax. She does not listen to gossip because it could be just some divorce, or maybe it's just not true, or just a stack of circumstances. She also said something about, she said that you know that this girl was based on a sewer monster. Looking at the woman, the girl was very scared because it's the first time she sees her. Just used to the heroes and again. As soon as the guy realized what the woman was talking about, they were very surprised because they seemed to realize what kind of girl it was. Yes, it was a girl, and became the monster. She appeared immediately after his death. The guys were very surprised because Xiao Zhan was inside the monster could not even suspect that it was controlled by a small fragile girl. Zero was also very shocked by this information. After thinking about it all, Zero realized that it seemed strange. How did the woman know what kind of child it was? After all, she just saw her, and immediately told her who it was. Weird. The woman asked the guy if he suspected her of something, because from the information the guy understood, he could think that she belonged to another organization. That's what she realized. And then a bespectacled man showed her an idoo that was cooked only from the oven. It was interesting who he brought it to, a girl or a woman, but the box of baked goods was big enough for everyone. The guy came into the room and saw the woman and thought he had come at a bad time. He didn't recognize who it was. At least the bespectacled man is always smart, but now he said such a stupid thing that the guys were ashamed. Suddenly the girl laughed and said that she came here on business, so she asked to go to him. She came about the girl, as the woman said. I wonder what she wanted. The guys immediately realized what would be discussed, so one of them suggested to talk in another room. After all, in this room there is a child about whom they will talk, and this child is not an ordinary child. The bespectacled man took the initiative and suggested that the little girl play in the living room and have some food. The girl agreed, but the woman wasn't too happy about it. The guy took the girl to the living room and sat down to eat, and himself returned to business. All began to ask what the woman wants from the girl, and how did she know that she was here? It's weird. She said she'd start at the beginning with something she didn't know about her personally. That's why she's here, to see what she's like and how she leads you and what she's like. The story about her started. It turns out that she, as the woman said, was brought up in one of the girls' shelters of the very organization of salesmen. All the guys fell silent, because they probably understood what it was about. Glasses asked why the organization built those orphanages, because there seems to be a lot of times it had that name. What did they do with the children? We can only guess. She said that your organization did experiments on humans, and hundreds of children died because of failed experiments. It was horrible to listen to, but they knew it wasn't going to be a good story. And it turns out that this girl is the most important element for that organization, because she is the only one on whom they were able to conduct a successful experiment. The guys tensed up immediately. Will they fight with them again? But what was most disturbing was what the woman said about the victims. How could hundreds of children be killed for the sake of some experiments? They were shocked and appalled at the same time. It was horrible. The boys were enraged, and in one voice asked, "How does the woman know about the same horror?" After all, if she says so confidently, it's obvious that it's true, and they know the woman. The woman said that she had been watching the orphanage, the organization, and the children themselves. She herself was not happy about what she had learned recently. Hundreds of children killed because of some experiment. Zero realized that she seemed to know about it and did nothing about it. He asked her that question. His anger was visible from a mile away. It wasn't normal to touch a child. It's not normal to touch a child, and it's not normal to kill a child. It's an atrocity. The girl was silent. She must have known about it and didn't do anything about it. Zero got up and started screaming at her. He was very angry because the girl was a hero too. But what kind of a hero is she if she couldn't even save the children knowing about them and just watched? She is no better than the organization. The girl told the story that if she did something, she would be eliminated, and all the information she had would be taken away, and there would be bad consequences for her. But Zero didn't take it easy. He got even angrier. So the girl, in order not to hurt herself, left the children to fend for themselves because she could get hurt. It was brutal. He crushed the girl so much that she was shocked by it, because she couldn't even move. But no man had ever been able to crush her so quickly before, and it was the first time she had ever been crushed like that. She was shocked at how strong Linjiti was, without even knowing his strength. How strong is he really? Only he knows. While Zero was yelling at the woman, his guys couldn't reach him to calm him down. But with so many 10 at once, one of the guys had already lost his voice before Zero could hear. The guy said that he lost control of himself and started apologizing to the woman. He knew he was wrong when he started yelling at the innocent girl who was shaking with fear. The Winter Queen must have had her reasons. Maybe she didn't have a chance to save the children, or the organization had a bunch of connections to just kill the woman. The girl who was finally able to breathe confirmed that they did have a lot of connections. This is what prevented her from saving the kids, and she regrets it, because they are children. As the woman said, their organization was created to distract the public. In fact, they mocked people and children. It's terrible, and know about this campaign many people, but about what they do only a few. And she herself, well, and now them. The boys were shocked by what they heard. They also mock people, how the authorities do not notice anything. So many children die just because of the experiments. What a bunch of freaks they are, Glasses said. Zero was shocked. It turns out that many people know this organization, but almost no one knows what they do. It's just horrible. It's a good thing that at least one of these guys is safe and secure. That's when the kid realized this was an S-rank criminal organization. How could so many people not know about such a horror in a company they know very well? Plus, a bunch of other people have died because of them, and still no one notices, like the S-rank hero who was killed recently. That's a high level of professionalism, and they managed to pull it off. It's amazing. Goggles was shocked how they took over the S-rank organization so easily. It's very surprising because they are almost all E-rank themselves. And of course, 13 would be very surprised that they were able to do that. When the woman heard the Glasses man's words, she immediately started laughing. Because they couldn't have captured such an organization. It makes sense. So it was all staged or something like that. Of course, they delivered the organization to the Heroes Association, but soon someone secretly released them. Who did it is yet to be found out, and they have no idea who did it. The guys found out that the criminals escaped badly were shocked. It did not make so much effort to catch them, and they just left, and it was very bad, because the criminals are at large and they know about the heroes. One of the heroes started screaming really hard. Who dared to do such a thing in front of the association? And how she didn't even notice it. What a bunch of scumbags. The anger was strong in all the guys, especially since neither the association nor the heroes had received any information about this organization. They'd missed a diamond in the rough to trample on villains of this caliber. It was obvious to the women, and Zero's not as dumb as he was on the test. He immediately knew what it was about and was the most angry, mean as a dog. The woman confirmed the guy's expectations and hunches. He thinks right. And while Zero was talking to her about one thing, the guys on his team didn't quite know what it was about and just sat there listening like fools. This man had managed to leak information from the Heroes Association. This was the worst thing that could happen, because they could find out the weaknesses of the heroes and defeat them all in one fell swoop. Zero's partner immediately realized what he was talking about. Someone from the Hero Association could do such a thing and get away with it. What a bunch of scumbags. What if this person is trusted by everyone, even the president? I don't know what you're talking about. What kind of person would betray the association? If he does, it will be very bad. and it may be found out by someone, then he will not live. So many heroes will find him in 5 minutes. The woman confirmed the hero's words and said that he is right, but said that she still hopes that it is just a guess and it is not true, because she trusts this man. This man has a lot of connections, and he runs a lot of labs, and the woman trusts him, but as they say, trust but verify, because this man, even though he's been in the association for a long time, he's always in the shadows. That was the president of the city's heroic association, Rum Oyai. Even though he was the president, he was only the president of the heroes, not the real heroes. He always thought that was the most important thing. That's why she didn't trust him very much. She told them all about how he was connected to this situation very much, and the guys didn't really believe the hero who was talking about the president. It didn't seem right. She told them that he also does experiments on people like the people who report to him. He's also involved in a lot of deals with criminal organizations. The 8 strongest clans are under the control of the Uyuan family clan. That's what she meant, the president of the association in this whole criminal mess. It was very hard for the guys to believe it at all, after all. It was the president of the association who was betraying the association. Zero put all the puzzles together. And it turns out that the president and the corporation of genetic non-modification in collusion with each other. Also, the woman herself was at first difficult to believe in such a thing. For a long time knew the president but knew that he is capable of such a thing. But one of the guys was not up to jokes and said that suddenly the woman wants to do it on purpose to turn the guys against the president. How to believe in such a reversal of events? The girl, of course, expected them not to believe it. So she took out of her, some kind of a collection of sheets and started pouring out some papers, somehow in shock because of where the girl got these sheets from. They were pretty big how they even fit in there. It wasn't where she got them from, but what was on them. There were contract participants and secret pictures of the deals. It was more than evidence. The guys realized that the girl had brought it all for a reason, and it was true what she was telling them. They didn't guess that she wanted to ask for their help. So they asked her. But she said she is here. Us first is that she is asking them to take care of the girl who doesn't remember anything. She survived hell, so she deserves to have normal communication. Zero was the first to yell that as long as he was here, the girl was safe. So confident was this guy. He was very strong compared to everyone else in this house, both physically and mentally. And his partner at this moment immediately began to develop a plan. Their opponent would be Asterisk Genetic Modification Corporation Asterisk. But they didn't know when Ruyo Yang would make his move, and what it would be. Therefore, the guys need to be ready all the time because anything could happen at any minute or even second. It makes sense that the guys can't overlook all the villains, and the president himself. The Glasses Man realized that they need to face this corporation. These days, they don't even know who they're talking about. Ideally, they don't know them or what they look like, but to meet for battle. Zero heard this and came up to him, hugged the bespectacled man, and said that he and the guys would have to meet not only face-to-face with the corporation, but also with the president of the trader. The face was not predictable. The guy mocked specifically began to say that if the guy is scared, then he is that, and it turns out it will be necessary to give them our lowly. The guy was immediately afraid of this arrangement and said that he's not afraid of anything and he'd never ever give lowly to anyone, no matter who it was. He wouldn't give her to anyone, of course, but that's what the guy was counting on. He's there to motivate his friend. While the glasses guy ran away, what was the reason for her visit? After all, she only said the first thing, and he was the only one who noticed it. The woman said she really hoped the guys would help her deal once and for all with the corporation and the trader president. The woman said that in 3 days the president has to make a deal with the corporation and she will send her men there to arrest anyone who catches their eye. The woman said that she needed all the guys, especially Lin Ji, to capture the villains and the president, to which everyone wondered why Zero was separated, until they remembered that he's the strongest guy in the room. For those who didn't understand, the woman said that she needed the guy especially because he was very strong and could knock out a rank B villain with one punch like he did in the association. When she heard that, she was very impressed because she knew who was going to test the guy and could not even think that he would be knocked out with the first blow because she understood the strength and power of the guy. For Zara, these words were like a balm on his soul because he was praised. And who doesn't like to be praised in such a way? He smiled and thanked. First, she asked if the guys would accept her deal, because she needed their help, especially Lin Ji, as she had said. Helping in the battle is yes, even though it will be or just but for what they did to the children. He just can't refuse the woman's help. He himself wants to bury them for what they did to people. His partner insisted on refusing, because they're already tied to it. He doesn't want any unnecessary problems with corporations and the president. If something goes wrong, it's all over. Goggles was the first one of them to click that he's gonna help because he needs to protect his Loli. He's seriously worried that something might happen to her, and he would protect her from everyone. The woman shouted that she would no longer allow innocent people to be hurt, and they would no longer be able to do what they had done before. Because now, we would protect people and their rights. Leaving their headquarters, she said that she hoped for all the guys. One of them came up to her and shook her hand. His friend looking at it was very angry because he also wanted to do it. This girl is his dream. When the guys were seeing the woman off, she said that she had to leave town for 3 days, because if she didn't, the president could catch her and the whole plan would be over. They understood her plan. When the girl had already left, the guy sat at the table and cannot accept what has already happened. So quickly and also suddenly and abruptly, it turns out their own president is a traitor who works with some villains. In this case, that the president did not find out about their plan. They need to be as careful as possible for a few days. It was very frosty and unclear how much time still need to be aware of the events. Zero was just thinking about how they were going to take out the general and the soldiers of the association and the villains because the whole team is very strong. And then a bespectacled man came into the room, showed pondered in their actions, then in general. The whole plan bespectacled man came in and said that there is one problem. The girl ate all that the guy bought her just recently, and again began to eat spicy snacks. The guy from the man's company said that children need to eat a lot in order to grow and develop well, and he added that he himself was very hungry, and said that he had to go buy something. There was no more food left. The daughter soon started screaming. He asked if it was dangerous that he wanted to go out when they already had a plan. If the kid gets spotted, the whole plan goes down the drain. Asked if there's any fear of taking a man in the middle of a large crowd, especially a child. And then everyone remembered what the subhumans who abuse children did. That's why they did not decide that the girl should be dressed up, because it is better not to walk on the streets like that. Especially the girl is so small and helpless, she can't even talk. Soon the whole company and the girl poisoned in the hometown of the guys, and there it began. The first who met them was the younger sister of Zero, who immediately began to ask him for information. She started asking why he was calling her, and abruptly started talking about some girl needing clothes and stuff. How and what could she understand what was going on? The girl was in a big rage at her brother as always. While the girl was beating up her older brother, looking towards his company, she saw a little girl there, who herself started the conversation by greeting the lady. The girl was very upset and confused when she saw that some girl was shouting at the guy she knew. She was afraid that she was in danger and almost cried. The guy's partner said that his friend's little sister sounded more like Loli the Warden than a normal name. He said this and laughed, to which Zero told him to shut up. When the guy's younger sister had already met the girl, the brother started talking about what kind of girl she was, and why she needed clothes so urgently. So the guy told her about what? He told the girl the whole truth about what happened to them and where the girl came from, and said that it was a real story. He said that she was used as a guinea pig. The guy immediately realized what was going to happen and asked her not to cry, and that she should stop crying, and that she should stop stinging the child, because it was a horror to treat a child so badly. The guy said that the girl has no one, so she can rely only on us, and she does not even have normal clothes. None of the guys do not know how to choose clothes for girls. So-called Sister Zero. The girl realized that she needed to give her brother her hand and told him and his friends not to worry, because she will fix everything. This woman is emotional but strong. She asked if the girl was full, and if she could go shopping for clothes for her as a present, to which she said she agreed. She was very happy. As they were discussing what the girl should buy because it was already summer, they should buy something for bathing, like a swimsuit, as Zero suggested. It turned out that around the corner stood the same three from the team Golden Horn. They were discussing that the whole team came with some girl in the store, and the 13th is not with them, so you can attack. The head of their team said not to pay attention to the woman, because the president said that it would be better if the whole team surrendered themselves. And if they don't want to surrender, they're heroes or villains. It's unclear whether they're heroes or villains. In short, he won't teach them manners, so to speak. But Zero is not as easy as the villains thought. He immediately smelled something not dead, as if someone is watching them, and this someone is very evil. The guy was just like he didn't care about anything at all. He asked his friends if they noticed those assholes I was following them, and why not ask who sent them. To which you money of all friends said that they are just walking bodies, and there is no point in wasting time on them laughing together with a friend they talked about them. While the guys were talking, they moved away from the girls. Then realizing that they could do evil to them, they asked them not to leave them and not to lag behind too much. Zero suggested the girls go inside the store while they talked outside to catch the guys who wanted to do something to them and question them. At first, the sister was hesitant to go herself, But then looking at her brother, the girl realized that it was better to do as he asked. When the guys led the girls, they quickly headed to the tree behind which stood 3 villains and started talking to them to see what they wanted. The men smiled and laughed at the same time. With anger in their heads, they said that here comes their new encounter, and now the 13th will not save them, thinking that everything is so easy. Well, the guy said I had a pretty good match, and it didn't take long for either of them, kneading their fists for battle and smiling at the mutual themselves. The bespectacled man immediately began to tell him what the heroes wanted, and what Here said to them to come closer to talk normally. It was clear it could be a trap. And then the man took out of his pocket a long order from the president and said that they had better go with them if they did not want problems. He smiled further. They have some kind of plan. The bespectacled man reacted very aggressively for some reason. No one even understood why he was so angry. Zero stopped his friends shouting because he wanted to say something. He said that it would be better to go to some other safe and quiet place, because this is not the place for fighting, because there are a lot of people who can get hurt. So from there, the guys went into some alley and started talking. The company of heroes began to ask what the men already wanted, and told them to lay everything out. The man realized that these are not the same boys from the association, and said that then will not make a scene, and will say everything directly without going around and around. And he started talking. The man started talking about how the president told them to bring the boys to the Hero Association to investigate something, and they told them to bring the girl. The guys realized it was a trap. One of them started to turn on the fool and ask what the hell kind of investigation was going on, and why did the guys have to be there with the girl? They knew why. They just wanted to see what the guys would say to him. Eventually, the guys told that the Hero Association was looking for the Winter Queen. I don't know who it was that the guy saw her before the woman left town, but the guy didn't care about the fact that they wanted to bring them to an association that was completely saturated with a traitorous president, much less what they would do with the girl. Well, the guys said that this girl was considered a threat, and they couldn't help but listen to the association, so the men arrived and started following the company. The guy immediately didn't like their response about what they thought about the girl, to which the men started yelling, and all the lezu said they were told to do this, and it's not fashionable to ask them. Zero's friend said that if the guy can't justify the reason that they have to give the girl away, the guy won't give her away, because they don't want the same future for the girl that was the past. Zero had teeth on his face from anger, and he said with anger in his head that they can't give the girl away because she is the main evidence of criminal activity against the law, to which the guys said they would have to go to extreme measures and forcibly take them away with them. The guys, I really liked this plan of theirs. It made them even more angry. After all, why should they forcefully go? The guys got angry and asked if they wanted to cooperate with the men. If not, it would be very easy for them to deal with them, realizing that the guys would not do anything about which of them asked to leave them to him. The men were very angry, for they would have thought that if they had an order from the president, they would go with them. But the guys knew the president was a traitor as well as his men. The man ran up to the guys and swung with all his might to hit someone, saying that he shouldn't be blamed for what happened. But in the end, Zero dodged his punch and swung at the man himself, and then the guy got right in the man's face, and it happened so fast. Nobody even realized it. The guys thought their big friend was going to knock them all out with one punch, but he didn't. After the punch, the man flew a long way away from everyone. He hit some rocks. The guys who saw it were in shock. Some kid sent their big brother into a stone wall. Realizing what had just happened, the main guy turned around to see his partner's face was mangled by a very strong fist. Then there said that they were not even afraid of the Hero Association, and the man doubted the guy's loyalty, and said that they better come to their senses. On the guys knew that the real traitors were now in front of them. Zero looked at the guys with a smile and said that he had a plan. He would beat the men so badly that they wouldn't even be able to talk, so they wouldn't be able to tell the president or anyone about who beat them up. Well, the men didn't like it so much, they said they'd beat the guys up themselves. But it's not clear how they will do it, because the strongest of them is already in the wall, which they hope. While the man just swung, Zero was already on the other side and was ready to hit the man while he was lost from the way the boy beat up his partner. As the man started to hit the guy dodged sharply and punched him in the stomach himself. The man's pupils disappeared from this such intense pain, and there was only the white of his eyeball. It was so strong. The blow was so strong that he also hit a rock, even harder than his buddy. No one expected him to be so strong, like a little fragile boy, but so strong. And only each of the golden horns was embedded in a comfortable rock, with a face as if they had been run over by a tank. Zero didn't even bother hitting them and called the men minnows. It was daring to question their affection for Loli, and they paid for it. They are definitely not sweet now, and now they are eating rocks. Now they won't be able to say who defeated them and what happened. Glasses asked why the men didn't even say a word like they're gonna get revenge or something. Well, his friend said that the men are off and sleeping sweetly, just like princesses. Now the guy understands everything. Turns out the Hero Association can use sell people in broad daylight, just like they can get Zero's sister and that girl, and me any way they want to steal everyone. All the guys and forgot about their girls, and when they remembered, they broke out of their seats like a frenzy and ran towards the store where the girls entered. There were bad thoughts on their minds that drove them on. The sister of one of the guys stood at the entrance and shouted why the guys had left without warning, because they had been waiting for a long time. But she didn't know that they had more important things to do, so they were angry. Glasses almost broke through with anger and started to tell what really happened, what made them say they wouldn't go to the store. We threw them, someone behind his back shut his mouth, and I need to know everything. Zero shut the bespectacled guy up and said he just wanted to play video games and asked to keep him company, and the other partner let the bespectacled guy know it was best to keep quiet now. He began to ask about the little girl who was with Zero's sister, because they were very worried about her, and not long absent. The girl was very important to them, and not only. The girl was happy, so they realized that everything was fine. She confirmed it by showing that she was playing with her friends on the playground. Then she told the girl to come to her and called her Moo Moo. The girl really responded to this name. The girl shouted that she would come over when she was done playing. After a couple minutes, the girl ran up to her and the guys heard her name. One of them asked if it was just him, or if the girl had called her that. Well, she said it was true and she thought it sounded nice. To the guys, it sounded nice. But one of them thought that maybe the girl didn't like the name and asked if the sister had thought about it. To which the girl said that of course she had and she liked it. Asked again and said it was true. It really is a weird name. Then the girl started to say that she thought it was necessary to leave the girl at their house, because there she would be safe. But moreover, the girl had no place to live. All the guys were against it, because they wanted the girl to live with them. And the girl's brother was also against it, because he didn't want to be bothered with a little girl. Zero looked at his friends and couldn't understand why they were so angry, but they said that Loli belonged to everyone because everyone had saved her. While the guy was yelling to his friend, his sister came up behind them and said that she knew what they were feeding the girl and what they were doing to her. The guys knew what the girl was talking about, so they got scared. The girl told them that she knew about absolutely everything, about the snacks and the perverts. She was really mad at the guys, so she took to hitting them over each other's heads like little kids. Zero, why you didn't want the girl to live with her, so you started talking, even talking her into not even going for it. The girl is marked and very dangerous to be with. But the girl didn't care. She wanted to take her in. She seriously didn't think how serious the situation was, so the guys tried to explain it to her. And then the girl remembered about her brother and began to tell that she knows that the guy can beat one blow on his baton's B rank. Hearing the praise, the guy of course agreed and said to rely on him. My friends were not quite happy about that, because it turns out that she will live with him, and not with a bespectacled or another guy from the team. The guy was most unhappy and said that Lindsay was the strongest of all the guys, and it was better to leave the girl's defense to him. So the bespectacled guy had a difficult job to do. He needed to inform Miss Dong. He was just glad it was his job because he really liked the woman, or rather her. As the last partner said, he would upgrade his weapon, just in case there was a battle with a complex monster or villain again. While he was thinking about his weapon, the girls and boys left and talked about food, each telling what he wanted to eat for lunch. Zero, for example, wanted meat and mashed potatoes. It was all great tasty food, but the guy was deeply offended by the company, because when you try to make weapons and no one is interested, of course it will hurt. In the evening of the same day, the president of the Hero Association was visited by guests, who told the man what had happened in that alley with the heroes. Hearing that the heroes of rank D had been beaten by the pathetic people of rank E, he was furious. How could this be possible? And why the heroes he had sent were so weak like the girls? After listening to all the cries of the president, the interlocutor asked to be calm, because he wants to say something interesting, how he will justify such a disgrace, or what he will say, and then he really calmed down the president. He said that his men are now in their house, and the men who obeyed the order of the president will no longer see at least this night dawn. While the president was talking and thinking about what he had been told in his house, Xiao Zhan was trying out and examining his new device, and it looked cool. He didn't seem to notice that he would be ambushed in his own house. Some woman was sitting behind a secret wall watching him to see what danger he was in. She was scrutinizing his weapons to see how the guy could hurt her. Great if she didn't know that, she couldn't attack him, because he might do something she didn't understand. While he was examining his new device weapon, the woman was looking at his abilities very carefully until she realized that he was just vibrating. After he poured it into a glass, it's clear that he took it and drank it. and drank it with great gusto, much to the surprise of the secret agent who was watching the guy. The guy was very happy that he had succeeded, and talking about how cool it would be to drink warm milk in the middle of a battlefield, and the woman at that moment was very angry. She thought he was a serious guy. And then the guy heard this sound, and shouted, "He asked who else is in the house besides him in the house?" The girl immediately realized that she was burned again because of herself. After the girl realized there was no point in hiding anymore, she jumped out from behind the wall and said she was the one hired to kill the guy. He started asking where the woman was from. The Hero Association or the corporation? After all, you gotta know who the guy's about to beat light as a girl. Well, the woman said that he doesn't need to know that now, because he's going to die right now. And then the girl rushed towards the guy with some kind of weapon in her hands, and the guy just stood there and watched. After a second, he told her to try his unclean bat. Did he have a plan, or was he talking about the milk bear? So the woman starts screaming. Boiling water from the milk is poured on her. It's not a common weapon, but a hot drink can burn your face and more. Although the girl realized that it is just milk, but it is hot, very sticky, and has a terrible smell, the woman does not tolerate dairy products, especially milk itself. But still, the woman is now on a mission, and she needs to finish the guy and not think about the milk, so the girl woke up and began to attack him. But the guy was not standing. He also began to swing and dodge. And then sharply the woman took out her weapon and hit with all her might on the guy and missed, because he very quickly jumped back. And then in a second the guy took out of his pocket a remote control with a red button. Life showed that the red one is the most dangerous. And the guy confirmed it. It was a trap. Around all four sides were subdued by large spikes, similar to the invention that the woman had seen recently. I wonder if they just shoot everything with milk. The girl realized she was trapped. All four sides were covered in spikes. Looks like they weren't the ones with milk. She's basically screwed. The girl should have killed the guy herself. Well, it happened the way it happened. She could be in trouble. The guy starts talking about how these spikes are the same ones with milk, but this one's newer and stronger than the last one. The guy said that now the girl would either be covered in milk or the woman would bathe in it. It sounded really horrible to her. The woman was sick of him being such a jerk, going to beat the woman with milk. It sounds like the mind of a lunatic, but it's real. While one of the guys was having a milk fight with the girl, the other guy was drinking hot tea, watching a TV show, and reminiscing about his past life, before he was a hero and afterward. But most of all, he liked to think about how cool it used to be when he was useless and lazy, who just lie around and watch TV. And then the sister, with anger in her voice, began to shout to her brother why he doesn't show respect to those who now do something, instead of lying down like himself. The girl began to teach her brother to live again, because the bespectacled man after eating immediately went to Mrs. Dong, and Zero so, and sits watching TV. She was very angry at her brother, and told Mumu so that when she grew up not to be like this uncle who is always lying and idle. The girl, of course, understood. But the girl was not at all to that. She was getting high in a warm bath, and she really liked the girl's song, so the girl asked to sing it again. In 1 second, the girl asked her brother to bring a dry towel for the girl, in order to wipe the little girl dry because they were already bathed. And while the guy went to get the towel, outside the window of his house under a tree sat a killer who came to kill everyone in the house and take the girl. While the man was thinking about his plan, Zero came up behind him and said that he could hear everything, which scared the man very much, because he didn't even give a squeak to be noticed. And who was it? The guy was shocked at how quickly Zero reacted and told him he was dead for provoking the hero. The guy realized he was very cocky about his power here, and realized that the man's strength was no match for Zero's. And that's just how confident the guy is. For a man, it was kind of arrogant. You saw that the guy's small, he can't do anything. That was a misconception because Zero was very strong. But the man didn't even think about it and didn't realize it. He said that his strength was the same as Rang A, and he thought he didn't have a chance. And then the guy pulled the hammer out of his pocket and hit the so-called hero with all his might, who overestimated himself. The guy asked why he was talking so much instead of fighting, because during this time he could have finished the man. After a hard punch to the hero's jaw, he got even angrier. He called the guy a bastard and said he would kill him for such insolence. The man said he'd have to show real strength for Zero, as if he'd be afraid of anything. But he didn't care about the man's words at all. Suddenly the guy was twice as big and stronger. His eyes were red as if he had blood in them, and his anger was unbelievable. He wanted to kill the guy, but Zero didn't move an eye. He told him to talk less and fight more, because Zero was already bored. He didn't even fight properly. He just screamed like a madman. It was even more annoying that Zero was sick of talking non-stop. Because of this anger, the guy again hit the opponent, and that even more buried the man in the ground. The man was completely shocked because his strongest form of strength did not protect the man from the blow, although it should have, incredibly. How strong Zero is? Zero was about to leave again. He didn't even care. He just calmly hit the man, calmly walking with his back to him, like he didn't care about anything. Throwing his hammer on his shoulder, he said that if the guy had already gotten it in the nuts, then let him go, because the guy should have been watching the show by now. Well, the man wasn't satisfied. He told the guy to stand there and not to go anywhere, because he had something for the guy. I guess the man hadn't tasted the boy's strength yet. Hearing that, Zero asked him if he didn't have enough, or if he needed to add more. He's so annoying, he can't even watch a TV show because he's so pushy. As the man explained, it was a serum that gave insanity, but it was still in the testing phase. But the man didn't care. He had to beat the guy. He swung the syringe and stuck it right into his big pumped-up chest. The name itself made the guy tense, because it was the first time he heard of it. The man began to transform into some kind of monster, and Zero was a little scared because it was going to be a very serious battle if he hit the guy at all or if he missed again like he always did. In fact, the man is now equal to S rank because he injected that thing into himself. He really wants to kill his opponent for arrogance. It's an incredible feeling of power for the man. He's become very, very strong, and his thoughts have grown even more, and so much so that Zero was surprised. But he didn't even let it show, because he injected himself with something he didn't understand, and that doesn't make the man scary and bad. At most, it gives Zero even more motivation. The man was very strong, but not so strong that you could take the opponent and squeeze in the palm of your hand, especially a fighter like Zero. The more he talked, the more he pissed Zero off, and the less chance he had left, for Zero looked at the man, but knew that this big upstart would do nothing. The guy still thought about the serum. It sounded so funny, like it would help a talentless man become a strong, talentless man. The guy said it and laughed out loud, which pissed the man off even more. After a moment, Zero turned the hammer into a sword, which struck the arm of the monster hero and cut it off to hell. That more than surprised the man, although he knew what kind of sword it was. Even though it surprised him, he was still cold-blooded and said he didn't care about it, and he wouldn't deal with the monster as easily as the guy thought. The guy screamed in pain. I yelled that there would be no more like him, no more heroes, and this current hero isn't as easy as the guy thinks. In a second, the guy just healed his arm like a lizard, like nothing had ever happened to it, and he said he'd never die. But that didn't scare Zero. He just got angrier than he was. He was sick of this self-generating jerk bothering him and healing himself. The man saw it and asked if the guy was scared, but he didn't care about that. He just needed to swing his sword again, which wasn't hard. But the guy didn't even know what the word scare meant, so he told the villain, and then his sword turned into a big hammer. A big hammer. Zero was furious at the man's insolence. Did he really think he could beat Zero? Ridiculous in the guy's opinion. Let's see how fast you'll regenerate if he kills him right now with that big hammer he created right now. He was so angry that it seemed the man wouldn't live. The guy was wondering how the man would regenerate after someone broke the hero like a toy. His adrenaline was running high and his aggression was rising. After hitting the man, he actually broke him and literally dug him into the rock. Standing up and looking at the man who probably wasn't breathing anymore, he asked him why his serum was so weak, but it turned out the man was still alive. This one was in complete shock what a killing machine this guy was. His strength was about S rank, but he was still able to do it. To which the guy said he wasn't a machine, he was just a regular lazy vegetable who just watched TV and ate spicy snacks. It sounded really weird, but it was partly true. But really, the man didn't need to recognize this all. He just said it didn't matter, and one day the association would finish him off like a little mouse. If you can crawl away already, said Zero to the hero, leaving with a big hammer on his back. He said not to interfere with watching TV and lazing around. How many nerves did the monster take out? Although the man was angry, but still he said that even if he beat the man, he can still be happy for a couple of days because the association will send high-ranking heroes for his team and himself. Lying in the stone blanket, he said that they would come not only for his team and the guy himself, but also for the girl and his little sister. He shouldn't have said that. He said it now. He could be in trouble. After the man touched him and his little sister, and the girl, the guy was in a huge rage. How dare he touch his family at all, and so brazenly? Because of the man's insolence, he ruined himself. The guy didn't want to kill him originally, but what he just said would be wrong. How dare some unknown hero touch him? When the man heard that, he got scared like a child and said that the guy can't kill him because the law of the Hero Association forbids killing people without permission. Well, the guy said that he is no longer a hero, and has not been for a long time, remembering the time when he was the best and generally the first superhero. It had been a long time since the guy had been a hero. He had even forgotten what it was like. After what happened with that very syndrome, the guy was just a regular person, and even a very lazy person. Menso was a pain in the backside son, but until he said about the association taking his sister, along with the girl who was important to the Winter Queen, he had said he would let his weapon take its true form of magic, noted he, and the ball itself glowed blue fire from Zero's anger. He had said too much for nothing. And then the hero realized what was the sword in the guy's hands. He immediately realized that now he was going to die in the middle of a dark and silent night, because it was a sword of justice, a ball that was ready to kill anyone. Seeing the guy in the form of some killer, he was in complete fear, because he realized that now he will be her sweet, although he will die quickly and without any agony, but death is afraid of all when a step away from it. The guy told the man to get out of here before it's too late, but it's unlikely that he will run away will help him to survive, because he too pissed off Zero, and so easily he will not leave. Well, who wouldn't want to live? So Majuk starts running with all his strength, both his own and the serum's, but it wouldn't help him for what he said about the kid's little sister. Zero believed that failing to protect those we care about and the like was the greatest weakness of all. That's why it's necessary to put an end to it, and finally kill the bastard. After massacring the hero monster, the guy went to his house and was met by his younger sister, who had just gotten up because of the noise outside. She asked her brother what those noises were. Well, the guy told her about what was outside, but in a softer way, saying it was a performance and it was beautiful, laughing on the doorstep. The girl didn't even pay attention to what her brother was saying about some villains and heroes, just asked which one of them had won, like she'd just gotten up. To which the guy with a smile answered her that the superhero won, of course. That is, Zero won, but he didn't want to burden her with unnecessary problems to make her sleep better. The guy went up to his sister and stroked her head, and she said that it was great. Good always beats evil. It's an eternal law. After talking a little with the guy, the girl said that she went to sleep further and wished her brother good night in a sleepy and tired voice. The guy, with a calmness in his soul and a smile, said good night mutually, knowing and thinking that whatever happened, he would never give offense to his relatives, and especially to his favorite sister. Meanwhile, inside the secret building, the president was yelling at the heroes who were supposed to kill Team Zero. He called them useless and trash. After all, they did nothing, as the commander of all the people who went on the mission was no less angry at his men, because he had sent some of the best, even those had failed him very badly. The girl apologized that she had failed in the task. She begged him to give her another chance, but the man was too angry because the girl had lost to a guy whose weapon was milk. But the man said that there is no belonging in it, because already a lot of houses where he could hide bespectacled man searched but never found him. All these scoundrels got out of their own way, and now we need to do everything to catch them. Another man said that the man who went as a killer to Zero's house does not give signs of life, and most likely the guy killed him. The girl was in complete shock how this can be, because he took with him a serum of insanity. The man said it's all true, and the city of N did not notify the association of his appearance of a hero of rank S. I guess that lazy vegetable could kill him so easily. The man thought that the guy took some trickery, which was extremely difficult for them to find out, but that was just their thoughts. In fact, the guy was doing a clean job. He said that they'd put these annoying guys down for now because they had a deal in 3 days, which was much more important than this whole thing with these assholes. Just in case, the man brought some much stronger heroes from headquarters to deal with the guys, and not just the guys, but the girls as well. After a while, the guys and girls went to the amusement park, probably to have a little fun and to cheer up the girl. After one such ride, the bespectacled guy and the other guy through the teams got nauseous, so Zero told them to get away from that so they wouldn't get in trouble. They went through each of the rides and the girl was having fun, and then they came to a ride where you have to hit the toys with a hammer, but instead of playing correctly, the girl hit the boy with the hammer. After all, the attractions in the guy were already completely begging to rest, but the girl said that they will go for ice cream and then again will go to have fun. Well, it was great news for the guys that they were going to go play by themselves, because it turned out that playing with a child was harder than fighting a battle. The boys confirmed it. Why exactly at the time when the company and the girl I'm watching, the guy's sister, wanted to go to the mall and store with Moo? Does she even think about her safety or not? But Zero's sister said that if he doesn't agree, but that's it, then he can only eat his chopsticks and not even touch his sister's food, which she will cook herself. That was the argument for the guy. Goggles? No, they can't. Then why did Zero bring them here if his sister said something he didn't mean? Sam said that he saw his parents off to a neighboring town late last night and they should be taken back today. The guy thought about it and said that it's all small things. It's not a problem that they have to go through together. In fact, they have to go through fire and water together because they are a team. One of the guys asked the bespectacled guy why he was traveling so much with his parents. It was strange why he had to drive and rush around. Knight Karika said that it's not for nothing. He's afraid that those guys who knocked on his door will come again. And I also, this morning when he went back to his second uncle's house, he found that he was broken. The other guy also began to tell that he has the same case. Well, almost in the past men in his home, so broke into a woman with very lush forms and a tight suit. While the bespectacled man was thinking about his family, the guys on his team were sitting around whining to each other about what kind of hitmen they had. Zero had a man who didn't even give resistance to the guy, and it was boring for him. And then the bespectacled loner thought of an important point. Every one of these guys has been visited by someone, and every one of them is a target for heroic association, and they're looking so fast. And then another guy from the team added that even if they failed today, they'll definitely send someone much stronger than the mediocrities that came before. But Zero, as always, never thinks ahead, and when his friends voiced it, then he realized that it's not over yet. And it's logical that it's not the first time they came for them, but it's clear that it's not the last time. Zero realized that he didn't want any unnecessary problems. He wanted to finally watch TV at home in peace and bite chips and snacks. So he said he was going to go and punch the president in the face. And the other guy came up with a more ingenious plan, but unfortunately it wouldn't go through, because the plan was to have 13 go after the president for his failure. Zero thought that if the 13th was already affected, why didn't the goggle-eyed guy with his powers teleport him here directly to help the guys? But the goggle-eyed guy's powers weren't strong enough for that. But if it's about the 13th, why doesn't he create a global catastrophe to divert the attention a little bit? But still, the guys laughed together and said that his power is not enough too. And then Zero's sister appears out of nowhere and literally orders the guys to go with her and the girl to some vengeance to eat. The guys were talking to themselves about their own, and when they heard the girl obediently said that now they go, it is not clear why, but they are 100 times stronger than the girl was afraid of Sister Zero for some reason. And while the guys were talking to each other and to the girl on the device that Miss Dawn gave to the bespectacled man, messages started coming one after another. Having listened to their partner, the guys came up with a joke for him and said, if the guy needs to go urgently, he will have to, so you need to do everything urgently. He agreed with them, of course, because it's Miss Dawn. You always have to be ready for her. And the guys at the time came up with a way to make fun of the bespectacled loser. The bespectacled man immediately noticed a strange smile on their faces. He thought that the guys were definitely up to something, and not in vain his thoughts were about it. He went to Miss Dawn, who called him. It was in some office, and there he and some girl had a little privacy. He was having fun with this girl and touching her breasts. He didn't realize how it all happened so fast, and he wasn't thinking about anything. And then while the girl and the guy were enjoying themselves together, they heard the loud sound of a photo being taken on the phone, and who could have burned them? When they turned around, they saw Miss Dawn. He immediately realized that he had to get out of it, and began to talk about how the woman had misunderstood everything, because now it could be bad for him. It took just a moment after the guy started to justify himself, and he was suddenly hit by a woman's strong kuchach from something flew away. It was the same girl with whom the bespectacled man was having fun at that moment. It is unclear why, whether from fear or in order to remove suspicion from herself, she hit the guy. And after that, she started pestering her older sister and begged her to give the phone to the girl, because she did not want such pictures to be with her. They need to be removed immediately. But the guy didn't care that he was hit or that they were burned. But why did the glasses that the glasses man gave Miss Dawn end up at her sister's place? It was between the girls, but the woman gave her sister so easily and on purpose these glasses to make such pictures for themselves, because at any time you can laugh. The girl immediately realized that her sister did it on purpose to set up such a thing. What impudence. But Miss Dawn was all even fun. It turned out it was all a woman's idea to blackmail her sister. Mean is her middle name, but it's not just her. It's also her mind. She offered her favor for her sister's favor, to which the girl said she would never do it in her life, wondering what her sister was asking her to do. It's not clear, but it's very interesting. When the girl realized that this is not enough, and it is necessary to stress the girl, she began to tell stories about how cool it will be when the woman uploaded to the internet her pictures and all her fans will see it. And it will not be good. But it wasn't about the pictures. It was about the family and the Ouyang clan and Dawn. They were talking about how if things don't go according to plan, Dong's whole plan is over. They can't be exposed. They were talking about their own things, and they weren't very happy about this conversation at all. Even better to say that it was not good for them to talk about it. And the bespectacled man didn't quite understand what they were talking about. The girls were discussing that if the girls' plans fell apart, both clans would resist, and it would be very bad for everyone. The girls were sad because their clan and themselves were at stake, and they had a very bad feeling about it, one or the other. But they both hoped it was just a worry. Miss Dong said that Rui Ouyang was a bad guy, but that normal heroes and people have known that for a long time. He's a traitor. He was supposed to help and save people and children, but he ended up turning into a monster. And then the woman brought up the topic of heroism sharply. She asked her younger sister why she became a hero. Does she still remember or has she forgotten? She started yelling at the woman, saying that she was only doing it for the sake of her family and the Don clan, while they were in such trouble with another strong clan. But the girl didn't like that her sister was going to be such a hero and asked if it would be all the time. After all, being such a hero is too dumb. It's not at all called heroism, as the older sister thought. But the girl was depressed, because she already thinks about it a lot, and the sister more and more pressure. At this time, the bespectacled man didn't understand at all what was going on, what happened, and why the girl left so depressed. Why did Miss Dawn give her the glasses? But the woman said that everything is fine, and she just asks for some time and her sister to join the heroes, cane to them. Eventually, the woman said that she was tired and really wanted to sleep, which she went to do, thanking the hero for helping her. The guy agreed and said that he would go then, but leaving he asked why he had arrived at all, because he had not done anything. Leaving the house, the guy shouted why it was his glasses the woman gave his sister, and the woman put them in such a place that it does not fit in the head. When the guy came back, he saw a pile of smoke from a distant high mountain. It looks like something broke, or someone broke it on purpose. And the last option? There's a battle going on up there. But then he heard that it was his assholes who got into trouble again. He was sick of guys fighting so often. The guy's guess was right, because Zero and his partner were already in battle, fighting more heroic villains, while the goggle-eyed guy was riding around. It turned out to be the guys from the Hero Association again, who were probably even stronger than the last people, and they wanted the same thing again. They started doing the classic show about how guys should give up and blah blah blah. Guys get told that 10 times a week and nothing. Zero and his friend didn't care about the empty words of these assholes, so they didn't even listen to them and just kept fighting while they talked about giving up the girl. But it didn't help. They will never go for such a thing in their lives, so they will fight until they lose their pulse if they have to fight for their girls. Zero ran up to the jock and hit him with all his might. His eyes and his head were full of anger. After hitting the jock, he fell like a child, and his friend started to get very angry that Zero had hit the jock's brother. He said that his revenge would not be long and painful. He would just blow him up. After a moment, he threw a lot of bombs at the guy, and then in a second, he blew all the bombs away with one punch. It was very strange because it was the first time the man with the crying had ever done that. After defeating the enemy, Zero looked at the men like children who were helpless and beaten like puppies, but he realized that the association allowed him to kill them. After Zero had beaten them all by himself again and won, he started to rage at his partner. Why is he standing there while the guy has to fight all the time? He didn't even try. Leaving the place of beating evil heroes, they further argued for the fact that Zero's friend still, if necessary, would have helped. And so he sees that the guy coped because he did not interfere. The hero from the association thought, I could. How many people you sent to kill this Lin guy? He defeated them all. Who's this guy and why he's so strong? Diffused all the bombs with one punch. As the guys walked away and laughed together behind them, the heroes suffered the pain that Zero himself had done in the battle to free himself and his family. Eventually, after they resolved their issues, they went back to their girls, who were not thrilled that they had ditched them without telling them where they were going, but still lunch on schedule. Zero was very happy that he had once again protected the girl and his little sister from any heroes. He was proud that he could protect his loved ones, and not only loved ones. As the guys were leaving with the girls, they heard a loud voice of a bespectacled man yelling something to the guys. He was afraid that something had happened to them while he was gone. One of the guys turned around and started mocking the bespectacled guy, calling him an errand boy, because while they were fighting, all the guy did was go to Miss Dawn's house. But the girl in front told them not to fight, because it could always be something serious, and told them to go faster because she didn't want to be late for Zero. I'm not a god. The guys, Zero's younger sister and the girl, went to the movie with pleasure, thinking it was interesting and funny. But Zero himself didn't really want to watch the movie for some reason. Meanwhile, in the Hero Association, there was talk of new beaten heroes, and it was already talked about the Ghost Hunter. He is the hero number 1 in the city N, who was unhappy with what was happening. The president was furious because he didn't realize how strong the guys were. They're beating up every hero, so who do they send out there? He said he'd have to make some changes in the future. The guy said he can take care of them. As long as he gets paid, he doesn't care what he does, and he guarantees it'll be done in the best way possible. Yes, maybe this guy can win, but the guy said that there is no need for that, because all it takes is to catch the girl and only for the document, and it is not worth the time of the best. He said he had better things to do instead of these knuckleheads, and stood back and from behind her threw a sheet with the information he needed right at the hero. Turns out his goal was kind of easy, which was to steal Miss Dawn's sister, the Winter Queen's cake. But the thing was, she was probably from Town B. The president thought about it for a very long time, So much time working with the Dawn family, and Miss Dawn dared to drag her sister in. The man told the guy that the man said that if the girl shows up for tomorrow's deal, then the guy will start the day after tomorrow. And the man said it would be hard to handle her at all. The president realized that even the best no heroes in the city would not be difficult to defeat this girl, so he would give something from their production. That is, from the production of the Ouyang clan. And what did you say that he is very grateful for such a gift? Why will it really be difficult? And not just difficult, but maybe very... Some time passed, and the guys quietly rested at home with Xiaozhang and just relaxed while everything was calm, but it was also suspicious. 2 days later at your guy's house, they were lying around and talking about the fact that yesterday for some reason no one even tried to beat them up, and it was weird. Well, Zero was bored. He was calmly crunching snacks and enjoying life, because for 2 whole days nobody comes to them, and they can have a good rest. But one of the guys said to the goggles that not everything is not just so maybe they are preparing a grand plan in order to finally defeat the guys. And then Miss Dawn finally appeared and gathered the guys to show them something. She was smiling and very happy, so there was nothing wrong. After a second, a girl who was the Winter Queen as a rank A hero, and better known as the Ice Goddess, or even more simply Miss Dawn's sister, came out from behind her. The girl from the first second when she saw the guys, and especially Zero, said that he looked like another useless weakling. Too bad it's far from knowing everything. This really pissed the guy off, and he started yelling at her, saying that it was useless and generally talentless lazy, because the girl was allowing herself too much. Miss Dawn had to talk to her sister about it yesterday, thinking that these 3 guys are weak. Not knowing what even one of them is capable of, she said they should give up. The girl explained to her younger sister that Lin Ji is not just a guy, he is very strong, even though he has no towers sometimes. But the woman always remembered that incident at the headquarters. The girl immediately realized that the woman knew what she was talking about, so she didn't pick on Zero. But still she was worried about the 2 guys who were with him. They only looked weak. And then the girl saw the yak of the guy who touched her. She called him a pervert, and that he didn't know how to do anything, and he looked like he was sleeping. The girl said he was a 4-eyed, shameless pervert because of what happened at Miss Dawn's house. The guy immediately realized that their friend had something with her. They stood and shouted at each other for a long time, until the Winter Queen became furious. She brought them to introduce them and generally familiarize them with the case, not just a friend quarrel. You two all obediently sat down and started listening to Miss Dong. She told you that tonight the president of the association has a deal with the Genetic Evolution Corporation. And the subject of the deal is a madness serum. Zero told what he knew about it, why he had to meet one of them. The madman was regenerating his body at a great speed, and his strength was about 1 rank higher. The woman began to confirm the guy's words, because it's all true. If this serum spreads throughout the city, it won't be very sweet for the heroes, so we need to do something urgently. One of the guys began to ask what they should do, because in his opinion, all they need to do is to catch the president and the representatives of the corporation. Then there will be no problems. The girl also said that they also needed to capture the serum as proof. She said that she had already called a meeting of the Hero Association, and as soon as they capture the serum, they will immediately bring the charges. But the only thing her sister was interested in was what their plan was. Well, it was like just doing missions, and very well, and responsibly with no other thoughts. To which the woman told fully what everyone would be doing and the main assignments the woman herself had. She took on Rui Ouyang, although she wasn't afraid of him. But her sister also thought these guys were weak. After all, as much as she was told they were the best of the best, she didn't care at all. She was angry at the bespectacled man and Zero. And while the girl was angry, her sister got some new information. It was very strange where she could get it from talking to guys and a girl. The information was that Loli, or Moo Moo, who was saved by the guys, was now in good hands. The guys were very surprised because she was supposed to be with Zero's little sister. And there was also the happy information that the helicopter of the corporation accidentally overturned and fell because of a strong earthquake. I was informed by the people on board were SS-ranked heroes. The guys immediately remembered the jokes that the 13th could do such a thing, but it turned out that it was not a joke, and he really did it. And for the earthquake, the Genes of Evolution Corporation suffered serious losses, and now they refused to capture the girl the guys had saved. But for Zero, the odds are never important. All that matters to him is that he has to win on his own, or with a team. That's all he thinks about. Well, it's only right that he wins. The other guy had a slightly different thought. He was thinking that these same guys who flipped were doing horrible experiments on Loli. And that's great. They can beat everybody. And the Winter Queen's sister thought differently too. She's the team heroine, so she needs high morale and willingness to act from her partners. Goggles was also angry that this corporation had leaked all the information about the guy's family. That's more than enough to want to kill them. And Miss Dawn was motivating her partners. She knew that if the guys were sluggish and insecure, this operation wouldn't be of any use. The operation will take place in our city, or rather on its outskirts. The president and his heroes had to wait that night in the peach orchard and look out for the helicopter. And so it happened. The president stood and waited at the exact spot where he had agreed with the corporation. When you arrived, the time was exactly as everyone was supposed to meet. When they arrived, the head of the corporation said that they were here to receive their goods. Well, the president noticed that he only had 2 escorts. So what's wrong? But they just said they realized the president has no faith in the Gene Corporation, and they realized that, and that the old man said he had no reason not to. After the conversation, they did get to work. The man said his product was right there, they could check it out if they wanted. That's what Miss Dune thought the corporation would have no people. While someone had an important deal to make, there were a bunch of muscular men sitting in ambush at the Winter Queen, touching Zero and thinking about how strong he was, even though he had a lot less muscle. But the guy listened to it more and more pissed off. He was tired of being touched by men, although deep down it was nice that they knew him and thought so well of him, but when they touched him it wasn't very cool. They've heard a lot of things about this guy. But then the woman told them to be quiet, because they can burn all their positions, then it will not be very good, because they will fail their own plan. And then one of the guys shouted for all the muscular guys to move out to the battle. Wherever it's almost over, they're sitting in ambush. All the guys immediately broke away and ran towards the president to disrupt the operation, but the Winter Queen of the evening gave no sign of attacking, so you all swarmed on the president and almost ran him over. Of course, the president didn't expect this to happen now. He knew it could happen at any time, but not when... He was angry because if you think about how many people the Winter Queen had brought in to derail the president's deal, but he wasn't so afraid because he had some of the strongest heroes in the city, so he was protected. Very protected. While some were attacking and others were defending themselves, the head of the Gene Corporation started looking at those who had disturbed their deal, and then one man made him very angry with his presence. The man saw Zero. This man he thought was very powerful, that's why he was so nervous. He knew that the bastard had killed the devil, as he said, and the bastard's comrades had already destroyed their research. If they're here for a reason and they're after something, or rather a deal breaker. The head of the corporation said he's got the goods, and if that's the situation, he'll fly out. The president said that he did not expect such a breakdown of the deal, because if from her, he would not have sent so quickly companion. When the Winter Queen saw that the deal was done and the man was already leaving with the goods, she told him that it was not that simple, and they would leave as quickly as he thought. A moment later, the woman shouted to her younger sister to do her job. Suddenly, the girl turned into an ice angel. After the transformation, the girl started attacking the villain's helicopter, and they realized that things were bad because they had no one to do anything. The president saw this situation and shouted to his subordinate, the ghost hunter, to take his position. It looks like it's going to be bad. That guy's hearing was excellent. He heard his president and took his position. Somewhere in the distance, on the mountain, a star began to shine. It looked like a party was about to start. As soon as the guy heard what he was told, he answered what he heard and prepared to fight, waiting for the right moment. After a mech, the guy stood in his famous and said to himself that the hunt had begun. He realized that everything depended on him now, so of course he couldn't let his own down. A second later, a lot of bullets flew straight into the back of Miss Dawn's sister, because everyone knew who the ghost hunter was and what he could do. After all the missiles hit the girl, her wings shattered from the impact. When the woman saw her sister hit by the missile, she started screaming hysterically, because this is not the girl she would kill for right now. The woman was very angry and a little lost. She didn't expect the ghost hunter to be on the side of darkness, even though she knew that he would sell his soul to the devil for money. Zero. I understood what kind of guy the girl was talking about, but one of the men from their team said that he was the #1 hero of the city N, and he was a sniper with deadly accuracy. The woman realized that they had to change plans because now they had one less fighter, and not just any fighter, but one of the most important. She told her what each of the guys had to do now. The man she ordered to take out the bodyguards of the head of the corporation. And the first one he saw was a girl. He told her that even if she was a woman, he would kill her anyway. Zero went to do the job the woman had ordered him to do. With his team, the guy was also ready to kill anyone. A team is like a family. While they were dealing with the lesser heroes, the Winter Queen got close to the president to deal with him, but that very time said that she would definitely not do anything to him herself. The woman said that even if she dies here, she'll kill the boss of all this shit. Because of him, her sister is in danger now, and a bunch of kids are suffering because of him. So far tomorrow, I've been dealing with the head of corporate. Asked him about his bodyguard and hero, about the devil. He was wondering if he killed a man with an insanity serum. Zero wasn't even interested in the names of those he'd beaten or killed, and now he didn't need to, because he had a more important task than thinking about the man who was gone. All he had to do was fulfill his task as assigned by the Winter Queen. He told himself that no matter how hard it was, he never gave up, and he wouldn't now. The task he was asked to do was to finish off the bastard who had been abusing children for a long time, including Loli. What made the guy even angrier was that he knew all the information about the guy's family. While everyone was fighting, the bespectacled guy went to the woman's sister and asked how she was doing, adding that they didn't need a girl to get hit in a split second. He told her that he had scattered a lot of glasses in the woods, and now he was going to take her away so that she wouldn't get hurt even more. They couldn't sit still for long. They had to help their team. But the girl was not quite happy that the guy wanted to help, and said that she was weak after all, she did not need help, and she yelled at him because she was hit by the #1 hero of the city, Anne. The guy was lost and didn't know what to do. He was in total shock that he had just found out who ran over Miss Dawn's sister. #1, while he stood in shock, did not understand what happened, and how this hero even appeared here. The girl noticed that the guy that flies into the guy, but she herself is lying down from powerlessness. Realizing that either he would die or she would protect him, she had to quickly stand up and defend the glasses man before the shell killed her teammate. She had to create a lot of ice to protect herself and the guy. But defending herself for a long time is not a good idea, because the girl will get tired of this eternal tension, especially she can't find out where the bastard is while she is in this place. Of course the guy wanted to help the girl, I don't know how. You too. If he teleports her to another place, he won't be able to find out the location of the ghost hunter. While he was thinking, he heard some voices in his head asking to use the ability, calling the guy a king. It was very strange. Why and where from? The guy was very surprised that someone addressed him not by his name, but as king. It was quite strange, and he wondered if he was the only one hearing it. It turned out that his own glasses were talking to him, but it seemed to the guy that they were talking nonsense, because they were saying that they were leading the guy on the way to becoming a king. The frightened lad asked what the voices were saying to himself. The glasses said he was the sole owner of the glasses, which looked and sounded very strange. This guy realized that with these glasses he would unlock his real and true potential, and of course new ranks. The goggles said it was all true, and they were at the guy's service. Also that teleportation was not the limit of the goggles' capabilities. The keyboard would multiply, for example, to contact the guy's powers and unlock their true potential. While the guy was standing and thinking about his own, began to mutter to himself, while the girl was protecting him and trying to him because she will not be able to protect for a long time. In a flash, the guy woke up and ran towards the girl, and why he wanted to grab her to be weird for the girl. He just was a defenseless rabbit, and now he wants to take her somewhere. She asked him what he wanted, and why he wanted her to go with him, to which he replied that he knew how to find the ghost hunter. The girl's face became funny from surprise. Goggles took the girl in his arms and carried her away from the battlefield. He moved away to a safe distance. He put the surprised girl on a tree branch, and he began to analyze the information from the glasses. While they were standing, Goggles calculated in all sorts of trajectories in the air and on the ground to detect the target. After 5 minutes, the target is still detected. After clearing the target, the guy yelled out that he found the ghost after all. He couldn't believe at first that the goggles could do that and calculate. The guy started to run in the direction the goggles were pointing and said he was close to the ghost hunter. But then he got a surprise. While the guy was muttering to himself, the girl didn't quite know what was going on. So she asked what the glasses guy was doing and where he was taking her. A second later, the guy flew to the same spot and shot a man who looked like a race car driver, and the glasses guy actually hit him. The girl was shocked, because how could he find out and freeze him, not just a hero, but the best in town? How strong is the guy? The girl thought. The guy said it was his wisdom glasses, which he used for a long time without realizing their capabilities, and had only recently found out. But it was not to be. Behind the goggles in the tree sat the same ghostly hunter, who probably expected that this could happen, and therefore did not worry, and just hid. That stood and praised himself, and his glasses until the girl saw behind the guy a big black follows a man. It looks like everything is bad, and it did not expect it. While the bespectacled man was talking about how smart his glasses were behind him, he heard the crunching of twigs that the racer was making. After the girl shouted, he turned around and saw him. It turns out he wasn't the person she had frozen, and he had anticipated everything, as the guy thought. After a moment, the racer just jumped into the glasses guy and kicked him in the face. which turned his glasses into useless glass. He threw the decrepit guy to the ground with his boots, and it looked like he was going to kill him if he didn't do something, but what do you do in these situations? Nobody expected this kind of setup. He asked the naive guy, did he really think he could take on this city's best hero so easily? This plan is so dumb, it makes him laugh when he realizes he was meant to be caught like this. All the ghost hunter had to do was set a trap for the goggle-eyed man, and for a hero of that level, it was more than enough to make him fall for it. But the girl wasn't that dumb. She knew who the glasses guy had frozen. It was X-Mark. But why would such a hero need him? The international government needs him to catch the most dangerous criminals. To which the hunter said that Ouyang Feng had gotten this special item. Well said that his settings have been changed to the right settings for the Hero Association. This thing is now made to annoy superheroes. The girl literally felt like she was being eaten by thousands of worms, little by little and very painful. The guy stood there and laughed at her and her pain. She mocked and talked about how she knew how to endure such pain, point his weapon at her. He talked to the girl like she was some kind of rag. After a short conversation, he offered to kill her quickly and painlessly. The girl felt wrong, because she didn't want to die now. She had to think of something. Even after the bespectacled man was trampled literally, he from the ground said that he would not even think for such a thing. I guess he's not so weak at heart after all. He said he'd never let a girl get hurt. And after saying that, the guy pulled out an iron stick from under his sweatshirt, and with all the strength he had left, as soon as the guy touched the hero, he immediately threw him about 50 meters away from him, and did it with great ease as if nothing had happened. He didn't care what the guy did. He said he wasn't worthy of life. His place was death. He was cold-blooded and insensitive to everything in the world. The girl asked how much the man paid him. She didn't care. She said she would pay twice as much. She didn't want her or the bespectacled man dead. What is there to say that he can't change what he was told to do? He just needs to do his job with honor. After saying that, he said goodbye to her, ready to shoot. He brought the gun to the Ice Queen's face and was about to shoot, but then the bespectacled man appeared and repeated his words before he flew away. It's his duty to protect the girls. He shouted to him once again that he will not let the girl offend, because he is a hero and must protect people, especially girls and children. Even if he will be threatened with death, he will not throw them. Then the guy swung with all his might and hit the ghost and said that he was an annoying, meaningless piece of shit who was starting to bore him. He thought this was impertinent and said that if he had such a death wish in him, he wanted to fulfill his wishes. After saying this, he hit the guy kinda hard. But the blow was strong enough to make the guy fly away 50 meters from what happened. But for a robot, this force is recognized as for some children. Although the girl considered the glasses man a pervert, but she felt sorry for the guy who could be killed now. Especially it was his team. And he wanted to defend himself for the girl, no matter how he was. But the bespectacled guy didn't care about anyone, and for everything he shouted to the girl that he would never abandon her himself. And then the guy pulled out the very red button from his pocket. This really pissed the man off. He yelled his displeasure. How this dot of theirs was able to do this so quickly. And especially what was that red button? And where did he get it from? After he got it, Miss Dawn ran. It seems that button means a lot, and something serious is about to happen. If he's asking the girl to leave. The robot realized that this was not a good thing, and something was about to happen. He was very angry about it. Some obscure bastard might be about to blow the hell out of the place. The girl immediately realized that he was telling her to clean up because something bad was going to happen, so he was going to die with the enemy too. It turns out he wanted to sacrifice himself. After a second, the glasses man turned off. The girl, as soon as she saw that, she started crying, because this guy was a pervert as she thought, but he wanted to protect her. While the glasses man was out, the enemy wanted to use this opportunity to quickly kill the girl. He knew that it could end dangerously. In the world, the girl started counting to herself from 10 to 1. He knew her all. Had to learn all the information about the girl before fighting them. Because he knew what was happening now, and it would all end badly for him, this crucifixion spell. And in a moment, the whole enemy and around him was covered in ice. After the girl froze the anti-hero, she immediately ran to the four-eyed protector to see how he was. But he was out and covered in blood. The girl realized that it was her own fault that I took the guy seriously. After he behaved in such a situation, she realized that this guy is a real man for her. At the time, the feuds continued where it all began. Everyone was fighting the same way. The man was trying to get closer to the woman from the corporation, while the guy had thoughts of killing the woman, then thought about making a deal with him. But he didn't need any agreement, he had a mission. The man realized that there was no point in counting on the bodyguard girl anymore. She was giving up on the fight, and he was essentially alone. He ran away from the guy for a long time, and through this the guy was angry because what kind of a man who always runs away from the battle, as if he, so to speak, pissed to fight. He realized that if he was alone, It was very serious, and he would have to fight with the guy. The man may have underestimated the enemy, but if he did, he was wrong. While the guys were running, maybe he didn't even notice he had nowhere to run. He realized it was bad. He'd have to fight him, and he didn't want to fight him. He knew he'd have to face him. He knew the guy had killed a crazy devil, and underestimating him would be stupid. He understood Zero's power. After a second, he pulled a syringe out of his pocket with an unknown liquid. As it might seem at first, he took it and stuck it in his neck. It looked like this. The guy looked at faces and realized it was again the madness serum. Didn't know everything man because he can be very strong and Zero can underestimate a man. In them, the man turned into a machine of some sort. He seemed so big he would be even stronger than he looked. That's what he said. And now he thought about how he didn't care what methods the guy used against the devil to kill him. He said Zero would definitely not kill him himself. After a moment, the man still and hit the guy with a big stone fist, like he was really stone. But clearly the guy wasn't that easy. After Zero dodged the crazy man's punch, he laughed at him because he couldn't even do anything. That's the laugh and helplessness. 2 in 1, said Zero. He was of course expecting such a blow. That's why he dodged that botched attack so quickly, after which the guy started attacking himself. After all these words, the guy took out his hammer and jumped on the man with it. He was ready to smash the freak who was making a fool of himself and running away from the guy. After these thoughts and words, the man yelled at him to attack. Then the guy hit the man with all his might. The man's red eyes almost popped out from the blow. After he hit the man, he's embedded in the ground and the rocks are like his own. What kind of strength does Zero have? How strong is he? Can he kill anyone or what? While the guy was lying there, probably already dead, yelling at him for a long time, even though the man was probably dead, yelling at him about how he let him do a lot of things so he could have some chance of winning, and a blow of that magnitude literally flattened the man like mashed potatoes. His tongue was out and half his teeth were gone. The sheer force of Zero's strength was unbelievable. Meanwhile, while the guy had already dealt with the head corporation, the Winter Queen was dealing with the president of the Hero Association, and it looked like he wasn't having a very sweet time either. Suddenly the girl hit the man with her attack. She thought she was going to do a lot of damage to the president. He was standing in a pile of smoke and mumbled something to himself. He said that his other armor could withstand more than that, and her attack didn't leave a scratch. Laughing at the girl, his armor really didn't care at all. The girl wasn't upset, just confirmed her speculation that her strike wouldn't penetrate the president's armor. After all, he makes a lot of money and can afford such a thing. She said that for the sake of such a day she risked everything, because now she can destroy the president just light as a fly. Then she abruptly came to melee, which I noticed the man when she jumped up to him to start fighting. Strange what she wants to accomplish. While the girl is done with the president, he said he was waiting for it to kill him. Surprised the woman. She didn't expect him to ask for death. After she got close to him for a melee, caught the woman and said he was giving her a chance to change her mind and get on the right side. But it's not that simple. Well, you have this woman sassed him and said that she had made her choice a long time ago and would not change it. This made the president very angry, and he said that it was no problem for him to kill the woman now. In response to this, the woman said that he was not so quick to rejoice, because she realized that the man will prepare and it was logical. Well, it is clear that the girl also did not come for nothing. After a second, she created in her hand some crystalline flour and threw it right on the man's shoulders and neck, then realized that it was all a toy and it wouldn't stop him, and that the woman said he was the one who was naive and all she needed to do to harm the president was blink. Well, what did that mean? What would happen when she did that? Even though the crystals have grown all over the man's body, he can still move. So he jumps up to the girl and grabs her by the hair, and she yells out the name of a famous guy. Zero appeared near the woman and the president in a second. He was ready to kill another intrusive asshole like a mosquito to squash without even feeling the force. As soon as he appeared near them, he asked if his name was called. He knew it was, but he just asked it. The woman understood that too. The guy, as soon as he asked the girl if she called him, swung his huge bat and hit right in the face and body of the president. From such a strong blow, the man was covered with stones. The woman herself was shocked, though she knew the strength of the guy. She almost gave her life to make the president suffer, and he did not feel anything. But then the president started to speak again. He didn't like what Zero had already done. He said that it wasn't all that the man was capable of. The woman didn't care, because without armor he couldn't do anything. Maxim, what the man could rely on was his speed, which he couldn't use. But the man shouted and asked them both why they don't think the president is here at all. Say after that question, the man pulled a syringe out of his pocket with what appeared to be the same serum. Zero was once again very angry at everyone's reliance on power tools. If you can't win with your own strength, Why are you trying? How stupid is that? But the president interrupted the guy and said that he wanted to see how powerful he was, because he had injected the insanity serum, and it was supposed to turn him into an S rank. The woman saw that the president had become much stronger and that she couldn't beat him while she was terrified. The demon president told them not to even think about it. He said, "Don't even think about running away." He said he'd kill them quickly and painlessly. He was grossly overestimating his powers, Zero thought. After he said everything he wanted to say, he shot out of his hand something very fast and seemed to kill. The woman was scared and thought it was the end, but the guy put his baton against the man's attack, and it repelled everything that came at them as if nothing had happened. The woman was very surprised that a simple wooden baton could repel such a strong blow. The president was also alarmed as he realized that even such blows could be repelled by this madman's baton. After all, this attack was equivalent to a rank S attack. Then Zero swung his baton and said that it was the guy's turn to take a couple of blows. The guy said that he couldn't take his blows now, and the man hoped for his shield because it was now made of serum. Well, the guy not only broke through the president's armor, he did a tremendous amount of damage to the man. It's amazing this guy is strong enough to win S rank. The president was shocked how the guy passed the Heroic Association's ability observation, and how did you not notice such a huge strength of the guy and report to him? But the guy was surprised by his words. He couldn't understand what the ability observation was, and it seemed to be his association rank E guy. What's wrong? Although everyone realized how powerful he was. The president thought he was bluffing. He said that even if the guy was ranked like the man himself, he shouldn't have been able to defeat him. There's some speculation, but still the president started to rely on his speed because he got behind the guy and told him the same thing. He thought that if he was fast, the hero couldn't get to him. He felt he had an advantage, so he swung with all his might and hit him. And then he realized he missed, but he didn't know how. He thought he was fast enough to kill the guy. He wondered how the guy could get faster than him. He thought he was supposed to be the fastest. But life isn't that easy. While the man was just thinking about how fast Zero was, he was already behind him in a second. How did he get there so fast? Because of his anger, he started swinging his arms at the carousel. 1, 2, 3, 4, each one missed. It was impossible for the man. After one more miss, the boy said it was time to stop, which made the demon angry. How could such a little boy resist? He said he'd rather end it right now and come home to the couch to watch a magical teenage girl. Such a strong guy watching such nonsense. The guy didn't like what the man said for his favorite movie, so he swung and hit the president with his power hammer, and he buried himself in the rocks, just like the guy's past enemies. After the blow, the president was knocked out. He was lying so still that the girl thought he was dead. But Zero said that he was controlling his power and he would wake up soon. The girl saw that the guy had put down an S-ranked man and realized that this guy was not E-ranked. He was at least S-ranked, and that was very surprising. Well, even weirder was that the guy himself didn't know what rank he was. In all seriousness, he said he didn't know, and no one had done a thorough test yet. After Pink, the girl suggested he go see how the other partners were doing and how they were doing. Then she added that if she had known the guy was so strong, she wouldn't have gotten beaten at all. Meanwhile, the man with the red-haired girl was almost done. He told her to give up, because all her men were beaten, and she herself was left. There was no point in fighting further, because it was a loss. During the conversation, the girl said sharply some incomprehensible words for the man. In fact, she said under her nose to the guy who was behind his enemy. The man could not understand what happened, because why did he start to say incomprehensible things and look behind his back? Incomprehensible, some woman. But then she said that the guy behind the man defeated her with a bat and milk. It sounded like the last nonsense. What is she talking about? The woman seemed to be dead serious. She was very angry at seeing this bastard, as she said. So the woman said that even if she died today, even if the girl died today, she would take with her this disgusting guy who defeated her in such a stupid way that she was laughed at. After all this, the girl attacked the guy with threatening words. She really wanted to kill the guy and was very angry with him. When the girl jumped on him and felled him, she picked up the hero and pulled a knife out of her pocket, while Zero and his partner came over to see how things were going. She picked him up and grabbed him with her big hand and put the knife to the guy's throat, saying she was going to stab him. Of course he got scared and started begging for help. Zero at that time talked to the guy about what he had done to make Miss Dawn's plan successful, and he replied that he had sacrificed his ass to keep the enemy at bay. The woman was ready to stab the guy on the spot, but he started talking about how he could help the girl get away with it, alive and unharmed, in order to survive himself. This reassured the woman, but she did not believe that he would do such a thing. It seemed to her 100% deception. She immediately thought about it because the point of helping him, He told her that her mission was failed, and if she just kills him and runs away, she will be searched for by the Hero Association, only not as an employee and hero, but as a criminal. After listening to the guy, she told him to continue his spruce words because of the dearer in his voice. She wondered how the guy could help her. In the end, he proposed a variant of this so that everything would be fine. For him, it is necessary for the woman to simply disappear as a murdered person. And the guy will do everything so that no one knows and does not see her. It sounded tempting. But in return for that, he demanded a task that wasn't clear. The woman immediately thought he was talking about something fishy and started to get even more angry, but he calmed her down a bit. But still, she was freaking out and screaming. She didn't like the fact that he even gives a job to a girl. Who does he think he is? So the guy told her to calm down and listen. But the guys said that they would not help because he himself offered her all this, but also confirmed that they would keep the woman's identity secret from everyone so that she did not worry. When she heard that the other more serious partners told her the same thing in security, she calmed down and asked what her mission was. The guy was almost crying. He was almost killed for a simple request that they did not want to listen to, and this request was to help call an ambulance. Just a fucking ambulance. And then the woman noticed in the distance some people. She almost immediately realized that it was those People ID Hero Association, came at last. But what will happen next? And then a voice appeared, trembling and crying. It was begging for help, and everyone immediately paid attention to it. What kind of girl is that? Crying in the distance. When she approached, everyone saw the Ice Queen, who was carrying a bespectacled man all bloody and worn out. She was begging for help, not for herself, but for 4 eyes. The ambulance came very quickly and took all the wounded and killed to hospitals and morgues, and the city hospital took the very bespectacled hero. While he was lying down and resting after a lot of surgeries, which he broke for the second time in the hero's life, which he has not so long, and the news was talking about an arrested president who was caught where the battlefield was. Glasses looked at all this and was shocked. What are they talking about? After all, they are all heroes, that is. They exposed, and everything was wrong. They really do not know the truth. But the girl responded by saying that it was just the Ouyang family influencing the press. The girl said that they will not do anything to the Dong family, of course. Of course they will not leave them, because of the president who was caught and ruined, and need to be careful. After her story to the Ouyang family, the girl said that the bespectacled man would not be easy to bring back from that world. If the girl brought back, he should eat and recover, and if not, she herself will cripple him. Guy liked the girl's concern because he obediently agreed with her, and ate like a cute, although he saved her. But in the end, it was necessary to save him. It turned out funny. While the guy did not do in the room, burst into the room his team and shouted at the whole hospital that they came to check on the bespectacled man. The one from a fright, all the food was on the floor. The girl talked to the guy and was surprised that his team came so early today. It was strange. Maybe there was a reason. She thought so she kept quiet. In a second, they invited the woman who fought against them to tell her what her new name was and to show her new image. Her name was terrible, and her image was even worse. But she didn't have anything to revive because that asshole had saved her life, so she could stay with them as long as she wanted, but she'd have to dress in whatever they gave her. And Zero was interested in the Winter Queen for some reason. He was wondering why after that incident in the Peach Forest and never contacted her sister said, but she had no time to answer as her sister started talking behind the guy's back. She, as always on time, well heard the whole conversation and asked the guy, why is it that he missed her so much? Fell in love? She seemed some kind and even joked with him that if the guy likes her to tell him right now, because she may be in a good mood, and suddenly she will behave normally. While the guy stood back and she talked to him, took and approached him, which the guy did not expect. This small distance embarrassed him. He, from her words about the relationship, blushed. But still, the guy pulled himself together, took the woman's hand and said that in the couple days she was away, she had become even more violent. It was rough. While the boy and girl were talking, the queen's sister interrupted their conversation. She was lost, she was scared, and started talking about... The girl asked about their clan, what would happen to them. He was afraid they wouldn't be left alone, and that the woman said that everything was already settled and they would not be persecuted anymore. The guy even thought for a second that the Dong family was really so kind, but he had a strange feeling from the first day he met them. Something's wrong. The guy thought about it for a long time. He didn't understand why the girl seemed to be approachable too. While he was thinking about it, he was interrupted by the girl from the clan. She wanted to tell him something. After she said she had something to tell him, she was quiet for a couple seconds, and then she told him that she knew that they had gotten a lot stronger during their absence from the Hero Association, And that means, turns out the Don family arranged for the guys to get special training from the association, because they're much stronger than the whole team thought from the beginning. At the time, Zero said that he was not very eager to take the test, because while they were fighting, there were many new series that he needs to watch urgently. The team was no longer surprised by this, but the woman still wondered how the guy can change his new abilities for some TV series. She asked him that because he had E-Rang now. Does he like it? It was very strange, because both she and he realized that the guy can reach S rank. It's very strong, and not everyone, even the second, can get this rank. He's one of the strongest. His whole team was completely shocked. Can this guy really reach S rank? Well, the girl told the story of how the hero beat up the president and head of the corporation who were with the serum. Well, the guy said that he didn't need all that because he was strong enough to defeat anyone. It sounded very cocky and arrogant from his lips, but it must be true if he defeated everyone so easily. This made the Ice Queen very angry. She told her sister to wait and deal with him. This guy seemed too arrogant for her and she thought she could handle him. His team also thought he could reach a very high rank, so he should go there and rub his nose in whoever was there with his great power, but he wanted to keep it a secret. The girl was very angry because he only defeated A-ranked heroes, and he's making a strong man out of himself. That doesn't mean he's very strong. Yes, he might be S-ranked, but it's not the strongest of them all. This made the guy very angry. How dare she say such a thing about the guy who literally saved her and the girl's sister? He said it was herself who tried to defeat everyone he defeated. The girl wasn't thrilled with his words either. How arrogant he is after all. She thought he was seriously not very strong as he says and thinks of himself. That's low. Eventually, he told them all to attack the guy at the same time to test his strength. If they won, then let him go for that test too. It seemed like an interesting suggestion to her, and she was 100% sure that they could easily handle the cocky jerk. It seemed very easy. They thought about it and decided to fight on the roof of the hospital. Up there, the bespectacled man looked at the whole thing and had a bad feeling something bad was going to happen. Zero stood in the middle and all the others stood around him to attack all at once. The guy was ready because he realized that they overestimated themselves and he was on the contrary. Miss Dong said that it had already happened and they were all here and nothing could be changed. She herself was interested in testing Lindsay's strength, so she didn't mind. His first partner, with whom they had a very long journey, said that he had long wanted to test Zero's power too, because he was just an assistant in his opinion. The woman who was the guy's servant said that she would follow him, because he had saved her and it made sense. She wondered what kind of power he had. The Ice Queen also did not refrain from unnecessary words and shouted that now they will put down the arrogant guy once and for all. After these words, they pounced on him and, as soon as they got on top of the guy, they flew right back, and they all hit the ground like sacks of potatoes. And the guy was already wiping his hands after such a brutal fight. Glasses didn't realize it himself, though he was looking at the fight from the side. It happened very quickly, literally in the blink of an eye. He didn't even have time to blink and everyone was already lying down, and Zero was standing there like nothing had happened. After he wiped his hands, the guy said that it was time to pick up Moo from school, and that he was happy to receive the mediocrities. This was surprising to the girl, because how could it be possible to just take everyone down in a second? She couldn't keep track of the guy at all. What kind of powers did he have? The woman at that moment said that she didn't mind. They had lost, and they would never beat the guy no matter how hard they tried, and they just had to check with what he would do, what he wanted to do. After the fight, she said the place needed to be cleaned up since they'd already fought here. She also said that she had contacted the 13th, and he had already gone to the training ground. The guy didn't like this information very much for some reason. He immediately turned up with the girl he'd saved and the glasses man, but he said he wasn't going anywhere because of his wounds. This pissed off the queen. She shouted for everyone to stand still and don't move, because she didn't just say that for no reason. It's not clear why it all wanted to run away. Seems like a regular guy with a regular name, but no one knows his past when he was Zero. He's given up being a hero and started again just for the money. As the guy followed the girl to school, he saw that she was not where she was supposed to be. It seemed strange why she was sitting next to a girl. The girls could not see that they were looking after the puppy. They were discussing who could take it to themselves so that it would not freeze on the street. A classmate offered to take the puppy away, but the girl immediately replied that it is not allowed because her sister is very tired lately, so because of the dog she can get very angry, and the girl does not want that. Moo classmate is also not allowed to bring pets to their house, and to leave a very pitiful because the boys 100% will find it and will be bullied. It was very upset girls, because the doggy will be hungry, cold, and also will be bullied. They have long thought about what to do to make the doggy was in warmth and safety. The girl stood at home and thought about what to do with the puppy, because to leave it is definitely not an option. They both know the reasons. They stood there until Moo Moo shouted that she had an idea. I turned around and went to the hammer that Zero had given her. I didn't know what she was talking about, especially when she wanted to take the hammer. She took my hammer and went over to the dog. The classmate was scared. What was she going to do? Turns out the girl wanted to hit the dog. That was really weird. The girl said her older brother told her that if she got in trouble, she should just get rid of it, which she did. It wasn't weird for her. For the girl's classmate, it was cruel, and she didn't want to let the dog be beaten. She was taught to protect animals, not maim them with hammers. He was shocked. The girl was angry at the thoughts of the classmate. She just wanted to get rid of the problem, and she is not cruel and does not want to kill the dog. The girl was just taught that way by her foster father. The guy watching all this realized why his little sister didn't want to leave Moo Moo by herself with them. It was a bad idea to teach her to get rid of her problems. After these thoughts, he went up to the girl and said that he came to pick her up. He realized that the girl was worried about the puppy's share. He realized that the girl, even though she wanted to kill the dog, she was just worried and had been taught to destroy her problems. So the girl turned to the boy and said it was all true because the dog was very small and sad. Of course the girl wanted to take her with her. He realized that Moo Moo wanted to take the dog home but was just worried about his older sister. So he briefly thought about it and offered to take the dog home himself. Well, the girl was very worried about her older sister because she is very tired at work and in the evenings is angry. She has to take care of them. And also to take a dog, it will be hard for her. The guy said not to worry about the girl because he will take it all on himself, all the problems, if she is so worried about the dog. So they took the dog home and everything seemed fine. But then the guy's sister came in and went into the room to say she was home. When the girl went into the room, she saw something she didn't expect to see. The whole room was blocked off as if someone had broken into their room. Zero was screaming at the girl because he was crushed and she was chasing the dog. The guy's sister was angry. What the hell is going on in her house too? What the hell is he doing here? And the dog is running around. She's tired after work and this is a surprise. The guy heard that his sister came in and started screaming because he immediately started to get nervous and said that he would explain everything to her because he realized that he and the dog might feel bad now. This made the girl very, very angry. She screamed and threw whatever she could get her hands on. This anger was strong because the guy allowed himself to do this. The boy and Moo Moo were very frightened because they realized that they were both dead because of what they had done. They had to think of something to tell her because they or the dog had broken her favorite figurine. When the girl saw it, she got even more angry and she said that if the guy didn't explain to her what had happened and what the hell had happened to her figurine. She said that if she didn't find out right away why her figure was broken, it would be very bad and she'd better explain. And if not, she'd get justice. When a girl is angry, it's best to obey her and repent to her, which they did, so that they wouldn't die from their own sister. Which probably can't happen because it's her favorite. It was the girl's favorite figure because she beat up the guy for bringing the dog into the house. The guy can't take care of himself and then decided to bring the dog into the house. The poor mangled guy could barely speak. He mumbled what he had seen bloggers say about how pets are docile dogs and cats. But the girl didn't care what the guy said. She said that if he realized how hard it was now, he should return the dog where he got it. But suddenly the girl sighed and said she would give in to the guy one last time. She calmed down for some reason and started talking calmly as if everything was normal. It turned out to be to her advantage. She wanted to conduct an experiment on the doggy and develop its mental abilities in the laboratory. After all, the center where she works does research. That surprised the guy because it turns out it's connected to the girl's research. Why did she need a dog at work, and how was she going to do all this? The girl calmly replied that it was all true, and she really needed to do an experiment on the dog, and it would help her take care of the guy and Moo Moo. After talking about the hospital, she said that it's all tomorrow. And now she's the first to shower. And during this period, the guy has to do a general cleaning, and especially in the living room. Besides, the guy had to clean up everything the dog had done to Moo Moo. The girl would also take money from Zero's savings to buy the figurine. This was terrible news for him because he doesn't make that much money, and the figurine is definitely not worth a penny if it's his sister's favorite. The next day, the girl went to work, namely to a research center of Professor Chin. It was an important job for the girl. She calmly went to work, singing songs, and when she wanted to go into the center, saw in the parking lot that meant that they had guests, and guests important. When she opened the door, she immediately saw her professor, the head of this research center, and now they are just examining the brain. When the man saw his assistant, he said hello to her, and smiled. After they said hello, the professor said that today the girl can do her experiments in the lab, and there is no need to come to him. After that, the professor went back to his business, and he had a very difficult one. He had to cure a patient, but he was useless. If Professor Lin was useless, then it doesn't make sense. At the time, the professor himself told him that the attack had damaged the man's brain, so he couldn't perform his tasks properly. His interlocutor was the head of the Ouyang Huang family. He was only interested in one thing, whether the man had a chance to recover. That was the main thing now. Great if not, why him? The professor sighed and said that maybe they could find someone else to help them. He sighed helplessly and said he couldn't do it himself. It was more than words. He had known the professor for years and trusted him, so these words made him realize that this was the end. He was a little worried, but overall he didn't care. After hearing the words from the man, the head realized that it was all meaningless, and even Lin's processor couldn't help. It meant that it was serious. The head stood up and said that he and his family didn't need the garbage, so he apologized for disturbing them, wished the professor good luck for his efforts, and was about to leave. He was about to leave, but as soon as he opened the door, a guy appeared behind it, who for some reason was happy to see him. He greeted the head, saying it was a great coincidence. He was glad to see him. Turns out it was the young master of the Don family, Don Young, but even after giving, it was unclear what the guy wanted. Some of the time he stood in the aisle. While he was standing and looking around the center, he noticed the president of the Hero Association, who was a bit out of place. It was strange for him to look at such a man. But he was rude in response, because he realized that the guy probably knew about what his younger sister, Dong Sub-er, had done. After all, this is his family and he should know everything. The guy said he apologized for what happened to his relative, because he didn't know it would happen and hoped it wouldn't affect their relationship. But he didn't even listen to him. Taking the stroller with the man, he turned around and left with him, not wanting to talk to the guy, and the guy in turn said goodbye nicely and wished him luck. After the head of the Ouyang family left, the old man asked why the young lad had been brought to his side of the hospital center, though he had long ago realized what it was all about, and why the lad had come here. And his guesses were 100% true, because all he wanted was for the research to accelerate, because the guy in Don's family really needed it. In fact, it was the limit of what they could do, so he thought of a way to tell him. After all, the guy hopes for many. Well, so far there is no such opportunity, so the old man still said that the time of completion is the limit of possibilities. The guy said that he understood and expected this situation, so he invited the Don family's technical advisor, who's supposed to help the professor with whatever he needs. But looking like a normal consultant, after the head of the Dong family said that he agreed and would help as much as he could, and when needed, all he had to do was ask. This surprised the old man. For some reason, he didn't have much confidence in this consultant, and especially he has an assistant. Why would he need some strange guy like a consultant? As soon as the guy heard some objections, he said that there should be no buts, because future projects will be under their joint responsibility, so he needs him. The guy didn't care how they would work together, so he just introduced the consultant, packed up, and started to leave. He wished them good luck in their work, and said goodbye. Why did he send the consultant? As soon as the head of the Don family left, the consultant immediately started to address the Costa Rican. He asked him to show him the object of research. The old man was upset that he had to work with a strange man. Meanwhile, Zero had just escorted Mumu to school. The girl was happy to go to school every day to learn something new, to play with friends. That's why she was happy to go there. When the boy guided her, he said he would pick her up in the evening. When he got home, he looked in his savings, and it turned out that his sister really took money for her figurine. But what to do, Zero? Because he was saving up to buy a statue of a girl wizard. The guy realized that being a hero wouldn't earn him anything fast, so he had to find a job. After thinking about where he could find one, he decided to look in the business district. But then some loud voices came from the street shouting the name of a man. The guy immediately realized he had heard and seen it somewhere. He wondered where the guy might have met it. What was it that he didn't understand, or forgot, or just remembered? And then something came up, some man in a black cloak and a black mask. He yelled something in the guy's direction. Then the guy heard him say that he didn't like pretty boys like the guy who was singing on stage. And then the man hit the ground with his fist and everything shattered. For some reason he was very angry, and it turned out it was a shark. It was a cannibal. And he said he was going to barbecue the guys on stage because they were too pretty. But the guy felt like he was a hero and told him to get ready to die if he wanted to fight heroes like them. Crazy. He doesn't even know how to do anything. While this criminal was standing, the guy flew up and started selling right at the villain. Did he really think that if he kicked him, something would happen? Everyone seemed kind of weird to the guy. So Zero decided to do himself justice. He took out his huge hammer, and while the guy was flying, he hit the shark so that the shark's face was twisted, and the guy who was flying at him hit the hammer. He put the criminal on the floor with the guy who was attacking him, because if the guy beat the shark, he must be getting some kind of reward, and he needs the money. As soon as he took down the man-eating shark, the girls who were standing there watching were all more shocked. How can you take out such a bad guy with one punch? What kind of power does this guy have? As soon as the guy felt a little better, he started yelling, "Why does this guy keep disrupting their plans? Is it on purpose?" His men tried to calm the captain down because there's still a lot of people watching. After that incident with the ogre shark, the guy started beheading a lot of criminals he was beating and catching. It seems like he really needs that figure. This made the captain of that group very angry, because for the other 5 days he killed a lot of their hired criminals, and he 100% did it on purpose. It made the whole team angry. They thought it was a nuisance. He was literally taking their jobs away from them. If it came down to this, they had to meet with the guy in person to talk about it all. How long could they do it? So the guy took to following him, and just happened to be in the time period when he was picking up Moo Moo from school. He was shocked to see that he was with a little girl. He watched the guy closely because of his actions, to see where he would go. Of course, Zero flagged it and pretended like nothing had happened and everything was normal. The guy seriously watched the guy until he went into an alley, and as he knows this alley is a dead end, and if he goes there, he'll 100% run into the guy he's looking for. He realized this and went straight to the alley, and when he got there he saw nothing. It surprised him because he had just seen a guy go straight into the alley, and there was no way out. He stood there wondering how he could get out of the alley. But suddenly, the guy came out from behind him and asked him why he was following Zero. As soon as he heard the guy's words, he immediately bounced like a ball out of fear. It was amazing. Just now he was in front, and now he's behind him. What a strange man. After the guy got scared and bounced back, he got his wits about him and started to speak normally. He wanted to ask the guy something directly. I mean, he wasn't just watching. This pissed off the whole team for a long time. So they decided to ask him why he was bothering them. Because for a few days he had arrested the villains who were actually actors. And now, he and his team have no income. But that only made Zero angry, because so many criminals are involved in this circus. What if some innocent people get hurt because these villains attack them? But of course he had something to say. He said that not only his team takes money, but all the villains get paid. Everyone who takes part in it gets money, and there's no point in cheating. This really surprised the guy, because is it so important what rank you have at this time? The main thing is the power that you have, right? As it was a long time ago, and most likely has really changed now. The guy said that he shouldn't play dumb because the higher the rank of the early hero, the more respect he was given. It was still weird for him, and he was thinking about how degraded the heroes were. In the end, the guy just offered Zero money for not touching the guy's performance and his team. While they were talking, a dangerous criminal showed up in town, growling and throwing things around. This really surprised Oh God guys, because this is the dangerous criminal demon ogre Aranga. Why is he in the city? And such a high-class villain demo. But the guy did not care about anything. All he had to do was to kill the monster before he did not do anything, which he ran to do immediately, because that's what he had to do. While Zero was acting, the guy shouted to him that it was very dangerous, because this villain was Aranga. That's why it's urgent to contact the headquarters of the Hero Association to send reinforcements. But this plan seemed foolish, because the guy lived to high-grade villains at once or twice. And this one is a weakling. And if you wait, then all will already be dead by the time they arrive, and you need to act yourself before it's too late. The guy showed himself in Zero's eyes as a coward, because what kind of a hero who fights for rank and can just leave people in danger and to their death? What a nonsense. While he was talking and standing looking at what the monster was doing, he started to take the girl and wanted to eat her. And how can you expect any support if he can eat the girl right now? As soon as the guy saw that the villain wanted to start eating the girl, he immediately flew up to him and said that his again today is the guy's fists, and immediately hit him with all his might with his fist. The monster immediately wanted to hit the guy back, but as soon as he swung and was ready to hit him, Zero swung and kicked the monster's finger, which knocked him back. As soon as he hit the monster's hand, he roared in pain as if his bones were broken in half. This power was incredible. He could literally kill the monster and not even look at it. After he broke the monster's finger, he flew up again and kicked him in the face again, but with his foot and even harder. Some of his teeth fell out from the blow, and he almost fell down. After a hard blow to the monster, the guy immediately thought that he still need to save the girl who was in the hands of the monster, so immediately flew to her to save her. From a sharp and strong blow, Monster let go of the girl, who wanted to eat, because he, when he is beaten, not to eat, and probably he will not be to her for a long time, because the guy is now his. From a strong beating, Monster fell to the ground, and the guy saved the girl, then carried away from the battlefield of her because she was not even able to walk, and it is not clear what happened to her in general. As soon as the guy approached the coward, he told him that the girl is only unconscious and her life is not threatened. His interlocutor said that it's great that they could not save the girl. But after a second, the monster got even more angry. He got up and started growling even harder than before, which means that the guy is not finished with him yet. He will have to fight again. And Dennis was very scared of the guys and said that the monsters are evil and that means they will die. What a coward. He was more scared than the girl who was in the monster. Zero heard the guy's prayers and said that he was here so the guy may not be going to die. He was reacting calmly to everything that was going on. This monster growled at the whole neighborhood, and when it came at the guy, the villain just wanted to smack Zero. He thought it would be so easy. There'd be no resistance. Well, when he clasped his hands together, he didn't feel anything because when he looked at his palm, he didn't see anything. How's that? Where did it go? It wasn't clear. It was strange to the monster himself. The guy at that time bounced away from him and stood aside watching the monster and laughed because he easily bought it. What a naive creature, thinking he could squeeze Zero so easily. Through them, the guy flew into the air, and the villain generally lost sight of Zero, and he flew high and began to fall sharply right on the monster, which congratulated him. While he dealt with the monster guy who was with him held the girl, and stood in shock at what Zero was doing. How he was able to overcome such a monster so quickly. After a brutal fight with the villain, he approached the guy and said that he would handle the girl himself. He said that he would take the girl himself to the hospital, because he had to take the girl to the hospital. But for the guy it was incomprehensible, because if they miss such a chance to increase their rating, it's the perfect opportunity to do just that, since the girl was in danger. It was strange for the guy after all. The most important thing was a person's life, and the safety of the city in general, so the guy only needed rank. What an idiot. For him it was necessary, not rank, and the main thing was that the girl was alive and well, and if he really wants to let him stay and wait for his association. When the guy left and that head of the concerts, he looked at them. It seemed to him for some reason very strongly that it was someone very familiar to him. To be exact, Zero. The guy just took the girl to the hospital and returned home, and the real day he was at the airport of the city end to meet his people from. He stood and waited for his partners. Well, for some reason they were late, although they should have finished their special training. They're already an hour late. Maybe their plane crashed, the guy thought. While he was waiting for his team for a long time, a lot of girls came in and annoyed the guy that I wanted to do something to help. One to feed him, one to get him drunk, and one went crazy and wanted to give him a massage. In addition to a lot of girls hitting on the guy, there were women discussing him. He heard all this and he got very angry about it. Why there were so many of them. It really pissed the guy off why they call him stupid, some hammer, and a bat. What a load of crap. Couldn't they call him something normal? He asked them to try to come up with something normal. He was very angry because of the people who called him that stupid name. So he turned to the guy and yelled at him to go somewhere else and stop calling him master. He stood there and smirked at the guy's anger for some reason. And then he remembered what he had to say to the guy and called him master again. And the guy didn't even pay attention to what he was called, because it was about a figurine. After a short conversation, the guys heard well, and then saw something falling very fast. They immediately realized that it could be a plane of the 13th. One of them even bet 50 cents on it. Eventually, the airplane did go down. The firemen saw it going down and had been watching it for a long time to put it out right away. Some strange guys came out of there. One was a jock like he'd been going to the gym since birth, and the other was skinny as a match. For some reason, he was very amused by what happened on the airplane. The guy was surprised because he heard familiar voices, but in fact he was looking at them and couldn't understand what had happened to his partners. Nothing else shocked him as much as this. One of these guys started talking to Zero, but he wasn't just talking, he was talking nonsense. He called the guy his brother and asked him if he'd go street racing with him. And the other thing he said was that at that particular training session, everyone had unlocked their potential talents. And for example, he could now transform into this huge car. The guy started screaming because he didn't understand what was going on. He started calling for Stupa to come out and kick those assholes' asses, because her boss had already lost his mind. In a second, she appeared and stood with the bespectacled guy, blushing, and the sunny Halik looked like an old man who had been left for a couple weeks without food and water. Zero was shocked why the bespectacled man looked so bad. He started to ask the woman who was supposed to be looking after him. She stood there crying and saying she didn't know anything. At the airport was going on, one ticked at another sat helplessly. The third waved his hands, and this woman apologized for the incomprehensible. And then the guy heard a voice he didn't recognize, as it seemed to him. He thought it was the bad guy again and yelled at him to attack faster. Then he turned around and saw Miss Dawn. He thought she was a freak too, so he asked her how she was feeling. She said that she was almost fine, and in a couple days everything would be back to normal. She said she didn't want to talk about them anymore because they had more important things to do. Instead of talking about partners, she wanted to say that the guy was just her type, and asked why the guy wouldn't want to keep her company tonight. And she told him something else. Well, everything was moving to the point where she wanted to kiss him. As soon as she would have approached the guy's lips, he said he would come back to this conversation later. The girl took it as if she was blown off, so she called the guy a bore, turned around and walked away, saying the guy was screwed now for sure. And then the guy heard some voices saying that the main chairman of the Heroes Association had made his way to the main lobby of the association. He also asked all the heroes to go to both associations for a conference. After a second, the guy saw some kind of big microphone that was making all these speeches. It turned out that all the heroes needed to do was to go to the lobby of the Hero Association. When everyone got to the lobby, the guy asked why it took so long to appoint a new chairman. It's been a long time since the last president was kicked out. One of them explained the reason. It was all logical because the previous president was detained because of criminal activity, and it turned out that there was a fierce struggle for it among all 8 great families. A guy came up to him and started talking about how he didn't understand why an idol like this guy had been hanging around with them since the airport. But it didn't scare him one bit. He just replied that he was here to learn from his master how to become real heroes. You see, he wanted to protect real people. While everyone was talking about their own things and chatting, a woman shouted from behind. At first, no one understood anything, because why would someone just take and shout on the environment of the performance? Everyone turned around and saw Miss Dawn there. She was shouting something at them. She wanted them to pay some attention to their reputation. Nobody knew what she was talking about. Puzzled and looking at her like she was crazy. Why is she so angry, and what does she want from them? Maybe the woman wants to join them all. So she says all she wants to do is keep quiet, and asks them to do the same. After all, Mr. Don Young, who will be the new chairman, is coming out now. Immediately after she said that, a guy came out and everyone was immediately distracted from their thoughts and conversations. This guy had a security guard and a big cape. Strange-looking guy. As soon as he got on stage, he immediately started introducing himself and saying that it's all a great honor to be the chairman of the Hero Association, but he realizes that it's a burden and responsibility on his shoulders. The guy stood there and said something for about 5 minutes, and everyone listened and looked at him very carefully. After a while, he said that was all he had to say for now, and that was it. The guy watched and thought about what the new chairman was saying, and he thought about the fact that he was the chairman of the Don family, and his partner confirmed it. His name was Don Young. After a second, the guy noticed that his friends had gotten their uniforms back, and even the clothes were the same as they were. One of the guys was happy about the effect and said it was very cool. While the guys were talking about their own things and talking about how it was in the training process, one of the guys started to say that in the future they have someone to rely on, looking at Miss Dawn. The girl didn't hear it right away, so she answered late because she was thinking and didn't realize she was being asked, but she answered positively. While everyone was talking about Miss Dawn, a guy from the company started a dialogue about how he wanted to ask for an upgrade, because the one he had now didn't suit him at all, and Zero and his partner at the time, they were standing there hoping for a woman to come up to them, and they were betting on who she'd come up to, and she just turned around and walked away. The girl actually wanted to approach her older brother. She had something important to say, but not everyone knows their brother and sister yet. She really wanted to ask her brother why he was sent here, because the family agreed that the girl's actions would not affect anyone. The guy told the girl not to worry, because he came here for other reasons. He also asked her about the matters with the Oak Yang clan, because it was not just her, but everyone. The girl was very embarrassed, as she seemed to be very concerned about the matter. So she answered him with difficulty, saying that Xiao Ye had returned to the family to help her. The guy got nervous and grabbed the woman's face. He told the woman not to even think about running away, and her friends would not be able to do anything against the mighty Dong clan. He said it would be better if the girl kept quiet and solved her own problems. Otherwise it would be even worse, and not only for her, but for her company as well. After a brief conversation with his sister, the guy turned around to the company and started a dialogue with them, asking if they were the ones who helped Miss Dawn deal with Yang Rui. Everyone was shocked that he started talking to them. The guy walked up to all of them, bowed, and thanked them for taking care of the chairman's little sister. One of the guys was very surprised at his intense politeness. After he greeted everyone, he went over to Zero and started a dialogue with him. He was interested in talking to him, and first he asked if he was the guy he had been told about. He said that he had been told a lot about him, and that he himself had defeated the president of the association and the head of the corporation. So he offered to join him, but he declined, saying it was a waste, and right now the guy could be dead. He told him that there were many advantages to it, because the Don family would always welcome a strong hero like him, to which he said that he was not interested, and that if someone wanted to kill him, let him go ahead. This made the guy very angry. He realized that the guy was confident in his abilities, which he told him, and the guy said that he would not like to talk like that, and that he was sure that he was stronger. Miss Dawn immediately realized that there was something wrong, and it had to stop, because it was going to be bad. So she yelled to her brother to calm down, but it didn't help. Of course he didn't even listen to anyone. He just calmly told the guy to kneel down in front of him. It's not clear how that would help him, especially knowing Zero wouldn't. Suddenly, the guy who was Zero's partner began to have numb legs and refused to work. He just sharply fell to his knees and could not get up, as if it was some kind of magic. But the guy didn't care, because the new president was very angry, because what an insolent guy, he didn't even want to give in. The guy immediately realized what kind of person he was. He had mental powers, that is, he was much stronger than Zero thought, but for some reason that ability didn't hurt him. At that time he realized that this guy is not that stupid and is very strong, but still hoped to bring him to his knees, because his power should bring to his knees anyone who stands before him. All the heroes fell to their knees. They couldn't control themselves, and even more so they couldn't get up. It was as if their legs had failed, and they behaved as they wanted. It was very strange. While this mental jerk was standing and trying to do something to the guy, he was getting angry, because now he was hurting ordinary people when he talked to him only. This went on for 5 minutes, and everyone was almost writhing in pain, and had no idea why this was happening, and what was it all about. Nobody but these two guys knew anything. So it really pissed Zero off. He wanted to smash him on the floor for hurting his team and people in general, and being a hero, so he turned around and hit him. The guy flew away in a flash. He didn't expect that to happen. He fell to the ground, and from such a strong blow he puked blood on the floor. When he was already on the floor and could not control anything, everyone immediately felt better, and his legs were released. But still no one understood how it happened, and why it ended so quickly. Zero's partner was also in complete shock. He was controlled so much that he thought for a while that he was a pipe, because he couldn't feel anything from his body, and that scared everyone. And the primate was covered in blood, as if he'd been broken. After all the blood he spit out, the guy said to himself that this guy is really very capable. The guy at the time was furious at the arrogance and stupidity of the new president. Why he had decided to allow himself to do this, and he was counting on this stuff to work on him. After that, the guy went to his men and started to ask how everyone was feeling, because he realized that the power of the mental ability could be very strong, and it was unclear how everyone was feeling. Miss Dawn ran up to her brother and asked him why he did it, to which the guy said that it was only to test the hero's abilities. He was very angry that the woman, who is also his younger sister, was so insolent and told him what to do, because she knows that she is guilty and should be lower than water, quieter than grass. After the conversation between brother and sister, his guards came running up to him and asked if everything was okay with the guy. He said that he was fine and ordered him to go with him. He was very angry because his plan was to scare Zero, but what happened was something he didn't expect. He was beaten like a puppy in front of many people. He didn't do anything to him. He didn't even lay a finger on him. The guy is too dangerous for the president. That's why he was furious with the behavior of the insolent guy. How can that jerk be so strong? The guy from the team was shocked. How did all this happen? Why was everyone who was there put on the floor like little kids? Even his own 2-meter guy. Zero said he knew about it because he was a mental user, and his ability to get into other people's minds and do what he wanted. And he didn't give in because he knew how to act. Everyone listened attentively and were shocked by the news. And the bespectacled man asked Zero why he was so nervous today. He had beaten Miss Dawn's brother and the chairman. He replied that it wasn't the first time he'd seen such things, and all these mental things were bad. All the people he'd met with such abilities were horrible people, and he couldn't stand them. The guy Zero picked up starts talking about how he heard Miss Dawn talking about some mistakes she made. She's in trouble. The guy immediately thought that if this was related to the Yu Yang family, then maybe it was because of the clan's disruption, since everything was fine before. Zero knew it was something to watch out for because it could be too bad, so he trusted 13 to check it out. He told him because he knew he could do it, and he wondered why he had to do it. It's weird. And the guy just asked him why he thought he did it. After these conversations, the guy immediately switched to a completely different topic, and more interesting, which also concerned the 13th. Everyone became very curious, because why is this whole assignment for him? And even more so, where are they going to go? Everyone listened attentively to the guy to find out. And then the guy realized what Zero meant when he talked about the plans with him tomorrow, like the guy wanted the 13th to make a bet. But why? Not everyone understood, especially those who didn't know the guy. One of the company did understand what he was talking about, and he wondered how he wanted to do it. After all, the 13th is a failure, not the other way around. He's going to lose everything. It seemed crazy. So Zero took it upon himself to prove it was true. He took the boy to a horse stable and started showing one of them. The guy sees a small, thin horse. It's kind of a weird plan. And the guy went on to say that nobody in their right mind would bet on this horse because it's the perfect plan, especially the odds are perfect. And then, he started to tell the plan itself. It didn't seem logical. But the guy told the guy that he had to bet with the 13th on the other end, and only one guy would bet on this dead horse. The guy caught a very clever and cunning idea. Great, it turns out that if he bet all the money on this little guy and the 13th on the others, for the 13th, this scheme was very complicated, but it was not the main thing for him, because all he had to do was to bet on the horse, and the rest would be done by these clever guys. It was amazing, but still the guy did not understand what it was about, so he wanted to ask his partners to explain something to him. But they did not hear the 13th, just both scattered in different directions. They were completely indifferent for some reason, and the guy wanted to talk. But it wasn't meant to be. The guys went home, and in the morning they got together and went to the race to put bets. But when they got there, Zero wanted to bet on all the horses together with 13, and they were refused, because bets are not accepted anymore. The guys were advised to go and sit in the stands to watch the race, because everything is already starting. And if the guys came, they do not just stand. They want to see how it will go. So they agreed and put a bet on and watched with peace of mind. And then they looked at the horses that were running fast, running each other, and one of them was running strangely. And then it happened that one of the horses collided with another horse, which took out two of the little girl's rivals. It was all playing into the guy's hands. While some of the horses collided with each other, the guy realized that the baby had to run to win while there was a mess with the others. So he was nervous and shouted. In a flash, the two horses that were left in the race with this little horse got there too, and number 13 was left by himself. He ran very slowly at his own pace, but by himself. He was running well, even if a little bit at a time, compared to those in the crowd who were just stuck in the crowd. Number 13 at that time was quietly running around everyone. Zero, seeing all this, was very happy, for his plan was coming to fruition, but Number 13 had a very, very bad feeling about this horse. He was getting closer to the finish line, and everyone was holding their breath, because he was the only one who was so close to the finish line. It's 100% win, everyone thought. Everything was fine, and the kid almost made it to the finish line, until suddenly there was some fire monster that wanted to just burn everything to the ground to the end, and it turns out no one wins. Of course, the 13th expected all this, because how could such a perfect plan go perfectly? Well, it couldn't. So it all went to shit, and people started to run away. While 13 and 0 were standing there watching the fire show because of the big shock, their friend was screaming and asking for help because he was about to burn, and the guys were lost from what happened. When everyone got out of the fire, one of them said that now he would never bet that way again. What was the point? To die or something? All you can hope for is to get your money back. The guy started to realize that everything was burnt out and he wouldn't get anything back, and it was the stupidest thing they ever did. He got really upset at first and started yelling. Then the guy went into a huge rage because he remembered that it was all his savings, and it turns out that he has no more money left, not even a little bit. That's terrible. He was very angry, so he immediately grabbed his weapon and literally flew to this talentless monster with words of threats, because he was really ready to kill the monster because he was guilty. But he looked at the guy like a boy and said that he would do nothing, and the monster would just turn him and everything here into fire and ruins if he was so brave. Zero calmed the fearsome monster down in a flash with his hammer and didn't even do anything. He was just so furious that he was ready to kill anyone, not to mention any fire. This surprised the monster. What the hell was going on? Why had he gotten so small, and what was going to happen now? He immediately realized it, because he stood like death with a scythe to remove the fire from the face of the earth. That scared the fire, because if he had so easily turned him from a monster into a fluffy creature, he would be in trouble now. He was so angry and frustrated that he didn't even listen. He just stared at him with red, angry eyes and thought about how much he wanted to kill that asshole. Zero lifted his foot and was just ready to congratulate even such a small lump of fire for making such a circus here. This circus was just fire. So much did the guy like it that he wanted to kill the monster. And here he still stood with his foot in the monster who argued literally everything. He took all of his savings and also disrupted the show for this and will be punished. 13 realized that if he so fire beats, he urgently, very urgently need to hide somewhere that he did not fly for his failure, because who knows whether he will think about it or not. Zero's partner went to his friend and said that it's not a problem. There's no need to get so angry, it's possible to get back. And there's no need to get so angry because it won't help to get them back. While the guy was talking about the fact that everything is not so bad, they did not even think that someone is watching all this and discussing in a magical way. In fact, a young girl was watching the whole thing. And when she saw that her obedient light had failed, she was not happy because it was so strong and some boy crushed it. He didn't even resist because he had seen everything with his own eyes. He said it was true, but he admitted that this boy was not as strong as him, so he couldn't do anything. The girl examined Zero carefully and realized that he didn't look like someone with a high position in society at all. And it's either a very strong hero or all humans are like that. But thinking over these suggestions, the girl gives honor to the last guess for some reason. It seemed to her that all these guys were the same, because they were talking quietly together. Organic listened to the girl and didn't understand why she had such an opinion. He asked if he understood correctly. Did she think that many people had a high level? She sat and watched, and then the girl at first said nothing and was silent, and then asked him how he thought, and whether he really did not realize that in the world of mortals, all mortals could destroy the prophecies of the gods, and that was really, really bad, because now they could all have superpowers, even though it was a while ago. Lightning knew what he was talking about, and after he told him, he was totally shocked. It's supposed to be impossible, right? He wasn't that smart, but he understood a lot of things. She talked about the so-called Ragnarok, a man-made catastrophe, and society is now thriving even after all this and the opening of the Pandora box. And now fate is turning in a different direction. It almost made him wonder what it all meant because everything had been fine for so long, and now this. It seemed to him that no human could do such a thing. He was indignant for a long time because he didn't want to accept it, and the girl asked him what about God. People weren't all she was talking about. Organic realized what the woman was hinting at. It was very strange because she was not only talking about people, now he realized it for sure. It scared him very much. How? The girl knew whose action it was. It was the old immortal clan. They had done this to me 3 times in the last 1,000 years. And now they wanted to do the same thing again. It would make trouble if they broke into the human world. Fireball understood what this was all about. He understood that if this all happened, the girl's servants would awaken, and they could take over the human world. It was wonderful. The girl said that she often wished Baphomet could wake me up first. She wanted her partner to fully understand her, because fighting without thinking could lead to defeat, which they didn't want. The girl was very happy that her rumors could be awakened soon. And then when they all rise, the girl in August would choose one of them to be a spy and could learn people's weaknesses. After all that, the girl said of course the fire agreed with her mistress, and she was both happy and angry at the same time. She realized that she needed to visit the human world. While the girl and August were talking behind the mirror in which she was looking at it was not very good action from Zero. He was ready to tear everything that was there to pieces because of what had happened. He was screaming at the full force of his voice because of his great anger. His partner tried very hard to calm him down. He had already done enough. I understand that he could blow everything up because of his anger, but the guy was not enough. He was shouting and angry about what happened, and suddenly the phone rang. The guy with trembling hands took it out, looked at the screen, and saw that his little sister was calling him. He was very afraid that the sister found out that the guy lost all his savings on some bets, so he calmly took the phone and started talking to the girl. He thought that with such a voice he could talk to her normally. But his sister has long been taught all this, so she told him not to even speak with such a tone, because she realizes that he did something wrong. She told the guy to go to her lab because she had finished the dog experiment and it was a success. The guy says that's great and he's on his way. After the call, she hung up the phone and started looking at the dog's physical signs, and everything was normal. Everything was fine. She was glad she had done it, and the dog could wake up at any time. While she was examining, she heard someone enter her office. Turning around, she saw Professor Muesli and some other man. She was even glad to see him. The girl saw a familiar professor. There was some strange guy standing next to him. She asked what kind of person was that with him? I mean, you're supposed to be able to enter the labs with exceptional people. He introduced him as his old friend, and the guy started to say that he had heard a lot about the girl, and especially that she was conducting experiments on the development of canine intelligence. He was very interested to see. If this guy is with a professor, it means that he can be trusted, and the girl was very happy that someone is interested to see her experiment, and gladly agreed. She asked to go to the lab. After walking around the lab for about 5 minutes, they saw a dog in the distance, sitting like a human reading a book, and she was surrounded by them. It seemed like a joke how a dog can read. When they approached the dog, they saw that it was really true. The girl petted the dog and said that it was wonderful because he didn't even need time to adapt, and he was already able to learn on his own. The guy who came with the professor was very shocked because how could the girl achieve such a result? He can really learn on his own. The girl responded by making him fight and said that he was high in intelligence. The girl said that this doggy is so smart that he can even say hello to a man. He was interested in this Czech because he came up to her and asked her how he was doing. But for some reason, the dog didn't want to talk. He just turned around and read his book, ignoring the guy. It was an inconvenience for the man. What right does the dog have to ignore him? The girl herself was surprised by this, because why the dog is so rude to the guest. She came to him and asked him to be polite, because he had guests and so cannot behave. After the man and the girl looked at the dog, he asked if there were any side effects on the dog. The girl said that she had not noticed any side effects yet, because all the physical parameters were perfect. It was amazing how a girl like that can do such amazing experiments without side effects. He said he knew Prof. Chin and was sure he cared for the girl. These were very touching and nice words for the girl. She was very pleased, but she still said that the guy was flattering her. After all, the girl is just a professor's assistant. After he praised the girl, the guy started talking about what he had heard about Professor Chin, and that he had recently conducted a research on brain development. If it was successful, it would be a blessing for mankind. The girl listened attentively to the guy while he was talking, and then she said that it was all true and they only had clinical trials left. If they succeeded, it would be a huge breakthrough in medicine. Everything the girl said made the guy very happy. He said that he really hoped to see it with his own eyes. He needed it, but so far no one knew exactly why. With the guy was pleasant, because the girl told him that the wait would not be long, because the professor's research is nearing completion and he will be able to see everything in detail. The guy from his stuff laughed to himself and said that it was all wonderful, but what was he up to? No one had any idea that it was all for his bad plan. After the whole conversation, the guy said that he understood that Miss Lin had a lot of his own things to do, and he didn't want to distract anyone else, so he would go, because he understood how hard it was, and he had things to do. When the guys were leaving, the girl wished them good luck, and the guys didn't pay any attention to her either. They turned around and left, when they were already on their own and could talk among themselves. The professor said to keep a good eye on the old man. When the guys left, the girl was watching the dog, and suddenly noticed that the guy who often picks on her was hiding near her lab. She saw him, and told him to get out, and she didn't need an apology. Partner was not quite to apologize. He looked at the girl and told her that it all ends badly because she is in danger. She urgently need to get out of here before the disaster. The girl, once surprised by his words, what could be a disaster in an ordinary laboratory, and that the guy said that the Don and Aoyang wallpaper families are sponsored by this institute, and they both have their own plans for brain research. He said that these families have plans for this whole brain research, and if they have a misunderstanding, then the girl could be in great danger, so he needs to take her away. The girl was in great shock. While the guy and the girl were talking and arguing with each other, the chairman of the Hero Association stood around the corner and heard all this, and realized that the guy knew what he was talking about. The guy was very much afraid for the girl and then began to beg her to leave because of the great danger. But the girl was against it all, because if it is true, it is a reason not to leave the professor. The girl said that in that case she would not leave the professor, and it is not so who is afraid of death. She asked the guy not to get hysterical, and he replied that he was not the one who was organizing it. That girl stood and talked to the guy, but heard the voice of an old man who asked to help him. The girl immediately realized that she had to go and said that she was already running. She thanked the guy for warning her and said she would be careful, but she didn't want to hear or see the guy, so she asked him to leave, because she had a lot of things to do, and she had to go. When the girl left, the guy was very angry with her, because he realized that she was in danger, and the guy can't let anything happen to her. So he'd do anything to protect her. In order to protect the girl, he took the phone and called some people to contact a heavenly group to take the girl into the care of the guy and the group. At that time, the guys were walking home and the partners were fighting with each other because Zero had spent all his savings to Zero and didn't even leave himself a cab fare, just a ride to some race. The guys were talking quietly about horses and the fact that they spent all their money at Zero on some bets, and then one of them snapped and ran forward. His partner immediately asked him why he ran like that. But then he didn't make a sound and just accelerated. His friend didn't even understand where and why he was running. It was very strange because just now they were talking about money and now they're running. When the guy came to some alley, Zero is working his sister because she may be a danger to the institute. Well, how did we get here and why would she stand near him in the walk? After a short town thief between the guys, one of them started talking to the girl. He started asking who she is, why she is standing here, and what does she need. After all, if she was standing here so quietly, it was not for nothing. The guys are very funny that the girl stood there and was silent without saying anything, so he swung around and wanted to remove her for standing there and does not want to say anything. But his partner stopped Zero. He said it would be too much to hit a woman so fragile. The best option would be if he cleansed the girl with his cleansing stick. That plan sounded a little strange. While one of them was holding the girl, the guy started leaning his wand on the girl. This scared her more than the fact that she was going to be hit. She blushed and almost cried from fear. While the guys were dealing with the girl, her team was watching the chairman of the Hero Association, because it was their commander who had to give a sign to act. For some reason, they wondered why he was interested in some assistant professor, and her friends said that it was none of their business. They only had to watch and wait for a sign. Suddenly, they noticed that something happened to their spy. Because she didn't give any signs and didn't even say anything, they looked in her direction and saw that some guys detained her. They jumped down from the building where they were supposed to be to this couple of guys in order to save their spy, because without one single girl, they will not do anything according to the plan. When the guy saw this team, he said that all he was doing was just a little cleaning, and that's it. And he accidentally did not calculate the power that was in his stick. That's why she is unconscious. The girl who answered the team immediately attacked Zero and shouted that he was shameless for hurting girls. She was too angry with him, but she didn't know how strong he was. She had some kind of glowing sword in her hand. She wanted to do something to the guy with it, so she jumped on him because of it, even though she was angry. But what was the girl hoping for? When the girl was about to hit him, he dodged and put the same stick that Xiao Jiang used to knock out her partner under her stomach. As soon as she fell down, Zero turned to his buddy and said that his stick was very convenient and useful. These words pleased the guy and he agreed with him. The infarcts of the girl who had just been almost killed by that thing were shocked at how these guys were able to kill one of them so easily. The guy was angry, and out of anger said he would kill Zero because of what he did to his partners. He was both upset and angry at the same time at them. In a moment, his hand turned blue. Of course, the guy was not a little scared because this team seems no bigger than B rank, if not smaller, so he went up to one of them and knocked the man out. The remaining guy couldn't understand why this man had such tremendous strength and how he had literally knocked out their big brother with one blow. But he had absolutely nothing to do with that. He just wanted revenge. Well, suddenly someone got into the hands of the hero who grabbed the guy and started holding him by the throat, while behind him came the partner of this hero, and in the country, in the side of the guy, that very stick. Zero was surprised by the actions of his partner because he knew about the plan. They were supposed to disarm all of them, but leave one to interrogate, to which the guy said that it all makes no sense to trust someone unknown. He also said that instead of interrogation, they should search the guy and the others to see what organization they came from. After 2 minutes of searching, the guy saw something. He saw a medallion and started looking at it. It turned out to be the medallion of the Dawn family. It's one of the great families, and this is their heavenly group medallion. Each of them has one. One of the guys immediately thought about it, about the team, the chairman, and everyone from the Dawn family. He was putting together a puzzle, a very interesting puzzle. It was getting more and more surprising. His partner listened to what Zero was saying and didn't quite understand what was going on. He was more surprised than his friend, because he didn't even realize what the names were. And how did he know them? The guy didn't even answer him. He was thinking about his own for about 5 minutes, so he turned around and started to walk away, saying that he had a hunch about what was going on here, though not completely. His guess was that it was the guy who was rejected by Zero's sister and wanted to rape the girl, so they sent these men. Then he said we should give him a warning. While the guy was respected by the whole team in the Dragon Manor, where lived the same guy who wanted to keep Zero's sister out of danger, but nobody knew that. That's why not very good things happened. After some time, the guy got a call from the people who found the spies he sent. It turned out that they found 2 cars that were hanging from trees. And for the girls, they said that nothing much had happened. The guy got worried. He didn't know if they were okay, maybe dead, so he asked if his people were alive, and they told him that they were, but the team didn't remember anything. It was strange to him. Who could have done this? He thought while he was talking. But the thoughts didn't come while he was on the phone, so he told the person he was talking to bring the team back, and turned off the phone. When he turned off the phone, he thought hard about who could do such a thing. And then he realized that the only person who could have a possible motive for it could only be... His thoughts were logical because only the heir of the Dawn family, Don Yang, is 100% him because no one else has the ability to defeat the 2 A-rang heroes. Therefore, his thoughts immediately fell on him. When the guy realized that the chairman who defeated his men had probably heard his conversation with the girl, and it turns out that she might be in danger right now, he got very nervous about it. At that time, the chairman was driving the car. He was acting very strangely as if he was ill, so his guard asked him how he was, because he didn't look very well, to which he said, the guy told him he was fine and asked him to do his job and take him to his sister's house, but he really doesn't look good. And while the chairman was on his way to his sister's house, the guys who beat up the crew of the jerk who Zero thought was going to rape his sister, and one of them didn't rest. He thought it was all for nothing, to which his friend said what? He said he'd stepped on everyone who was there. But his friend said that's all well and good, but he's worried about something else. He said he'd like to raise that guy's arms another 15 degrees. He's weird. Zero was a little shocked at what was bothering his friend, but he couldn't say anything. So at that point, they got to the lab where the guy's sister works, and they started ringing the bell. They stood waiting for her for about 5 minutes, and when she came out, immediately started yelling at her brother why it took him so long. The great dog Toto had already started studying quantum physics. The guy was in complete shock. What was she talking about? The guy was puzzled who his sister was talking about. When she said it was the same husky that the guy brought home, while they were talking, the dog was reading a book about quantum physics. It was very strange. But still, the guy understood who his sister works for, but he didn't expect to get such a result. Even he doesn't know this quantum physics. And the dog in front of him is sitting and teaching. And also he was worried about the name. Who gave it to him? The girl was not satisfied and said that she did not give him anything, and he himself took and wrote a name on a piece of paper. This is the rule of guys. How can these experiments can make such smart creatures out of dumb dogs? The dog was sitting quietly reading a book, and at one point he heard the smell of milk. It immediately went and started sniffing around, and the smell was most of all from the guy. The dog was drooling from the smell. He realized who had what he wanted and started growling, then jumped on the guy, and he didn't even know what was happening. The dog jumped on the guy, knocking him to the ground. It started looking for something while Zero and his sister were watching and were shocked. What the fuck is going on? They thought. After searching the dog, the guy lay half naked without pants and completely searched. The girl and her brother watched and were shocked at what was going on, and the dog was drinking the milk she found on the guy. The girl was watching the dog at the time to see what was happening to him and thought it might be side effects. But the guy interrupted her and said he wanted to give her sister something. She was surprised. What does the guy want to give her? And the guy turned her back, took a pendant out of his pocket and started to put it on the girl, saying that if she was in danger, to press the button. As soon as he said that, the girl looked at the pendant and blushed. It was nice that he was so worried about her. And the guy said that when the girl presses the button, he hears it and immediately rushes to save her. The girl realized that the guy had finally realized what danger there might be, which she told him without thinking about the last ones that might be. But after a moment, she thought about the danger, in the sense that the great Ouyang and Don families are sponsoring this. It's all really very dangerous. She wanted to tell her brother about it, realizing that he must be very worried if he gave her that pendant, but not knowing that the guy had incredible power, she thought it was better for him not to know. The guy was a little surprised. What was his sister talking about? What was he supposed to understand? He asked her to finish what she was saying, but the girl was lost and didn't immediately tell him what she was talking about. And then the girl came up with a great plan to ward off the guy's worries. She hit him and said that it was all nonsense, because she was in the lab and nothing would happen to her at all. She was very ashamed of her behavior, but she had to make her brother not worry. The guy at the time was not very happy that his worries were so trampled, but there was nothing to be done. The girl, instead of announcing, just sent the guy home, telling him to bring the dog with him. He took it and turned around and left with his friend, offering to go home to his place. The girl stood and watched the guys leave, and argued, because the dog is very dangerous, and Zero's partner didn't want to take it, because the guy would be safe, but his friend not so much. The guys eventually left, and then decided to go with the dog. And 2 days later, near Miss Dawn's house, some strange guy was standing near the house and watching the house, and the girl who was again. He stood far away from the house so he wouldn't be seen, at night and in a raincoat, and watched the girl with binoculars. But why would he do that, and at night at your distance? But it wasn't the first day of surveillance. Turns out the woman was being watched by 13. He was watching her for the girl's safety, because she had been acting strangely lately, and the whole crew was worried about her. He stood watching the hows and whys of Miss Dawn's house. It was a beautiful night, all quiet and peaceful. The bugs were singing, the owls in the trees were talking to each other, and the guy was listening and watching. The guy was standing there watching and everything was fine. But suddenly a girl came out of the house to watch the guy. It surprised him. What is she doing on the street at this time? She was followed by a strange guy, like he was leading her or escorting her. 13 realized that he had to inform the guy, so he pressed his earpiece and started calling him. There was a guy standing next to the girl who was talking to her. He said that the girl looked great, and he was happy to see her, to which the girl said that it was rude of her to ask him to come and pick her up. The guy said he had no choice but to do it and spend more time with her, because no one knows how the girl will behave and what to do this time. She looked at the guy unhappily and was angry with him. While he was talking, she almost threw up because of him. How nasty the guy was. While she was thinking it over, the guy quickly got close to her, bringing the distance closer. He called the girl his wife, which made the girl realize she was sick of the guy, so she turned around and told him to get out. She turned around and started walking to the car, and the guy said that he didn't like the woman's behavior very much because he wanted to tame her. What an idiot. But the woman did not even turn to him, and went on the more and more angry the guy. The young man thought that he burned the law and he should allow her or not. He thought that this girl is stupid. He said this to the woman and then remembered what she had done. She had dealt with that very Ouyang Rui. He was very happy about it, so he thanked the girl, and the girl in return made that their family was disgusting. The guy seemed to be in a good mood while saying all this, but as soon as he heard such words about his family, he got very angry and looked at the girl with a cold gaze, asking her to watch her tongue. The girl didn't pay attention, and further this even more hyped up the guy. He snuck up on her, took her hair and neck, and then bit her. He said that if it wasn't for the old man's orders, the girl didn't expect him to sneak up on her so fast. She didn't even react to the pain right away. And the guy continued. He asked her what she thought. If it wasn't for the old man now, what would happen to her? He held it a little longer and then threw it and said that the girl would not worry because he is very good to his property and will treat it perfectly. After he threw the girl and started to leave, the guy said that although he would treat her fine, he didn't really care how others would treat the girl in the family. The girl was lying on the ground and couldn't understand why he was treating her like that. She asked him why he hadn't killed her yet if he didn't care about the girl. It makes sense. When he heard the girl's words about killing her, he turned around and said he wouldn't do it because he wanted to see them have a happy married life. How can there be a happy life here? After his very nice story about a happy family, he turned around and went to the car and opened the doors and told his fiancée to get in quickly because they had to go. He stood and waited as suddenly there were voices of men, a girl, a guy, and the 13th were shocked at what they saw. They saw huge men, familiar to the 13th, and Miss Dawn. It turned out to be a muscular alliance. They were definitely the ones the woman didn't expect to see. They were the same guys who helped the team defeat the president of the Hero Association and the head of the corporation. When the girl turns around, she's in a huge shock. Why are these guys here? We asked the head guy why they're here. Because nobody asked them to be here. Well, the guys said they were having combat training not far from here, and they heard some strange noises. So they rushed over to see if they were okay, and the other guy said they're here now. He said that the guy who was abusing the woman would explain what it was all about, because if they didn't get an explanation now, they'd kill him. How dare he abuse a girl? As soon as they said all that, the guy didn't even say a word to explain the situation. All he said was that the girl's friends were kind of decrepit, and she should have chosen better. The guy didn't like it very much because he got angry again and his eyes turned red, but at night he calmed down a bit and said that he wanted to introduce himself, and then he said his name. After that, he calmed down and came to the girl. He stood behind her and hugged her. He told the shadows to worry because he is the groom of this beautiful girl, and the bride does not look good. The guys were already in a fighting stance to kick the ass of the offender of their acquaintance, and when they heard that it was her fiancé, were in a complete stupor. Fiancé? They stood in shock and looked at the girl who was in tears. Looked at them, and then said it was all true, asking them to take care of their training and not worry about her. The men were a little shocked at what was going on. This guy is from the Ouyang family, and the girl is from the Dong family. It's not a gathering. How can it be a gathering at all because these two families... The girl dried up all the guys' outrage and shouted that it was her will, and she did it deliberately and told you to get out of there immediately. The guys were a little shocked at what was going on, but then they said that even if the girl said so, they would not leave because they saw that she was in danger, and they heard the fight. After these words, when the guy heard their displeasure about him, he was surprised that the girl had such loyal puppies, but the guys didn't like those words. And the girl's fiancé wasn't in a very good mood because now these guys are disrupting their plans. Then he said that if he didn't want the fight, he'd have to. After these words, the guy snapped his fingers and started to walk away, and behind his back some huge robots started to appear, and he said that because they wanted the fight so much, they would get death in return. At that time, the girl shouted to the guys to get away, and they told her that they would never leave their comrade in distress because to do as she asks means that you are a coward. After these words, the guy prepared for battle and told the robots to come closer to them to start the fight. After that, the robots themselves headed in their direction to beat them up and save their partner. As soon as they attacked the robots, the guys shouted that they would never let a girl hurt a woman, and especially their partner, especially a very good one. And then the battle began. Well, one of them was watching the whole thing to make sure there were no surprises. He noticed that these robots looked very strong and had to be very careful. Aliona Greenhouse just and ignored what the man said and walked over to one of the robots to throw it over. He didn't care that these robots were very strong. All he had on his mind was Miss Dawn. After the man saw that his partner was already in action, he realized that he had to help and said that they would all be in trouble, and after that, they would get to the girl. He realized that he had to help the evening the guy started to do their technique, which requires two men, namely a double grip, ran up to the robot. He took him from behind by the waist in order to do everything according to plan. As soon as the guys got them and wanted to flip them over, they fought back. I found out they didn't have a scratch on them. It's really weird. What kind of robots are these? And how strong are they? While they fought the robots, the girl looked at it. Although not though she noticed that these robots are unusual, and it seems that the guy took for ordinary men neutralizing robots. He laughed and nodded, proved on the way the girl was immediately scared and realized that the guys were definitely unlucky with their rivals. So she started to shout with all the strength she had in her voice that the men should get out. She really wanted to save her companions from the team, so she tried to give them a sign that these robots are not in their power, while the guy closed his mouth to her and said that there would be a treat because he does not like noisy women. He was very angry that the girl tried so hard to save her friends, so he turned around and took Miss Dawn by the hair and said that his wife followed him to the car because the show is about to end. The girl from More Beautiful and cried because she just started to pull her hair. It was terribly painful because she was heard by many who were in the neighborhood, and of course the guys who fought for her. While they were shouting after the girl, the robot was already heading towards them to kill them with its laser, which is built especially for such cases in such robots. The men didn't even realize how powerful the robots were. After the guys heard a very strange sound, I turned to the robot and saw that now there will be an attack, and unusual, and very, very strong. So one of them took out his shield to cover his friends. The main of these men and one of his companions hid under the shield, and the other guy remained on the battlefield with those robots. Suddenly, he fought and became among the two robots, and they began to converge in his direction from two sides. Everyone saw that all this is not good because of what you would now stupidly run over a man. The girl, as soon as you saw, began to shout to his husband that he immediately stopped the robots because they will now kill. The girl was very afraid for her companions because now one of them may die. So she ordered the guy, then just silently took her into the car and told her to watch as they kill her friends. He told her that it was all because of her selfish behavior, and through them the girl turned her hand into ice and put it to the guy's throat, ordered him to let the guys go. The girl was very afraid for her friends because she could not do otherwise, because her so-to-speak husband was very cruel to everyone, but the guy did not like it very much. How can she let you talk to her fiancé like that? After the guy's words, she still held her hand for a while, and then she took it away. He took his cigarette and started smoking, until suddenly he saw someone in the distance who had been ambushing them and watching them the whole time. The guy was shocked how this guy had been watching them for so long and he didn't notice. After a moment, he shot the 13th with something very fast and invisible, which was unexpected. It was surprising because this weirdo who was with the girl caught the bullet with his bare hands and tracked it into the guy's leg, which made his leg shake and he almost fell. What an ambush! While the guy was writhing in pain, he watched and watched laughing. It was professional. The guy was watching the whole thing right in front of his nose and not noticeable. He was impressed and angry at the same time, because he said it wasn't going to be that easy for him. And one bullet, and he thought of his miracle weapon, the invisible blade. He was going to kill the guy with it. The anger in his blood boiled like water. He was very angry at the insolence of the guy he'd spotted, and said he'd do anything to kill the guy who dared to do it, because he wouldn't let him do that to him. The man mercilessly struck at him to kill him in one fell swoop. The girl noticed this and put it away at the most opportune moment. Had it not been for one, the fellow would have died at once, quickly, and without pain. After the girl saved her friend, the guy realized that she had just prevented the brazen jerk from being killed and hit the girl for foiling the plan. But she didn't care about herself anymore. The main thing was to save her own. After the man hit her, she started crying from the pain and what the man was doing, She cried and said something to the man. It was very important to her that all those who helped her and stood behind her were alive and well. Because of this, the girl is very worried, because if now she does not save her friends with her own hands, it will all be on the girl's conscience. So she began to beg the guy to stop, saying that she would do anything, just so that the guy did not touch them. After these words, the guy burst into flames, because it turns out that she is ready for everything and to do nothing. He told the girl that he remembered everything and will remember these words to her, and he was and so bored with such incompetence. After these words, he said it was time to go about the business they had in the plan, and left. 13, seeing this, was not happy that he was leaving so easily, so he started asking for them to leave, with my dead voice. The guy promised his, so to speak, fiancée that he would leave all her friends if she would vouch for herself. But he lied, and gave the order to destroy all of them. As soon as they got it, they headed off. While the robots were talking, the men listened and realized that they were stronger than them, and now it would be very bad, because they could really destroy everything here. He asked all the guys to gather. After everyone was on the pile, all the robots converged on them and were ready to destroy the guys. And at that moment, one of them took out his shield and covered himself and his partners to hide from the bullets and death. But how long will he last? While the men were being pierced by the robots, the guy was already half dead because of a very bad wound. He was thinking about why it took the guys so long to get here when it's like this. Just a little bit longer, and he was thinking that it looked like everybody who was here was gonna die a painful death. His team was still missing, and the robots would soon be done with everyone, and that would be the end. Just the end. But there was still hope. He could barely stand on his feet, and he realized he was destined to die here. Before he died, he asked the men to avenge all of them and him, and in the middle of his speech. While he was talking, Zero finally showed up, ashamed that it had taken him so long to get here while everyone was almost dead, explaining that it had taken him so long because he had been walking his dog and couldn't leave it behind. He couldn't even hear everything, but he barely heard the guy and said that he was very happy to see his friend, because there were problems with him and more. You could see how bad he was feeling. Zero was very angry. Who dared to abuse his brother like that? This guy was really like a brother to him, like all the others who fought with him, so he told him to rest and handle the rest himself. After he left his partner to rest and went to the robots, he looked at these robots to understand their features. And it turns out these things are self-regulating. Who's got one of those? If this is the case and these robots aren't so simple, he has to figure out how he can defeat them. After all, these robots were probably from one of the strongest families in the city, and he would have to be careful. When the guy finally examined the robot, he decided to get a weapon that should definitely kill this monster. But of course, even if the robot doesn't die from it, there's a plan B and C. There are plenty of weapons. He took a fire weapon. I guess it was a very powerful weapon because one of those robots burned up on the spot, and all the other robots started sounding the alarm because they felt a lot of heat and fire. It seems that they also have a chief who shouted all this. He told his companions that they and he himself were in great danger due to an unknown heat force that they could not defeat. The robots stood and beeped, sounding the alarm. They seemed to have an instinct for self-preservation, surprising to Zero because they are robots and so intelligent. This one was impossible. It had to be so strong. How strong a clan can create such killing machines, and with self-preservation as well? After the guy thought about it, the robots stopped beeping and started shooting at the guy to destroy the danger. The robots fired at the guy for a long time, and as soon as they realized that it was all pointless and they didn't hit at all, they sounded the alarm again, because their fire was very powerful, and the guy had to be very strong so strong and so able to dodge all the bullets. It made them feel threatened, but Zero wasn't too happy to let those who had also maimed his own go. It's amazing. Just when they were heroes and killed the weak, they hear the smell of a strong man and they get away with it. The guy didn't like it so much, he started chasing them down to get revenge. He quickly dealt with all those who hurt his loved ones. And the man who started these robots got a notification that all his workers were being destroyed. It was strange. Who? Because of the surprise, the guy really wanted to see what happened. After all, who could defeat these super strong robots? So he clicked on the red button to see what he saw. There was a familiar-looking guy, and he seemed really strong, but that was in the background. The first thing that caught the guy's attention was that he had a spiritual sword of fire. While he was looking at everything that was going on in that sword, the girl who was sitting with the guy in the vlog noticed the face of the guy who was able to defeat those robots. It turned out to be him. She said the name of the guy who used to save her. It was her old love, and the guy knew that it was so, and realized after hearing only the name, He was glad that this girl was benefiting him with such people. After all the words of the man, the woman began to be even more afraid for her own, because if he wanted that sword, it should be taken away, and Zero would be in trouble too. He thought about it. She was very sorry for her mistakes. He further watched all this, and suddenly the guy ran up to his friends, and by compatibility partners, they asked if everything is normal, but to the content is far from everything, and need to urgently call an ambulance. After talking to his friend, they began to look around the area, and it turned out that everything is really not very good. They saw that on the ground lying, the same muscular alliance that helped them. But the bespectacled man didn't see where the 13th was at first, because he was a spy here, and it all started with him. And Zero said something a little further, but very badly wounded, because he was wounded by an unknown weapon. When the bespectacled man noticed the body of the guy, he was terribly surprised. It all looked painful, and it seemed that he would not live to see the ambulance. But still, everyone was very hopeful and asked to live, because it was their brother. Zero was also very depressed at that time, but he said that now was not the time to discuss who did it, because it was necessary to call an ambulance and save his partner, and then talk about secondary things, when the guy would be safe. But he realized that he didn't know who could have injured his partner so badly, especially with what it could be done. It doesn't look like it was an ordinary weapon, or an ordinary person. After all the commotion, the ambulance came and took all the wounded to the hospital to save the life of the 13th, because he is the most wounded, and it is not known how he survived with such wounds. In the hospital, the guy had a heavy operation to save his life. After it, the doctor explained to all the guys that the ambulance arrived in time, and now the 13th is not in danger of anything, but the Orientalism will be long. For some reason, the guy felt like he knew this doctor. Well, he couldn't remember from where. I nailed it, though. While he was thinking, the bespectacled man began to ask, who exactly could have inflicted such terrible injuries on 13? All your guys and stood over the bed and talked about it. They were shocked by what happened too, if it's not clear who could hurt him. What could be the consequences if the guys came later? They stood and talked for 10 minutes, talking about it all. And most of all, they were wondering what had happened on the 13th's mission. And then the guy interrupted their conversation. He started to say something. He wanted to give them information about what happened yesterday. He wanted to say who was the man who hurt him. The guys were very surprised how he was able to wake up right now. Just yesterday he was badly injured and had to rest for a couple days. But this guy is not as easy as some people think. After people started asking him what he said it again. Said it was the Yu Yang family again, and some guy from that family took Miss Dawn. And while the guy was following them, he was spotted and almost killed. Zero was furious because it was that family again. This made him very angry, and he was about to go to rescue the girl. Because after all, this is their team, and none of them are ready to abandon their own. But his friends stopped him and asked him where he wanted to go, because they don't know where their base is. His head was literally stuck from what he had just heard, so he shouted and told his friend that if he stopped here, then let him tell where it is. The guy hurried to calm him down, because now is not the time to do it. You have to wait for the 13th to recover, and then he can start searching. These words calmed the guy, because it is true that their friend needs to recover, and then begin to act. So he chewed on his friend's recovery and said that he would take it upon himself to rescue the girl, adding that he would avenge his brother. After his speech, from other wards, doctors' voices were heard, who were very nervous because some of the machines stopped working, so the guys decided to get away. So two of the guys turned around and started talking about their own things. Of course, I tried to stop them, but they didn't even listen. They were talking about what Zero was saying about his friend's shoes. They talked about the fact that his shoes weren't really safe, and they finished the pink one when they got to Xiao Zhang's house. It was already a dark night and everyone was asleep, but they weren't quite asleep. Glasses was very nervous about what the guys had planned. More specifically, he was worried that they wanted to go rescue Miss Dong. He thought it was all safe, and was afraid that something would happen again. Where they told him right away that it was all true because the girl had helped them in her time, and sacrificed herself for them. Wasn't it all worth it that she deserved to be helped? And even if she was just an ordinary person, a girl of danger. Glasses only thought that all this is not safe because this organization and the family in general is very strong, and not everyone can resist it. He told everything he knows about this family, and it's a really scary family, and it's better not to mess with them. And the guys took his words as if he was afraid to fight. The guy was really scared that something might happen to him and the whole team. He admitted he was scared and asked them if they were scared. After all, this is such a strong clan. The guys told him that there was no word for fear, and Zero pointed out that he had long forgotten and lost that feeling. They really didn't care about what might happen to them. It was all about saving the girl. The other guy was pissed off because how could he afford to say that about the girl? She's part of the team and she's in deep shit for fighting criminals and he made a point that even if it wasn't about the girl, why did he forget that family hurt 13? One of them had hurt him very badly. But that didn't make the glasses guy feel any better. The guy said that he wasn't afraid because they're a team and together they can stand up to anyone, especially when someone touches one of them. They are heroes, not cowards. While they were talking about what Glasses was afraid of, a guy burst into the room and shouted at the whole house that a real hero would never bow his head to criminals, especially when they touched someone close to him. After his speech, everyone wondered how this guy got into Xiaozhang's house. They know who he is, of course, because they met him in the Hero Association. He told a strange story that he was passing by and heard that Miss Dong was in trouble and decided that Zero wouldn't let it go, or as he said, master. So he really wanted to help them. Hearing this incredible story, the guy was very surprised at how much he wanted to really become a hero. A real hero who would save lives, not ranks. Even this guy wanted to be with them, but what about the bespectacled man? Still no one understood, so they asked him if he was with them or not. After all, any help could help in saving the girl. After 10 minutes of silence, the guy decided to himself that he will not be a coward, and for the sake of his team will go for everything. Because really, as everyone said, the hero, I should be afraid. All very happy with the decision of the bespectacled man because maybe he still took the path of a man, not a coward. And Xiao Zhan himself said that it was his upbringing as a man. But the guy, of course, realized that there was nothing to blame the bespectacled man for. Because really, the Hero Association had too much information about them, and it would be easy for them to take revenge for all the actions that the guys would do. After all these words, the bespectacled man began to hesitate between what to do, because the fear may appear again. The guy immediately realized that it was better to shut up and said that instead it was better to talk about the plan of operation. So they began to think about it, and the best thing to do right now was to find out the layout of the Ouyang family's residence. But who could do that? They thought for a long time about who could help them with this matter, and suddenly they remembered Stepa. After all, she had experience with such tasks. So they quickly called her to do it quickly. Sitting down at the computer, she turned it on and literally 10 minutes later said that she was done with the task. It was very surprising how. Is this server really so easy that even a normal person can cope with it if she can figure it out? Or was it the girl's professionalism? They really thought that the website or servers of the residents of such a big and powerful family could be hacked so easily as if at the snap of a finger. But the girl said it wasn't. She said that she didn't do it all herself. The girl was able to hack this server only thanks to Toto, because this dog has a highly developed intelligence, and of course he was able to help. While the girl was talking about how the dog helped her, he was lying on her lap. The guys noticed this and shouted at him to get off calling him a pervert. Dennis was very happy because now they had an address to get there and a plan to deal with them. He was ready to act, but not everything is not so easy because Stepa can give some more information. After saying that, the girl confirmed the guy's words and said that what she said was not everything. Then she turned around and showed the screen, and on it was the banquet hall of the residents of the family. It turned out that the wedding ceremony was going to be held in that room. It was a surprise to everyone, but what was most confusing was what it meant to Lena. I mean, who would be in it? Turns out it was just to minimize the feud between these two great families, because right now they have a huge feud that needs to be extinguished. After she told me what the wedding meant to the clans, she said that Miss Dawn may be very well respected now, and she should be safe now, but after the wedding, things could change a lot, and she would be in great danger. That made the guy even more angry, so he said that the boy was worried for a reason and he should save the girl. Why he was worried about the girl and wanted to save her at any second, but he could calm down, which the bespectacled man asked him to do, because it would not lead to good. He said they all know the guy's strong, but it's about a great family. Even if he could save her, those two families wouldn't leave the girl alone. He forcibly calmed him down, but even though the guy didn't explode to run to save the girl, he was still angry. You said he hoped his friends could handle it. Of course, his team is very smart and strong, so they hatched a plan. They wanted the guy Zero brought in to help them, specifically to distract the family before the ceremony. The next one was a bespectacled guy. The guy said his job would be this. He'd have to move everyone from insecurity with the goggles they'd get from Miss Dawn. But he felt like a huge hero and said he didn't want to do that. He wanted to go into the building with them. But his ability wasn't strength after all. It was intelligence. The guy added that he hadn't seen the sister of the threatened girl in a long time. She's in the same family after all, and will definitely be at this ceremony, even because of her sister. Everyone listened to all this and realized that the bespectacled man really likes Miss Dawn's sister, so he really wants to go with them. Everyone thought it was funny, because they were hanging around so much. But still, there was no time to talk, and the next day, everyone went to the operation with their own personal task, and everyone was obliged to fulfill their task 100%. And so they ended up in the same residence. And the guy who was following Zero, the man had his assignment. When all the people gathered for his concert, he started talking about how he had a big favor to ask of everyone who came. It was unscripted and very strange what the guy was going to say and ask people to do. Everyone held their breath for a second. At that time, even the guy himself was silent to stall for time. The men who were supposed to accompany him were shocked at what he was doing because they were supposed to have a concert. And now he's making a mess of things. And after the silence, the guy started talking. He started telling the truth. He told all the people who came to his concert that his friend was illegally detained, namely the Yang family, and his request was for you to help him deal with them. He had very loyal fans. Because of that, they immediately agreed. While people were jumping and making a fuss about what was going on at the concert, behind them were the undercover guys who were supposed to rescue Miss Dawn, so to speak. They were running very fast and watching what was happening on the stage, and the guy was doing his job very well. Azaru at that time said that there was no time for meaningless conversations, and they should act faster. While the boys were putting their plan into action, in the family residence itself, the wedding was being organized. It was not as happy as all weddings should be, because it was a surprise. And in the living room of the residence was the bride herself, that is, Miss Dawn. While she was getting ready, her sister was there to help with everything, but she didn't realize how serious it was. The woman looked great in her wedding dress, but she's not so happy to get married. But she has to do it because it's their family's wish, and Yang's family's wish. They were talking about it all, and a man's voice came out and said that the groom, who shouldn't be here right now, had come in and listened to all their conversations. That's when their conversation, or rather their yelling, was interrupted by a guy. It was Xiao Ye's childhood best friend. But how did he get here? It was a pleasant surprise for the girl, as she loved going out with him, and that the guy said that he hadn't seen her for a long time and wanted to meet her very much. So he asked a guy to take him out. The girl didn't even listen to what her friend said. She told him not to contact her sister's husband, but he also ignored the girl's words. Instead, he asked her if she wanted to go for a walk with him right now. Well, as much as the girl didn't want that, she had to stay with her sister. The girl's sister, saw how much she wanted to go for a walk, so she said she didn't need any more help and could go, because there was no need to stay here. Then she turned to her and said that everything was fine, and she could finish all her work, and she could go for a walk, because it was not a problem. These words made the girl very happy. Although the girl was very happy, she did not look like she was going to help her sister, but not to go for a walk. If the girl decided that she didn't need any more help, it was okay. The girl gathered her things and went to her sister's fiancé. She told him that you did not dare to offend her sister. Why would it be bad luck? She threatened him with death. He just laughed and looked at her without taking what she said seriously. After the girl left, Miss Dawn asked what the man wanted. After all, he didn't just come to her for nothing. These words made the guy very angry, but still he answered normally and said that he just wanted to see his fiancée, and that's why he came. The girl realized that it was all a lie, because he never wanted to see her and came here 100%. Then because of some business, she was very angry and did not understand what he wants. The guy realized that no mercy and tenderness will not wait from the girl, of course, because she hates him and his family. So he said there would be no mercy and he would get right down to business. He said that if the girl didn't want to be nice, it would be the way he wanted it. And he walked up to the woman and pinned her against the wall and started talking about how he was interested in the guy with the spiritual sword of fire. The girl was really nervous that the guy was marking her, but she asked him what he wanted from her friend. We were really very worried because she really loved him and didn't want to hurt him. The guy said that this sword is very important to him because they were created by the greatest beauties who made swords of wind, water, earth, and fire. These swords are very powerful. With it, he would have power. But the girl looking at him didn't understand what he wanted. That's why she asked him. She tried to stall for time so that someone would distract them, and the conversation would be over. During the time while the girl was talking, he got really pissed off and said that she got to him, so he hit her and said that he needed this sword, this legendary weapon. You are all he needed. After the blow, the girl was lying on the floor, and the guy continued his speech that he thought first to buy this sword from him because it is worth all the money, and he was not sorry for them. The girl lay there and listened to this psycho. She just had to do it. and after he said he wanted to buy the sword, he went on to say that the girl's friends ruined his plans. The chick revisited the picture and realized it was Lin's new friend. It turned out that he came here for a reason, and she was very afraid that the guy was here too. The girl couldn't understand why they all went so far for her, and that the guy said he didn't know who exactly was trying to save her right now, but this performance would be special for her. He would kill everyone in front of her, saying they really hoped she would like it. After a not-so-good conversation, the guy said he had to go, telling the girl to behave herself. To the guard who was supposed to be watching her, he ordered him to keep an eye on her. While Shade was distracting the main gate of all the enemies, the guys outside the residence were talking about their plan, and talking to the partner who was supposed to time the alarm system. And any second now, the alarm was going to be disarmed, and the guys have to get started. And be very careful, because if they get caught, there are very bad consequences. While the guy was talking, he wasn't listening to the answer, and it was weird. So he turned to his partner and almost screamed in surprise. Instead of 0, there was a mask. He was already ready to shout as the guy closed his mouth to him and explained himself, because right now it would be very bad if they were heard and seen. And the bespectacled guy almost completely derailed the whole plan. After the guy calmed down a little, Lin took his hand away, and he immediately asked his partner without a sigh where he got the mask. He was very surprised because he did, but why would the guy even need a mask? He calmed down his partner and said that everything is normal and he did it only because of one reason, because they need to hide their identities. It is logical because of that he put on a mask and even changed his weapon. After this story, the guy pulled out a big blade from behind his back, called the Laser Dragon Sickle Blade. The name is intimidating, and the weapon's even bigger. His partner thought he'd stolen from the Hero Association and gotten his weapon there, but he refuted the bad thoughts by saying he got the equipment after a narrowing down with a monster. Well, and this did not convince the guy because he has never received such a strong weapon for some monsters. On what the other them on the guy said that it's all unimportant, and they already have time to discuss, the rest can be later. On the map talked to each other. Stopa was already ready and said to get ready, guys, because they, together with the dog, should now already turn off the alarm, and they will need to act quickly. Immediately after Stupa signaled the guy and started climbing on the building, and everyone who was inside was very worried, because what happened to the electricity? All the cameras outside stopped working, and there is no alarm system. While everyone was freaking out and worrying, the guys had already climbed onto the roof, but not all of them did. Glasses crawled up, but as soon as they got up, they wanted to look around. When they all climbed up and were ready to explore the area before they could get you up, they heard voices of people who saw them and started asking who they were, damn it. As soon as the guy looked up and looked at them, they immediately realized who was standing in front of them, or rather recognized the girl. And the guy who stood in front of her and said something about self-defense, they did not know. How much is very cool that next to the girl who likes him stood some guy, and I also in a secluded place. To all this, he also stood in a protective stance as if he was going to protect the girl. This all made him very tense, because the girl herself in a secluded place, together with a strange guy, and he is also handsome. The glasses man thought that this guy definitely wants to seduce the girl, so he was angry. After the guys saw how the glasses man was looking closely, and saw that he was angry, they started to encourage him to start beating, because for them it was a show. While they were figuring out what to say to whom, the girl looked out from behind the guy's hand and asked the bespectacled man why he was here and what he had forgotten. He was shocked how he could be in the residence. I mean, there's a lot of cameras, and the girl was worried because the residence has a lot of cameras and alarms. But suddenly, the guy turned to Xiao Ye and asked her if the girl knew the guy. That was interesting. The girl confirmed it, and the guy calmed down. But the bespectacled guy was still angry, even though they had all been down to earth and walking together for a long time. He wanted to show that he was very close to the girl. After a lot of stories that he wanted to scare the guy with, the guy took her aside a little and said that she had something important to learn. He wanted to say that this guy looked dangerous, and looks can be deceiving, but after the glasses guy said that, the girl got really angry because he's talking about her friend. That's why she started yelling at him, because why is it that he's starting to talk about them? This really upset the guy because he really wanted to make it so that this handsome guy did not hang around the girl he likes, but he just yelled at him. She told him that if he didn't stop what he was saying, she would cut off his tongue. And Xiao Ye's friend laughed and said that the bespectacled man was quite funny. His laughter really pissed off the bespectacled man. His partners watched this for another 5 minutes, and then realized that there was no point, and he should leave, and for now, go after Miss Dong, and to come back for the bespectacled man afterwards, because he had urgent business to attend to. After that, the guys quietly disappeared and stealthily approached the entrance to carry out their plan. They stood and looked around the area so as not to make a mistake. As soon as they started to look around the area, they immediately saw two large guards wearing black glasses and headphones. They were guarding the door in the back. It wasn't hard to guess that Miss Dawn was most likely there. This and saw the partner Zero, and then he turned around and told his friend this information, and then replied that if it is so, then we need to act quickly because it is not clear what is happening to the girl. They talked about the actions and the guy said that he wanted to do it himself, to show his new abilities to his partner. After all, he did not go to the training with the whole team for nothing. He said it was time to test his strength and aggression, and that he wanted the guy to save the girl while he was distracting the guards, because he wasn't sure he could hold out for very long. Zero still wasn't quite sure of his other's actions. After all, he didn't know how strong he was exactly. His partner didn't like that, so he said that he would show him everything, and asked him not to underestimate him. It's because he's got that jock in him again, and he's strong, so he could easily handle it all and be relied on. Really had more confidence than he needed. But there is nothing to be done, so the guy decided that it is necessary to step on, and the operation began as soon as he came out of the shadows. The guards were immediately frightened because what is this unidentified man and so large? They sounded the alarm because the man is supposed to guard the girl so she doesn't run away, not fight some crazy jock. But they're paid to do it, so the guys had to protect the woman. But the guy for some reason was not very serious. He began to croak and say incomprehensible phrases that pissed off his partner, because they had a plan to save the girl, not to tell something in an unknown language to the guards. He gave an earpiece to the guy to stop doing incomprehensible bullshit and do the task he was given. So he stopped and got down to business. Said the men were waiting for him. After all the talking, the guy said he's going to make sure no one stays conscious, and hit one of the guards with his great strength because of this transformation. After his powerful punch, the guy fell to the ground and it started to go on and on. It's like the man was being taken over by some kind of pixels. Is that really the guy's great power? Could he be able to make a man disappear with one punch? He was full of great power, and was ready to kill anyone who now threatened the life and safety of his team, especially those who had helped before, those who were already like family. He couldn't just let it go. At first, his partner watched this, but then decided that this guy could handle himself and said he would go about the business he had, which was to look for Miss Dawn to rescue. He quickly ran through all the doors that were near those guards, and in just 2 minutes he found a girl who was wearing a wedding dress and was about to go to the ceremony. He quietly went to the door and started talking to the girl, and she got scared and screamed. No wonder she's supposed to be a security guard. And there was some unknown voice, she thought. She thought it was some villain because she didn't recognize the voice of the man with whom she herself defeated villains. This really surprised the guy, because they had known each other for quite some time, and she didn't remember the voice. As soon as the girl turned to the face of the guy to see who it is, seeing the mask, she pulled out her weapon, because this mask gave even more reasons to think that this person is a villain. The guy realized that it is necessary to hide because she now can do bad things, and also make a noise. He lifted the mask and said, "Who is hiding under it?" The girl was very surprised. What is he doing here? When the girl saw the guy, she immediately melted, because she still loves him, and then he just appears out of nowhere, and of course it's clear why he's here. But what was strange to the girl was that he was wearing a mask. He explained that it was a disguise so no one would recognize him, and it really kept it private. Then he complimented the girl because she looked gorgeous in that dress. He said that it's time for me to talk now, so he said that we should act faster. The guy gave his hand to her and said that now his partners are dealing with the guards, and he may not last long. The girl heard all this but realized that she couldn't leave because the consequences would be even worse than they are now. She already made a lot of mistakes that need to be corrected, so now going somewhere would be the worst decision. The guy was very surprised by the words of the girl how it is that she does not want to go, because now they are in the residence of Ok Young, and it is all very dangerous, because they recently got rid of the president of the Hero Association from this family. If the girl said that she was fine, and that she didn't have to worry about it, because it was her choice. The guy still insisted and asked the girl to go with him, because what kind of safety can there be if she can literally be killed? She said she had made a promise not to make any more trouble. In fact, the girl was very worried about the whole team, and especially for the guy himself, so he didn't want to drag them into his troubles. So he started threatening him that if he didn't leave it would be bad. But the guy didn't even listen to her. He just slowly approached her while she was trying to somehow get into any of him in her icy needles. With each step, she worried more and more. When the guy was already close to her, he said that he was here to get the girl back, and everyone who went to this realized that she was in danger. They all came here for her. He literally broke the girl's icy hand by melting her heart, by telling her that she was very important to everyone who came here to save her, yet she was angry and upset about what might happen to them. But the girl would not calm down. She started crying because she was very worried about the guy she loved and the people who went to such lengths for her. She is just a girl and nobody to them. The guy saw that what she said was bullshit because he always cared about keeping the girl safe. He cared about the girl. He cared about the girl. That's why he's here. After all that, he said he'd never let anyone touch her or let anything happen to her. That girl was really important to him as he was to her. Or maybe they really... After he told her how much he needed the girl, the guy said that besides that, there were a lot of victims and wounded because of those who stole her, and he had to avenge all the guys, because they spilled their blood. For a moment, the girl calmed down, but it was not for long. But after a couple of seconds, she started screaming again because she was very worried about everyone who came here. She cried a lot and said that she had sacrificed herself and her own good for the sake of their well-being, and they were still meddling where they shouldn't. She was very angry about it. The guy listened attentively and said that it's not a problem, because if he is here, there is no need to sacrifice anything. He and his team will solve everything that is necessary, and nothing will never be sacrificed. The girl was pleased, but the family was the strongest in the county and asked him not to be so selfish and not to consider himself so strong that he could defeat such a strong family. It was a strange thing for a guy to say, because the girl herself had done the same thing with them back then. Thinking back to what happened at a seemingly recent surgery. After all, when they defeated the president of the Hero Association and the head of the corporation, she helped them and didn't even think that it could be something bad. They were all together defeating such strong people. This is the reason why they can't take her away in danger. She is part of the team, and she will never leave one of her own. After all, they are all one, so he won't leave now. The girl, though, in her heart is pleased. But still, this family is the strongest in this county, and it asked not to be so selfish and not to consider herself strong enough to defeat such a strong family. I was surprised that the girl was fighting so hard not to be rescued, because he asked her if she wouldn't have done the same thing herself, even though he realized that she wasn't exactly capable of taking away her friends in danger. After all, back then when they defeated the president of the Hero Association and the head of the corporation, she helped them and didn't even think that it could be something bad. They were all together defeating such strong people. That's the reason why they can't take her away in danger. She is part of the team, and she will never leave one of her own. After all, they are all one. That's why he won't leave now. Then he repeated that as long as they see and consider something unjust, they will defend it to the end. Because now they can't deprive the girl herself in danger and injustice. After this long conversation, the guy said that they had already taken the girl by the hand and dragged her with him. The girl blushed. She was very pleased that they were all doing this for her, especially him. It made the girl very happy. While she was walking in her thoughts, the guy started talking to her. He asked her to trust him because the guy was sure he was strong as hell and knew he could protect her from any danger. While he was talking and leading him by the hand, the girl was red as a beetle and embarrassed by such actions, but still said that you do her from such assertive men are not impressed, although she liked it a lot. As soon as they left the room, they saw Zero's partner in the distance. He was in his usual uniform and beaten like a puppy. Next to him stood the robot guards who did this to him. The guy understood why the Muscular Alliance was beaten so badly by these robots, because he felt the power of these robots. The guy saw that his partner was no longer normal. She told him to rest, and he would avenge them all. With his friend behind him, some voices were heard. It surprised the guy because they had just left the room and again some men. Could it be the guards again? But his thoughts were not justified. As soon as he turned around, the guy immediately saw that in front of him stood the man who stole Miss Dawn, and behind him were the same robots that had been there that day. The girl immediately recognized her husband. She was afraid that he would do something to her friends and herself again, because she knew how strong this guy was. The guy noticed the girl and asked her why she was going out. After all, if everyone knew that the bride ran away with another man on her wedding day, it would dishonor his family and the girl's family. But Zero was very angry at these words because this is an unusual wedding. These two families wanted to sacrifice the girl just to raise their reputation. It's very low. When the guy heard his outrage, he immediately realized that this guy is quite a badass, and that means he has power. I mean, it's obvious who it is. The guy with the spiritual sword of fire. Of course, they both realized that the guy was confident in his powers, and that's why he came after the girl. But he asked if he had the strength and courage to face the man. The guy easily said that he could do it, but on the condition that he would let them go if he won, and he had to swear that he wouldn't pursue Shuer anymore. The guy's adrenaline was running high. It was a wonderful bet for him. After thinking it over, he set his terms. That if he won, the spiritual sword of fire and the girl would belong to him. Of course, the guy had it built in. He was confident in his abilities and knew he could win. While they argued, the girl on the side tried to stop her friend, but he didn't even listen. But after he finished speaking, the guy turned to her and said that it was all trap night. This guy was the strongest of the young members of the Ouyang family. He's obviously a cocky guy who thinks he can't be defeated. He doesn't even know how strong Zero is because the information about him is little known and only a small part of people know it, but no one knows how strong he is except him. The guy was already full of strength and said that in order to make everything fair, they should not go to the duel stadium and invite to it the highest members around so that they would be witnesses and no one could cheat. It was all for fairness because the guy was not afraid of the consequences and said right away that he was ready for it, asking to take him and the team to the right place. While someone was preparing for the greatest fight of all, the bespectacled man was still with the girl and the guy. They were walking together when suddenly the bespectacled guy yelled that the guy's beauty means nothing and the girl didn't fall for it. The girl's friend doesn't even know what he's talking about. I'm not really a girl. I don't know what he's thinking. And why is he even now with them and not with the team? The girl from anger hit him and then immediately began to talk about why he's here, because now his partners have to save Xiaoye's sister, and that is why he is here. And it all started because the 13th was very badly wounded. While the girl was thinking about her, he told her that the Muscular Alliance was also there, and he was almost killed. This news was all very strange to her because her sister had told her there shouldn't be any problems. While they were talking, there was a couple on the sidelines, and they were talking about how the bride-to-be of one of the families had been stolen by some guy, and now the guy was going to fight the groom in the stadium. The girl was immediately afraid for her sister, and shouted that there is an urgent need but that stadium, and then ran with all speed towards the stadium, even forgetting about her friends. At that time, the heads of the Ouyang and Don families were already sitting on their thrones and looking at what was happening. None of them expected that such a situation would happen, and they would be gathered together. The bride was also watching and was upset because she thought that the guy she loved had no chance. Suddenly, her younger sister comes running up behind her and starts questioning her. The girl almost feels guilty because things have gotten complicated and something bad is about to happen, and no one knows who it's with. But a lot of people chose the husband to win because he's the strongest of his kind. While the girls were talking amongst themselves, they heard a very huge shout. It was the groom who asked for the attention of everyone who had gathered in this big stadium to watch the battle. He began his cooking, starting off by saying that he wanted to entertain the crowd with this fight. He said that the guy standing next to him wanted to fight him, so he offered a duel. I said if he loses, he'll leave Dongsu-er alone. The whole audience was very excited because it's a very serious act, and in general, battles for the girl have always been epic. And by the way, everyone immediately thought about what the opponent proposed. The Don family was shocked by the announcement. It seemed very bold because the wedding was about to start, and with such a performance, there is a risk that the wedding will not take place. But then the guy went on to say that of course he had his own terms, and that's what the whole crowd was waiting for, and the family, that if he wins, he's gonna take the kid away. Everybody was holding their breath and listening to what this weirdo had to offer, and then he said that if he won, the wedding would come as planned. But the guy's wedding gift would be a spiritual sword of fire. As soon as everyone heard the words about the sword, they were shocked. And even more shocked, the families vomited because they knew what these swords meant. They didn't know there were only 5 of them. If this guy really has one, it would be a wonderful gift. But it was still a shock to everyone in the room, because not only did the families and the Shafts realize what the sword meant, but the audience knew about it. It's amazing. The stakes are very high. The head of the groom's family was very excited because this is the lost legendary sword, the spiritual sword of fire. If I bet you like this fight will be legendary just like him. For some reason, the family, because the Dong clan was surprised by this. Why is it that an ordinary guy is so confident about her? What would he be able to do against a man with such a ball? It was very strange. Well, Head Ouyang said that this guy had traveled all over the world and trained for years, and this duel was the perfect opportunity to show the results of his training. Even the same guy that Zero's sister was blowing off was at that duel, but not just for fun, but to keep an eye on the guy he suspected of doing bad things to the girl he likes. And so the guy announced the start of the fight. He immediately said that he had a barrier that neutralizes the damage so he cannot worry and just attack. How naive is this jerk? Why rely on himself so much? After his words, the guy realized that he was overconfident and wanted to put him in his place. So he took a not very strong weapon. That is, the Emerald Dragon Blade, the one he got from the dragon. Suddenly, the guy's strong confidence quickly disappeared, because he thought that the guy would use but strong weapon that is the spiritual sword of fire. But not so. He was very surprised because he thought that the guy was not strong and would just lose with his sword. But he didn't even use it and took some unknown blade that a lot of people didn't know about. So the guy said that this weapon was enough. Then the guy asked him where his opponent's weapon was, and he said he could beat a guy like that with a finger. He didn't even consider the guy a rival, and he was just as sure. After all the talk, he took action and waved his finger twice, after which a big blue wave in the shape of a cross came. Did he really think he would win with just some finger waving? When he saw his opponent's weapon, Zero realized what he was up to and what he had stored the 13th with. That weapon was strong, but the guy deflected it immediately as if it was nothing. The opponent got a little nervous, because he thought that everything he did was enough to kill the guy, and he didn't even hit him, because to get out of it he said that everything that had happened before was just a snack. Then the guy said that wasn't all the weapons he had, and he was going to get to the main course. Then the guy started shooting a lot of bullets at Zero, hoping that it would kill, or at least defeat the guy. He dodged every bullet very skillfully, and again it didn't hurt or cause him any discomfort at all. But it was still obvious that he was distracted, so the guy quickly moved right behind him. He thought he'd win the fight, but his opponent reacted much faster than he did. So he turned around and swung his weapon at the guy's face with all his might, so hard that he flew away, that he flew off to the other side of the stadium, which was a very unexpected move. This guy wasn't as simple as the kid thought. He anticipated his actions so easily and fought back. When he finally recovered and stood on his own 2 feet, he looked up and saw a blade staring him in the forehead. Amazing speed. How did he get there so fast? But still he reacted and flew into the air to avoid the guy's blow. As the guy flew up, he looked all over the area, and for some reason the opponent was nowhere to be seen. For a long time he couldn't figure out what was going on when he felt a footstep behind him. It was him in a black cloak and mask. It seemed like an ambush was in order now. For a second he got worried. Before he could even turn his head, Zero flew into him. It looked like he was going to knock the boy's teeth out with one punch, because he was pretty fast and tough. So he grimaced in pain. The heads of families who watched this were calm that this type of such a problem. Most of all nerves, all the head of the family from which was the groom. After all, if it's like this, maybe the victory won't be so easy, or it might not be at all. After the guy hit his opponent in the face, he fell to the ground. And after he fell back, he said that he was impressed that the guy was able to hurt him to such an extent. But he was still very complimentary, because he didn't want to be disrespected. The guy was standing with his back to his opponent, so you couldn't see his face. But when he turned around, you could see that his face was completely chapped. His teeth and chin were bloody. He realized that if it wasn't for the armor, the blow would have seriously injured him. After the guy found out that this guy used armor, and now he's not so surprised why he wanted to hit with his fingers first. Well, if that's the case, he can go ahead and hit as hard as he wants. So the guy says he's not afraid of his opponent because he's sure he's safe with this weapon. He took some black gloves out of his pocket and started to put them on. He put them on with great speed to protect himself from the guy's punch, who was about to make a fall move. He was eager to kill his opponent for treating the girl he liked like that. Just as he was about to strike, the guy put some kind of clear glass in front of the blade. He was hoping it would protect him from the blow. It's one of his strongest weapons of defense. And there's the blow. The guy looked at it all very much because he was sure that his powerful glass could handle the blow. But when he hit it, the glass shattered. The guy thought it was impossible. How? He was pretty sure that the glass would be unbreakable and it was supposed to protect the guy completely. But something's wrong. What's going on? This guy's not so easy. While the guy was in shock, his opponent was ready to attack again to completely finish him off. Where you yourself were very surprised at what was happening. How does a guy that strong hold on to someone who doesn't know what he's doing? And then he came at him and hit him so hard that his armor cracked even more and his pupils lost their light from the pain. The guy screamed so hard because of how hard his opponent hit him. Zero was very frustrated that his opponent was so easy and he really wanted to fight someone good. And this guy was like a nub and couldn't do anything. While the guy was lying there screaming in pain, something lit up the entire dueling stadium. It was coming from Zero's hand. Everyone was confused as to what was going on. What was the light? And what was the guy up to? After the big light that blinded everyone looked straight at the mysterious masked guy who was holding something they hadn't seen in a long time either. Even the clan heads were very surprised. After the opponent came to his senses, he looked in his direction and saw something that no one in this stadium expected to see. This guy turns out to be the one with another legendary weapon. Turns out that weapon was this lapis lazuli dragon blade. Only the one who defeated the dragon had this blade. And of course, everyone was surprised when they saw it. The power of this blade was incredible. As the opponent lay in the rattle of his armor, the guy said that for everything this degenerate had done, for every tear that flowed down Miss Dawn's cheeks, for every drop of blood of his friends and team, the guy was really pissed off. He looked stone-eyed at the guy who was beaten up. He asked him if he was ready to receive, 'cause the guy was all set to start, and now it was his turn. As soon as the guy got his bearings and realized that the guy with the azure dragon blade was standing there, his eyes widened as he realized what a powerful weapon this blade would kill an ordinary man with in one fell swoop. As he watched and marveled, the guy was talking about his own thing. He was ready to kill him for what he'd done. Literally everyone in that stadium was silent, and there wasn't even a whistle of wind, waiting for the aftermath. Suddenly, the guy accelerated and ran towards his opponent and swung his blade so hard that he almost bent in half from the strain. He said he'd teach the boy a lesson for what the young man had done. And the first thing he'd hit the kid for with his blade was his friend, partner, and brother in 13. This guy almost killed him, and Zero was ready to finish the bastard off for it. After saying that, he chirped near the guy's arm, but even after lightly chirping, he had a huge shoulder wound. Everyone was more and more shocked by the minute. Some masked man hitting someone like that. It did a lot of damage to the guy, and he got even more angry. He looked at his opponent with a very big desire to kill him. He said that if that's the case, the guy forced him to use it. He was mortified that the guy could beat him to such an extent and not even get dirty. Who is this guy? Everyone in the audience was shocked by him, and everyone was wondering, who is this guy? But the guy didn't care about being threatened. He was completely confident in his strength. The only ones worried about him were Miss Dawn and his partners. She didn't even think about where she was going, but she was stopped by the head of the family, who explained to her that it was a bad idea and pointless. Because where would she go and what would she do? The girl didn't even want to listen to him. She cried to the man to let her go. She was very afraid for the guy and said that she accepted the family's offer only on condition that her friends wouldn't get hurt. And now, well, instead of worrying, Zero flew up into the air and watched the guy's actions from above. He didn't really like what the guy was doing unbeknownst to him, so he told him to stop the pathos because they wouldn't help him. But the guy didn't even listen to him and did whatever came to his mind, while he was watched like a madman. Everyone saw how this guy is now embarrassed in front of everyone. And not so long ago, he was confident. While he was screaming, the guy who was literally bullying him was very angry. He was thinking of everyone who was hurt by this helpless man. He literally hates him. Suddenly, the guy wanted to do something. He got up to hit his opponent, and Zero was even more angry because he was not afraid of him, but of getting his clothes dirty, so he kicked the boy. Everyone saw how he dealt with this cocky guy. He had already embarrassed himself so much that each of them would have finished the fight and left. But he still held on, and all his friends admired his partner. He made the guy spit blood. He dishonored his name with his confidence and the way he fought like a no-good. He couldn't even believe what was going on. Everyone was in great shock at what happened. No one expected such an outcome, and the guy at the time approached his opponent and asked if what he had already done was enough to consider him the winner. But the guy didn't want to lose that worst feeling when you were confident in your abilities and so easily lost he said there was no way he was going to let him win. He'd do anything. The guy was so angry. He'd do anything to kill his opponent. Everyone was watching the show, wondering every second. The guy's friend pulled some bullion out of his pocket. Only the head of the family and some other people knew about this ingot, and he immediately realized that everyone here was in danger, so he said that everyone should evacuate immediately. Special people in a couple of seconds removed all the people who were in this building to ensure safety, because now it will be very bad in this arena, and most likely it will be gone in a few minutes. When all evacuated, the guy opened the ingot and said that now it's time to activate. And he did it a moment later. There was a powerful explosion that was heard by the whole city. Some people didn't even realize how it happened and why they were evacuated so urgently. Some people didn't even realize that they were already outside the clan residence. The heads of the families along with the girls evacuated as well, but as soon as they were outside, Miss Dong immediately ran back because she couldn't leave Lindsay herself. This was terrible and disappointed the head of the Dong family. He really wanted to watch the fight, and here it was. While he was thinking, something whistled through the air. He immediately asked what it was. It turned out to be a whistle made by SS-ranked heroes who give a warning and a barrier. That surprised the coworker because why would they use that here? What does this guy do? To which he said the guy has never lost before and he can't accept it now. So there was no way to stop him, no matter how much he wanted to, but it was also a big loss for the clan. But first, the girls saw Zero's partners landed right in front of them. I was very happy that they lived and asked if everything was okay. And they said everything was fine. But their conversations were interrupted by something unknown. Some shining ball began to rise into the air right above people's heads, and told their friends to look at you too. Everyone raised their heads up to look at what he was talking about, so abruptly started talking and looking. It was a blue glowing ball of fire with a person in it. But what was going on? A second later, that ball of fire dissipated a little bit, and it started to show up. It was Ouyang Tzu Hao. He had taken on an incredible body shape with an ingot. He was literally boiling. Everyone could see the guy very well, but still no one understood where his opponent was. Miss Dawn was especially worried because they cared about each other more than anyone else. They all thought he was dead. It was a big blow. But a friend shows up who says he's fine. And in fact, he doesn't have a scratch. In fact, his clothes are as clean as they were. But his cape wasn't that big anymore, and his mask was gone. It's strange what happened to him if he's not even scratched, but his clothes are disheveled. How strong and fast is this guy? He was acting pretty calm, and when he approached the girl, he said he'd be done with the asshole and they'd go back to his hometown like he didn't care. But his rival thought Zero was long dead because of all the debris. He's destroyed so many things and he's got nothing on him. What the hell? Does this guy ever take damage? He kept trying to defeat him because he couldn't realize that he wasn't strong enough to do it. He tried even his strongest moves to no avail. He could not accept the fact that he lost. He fought on and on, despite everything he did to defeat each of his rivals. And now he cannot even do anything. It does not give him to think even, but still on the hair of all the people he lost. There was a huge shame. Everyone thought that he would beat the guy in a few seconds. But it turned out to be a long fight, and in favor of the one on whom, and did not bet. After he defeated Sakalik, the guy went straight to Miss Dawn. He started hugging him in tears. He explained that everything he said was true and he didn't overestimate you. But the girl only thought that she was glad he was alive. While the guy and the girl were talking to each other, they were being hugged by their friends and partners, including Miss Dawn's sister, who was already almost shouting to her. As soon as he defeated one of the strongest members of the Okyang clan, the head of the Dong family told the old man who was sitting next to him that he seemed to be in trouble, because just because they didn't finish off the guy didn't mean they would leave him behind. But he said that it was nothing, and that the real problem was that some thief had broken into the research institute and stolen the research results, which were very important. For the old man's story, the man from the other family started telling him something about guards who could use this device. But what does it all mean? That immediately surprised him. After his story, he promised her a lot. He didn't know that this research had been completed long ago, and there was already a device that could be used. But why didn't anyone tell him anything about it? The old man's answer wasn't exactly positive. He didn't even say anything about it. Instead, he said that his old buddy was now going to have to clean up all the mess and trash from his property. While they were talking, he reminded him to keep his guard up, because who knows what might happen in a few seconds with this crazy guy and his crew. Indeed, this young ordinary, like all the other people these old men saw, he was special and very strong in their eyes. Through this, the old man was nervous. Because in order not to be nervous, he decided that he just needed to get the problems out of his way, so he called the work to kill those who interfere with him. As soon as he started the work, they immediately moved towards the team. The guy immediately noticed it, and began to ask why this is happening because he won, and the agreement was that they would be left, and that the old man said that it was not his problem, because he negotiated not with him, but with the guy, and now he does what he wants. All that was before was a contract with the opponent, not with the head himself. Work in a second appeared in front of the Agave family, and started moving towards them all. The man was very much on his nose to have you kill completely everyone, so he could take the valuable reward. He wanted the guy not to be in danger to him and the clan, and even more so that he would give up his spiritual sword of fire. The guy immediately said that you'd take anyone in danger because it's about to get violent. The guy after work all the team to himself, and even the girl who did not want to leave but was very afraid for the guy, and because of that she had to pull his hand to save him. She did not want to leave him himself. But the guy was as always with me laziness, and said that she did not worry because everything will be at the highest pilotage, and he with everything to cope. Individuals smiled at the time when they want to kill him, and so everyone is assembled. Bespectacled man presses the button to move them to a place where it will be safer. And as soon as everything is accomplished, he fell off his glasses, which were shot down by laser robots. It was not good, because how to return now for Zero? While they tired the glasses along with the guy on the other side of the glasses, they all landed in Xiaozhang's house, and fell there right on the floor in what they were wearing then. As soon as everyone woke up and started to understand something, the girl started sobbing, for they had arranged the most important person to her, who might not survive while they were here in the warmth of safety. The girl ordered to fly immediately, or teleport after him, because he was left by himself against so many robots. She was very afraid for him. That's why she begged to come back. But Stepa interrupted her by saying that the magnetoplane she wanted to fly was parked on the roof. But they had to wait a bit, because according to her cameras, the institute where Lindsay's sister works is in danger. There's danger at the institute where Lin Wang works. That's the guy's sister. And it doesn't look like there's any danger on the cameras, so maybe they need to... The guys immediately made a big deal out of the fact that it's the sister of a man who's willing to cut the throat of anyone who dares touch the girl. So when they told him, he wasn't happy. It turned out that they did not tell Lin at all. It's just the receiver is working well, and he passed everything to him. These words very angry guy, and he began to scream. He did not want to believe it. After talking about his sister, he was asked how he was, because everyone had left, and he was left against an old man and a bunch of robots that couldn't be counted. They all came out of nowhere. The guy said something to him that he did not even listen from, just repulsed all the attacks of robots and answered his brothers. He really did not care that he is now in battle against a serious type. The new chairman of the association intends to appropriate the results of Professor Chin and his assistant. It is possible that he will not leave the girl just like that. Will take her with him. Everyone in the house was surprised by all this news. Especially the girls were very lost in thought, because it is not clear what is happening, and who is the brother and who is the sister. At that time, the guy was fighting with robots, and he was not comfortable to do something talking on the phone. Especially, he was very worried about his sister, because everything can happen to her, from A to Z. And all he needed was to protect his little sister from danger. But he realized that he couldn't do it himself, because now he had things to do, so he asked his people to help him. While talking, the guy just destroyed every robot and crushed them with his foot as if they were just grass that could be easily crushed. He said he'd finish and he'd fly over to help. After they talked, the guy finished with the last robot that was on the horizon, and he told his own that his life wasn't in danger, and he was fine. He killed the Azure Dragon with his blade, all those who were against his premonition, and he felt fine, for again he had not gotten a scratch. He stood on the pile which he had already interrupted and saw that the new robots began to converge, and he needed to do everything very quickly because he was in a hurry to his sister, so he told them all to attack together. They all jumped on him and should have killed the guy, but he actually fought off everyone who got on top of him. That made the old man nervous. How could it be all at once? But that's not the last thing he had. He had a plan B that he thought would work 100% and finally win, and that plan was... His ingenious plan was to combine all the robots into one to beat the guy, and the guy was even happy, because now he would be free even faster. He told him that. But the old man still thought that this weapon would sacrifice Lin, and he would forget about him forever. He'd had enough of this guy, and more. And with this one, it's all gonna happen. Just when he wanted to make sure everything was perfect, there was a problem at work, and the old man immediately saw that this was very bad news. In a second, the robot had the guy on the ground very easily, and was ready to crush him after the blow, but he put his hand and literally dented it into the robot's hand. The guy looked at the robot and laughed, because such a weak blow is not his level, and he will not do anything. He thought this robot is very weak, and that he will not do anything. Literally, the second the old man was smiling from his robot, Zero killed him in one fell swoop, as if he wasn't even there. What the fuck happened? How easy is that? This guy likes to kill not only people, but also their self-confidence. So he did it in this case. The old man saw that his job was gone. It was amazing. One punch and so fast. What the guy did was to make the elder so worried, because this giant robot can only stand up to 5 people from this district, and this guy seems to be one of them. At that time, everything was going well in N City, or rather Professor Chin's research center, and the work was progressing so far because everything was calm and things were going great. The old man and the assistant were working very hard on what they had to do. They were obliged to do that brain experiment. But still everyone realized that sooner or later they would come to them. At that time, the professor was getting into the science that they had to look at when building this system and intelligence in general. They were still fine-tuning it. And now they are finalizing. And just as the old man pressed the button to check the correctness and check the connection, it turned out that everything was successful, and they can congratulate each other. They were very attentively watching all this, and observed that everything was normal, and in the computer and in general with the experts. Or is it already all right? While the professor and the assistant were discussing, the young master of the Dong family came in as if something had happened, and his smirk didn't exactly mean well. He immediately entered and started moving towards the professor and his assistant, who was very scared of what was going on. She didn't expect someone to just barge in like that. The guy said that there was no need to be nervous, because he was just interested in Prof. Chin's research, and added that he really wanted to be the first test subject, and he didn't want any trouble. The girl was very distracted by what was going on outside, and there was some crazy stuff going on. Some people were climbing and trying to get in, and some people were actually leaving them. And the guy said that he knew all about it, and it was some worms from the Ao Young family that were going to take out the lab. But these people turned out to be this guy, and they were protecting the lab now. And then this guy shows up, the same guy who was dumped by the girl, and he says it's all lies, and there's no point in listening to this stuff. They're just being hoodwinked like chickens. And then when he left, the guy started to say that he knows who he is, and in fact he controls mental powers, and this guy is on the top of the Aranga, and no one knows the last one. After this whole revelation about this guy, it's going to be very difficult, so right away, and easily they can't do anything to him because of his power. That's why the guy said he would protect them. This made the guy angry. And he said that if this is the way things are, he will not keep his power. So he started doing unknown swings and folds of his arms. After all, who could he think he was to organize such concerts? And he can't do anything except what he says. He's just a coward, and that's it. He's not even ready for a fight. What are you talking about? Suddenly the guy clapped his hands, and after that the young man could not move for 2 minutes. He was paralyzed. But in order to fight with it, he had to let him go. But this guy seemed very clever, because not everyone can understand such tricks cunning, but still, although he did not fall for them, but he fell for his power, which cannot hold back many. After a few seconds, the guy ordered that the one who protects the girl began to hurt, and no one could not understand what was happening, because the mind and the whole body was filled with anger of the new president of the association. He could barely contain himself, but just a little bit more, all the aggression will be released on the girl, and it will be very bad. The girl was scared of what was going on, because she had never seen what was happening. The girl still did not find it necessary to take and run away. Instead, she stood and watched until they started touching her, and when they started almost strangled when she did not pee. The guy was very surprised, because this young man to resist his strength, not just for nothing, she really loves the girl, and because of that, and the guy is difficult to control him, because he too resist. He strangled the girl until the old man told him not to touch the assistant. This girl was like a daughter to him, so he was ready to do anything for her. The guy finally let the girl go, and he and the assistant chairman went to get ready and told the professor to watch everything, and then adjusted everything under the guy's head. As soon as he put on this helmet, he had bad thoughts that this dome of theirs was not cleaned up, but they decided that it should be continued to finish, right? And then the professor was already watching the fun begin, and this guy was already in the capsule. Getting ready to increase his intelligence is not as easy as everyone thinks. After the professor did what he had to do, the guy let go of the jerk he was strangling the girl with, but he almost strangled her. He was disgusted and ashamed that it happened. After a second, the girl got up and said she was fine, and told him to quickly shut down the device, which could be very harmful to everyone, because if its intelligence rises... The guy immediately ran to where the girl said to stop the guy. He even shoved the president's assistant to do it, but as soon as he got there, he saw a big oval circle, and there were cine lines flying around it. He was in total shock and scared of what happened. What is this guy doing? But the guy was in total shock, because what is this? And how do you shut this whole system down if they don't do it themselves? Okay, the guy could not stop it all, but even the professor himself for some reason also cannot do anything, as this such an experienced man, and even he does not know. He thought for a long time and puzzled how to eventually solve it. But then the guy who liked that girl said that it could all be left to him. But what was this guy hoping for? Because if the professor couldn't do it, where's he sticking his nose in? But maybe he knew what he was doing. That's why he used one of his tricks. Because after all, he should do as he was asked, both the professor and the girl, before everything was serious. And then this dome started to spin and shine, as if it was going to explode, and something very bad was going to happen. So everyone had to leave the buildings before it was too late. At that time in City B, everything was desolate. There was a lot of debris on the ground, and people are not seen yet, unfortunately. But what happened here? Is it something with Zero? But the guy and the head of the family were talking very calmly for some reason. And the head of the family suspected that the guy was from an ancient race, which confirmed why he was so strong. But the guy didn't understand what he was talking about. And then he said it was all nonsense and he didn't know any ancient race. What the hell am I talking about? Have you hit your head yet? But the old man knew what he was talking about. The ancient race is the strongest strike in District C, and even the 8 great families can't compete with them, and they say they can't cover their identities. The man realized that the guy was out of his family's league because he started to be friendly and very nice, apologized for what one of his men did, and the family said he was ashamed. The old man was acting very strange, talking about how sorry he was. I didn't know who I wanted to attack, so he started apologizing very much and apologizing for his actions. And that the guy told him that he didn't need anything and he just wanted to leave, because he had a lot of things to do with his sister. The man said he would be very happy if they could settle the matter on the spot. The guy wasn't very happy about being treated too well. He said he had no complaints but asked about the girl they wanted to take away. In fear of what he saw in front of him about a strong rival, he said he would make sure the girl was not touched again, and the wedding was annulled, and they would not be inconvenienced. He calmed down about the girl but still needed to make sure his identity remained hidden. So he asked the old man, "What about the guy's identity? Why keep it a secret?" He already realized that he had to do everything to ensure the safety of his family and himself, so he didn't disagree with anything. He agreed with everything, and with keeping the guy's secret too. That was all that was needed, and he said he had to go now because he had a lot of things to do. In fact, the guy didn't need anything else, so he just left the old man. But he was still very worried about his own skin, and for his own safety, he said for the sake of propriety that he wanted to see the guy off, as if he was chickening out like some little kitten. He thought he didn't need any escorting, especially that the old man was no longer as childish as he used to be, so he wouldn't be able to keep up with the boy, so he refused to help him and said he could get there himself. The old man wasn't surprised that the guy was acting like that after all. This is ancient Rara. They act like lone wolves who don't need anything but themselves. So he wasn't too keen on doing it after all. As soon as he heard about the village and the race, he thought about the fact that he had heard the name somewhere, and that it was Chubino's race. He remembered what happened 5 years ago, because then it was a race trying to establish world domination. And then the guy remembered that they failed to do it because he beat them up, and because of that they all closed their identities. It was interesting, because they seemed to have reappeared and may want to do something again. But the guy didn't think about it because he had to hurry to his sister. Meanwhile, his team was getting to the lab where his partner's sister worked, and there was a very strong wind. While they were trying to get to the lab, Lingwan was sitting there with an old man and a guy who was trying to protect her. There was nothing they could do against the wind. The heroes got to the place, and they were immediately noticed by Zero's sister. She was happy to see them, but she didn't understand where her brother was, so she asked them that, and they started asking about the girl's well-being. The glasses man came up to her and said that her brother would be here any minute, but for now he needed to know about the situation that happened here. The girl told about what the guy from the Ouyang family did. He used their device to... Turns out the guy used the device to enhance his mental powers. He literally took them into the lab and did it himself. Miss Dawn realized what was going on and immediately started asking where her brother was. Well, everyone who was in that lab when he came here said he was in that capsule that was spinning and creating all this wind. It was unclear what the device was and why it was so powerful. When the team looked at the thing in which was the brother of the girl, they were immediately frightened because they saw such a thing for the first time, did not understand what it is. But the important thing was, they had to figure out how to stop it. They came up with something to destroy the dome, but as soon as the old man heard them, he said it was too late to stop it, because it had gone too far, and the heroes were too late. On the team did not stop it. They said that even if the old man who says to try to do it should be because it can all lead to consequences, so they cannot just leave it. He went to the dome, took something out of his pocket, and threw it at him. Calling the object, he threw a pepper stick. The glasses man who was watching was shocked. What's this psycho doing? And why is he throwing a trinket like that? It sounded like idiocy. How he wanted to break such a club with a pepper stick, especially when the old man said it was too late to break it. And here he said he would do it because he thought it would help. Surprisingly, whether the wand did it or not, the cocoon started to crack, and it looked like it was going to break open like that. But no one noticed the crack at first. But in case it got too painful, everybody stood there waiting, but only one guy realized something was wrong. So he yelled at everyone to stand still, make one extra move, and everyone in here would die. But why did the guy think it was going to happen? Just a cocoon bursting. And what's so scary about that? The whole crew thought so, but they didn't immediately believe what the guy was saying. The guy realized that it is necessary to act quickly, because it can all end badly, so told everyone to stand behind him very quickly, because now everyone is in great danger. Everyone ran to the guy and got behind him while the dome kept breaking. And then after a couple seconds it started to kind of explode. I think it really looks very dangerous and it's going to be bad. Everyone felt the danger too. So they quickly started to follow the guy, and he finished his huge shield to protect everyone from those gusts of wind, because it has the power of S-rank destruction, and it will be difficult to contain it. After the cocoon was torn, the wind started to blow really hard, and the guy who was there was seen in it. Everyone looked at him and was shocked at how he looked now. The girls would look at that man and wonder, how could it be their brother? He was a frail, small guy, in physique, and now he was so big they were scared, because this guy was not so reckless. Everyone watched him and was surprised too, because he was a big 2-meter-tall jock, barefoot and bald. Strange, is it too early for him to be bald? While everyone was looking at him and marveling at his physique, he didn't react to anything. But most of all, I was worried about the guy who was protecting everyone, because all 8 families are now on a very delicate balance, not to start fighting against each other, and this balance must be maintained because it will be bad. So this guy has to be dealt with quickly in order not to start a war between everyone, which is what this guy went to do. The girl he was defending wanted to go with him because she was afraid, but he stopped her and said it was very unsafe. Instead, the guy approached the people of the Uyang family and offered them a job to make a quick buck. He realized that he couldn't do it himself, and the ordinary people who were with him wouldn't help him, so he needed something stronger. Of course, those guys were very interested in the money, and that's why they agreed and immediately started running to attack the guy. And for the sake of money, these guys will do anything, and it's not surprising because they have little income. But immediately after their attack, the guy rejected everything. It was very surprising because they had just started, and already they were answered immediately. It made the guy very angry. How could this weirdo be so strong against all of them at the same time? But they did not give up. Still, fought to the end, and every time they attacked immediately flew back as if they were jumpers. But only one main of them stood still, and all this did not hurt him, because he is stronger than the ordinary members of the family. After all that the men he called the guy did not help, and were meaningless. So he decided to act himself, and came with his fist right on the man who was sitting. At first he sat and did not even blink an eye, and then he turned to his opponent and said that what the guy is doing is very weak. His eyes were white, and even without pupils, it even scared a little bit of the guy. Even though he told the guy about his weakness, he still sat there with a stone face, as if he didn't care that he was about to get hit. He was completely confident that he wouldn't be hurt by this idiot, because he was 10, 100, 100, 1,000 times, or more. But his opponent didn't realize that what he was doing was pointless, and kept moving until he realized he was frozen and couldn't move. What kind of force is it that can stop a man from moving so easily? After the guy stopped, the man said that was not all, and ordered him to kneel down immediately. He of course did not know about these abilities of his because he did not understand what the guy wanted and was just shocked. But he looked at the man who was telling him all this, and behind him there was a big tiger with red eyes. You could see how strong he was, and it was scary because of this strength. The guy did not hold out yet, and in them became kneeling obedient child. He easily put him on his knees and was pleased with this because everything worked out, and now in front of him can become many people on their knees. Now they looked at him and at the guy he kneeled and were in complete shock at what was happening because they knew that this guy is not the same and easy, and he was able to kneel him. It's amazing. While they were looking at him and being shocked, the guy got up out of his chair and flew up into the air, and while he was doing that, there was a very strong wind again, and it looked like it was going to blow away what was left of the lab. After the guy took off, he sighed and told everyone who would hear him to kneel before him, and a second later he ordered those in front of him to do so. He wanted to bring every single one of them to their knees and have power. He wanted the power that would give him everything he dreamed of for so long. He wanted to be heard. It turned out that really everyone heard the voice of this guy. Somewhere far away in the thousands of kilometers from what was happening were fighting hero and villain, and then heard a man screaming, and everyone was sharply surprised. Still, both of them were standing, and then in 1 second they kneeled down. They were shocked at how strong it was to put them both on their knees. It was very surprising, and none of them understood what was happening, because just now everything was normal. Somewhere further away from these characters, there was a little girl with a small basket. She was carrying water in it which she was collecting to bring home, and then again there was this strong sound of a man's voice. The girl fell on her knees and looked up at the sky in surprise. She didn't understand how all this could be happening to her. What kind of forces put the girl so easily on her knees? She didn't even feel that all the water she was holding was poured out on her. Somewhere on the other side of the world, this man has brought Neanderthals and animals to their knees. It's like he didn't know any boundaries. He could put even creatures that didn't even think with their heads. He could bring death itself to its knees. No one had ever done that before. and your power was too great for all humans. At this time, the people who were in front of him stood and watched what would happen next, because they could not move, only watch as if they were some kind of vegetables. Everyone was in great shock. While people, animals, even death itself was on its knees, this guy was laughing evilly because he was very happy that he had succeeded and he could do what he dreamed of. And he could solve every mystery in the world he wanted. He had too much power to reach into the memories of any human or even mortal or legendary creature and recognize their memories and make them worship him. He was very happy because now the guy knows everything. He knows the source of the chaos and order of this world. He can do anything he wants. It's a very big power to control anyone he wants. The guy understood all this and was very happy that he could do what he had dreamed about for so long. That is, the professor was able to do what he needed to do for so long, and now he can control everyone. While he was at the high hotel near the lab, he heard the stomping of a man who had come. And how did he do it? This man could bring even death to its knees, and it looked like an ordinary man. Of course, he heard that someone had come to visit him, but he didn't realize that even if he became so strong, the problem he couldn't solve before didn't solve itself, unfortunately. So he realized that he had to do it now that he had this ability. And that problem was actually Zero, the only person who could stand up to the man's strength and not kneel before him. The guy came in and just stood there looking at the man like he didn't care what was going on. Just calmly asked the guy if he was the Don Young. That's all he's interested in. Well, his opponent wasn't even the slightest bit surprised because even he couldn't penetrate this guy's mind. What kind of strength he has, both physical and mental. It's a miracle, isn't it? But the guy at the time stood looking at him and suddenly noticed that he was bald. Zero immediately started crying with laughter because he didn't expect to see a guy who had a lot of hair bald. But the man was completely serious and expected that the guy hadn't come here to make fun of his baldness. So he asked him to find out for sure. He confirmed his guess and said that his baldness doesn't bother the guy at all, and he came here just for his team and his sister because they are not clear where they are now and in what condition. Look at his friends who were on their knees, including his sister. It really angered the guy. Why are his friends and sister kneeling and not reacting to anything? Well, his interlocutor said that he didn't do anything special and laughed. He had a thrill to make this guy feel bad. He wanted to make them more painful to him for humiliating him once. After that, he said that these people are just worshiping God. It was clear who did it and who he wants to think of as God. He overestimated himself and thought he was a god for what he'd done. The guys asked him what he had done to them, and if it was him at all. Realized he was talking bullshit. What kind of god is a fucking god? It sounded as delusional as possible. Well, the man said he didn't have to worry about it because he'd become one himself and he'd worship his god too. He really thinks he can control a hero that powerful without knowing who he is. I said that I will do everything to bring him to his knees, because before him is a god who will do it. Despite all the difficulties with this guy, he will do everything to do what he wants. After these words, the guy flew even higher into the sky and strained to get into the guy's mind, shouting at him to kneel down nicely, and if not, he would use even stronger skills. But the guy didn't even move at first, and then sharply started waving his arms like a madman. Although he didn't blink an eye, the amazing power was uniform. He was able to resist even such a strong villain, because his strength was equal to the highest rank, but it still did not give him anything. Because if the guy's blows he immediately flew away like a little puppy, he really overestimated himself a lot. And that was the guy's problem. When he flew off and fell to the ground, noticing that he was bleeding, even when he's so strong he still can't stand up to a hero like Zero, he still grabbed people from him again like a little kid who can't do anything. When the guy was repulsed by his opponent, he said that he is not a god and not even remotely like him, for he is very weak for someone like him. He's really no match for him in strength ever. These words made the guy angry, because he really thought that he was so strong that he could consider himself a god. But in fact it is far from being so, and he is also far from being a god. But this self-confident guy cannot change his mind. Well, here I explained that the guy realized that he became stronger than he was, but still cannot be compared to a god, because he has not even reached enlightenment, which means that he is not so strong as he thinks about himself. Here, of course, immediately realized the problem that he was told about, but still was very angry. Although the guy was telling the truth, and he cannot become stronger than now, especially in the whole world has not put on his knees only him. But the guy started to tell about his thoughts. He looked at the whole territory. He looked at all the ruins of the laboratory, and at his people, the team, and his sister. He was very angry at the man because he dared to do such a thing to his loved ones. He said that it was all very funny, and he even wanted to be an actor in his little puppet show. Like everyone else, he just stood there and laughed at his rival who couldn't do anything to him. These words made Zero's rival very angry. He thought that the guy was overestimating his strength as well as himself, but in fact he just can't control him, or the guy is really strong. Because he was so angry, he said he would kill the guy because he was the only life form that didn't obey him, so he would take his life so that everyone left on this world would obey him. He was absolutely sure he could kill the guy, so he said he would do it right now to make sure he didn't miss the chance, because now he had the strongest form he could get. Before he could say anything, he flew towards the guy to kill him and take the only person who wouldn't obey him and who he couldn't obey. The only way out for him was to kill him. Already not sure you can make the guy disappear forever from the world he made, he really thought he could do it with such a great hero. And it was all for nothing. After his punch, the guy didn't even move because he didn't care about him. He knew how strong his opponent could be and didn't even care. He just stood there and waited for the punch to reach its target. After it came a lot of smoke, and this so-called god thought that everything was solved, and he could do what he wanted so badly, and could not because of this guy. Then he wanted to turn around and walk away. But suddenly he heard the guy's voice again, saying that his attack was too helpless and it didn't even hurt him, adding that his actions were meaningless and he was trying for nothing. Then the guy started to think about his tactics, and suddenly he decided that he would do exactly what he hadn't used in a long time, that he could defeat anyone who dared to bother the guy. And he told him that he hadn't done it for a long time for one reason only, and that reason was his decision to stop sticking his nose into other people's problems, because he had been rejected a lot after his help. After a second, he pulled out that great sword and said that after his decision, he decided to become an ordinary man. At that time, his rival looked at things and realized that he was now seeing what he had last expected to see. But now he's ready to use what he gave up years ago just because everything he holds dear is right here near him. Because all the people important to him are in danger. And not just important people, but everything and the earth. So this is his weapon worthy of starting all over again. When he turned into Zero, the same guy who thought he was a god was in complete shock at what was happening. While that one was very much agitated, Zero was already ready for a battle for what his rival had arranged here. He was very angry because of the man's actions that led to not so good circumstances. This all really scared the guy because he didn't expect his actions to lead to this. No one had seen this hero for a long time and everyone knew how strong he was, and now he was in front of him himself. The guy immediately realized why he couldn't appreciate Zero's abilities. Because he was very stupid to challenge such a legendary hero. He was really surprised by what was happening. How? He couldn't believe it could be him. It was the legendary Zero. How? This guy was him? It's a miracle because everyone thought he was missing. And gone forever, some people thought. And now he's standing right in front of our eyes. This hero was feared by many creatures, monsters, and villains, and it was because of him that evil activity became much less, and it was he who once killed every monster he saw, and one of them was very powerful. It was the Emerald Dragon. A long time ago, he was able to defeat it. This dragon was feared by everyone, and everyone thought that if it woke up, it would be very bad and no one would save them. But still, it got up. After his awakening, the dragon just smashed everything, and even the place where he was imprisoned from the sin away, but he still managed to get out, and very damaged the human civilization. He destroyed many buildings. The dragon knew no boundaries. It did whatever it wanted. It didn't care what it did, and either someone would do something to it, or either he destroys everything in his path, no matter what anyone tries to stop him. And guns, and bombs, and even nuclear bombs, they were the last hope of all people, and everyone really believed that it could defeat such a huge thing. But even those bombs didn't do any damage to the monster. It didn't care about all the weapons they used against it. It was like it had impenetrable armor. It was horrible. They did whatever they wanted, went around smashing everything they saw in their path, and one time they came to a wall that was completely defended, and there were a lot of people in it, and they all really hoped they could handle them. Such a big strong wall could not hold back these monsters. They still broke through to where they wanted to go and destroyed everything in their path. They didn't care at all what kind of obstacles they had. They went through everything and everyone. People were losing all the time and couldn't fight back even the slightest bit. They were all very afraid of this monster. And every time they saw and heard it, they immediately ran for cover, even though it wasn't a problem for the monsters. Nothing helped them, and the big dragons did whatever they wanted whenever they wanted. But one day, this cycle of world destruction was suddenly stopped. But what could have stopped such a monster? Or maybe it was someone to understand something. But still, if all men were powerless against it, how strong did a man have to be to defeat such an enemy? Who could stop it? How? When this man appeared, a man who could defeat such a monster. Well, once he appeared, no one believed he could do such a thing until something very amazing happened to all the people. As soon as he appeared, he immediately began to attack the monster, who also I stood still. The monster immediately very angry that someone dared to get to him, and he wanted to burn this man. He was ready to do anything to destroy the whole world. But still, then about him, he could not burn the hero who fought for the whole world and freedom in it. This battle was fierce, and none of them did not want to give up so easily. All of them fought to the end, no matter what. But in the end, these snakes were beheaded. So strong was the sword of the hero who was able to defeat them. And his name was Zero, is the hero who after all this defeated many monsters and villains. Although the battle was fierce but still very easy for the guy, he one stroke was able to defeat the dragon, which destroyed so much and killed many people, but could not kill 1-0. It was the greatest and the first hero in the world who could defeat any enemy. He was invincible, very strong, and now he is most likely on his own will. This no one ever knew, and most likely will not know. The guy realized what kind of guy was standing in front of him. It was the greatest legend. He realized how strong this guy was. Of course, after many months, sometimes this guy's battle was known to the whole world, and not just the one outside. But even though he was a legend and a very strong guy, he didn't care about anyone. He thought he was a god, although he overestimated his abilities. But still, you can't change a man's mind. Because if he thought he was going to be a god, then he can't be convinced by words, only if he is defeated, but will prove that he overestimated his abilities, which is what had to be done. But while he took that, he could be a god, he wanted to kill his opponent despite who he was, and Zero immediately realized that he had to act because he drew his sword and ordered him to destroy the guy. A second later, the ball started working and he immediately swung it at his opponent's shoulder, who was startled by the speed. He didn't even realize what had just happened right away. But the pain was unbelievable. As soon as he swung his sword at his opponent's shoulder, he immediately got a huge wound on him, and behind him, a large wall collapsed from the gusts of wind because of Zero. It was actually too much power, because the guy wanted to use a lot less. But it happened as it happened. But still he regretted that he did it too much. He said that everything he did was not his maximum, and that he would destroy his opponent for being so cocky and overconfident. After a second, some transparent of strong physique appeared from the guy. The body of this monster was burning in blue fire and looked really very strong and powerful. After a second, this big monster started moving straight towards the guy to hit him with his big fist. He really thought he could overpower Zero himself. Well, as soon as he hit, he immediately realized that his opponent dodged and he himself hit the wall. This punch was too easy for the guy, and he was able to dodge it just a second before it hit. It was very fast, and even Zero was surprised at how fast he was because it had been a long time since he had used this life form. It had been a long time since he had used such speed and power against someone. But still he liked this power, and he was ready to destroy for all mankind and Earth any villain. And you once 5 years ago, for a second there was even some déjà vu. But still it is necessary to act because he started it. Literally in a second, all the space of the sky was in black smoke that the guy created to distract his opponent. He really did not see anything. It was strange. It was more and more pissed off the guy who could not do anything against him. But still he continued to believe in his power and that he can defeat anyone. No problem. So he kept trying to kill him, and a second later the big blue monster appeared again and tried to grab the guy. He still thought his plan was perfect. But suddenly, as soon as he touched the guy heard some spell-like words. Zero said he wanted to use his ball of justice to finally let the guy know he couldn't do anything. He flew to the ground again and was covered in blood again. What was he hoping he could take on some muscular monster who was such a big, great hero? No, that's not why he was spitting blood. He couldn't do anything to Zero, but he also believed that he could defeat him. At least he hoped that his strength would be enough for that. Of course, this was all to be expected from a great and strong hero like him. He was literally lying in blood and thinking about what to do to defeat the guy. He didn't want to after all. As he spoke, Zero interrupted the man and asked him why he was still fighting and still not giving up if he realized how strong someone like him, that is, Zero, was. As soon as he heard those words, he immediately shouted that he would never give up. He would do anything to defeat him. This guy was just like the one Zero was fighting in front of him. This guy didn't want to accept his defeat either. He said that he didn't care at all that he was a legend of heroes, because he still wanted to kill him no matter what. All these words were meaningless, for the guy was just pity, because he did not want to kill the opponent. I think that he will just give up, but he was stubborn, so it will have to be. So the guy has to use what he used to use against others. Never. If this asshole is so confident and won't give up, The guy wasn't ready to fight against him for hours, so he decided to do it. Through the world, he said a spell and swung his sword right in front of the guy's face. He immediately started flying away somewhere, and honestly was very scared of what was going on. He started flying upwards in an unknown direction, and then after a few hundred meters, he turned around and started to fall sharply downwards, right into those piles of stones that he had created himself. And when the guy fell to the ground, he disappeared. And as if he was falling through the ground at night, he flew for a long time, although at a very high speed. It is not clear where he is flying to and how long it will last. After a few minutes, he reached the end of the earth and flew out on the other side of the hemisphere. Because of such a strong tension in the stones, they all flew out into space, and the guy stayed in the air for a while. And after that, he started to come back very fast back to the same place from which he left. Only now there were no more rocks and obstacles, so he came back much faster. He flew up again and began to fall until he finally landed on the ground. He lay there exhausted and groaning in great pain all over his body. Zero's human ability, it's called spatial distortion. That's when a person punches the entire ground from top to bottom with their own body, killing themselves. Not everyone can survive that. As soon as he woke up, the guy looked at me and marveled at the power of this great sword. It could even cut through space. That seems impossible for a normal person. But the guy was surprised that this man was the only one who could fight against him for such a long time in 5 years. It's a pretty decent battle because all the others were not more than 2 minutes. But still, even if he could last that long, he still lost. He even managed to realize it, and said that if that was the case, then he gave up and Zero could do whatever he wanted since he was the winner. Zero decided that he wanted to kill him because he was using a technique that he hadn't used in a long time, and because of how long he had been using it, it could misfire, so he had to be careful, because the power was very destructive. Suddenly, the guy's eyes shone even more red, and he said that this technique was called second form, and it sounded very intimidating. I wondered what he would do. A second later, he teleported to the guy and pulled out his ball, which was burning red like Zero's eyes, and he was ready to kill the man for all his bad deeds. And the blow was strong enough that the whole ground shook from it, and it was as if all of his blue power that he had learned in the lab started coming out of him and into his opponent. After that, he turned back into a normal person and was as calm as ever, as if nothing had just happened. He was even a little glad that it was all over, and he had won no matter what. After all this, the guy looked at his opponent, turned around and started to walk away. And it was as if all his strength was being tested out of him, as if this very blow had made it come out on its own. He was alive even after that blow, though he couldn't move as if he was killed, but it wasn't really so. The guy had broken almost everything in his body, and he could hardly speak. He was literally buried in the rocks, and yet at least now he recognized that he who thought he was a god had lost to Zero. Even though he had surpassed the heroes of the higher ranks, he still couldn't beat this guy. But he wasn't shocked by this. He was more worried about the fact that there were quite a few people in this town who, of course not all of them, but still some died under the rubble during their battle. He was very frustrated, because despite how strong he was, he still couldn't save the people who had died during the battle. He wasn't as strong as he would have liked to be, just because he couldn't save people. The guy couldn't move. He heard all the words of his opponent and was shocked because he was able to defeat the man, but he was still worried about some people that he doesn't even know. It was strange for him because he didn't care about that. And suddenly he was able to move one hand that covered his face from laughter. He finally realized that he had not become a god, and even the guy who defeated him is not a god. How could he be one? When he heard these words, he was surprised because he finally realized what Lin wanted to prove, that God cannot be seen in ordinary people, and even in the strongest heroes. God is one, and no man can come close to his abilities. He heard everything the guy said and said that he understood it now, but he had something he wanted to tell one last time before he died, because he realized that now it was the end and he would die in 10 minutes at the most. He began to tell that he did it all just to create a new world without crime and murder. And it is clear that to do this, you need to be stronger than everyone else. And this he tried to do a lot of time, and only now he finally realized that all his efforts were not completely in vain, but still worthless. Because trying to become a great hero, he unknowingly became the greatest villain. This is all well and good, but still the guy could not understand where this greatest hero draws its great strength, how he was able to become so strong, and in general somehow was the first hero. How did he realize that heroism was his? But he only laughed and said he wouldn't tell and wanted him to use his ability to penetrate different other people. Really wanted to test his power. It was merciful to remove his defenses against all this and the mental stuff, just because the man was dying and couldn't do anything to him anyway, and could let him do it. It surprised him, but he didn't want to pass up the opportunity to see what was inside such a legend, of course. Even when he took away his defenses, it wasn't so easy to get in and do it. But still, he would not stop to penetrate into this guy's memories, to understand how he did it all and where he got his power from. What was such a legendary hero thinking about? As soon as he got into this guy's thoughts, he immediately saw a lot of scary monsters. His thoughts and memories were very unpleasant to see. How did he only have such a thing on his mind? He couldn't hold on long enough to see everything there, but he was very surprised by what he saw. And the video, he just fleeting images of monsters. But it seemed to him that those images stabbed him right in the heart. After that, the guy took off his t-shirt to show what his body really was. He decided to show it to him just because he was dying, and no one else would know about it. After he took it off, the guy started talking about how at some time when he was a hero, the sword of the Heaven Killer humiliated him right in the heart. My body showed a lot of scars, and they were really ugly. The guy with the last of his strength got up and looked at him and was very much surprised that Zero was able to survive all this. He wondered, what about the hand? What happened to it? There's an explanation for everything. He said that it was also a great monster that scarred it. Right after he answered, he started to ask about his lower back. Well, he answered that it was all done by the monsters he fought with for a long time. And the back that the guy asked about was also wounded by one of the mighty gods. It all looked very scary. Who and how could anyone take it all? After showing the whole body, he told her that he could only make his face and hands not covered by these wounds. Because as she said that after all these countless battles, his body was covered with many scars. He had opened all these scars just so that other people or those closest to him and his sister would not worry about it, because it was very important to him. He was very impressed with all these stories because after being attacked and battled by legendary creatures, this guy was able to survive. It was really a big miracle. What kind of person could really do that? But his rival only joked and said that it was all his source of power, and that ordinary people would never understand the severity and number of battles the guy had gone through in 5 years. Suddenly, the guy started to remember what was 5 years ago, namely about the girl, and about Zero he had a little picture, a puzzle. The guy didn't like it right away, and said that you stop bringing up nonsense and wouldn't comment on such things. Why would you? It was an unpleasant topic for him, and he didn't want to bring it up. And after that, he asked to stop calling him, as he was called once in those years because he stopped being a hero a long time ago, and that word, and the name means nothing now. He is just a normal person like everything. But still, if he is not a hero now, why did he register as one of them? If he stopped being a hero once, and now he started to be a hero again, he himself is the proof of it. Well, the guy said all that he doesn't know, and sometimes he doesn't even understand himself. But really, only God knows it all. And from the very beginning, he went only because he needed money. It was funny because such a great hero went to be a hero again only because of money. But still, he sometimes does not understand his actions. It was funny. But still, for the man was offended, killed by the current Zero. But that answer only laughed and asked him if it was not better to just lead a normal life, and not only for the villain but for himself. Zero, once after all these torments, he decided to do so, and yet now again returned. And he did not understand why he did it all, because he did not start to get the money for which he came here, and this blow, which he struck on the enemy, for a long time he did not use it, and he was very glad that there were no side effects. I'm glad it worked out. He looked all over the place and saw how powerful his sword was and that redemption strike. The guy was really proud of himself for being so strong, despite all those scars. While he was standing there, I was telling the dead guy all about it. Suddenly, all the people on the ground started to regain consciousness and get off their knees. I realized what happened to them. Those very animals and Neanderthals also became conscious and started to get up from their knees. Even they who didn't have so many brains were shocked by what happened to them at that moment. That's why they were very surprised. And then all of Lin's friends started to come to their senses too, along with the guy who wanted to fight the villain that Zero had defeated. And he was very anxious you understood what had happened, but still didn't understand where his opponent was. As soon as he regained consciousness, he couldn't even get up from his knees because his whole body was stiff. But he immediately thought of the girl he was supposed to protect and started calling for the girl, hoping that he would hear her voice among all those stones. Suddenly he saw the girl in the distance with his brother who said she was okay. The boy was glad that the girl was unhurt and safe with his brother. Still, he doesn't know what happened here. He didn't know that their enemy has long been defeated, who asked the guy to stay with his sister and take her to a safe place. And he will inform the family about this problem, because it is not clear what can happen next, and there is no guarantee of safety. The guy at that time said that it was wrong because he should be with the girl he likes at times like this, and not run away to the family. This was heard by Miss Dawn, who was angry that the guy didn't even give her a hand. At that time, Zero's sister asked him what the guy was doing here and how he knew all this. Well, he said he just heard that the girl was close by and immediately ran out of well. He said he just heard that the girl was in trouble and immediately rushed over here. And he asked her why she didn't press the pendant he gave her, because it was for the girl's safety to press it. And the girl apologized and said she was very afraid that the guy would be in danger. This angered the guy, but he realized that she was as worried about him as he was about her. So he said that he was a registered hero and very strong, so she didn't have to be afraid to push the button at any time. He said he could protect her from any enemy that would be a danger to her. So he asked her to call him if she was in any danger, because if anything happened to her, it would be very bad. Because he was very worried about his sister. While they were not talking, the bride came up from behind and started coughing to get attention. She was angry that they didn't even ask her how she was, and didn't help her to stand up. She was even more worried about her older brother's whereabouts, so she went over and asked Lindsay, because he was the only one who could resist all of that guy's mental powers. He realized that it was better not to tell the girl the truth now. So he said that as soon as he arrived he saw them kneeling. He made up the whole story. He said he didn't see her brother at all. The girl was surprised that the guy just disappeared so easily, and everything is fine at this point. Well, it seems that the 8 great families are going to start acting. It was bad because all these 8 families are a huge source of problems. And then the girl remembered that even Zero himself was in trouble, because she was one of the members of the great families. Then she went on about something else, about the Oak Yang family. She was very worried about that family because they are really great Avengers and don't just leave those who defeated them. So the guy said that there's no problem, because everything is fine and she can relax. After that, he said that everything is settled. This page with which he was fighting confused the guy with some powerful figure, because he promised that he will not pursue any of them, and especially the girl whom the guy saved. While they were talking about great families, the younger sister of the girl tried to wake up the bespectacled man, because it seemed to her that he was unconscious, and she was very afraid that something serious had happened to him, and he was just catching the moment. At that time, the old man, that is the professor, was on his knees and literally crying because everything he had done was destroyed by his research. His Nobel Prize, all his achievements of human evolution, all destroyed by some jerk. He was on his knees crying for about 5 minutes while everyone rejoiced that they were safe. And one of the heroes noticed the old man because he went up to him and started to comfort him about how much grief it was for the professor. He certainly realized that this is life, and it is full of big ups and even bigger downs, but it all has to be transcended and go on to their goal because nothing can be returned and you need to act further. Suddenly, the guy saw a strange thing that shone too suspiciously. He immediately wanted to throw it away, but then the old man stopped him and said that it is a piece of equipment to connect the human mind with the computer. When he heard this, he was deeply surprised how something can connect a human mind with a computer. It's astonishing because the whole place is wrecked. The lab is completely gone, and this is the only thing left. It was a huge breakthrough because if the guy's idea could be realized, that would be great. He asked the profession if it was possible to put these things he was talking about into large-scale production. If they could do that, it would help them a lot in the games and they could make a fortune. Not only will they be able to sell these things, but they'll be able to use them themselves, and it's great how much money they'll make. After the guy talked to his sister and the girl, he went to visit his team, and the first people he saw were his first teammate and the professors who were sitting on their knees and joking about something. He looked at them and didn't quite understand what was going on. Why were they sitting on their knees and talking about something? It's weird what they're doing, but he asked them how they were feeling. 2 weeks after all this, the news was saying that the rebuilding of the city was finally complete and all the troubles were over for now. Well, what can I do that's inaccurate? At the same time, the guy was watching the news with his friend, which told that the professor and his partner had created something very amazing, something that was a huge breakthrough in neural network technology. While the guys were looking at Lin's comrades and admiring what they had achieved together in computer games, from where, by the way, this guy's assistant came Miss Dawn's sister, who recognized the guy as the one who defeated all sorts of villains. For some reason, it was strange that the guy was wearing such a costume, but he said that he was arrested by the city police for making a lot of trouble, and he also admitted that he hired criminals to get a fighting achievement. But it was kind of fun for him because after this confession, the public thinks that he is a serious guy, and his fan club has grown several hundred times, and now he's even being pursued by many advertisers because of this. But still, it's all strange because instead of obediently sitting in jail, the guy for some reason sits here with them and listens to the news, when he should be practicing all his sins. And then their conversation was transmitted by the sister to the girl who was somewhere in some usual image, and was standing with a suitcase. Her younger sister started to ask if she really wants to leave so easily. And what she said was, he really thought that the girl would stay here and was already in love with him. Because he liked her too. There was a spark between them, but it was different. The girl also did not want to leave him, but still it was necessary to get rid of all the days of the family, because she wants to live independently. There is no day off. Grabbed the hand of the guy and began to attract him. Pulled him to her and hugged him tight. The girl didn't want to go anywhere, but what's going on with her family makes her do it. She decided to hug him one last time. When the girl hugged him, she let out a tear because she didn't want to leave him, and she didn't want to go away because she loved the guy. And when she hugged him, she didn't want to let him go. She said that they will see each other again. Then she took control of herself, threw away her tears, and pushed the guy away from you so that he wouldn't get more attached, because she had to go and he was holding her up. Or she's holding herself up. When she let the guy go, the girl took her valise and started to leave, wishing everyone good luck and to take care of themselves, saying that maybe they will see each other again, but it's not for sure. Everyone saw her off happily so that she wouldn't be sad. But in fact, no one was happy that the girl was leaving because you realized that they would miss her. Especially Lindsay. But he was smiling because she hugged him. Suddenly it heard some voices. A male voice asked the guy why if he was so sad for the girl. And didn't tell you who he really was, because that would have helped stop the girl. You were surprised to turn around and see his opponent, who was looking at the guy surprised because he thought that such power could destroy the guy. But he actually survived. My boyfriend told him that those who repent really can stay alive even after the atonement hit, and this guy is the first one who could do it, so Zero is surprised. The man realized what this guy meant. Even though it's a punishment, he's still alive even though he doesn't have a body anymore. This technique is really amazing, even though it can completely destroy an opponent. In addition to that, the guy will be hunted by the 8 great families. Even though he is now without a body, they will still be looking for a living person who doesn't exist. But still, if he understands all this, what is the point of coming to the guy because Zero I offer this program to protect his rivals? Well, the guy said he doesn't need anything and there is no point. He just came to say goodbye. They talked about it some more and he said he would go, thanking Lin for everything, both for taking care of the man's little sister and for letting the guy know who he really was. The guy was very happy that he was able to do it and did not kill. But without the video, all the evil inside this guy. So he was even glad to see him, and said that he should often drop by. While he was talking, the man disappeared. And as it seemed that the guy was talking to the wall, his sister saw him and asked him what he was doing, saying that everyone was leaving and he was standing there. When they were leaving, the guy's sister said that Moo Moo had asked her to buy her dinner and cook her chicken wings, so the guy would have to go to the supermarket to get them. But he didn't like the idea because he wanted to watch his anime. And that's how the story ends. For a while, all the heroes had a vacation from all this. Of course, there is no such thing as all the time will be quiet, and at some point will start again fun. Well, until the time did not lead to this, the whole team played in the console. All the guys loved to play games, and computer and those in life. Well, the same professor's device could make so that they could combine these games. And they created such a game where was present all who wish, and the theme will be military robots. Everyone who will be there will be able to feel like a military robot with weapons. It's a very interesting game. In addition to guys and people there can play and computer not in the network, so that still was not so boring, and there were a lot of people. After all, if there will be 5 people at most, the game will be boring. It was a huge castle in which there were large robots with weapons, or rather people who were under cover of the robot, and the main man who was there was hunting for a human being. And this time the man in charge was the guy who was supposed to be in jail. He was sitting in a big black room thinking about something. There was a really big scenario and the game was really interesting. After he'd been sitting there for about 5 minutes, the guy started talking. He was talking about the very person he was looking for, so the guy had to catch him with his robots. He really was a great actor because he played his role perfectly. The guy sat there thinking that he was very happy, because he finally found the guy he had been looking for a long time. The power from him felt crazy. As the script said, he had met him once, but that day he couldn't do anything against him, because he was much stronger. But still the guy didn't give up and believed that he could do it next time. He came out really sinister as if this guy really was a villain who was caught and put in jail. But it is not surprising to know so much time working as an actor. The person this main guy wanted to catch was that strongest hero, Zero. He was the one who had beaten the guy last time in the battle, and he was the guy's enemy. And then the mission began. The guys prepared their plan to stop the enemy. One of them was to sneak up from behind, and his partner was to ambush him in front, so that the plan would be perfect. The guy took the information and said he heard everything, betraying his friend to be careful because it was the last chance to defeat their enemy. They were in black suits with headphones, mask, and weapons. And then the guy gave the sign. It was time to advance. Zero started sneaking up behind him while his partner immediately jumped on him. They had waited a long time for this moment and prepared less, so they needed to act. And it turned out that their opponent was the same dog Lin Wan. It seemed that she was also happy to play, because her mind was very strong for such games, and she understood even better than the guys how to win. And suddenly the dog was caught by the guy who was in the ambush, caught him and held him, and told his partner to attack, because he had already done his job. It seemed like the perfect plan, and they finally got the dog in their hands. He was already holding the dog and thinking about victory, but suddenly he disappeared for some reason and the dog fell to the ground by itself. No one even realized what happened. Why did he decide to just leave the dog? But it turned out that everything was not just like that. He had some kind of malfunction and the guy was just turned off the game at the right moment. That's an ambush. So Ambush finally caught the dog and here it is. He immediately began to try to quickly connect to the game. And as soon as the guy appeared there, the dog immediately realized that you need to act before it's too late, because he ran away and jumped with his claws right on the face of the hero. Even the dog was fully clad in armor and goggles. It clenched its teeth and was ready to attack those who dared to ambush it, because if it was given such a chance, it should use it again before it's too late. So in a second, he killed his opponent and came out of such a bad situation for him, the best player of the game, all because the guy who was supposed to hold the dog was knocked out of the game. This really pissed off the guys, because it turns out that now the best player in the game that he and his company developed was the dog, and all because his partner played badly. And suddenly they were found by the guy's sister, who was furious at what they had done, why they had taken the dog for some of their toys, and in general what they had been doing here for so long, because she didn't know where they were. As soon as they came to them because of the guys screaming, he immediately started smiling at them, not to make the situation worse, but it looked like it couldn't get any worse, and they would really scold him and his partner. After that, the girl started yelling at them because she couldn't find them for a long time, and they were hiding here and playing some games. It really angered the girl because she was angry. At this time, while they were not fighting and yelling among themselves, the friend began to say Mumu herself examined the whole territory and saw that there was no glasses man, and the guy was not lucky, so she began to ask where they were. Zero said that the glasses man had volunteered to be the errand boy, and Dong Xiaoye was going to be the new chairman of the Hero Association, and his partner said that the 13th he was already discharged and went on vacation, so it's just the two of them. This upset the girl because she had bought 6 tickets for the whole team and hoped that everyone would go, but it turned out that there were only 2. While she was talking about some tickets, her brother was very much surprised about which tickets she was talking about. And why did he only find out from them now, where this girl was going to take them all? Maybe some kind of vacation. The guy really hoped that it was really a vacation too, because he was tired. But suddenly the girl took the tickets out of her pocket and showed them to everyone, saying that they were tickets to a superhero exhibition. She was really happy. Her brother was very upset because he never wanted to go to such an event in his life. And his friend said that he was surprised because these tickets are wildly difficult to get, as he was told by some acquaintances. Because of the fact that the guy was very upset, he thought, and I decided to myself that he does not want to go anywhere because it's all boring, and he will not what to do there, and he does not like such things, just to waste time. He apologized politely for not wanting to go with them. Once he started opening his mouth, once he started opening his mouth, what to shout about? There should be no refusals. They should, exactly, because these tickets cost a lot, and it is really hard to get them, especially today as a special exhibit. It surprised the guy what a special exhibit could be at some boring events like this, so he was a little bit interested in it, but he didn't really want to go there. But he couldn't say anything if they did what she said, because if he didn't listen to her, she'd be furious. So they went to the museum, and here they go along the corridors of the museum, and finally reaches the very exhibit that interested the guy. It turned out that it was the same cloak that he left once. He tired this cloak before he disappeared because he didn't have time. It turned out that his friend's sister and even a little girl admired this cloak very much because they were surprised by such an object. While they were admiring the cloak, the guy heard some outrage and shouting from the crowd somewhere behind him. There were some big guys walking through the queue. They didn't want to let anyone through, so they went right through, even people like that. Obviously, they're not going to like it, and they're going to be outraged. It turned out that it was a guard who caught the man. The guy wanted to give out of himself Zero and steal the cloak, of course. The guard will not allow to do this, but Home immediately caught him and began to lead him to the exit. The guy was immediately very surprised why this is some left kid makes another person out of himself. It also made him angry because he realized that the only Zero who is here is him. The girl told him that everyone thinks that this pimple has a special cloak because they want to pretend to be this hero to get this cloak. But the guy knew that all this is just a lie and all this cloak gives is protection. Mumu wondered why this price is on public display if it is so dangerous. But the guy explained to her that it is not dangerous at all, because the guards are specially selected and trained by a hero of leap year rank. So these guards will never let anyone steal it or anything else. Zero was very surprised by this since a guy with such a high rank was hired for such an item. At that time Muse was interested in the name of this hero. This rank is the highest in the Hero Association, and only 10 heroes from all over the world have it, and it has high destructive power. And this Iron Man is ranked 9th. At that time in the laboratory where there was one of the strongest heroes in the world, there were a bunch of guards with strong weapons, and then someone came into this laboratory. Of course, the guards didn't immediately notice. And you turned out to be the man who talked about high ranks in the Hero Association. And of course, all the guards knew him. He asked them to go for a walk while he talked to Rocky. He went into the room. He saw total darkness as always. In that room, there was one of those 10 heroes who were the strongest. And for some reason, he was always sitting in the dark. I don't know if he liked it or what. He saw a man who looked like he had been shaving for months. His voice was hoarse, and he immediately noticed that someone had come in and saw the man. It was Taurus's former comrade, Rocky, and he was on some kind of chains, completely emaciated with many wrinkles, and was already starting to sit up. It was obvious that he had been in prison for more than a day. But the man was not very happy that he was perceived in such a way, so he asked him not to say so, because if he wanted to, who can become the 11th hero of the highest rank? But what countries the man said, because when he fought shoulder to shoulder with him, there were no such class divisions. It surprised him very much because before everything was different and there was nothing like that. But the man told him for the umpteenth time that there was a bill on the registration of heroes that had been in effect for 5 years, and it was very effective. This old man should have accepted reality a long time ago. But all the man's words made him very angry, because he didn't even want to talk about these bills. He never wanted to accept it all. That's why he's here. There's no association for him. He thought it all. He said that he will never be able to accept reality. For him will never start to mean something. He does not want to accept reality at all. After the first demoness died, the violent guy, Titan, he lost his comrades because of that damn bill. Therefore, he will never forgive him for that and will not accept the damn reality. I realized that accepting reality will never bring him his comrades back. So I said I wouldn't accept anything and sent the man away out of anger. The man was also furious because he understood the guy and empathized with him. He knows it hurts to lose his comrades, but still, passing the bill is definitely the right decision for everyone. How did the old man think the new heroes communicated during the incident with that anti-power funnel? It is because of this bill that the welfare and heroes are ensured, and this is also the reason why many are now recognized by the people. But all these words meant nothing to him because heroes don't need any applause or recognition from the people. All they have to do is protect the world and do their job. Why would anyone need applause? He never wanted to agree to such a thing and could not sell his freedom of heroes to some competent officials. Because he is a hero, not an actor. A hero never acts like that. But they told him that the world government is not as useless as the old man thinks. It helped a lot for the heroes. The new time of all this is not reduce the number of people killed by all sorts of villains and monsters. But still, the man did not want to develop this topic, and told the guy that since Health told the guy that since Zero, and now they are trying everything they can to maintain peace in this world. And even if he does not want to support the bill, he's still a hero like everyone else, and even one of the strongest. Why then is he not willing to protect the world with them? Not to do good just because he has to. Why? But this made the old man very angry, because he never forgot that he is a hero, and now he is chained in this prison, and he does not even know why, because he was not told what crime the man committed, but his buddy did not even say anything. He was very angry at the old man, and just with all his might hit the wall. For many it was impenetrable, but he made a very large dent in it. The guy realized he wouldn't get an answer, so he told him to leave, because he'd rather stay here squatting than join them and be a hero for some glory. The man was still very angry and told him to reconsider his decision, because the man would come back to him to find out his final decision. The man said that he could forget all about the man, because he would never accept this whole hero association in his life, and never want to see this horrible example again after that incident 5 years ago. Suddenly from the end of the camera there was a voice of some guy talking about something. He told the man that he heard him. What is he talking about? This guy was in the same cell with him the whole time. This guy started talking to the man about what he knew about the plans. Sadak wants to escape from here a long time ago to be free and do good cover-ups. These words made his cellmate very angry, so he started yelling to him. But he immediately started to calm him down by saying that they had been real friends for the 5 years they had been here. But he said that he was different from such a jerk in intelligence, and much stronger than him, so he never considered him a friend, especially now that he was talking so freely about his secret. Then he became furious, and began to shout to the guy that he was very lucky, because he was now chained up. If it were not for them, he would have killed the guy, and a long time ago. But the guy just laughed with him, and said that he is very funny from the words of his cellmate, because he fought against the greatest hero 5 times, and even he was not able to kill him. And here he thinks he can beat him. Especially if you remember those cases when he almost killed a guy. I just killed and twice almost killed. If he hadn't been saved in time by Zero, he would have been dead a long time ago. The man recognized that this guy was very cunning, and probably the most cunning person he knows. Well, still, he had used all sorts of lessons to defeat him, and here within 4 walls he would do nothing. But he said it made him laugh, because even here he could win. He said that if the world was not so dull, he would have been free long ago. But when Zero and now he became too dull, and such a place is better to destroy in the opinion of the guy. These words made the man very angry because his words were very arrogant, and he believed too much that he could defeat anyone, and even Zero. It was very funny, even though this old man was unemotional. He thought about it all, but most of all about what he'd been told by the man who'd broken the wall and his cellmate. Zero's got to keep quiet because he's thinking about him 24/7. At the time, this guy that so many people are thinking about right now was eating a regular spicy snack, and he was at a lousy hero show. If someone told him that such a great hero was doing this, he himself at the time remembered Rocky and Taurus. They had screwed each other over even though they were once very good buddies, all because one of them didn't want to accept the Hero Association sometime back in the day. He told this to his sister, who seemed to know as much as he did, for she even said she'd heard that these guys had fought for 3 days and 3 nights, so he couldn't get smart in front of his sister. And then Momo interrupted their conversations and called the guy and his sister. I turned around in surprise to see what happened, and was shocked at what I saw. These two were translated into a design like Zero's to be more like this legendary hero. They really worshipped him as much as the girl. And suddenly the guy pulled out of his pocket some kind of pouch and told me that it was the very in the kiosk where they sold it all. I stood in it for a very long time to bring them this pouch. Then he told them all these snacks, delivery, other little things. They came out 4,500, but only to me the money I had to give the guy. Of course he had no choice and had to pay, but I think he made a big fuss about being robbed in broad daylight. But he has to pay for all of them by himself? Well, the sister and the girl were very happy. At that time, the guards who were supposed to watch the museum for all the order had to give up their shift and were finishing. They were very tired because they had been standing all day, and there were so many people. I already thought that the day will end well and nothing will happen, but then it swept by, and they saw some man who ran towards the museum, and it looks like they will not finish the quick shift. The guards realized that things are bad and need to act. One of them pressed the red alarm button to gather help, and do not let the villain steal anything. That's the perfect end to the shift. And then some of the guards gathered and started gooding the guy so he wouldn't steal anything. But while everyone was gathering, the guy had already managed to get his cape from the display case. He was already holding it and looking at them. As soon as the guys jumped on him, he immediately flew off, doing it with them at the right speed, as if he was an unusual person and some kind of hero. They also at first did not realize what had happened, because how could it be so fast? Everyone was immediately confused by what happened, because no one expected that the guards of such a rank could not catch an ordinary guy. Not everyone thought that he would be such a problem. What kind of guy is this guy? Suddenly, after a couple of seconds, the lights came on, and one of the guards said that he had nowhere to go, because he was completely surrounded. So it was better to drop the weapon and surrender voluntarily before they used force. Suddenly this guy put on his cloak and drew his sword. The sword and the cloak all at the same time said one thing. As soon as the guards hid and realized who was standing in front of them, they were in complete shock. How it was possible, this guy was the one. He's the legendary hero who once disappeared. All the guys immediately rejoiced because he had finally returned and had also gone to get his cloak in their hero gallery. It's really amazing after all this time he's back after all. That's him! Zero has returned for his cape and will probably go back to being a hero like he was back in the day, which is wonderful. Many had hoped he would return, but not everyone expected it to be so drastic. While everyone was admiring him, he was looking at his cloak. He really liked the fact that he got it finally, and everyone was even very happy that such a great and legendary hero was back on Earth again. This was the same hero and legend that everyone recognized, the same man who was considered a god, but he always denied it. The man who defeated many terrible creatures for the good of the people in the earth. There were even some people who prayed to this hero for him to come back, because they loved him very much for all his deeds, and understanding that I need a hero like him now. They all respected Legend and prayed to God every day to bring him back to the world. Everyone who prayed was waiting for this hero, and there were even people from the big clans who were also waiting. One of them had a room full of figurines and cloaks of this guy who disappeared 5 years ago, and she prayed every day for him to come back. And then her guard comes in and starts to tell her that the mantle of the hero she prayed to was stolen today, which immediately surprised the girl, and she instantly took notice. And the guy at the time showed the girl's newspaper and said that these rumors that the mantle was stolen by the hero himself, and he had returned most likely, because everyone had already started talking about it. While the guy was telling her about all the information he had learned, he looked at the girl and she had no emotion at all at what he was saying. That surprised him because she prayed to him every day. She sat for about 20 seconds looking at one point, and then jumped towards the window, broke it and jumped out of it. The guard was very scared for what the girl had done. It was amazing to see such a girl, such a fragile girl who was called Milady, so easily just jumped out of the window and broke it. He went up to it and started yelling to the girl because he thought she might be hurt. When he did get out of the window, he shouted that it was all unconfirmed information, and it was unclear if it was true. In the wake of the girl who ran away in an unknown direction, he knew it was bad. Well, the girl also did not want to hear anything. Even if she wanted to hear, the adrenaline inside her did not let her hear everything. Her head was thinking only about the fact that finally her favorite hero and legend of the world finally returned. At the time, the department was dealing with what had happened, and there were several men shouting and arguing about what had happened, not everyone believing that it really could have been Zero. The operator of the whole company was very angry, because it couldn't have been Zero, and this symbol of peace had been stolen by some villain while the guards were standing around admiring it. It was a total embarrassment to the museum. But the CEO shouted in his direction that this man looked exactly like the legend of the heroes. After putting on the robe, he claimed that this guy was really who he said he was. It didn't make sense, because if he did return, he would have come to headquarters to have it returned to him, because they would have done it, and they even had a medal of peace that awaited him. So it was logical that the cloak had been stolen, and the culprit had to be found immediately. That's why the man said to shut down all the news about the incident quickly. And in addition, that all available staff, he wanted the entire staff to immediately start looking for the guy who stole the mentality. But the principal who was sitting across from him said that if he kept this up, he could forget about re-election. This made the man very angry because he immediately got up from his chair and rushed at the director, saying that because he was so much against everything he would kill him. It all really pissed him off, because it was clear that what happened was a common crime. Well, at that time in H-Town, the guards were going around telling everyone that they saw the legendary hero who finally came back. They were talking about it left and right. Everyone watched the news and were shocked by what the guys were saying, because he was proving that there should be no mistake, because this figure was 100% the same as the hero, especially when he was holding the sword. And of course, Len Wang heard all the news about her favorite hero at once, and came running home and opened the door. She began to shout very happily that Legend had returned to take up his mantle. But as soon as she entered the room, she saw that the boys and Mumu were sitting playing with their toys with the dog, and they didn't pay attention to the girl at first. But suddenly they heard, as soon as they realized what the girl said, everyone immediately raised their glasses and asked, because how is it possible after so much time he still came back and took his legendary cloak? Everyone started writing to ask. No one believed in such a thing. But the girl said that she had just seen a live report in which they said that they had stolen Zero's cloak, which all meant that they would now be able to see him in person. But the real hero was sitting right in front of them, and didn't know what was going on because he had never even thought about taking that cloak of his. So he turned around and went about his business playing a game with the dog. Still, the guy thought about the situation. Everything was normal so far. Even if someone stole the cloak and does not do anything, there is no problem so far. But there is more important than that. The guy is very fed up that that murderous cockroach will not crawl out of his prison. At the time, the cell was going through some hellish torment for the old man. His former friend kept talking about the guy's nemesis, and every second, every minute, every hour, he kept repeating his name. He thought about it all the time, and said all kinds of things. Didn't even think about what he was saying. All the guy had on his mind was Zero's name. People started yelling at him to shut up because he'd had enough of Zero. He also pissed off the hero. But it turned out that the guy had just started thinking about him, while the old man was thinking that his friend should hurry up because he didn't want to stay in this horrible place. While he was thinking about them, the guy's friends were just approaching them. It was a very big submarine that sailed at a great speed. It was getting closer to the prison, and in that submarine there were two people who were completely in underwater suits, and with headphones they arrived while their friend is just waiting for them. He's probably going to be very excited when he realizes it's all started. They are already mourning, looking to go out, and the guy asked on the guy Saint Len to proceed with the task, but she said whether she is always ready, and he can always trust her, even though she's still playing her own games. Still, he trusted the girl because he said if she was ready, he should go ahead. A second later, the guy just walked through the wall and disappeared. How could he just walk through the wall? In a couple seconds, he told her what was inside. It was their special sign that meant something. It was near some sewer pipes with water coming out of them like a waterfall. When she would hear the information and said she could extend the time, the prison's grid was down to 15 minutes. It doesn't work out that they're finally getting to the operation thanks to that helmet. At that time, the workers who were supposed to be monitoring everything started noticing problems that the main server was unavailable for some reason. After a couple seconds, another worker found out that all systems were locked down. Everyone took turns starting to scream. Someone had made a very big problem for them, and the old man who was in charge of these workers was surprised, although he didn't say anything. Who dared to do all this right now and so much at once? Well, after he downloaded all the information, he realized that it was bad. Someone was trying to shut down all the power and systems in the prison. He took out his radio and started shouting to all the crew that all the odd-numbered crew had to go to their places to protect the even-numbered crew and split into two groups, and one of them had to go fix it or go with the man. This was heard even by those who were chained up, and the man, one of them, thinking about the fact that finally all this had happened, his men were already here. He knew how professional they were and was almost sure they would do the right thing. And even his on realized that it was his cellmates, partners, and friends. He started laughing, because it looked like they were here to play. For some reason, he was laughing, talking about how he should have invited all the members of the jar to run away together. And what the man said was that the guy should shut up, because he wanted to get away from them. After a second, small and then big pieces of stone started falling from the ceiling, the guys heard some voice that confirmed that there was only one escape today, and it was Rocky. As soon as he broke into the cell, immediately freed his accomplice and told him to decide to quickly follow him out to talk can be later, and now we must quickly run. But no, he dried and went to the very guy who touched him so much all this time. He was very smart, but the guy said a lot of things for which he is ready to kill him right now. So he decided to strike and hit the guy with all the force he could, because he wanted to do it for a long time. The guy even laughed at what he did and said it was a good punch. But his friend was not very happy that he was doing something there, because soon the whole network will be restored, and we must hurry before it's too late. Because if they don't run away now, they will both stay here for a long time. Well, as soon as they began to offend, immediately saw somewhere a few meters away from them some gray robot, which stood right in front of them and was turned to them. The man and the guy was immediately very surprised. But this work was managed by the head of the guard who was looking for criminals, and now he finally found those who dared to do all this to the system, and now wants to leave. This robot stood and looked at them, and then said that they caused a lot of trouble for the whole prison, because it made him very angry. They did not know what to do against such a thing. But 2 minutes later, the robot started shouting in a human voice. The human is in control. The human was talking through a microphone about his displeasure that they wanted to escape. The guys were very angry because now this robot was holding them up when they didn't have much time. But what should they do if he just didn't let them pass? It took a long time. But still, the guy had a plan B for this because he said in the earpiece to the girl who was with them in the team to start what is necessary. I say accepted, and began to act. Work stopped moving as if there was some kind of malfunction. He just became like a statue and didn't move at all. The man who was controlling him was very angry and didn't understand what was going on. He controlled everything he could and pressed all sorts of buttons, but still the machine was out of control, and he couldn't do anything to it. It froze like a stone and didn't obey the man. They just ran away, the robot, which as if contacted itself and began to run towards their ship, as suddenly the man heard that he would regret for what he did today. And then they finally got to the ship. Went there, the man immediately saw a big girl. I turned out to be the same Irene, although she grew up but still not very much changed because he immediately recognized her. The man asked where the others were. Well, the guy said some of them just gave up and some of them died, and the ones who surrendered are missing. But the man said they had to be found. Because heroes can't just end their lives like some sloths, they need to find everyone, voice can urgently. And the man said that even Rocky's location was hard to figure out. But then the man remembered about Kira. It's his old buddy, and they need to find all the rest of their comrades, and the sooner the better. After all, the world needs heroes. Kira is one of the heroes who stayed with them, and the guy asked him if he was tracking Zero's location, because as he said he had to do it. This hero confirmed the guy's words and said that he is very advanced in this case. It looks like there is something interesting for Rocky during the time he was away. And about this hero. He was ready to listen to the guy when the friend pulled out a suitcase and opened it to reveal a sword of judgment. It's the sword that belongs to the legendary hero, Zero. This really surprised the man because he thought that he had learned some information about him, and not so much moved how the guy was able to get such a sword, and why he has it at all, and that he calmly replied that he went to the demon world, and according to the legends, the hero protected the woman while he was in the demon world, and this sword is the only thing he left behind. This immediately plunged the tall man because the demon world is their sworn enemy. So why would such a hero protect the inhabitants of the demon world? There's something wrong with all of this. But the interlocutor was not even very nervous. He calmly answered the questions, and now said that he has no idea because this thing is the only thing that he can find in the demon world after Zero. On top of that, after all his research over the years, it turned out that not only the demon world, but also the other world, and even from have a possible legend about this hero. But how is that possible? Machine Sat and Sushi, all the guesses of the guy and himself guessed something. It was all very interesting. I seem to need to sort out in order to understand the whole situation. He thought for 2 minutes and then realized that unnoticed for all of them, Zero fought against all kinds of legendary creatures of different planets and dimensions. Is the disappearance of the hero connected with these enemies? Suddenly their conversations were interrupted by the same girl who said that it was actually very simple, and the hero had appeared last night, and he even got his robe back. That was very good information. But none of them had any idea that this had happened. As soon as they heard the girl, they immediately turned around and in 2 voices asked the girl again if it was true. The guy who was standing behind the man started talking to him about the fact that if all this started, then it looks like the invasion is not over, and the Judgment Day was just the beginning. They all need to think very hard. After saying that, the man realized that thinking about it all meant that Zero was in trouble right now, and they needed to think about it, because if they were in trouble again, they should be. After his thoughts, he just shouted across the board, calling everyone to him for an announcement. He was very angry and scared at this point, but still he is in charge and needs to get a grip. So he shouted that now it was their turn to help such a great or legendary hero. They must do everything to help him with his plan and save the world again, as they once did in their time. As the heroes gathered to help Zero, he wasn't doing anything too serious at this point. The guy was just playing arm in arm with his dog Toto. Of course, it's very hard for him right now. He needs help. The next day after all this, everyone gathered at the cafe to celebrate a big celebration for the whole team, or rather for the fact that the new chairman of the Hero Association will be Miss Dawn's little sister. So they've gathered everyone here to drink to the girl's success, because everyone was very happy that she was able to go for it. It's really strong. They went to the cafe and ordered a big table for 4 people. One of the partners said that as a sign of friendship with the new chairman of the Needles Association, he was paying for dinner for everyone. But it seems that not everyone was very happy that she will become the new chairman. Zero want to talk about that did not even think of the girl becoming the new chairman of the Association of the City of H, really great family capable. The girl said that she deserved it all by her own ability. Well, the guy was surprised by this because she is but weaker than the people from her clan. This really pissed off the girl, and she was right in the cafe to start fighting. The bespectacled man intervened this and shoved a leg in the shoulders right in the mouth of the guy to shut up. After all, they now have a holiday on the plan, and not a showdown in battles. Why should still someone to stop it? The girl calmed down and sat down at the table and took her mug with beer. After that, she began to talk about the fact that recently in the city is quite heated situation. Especially in the museum, all think that your stolen exactly legendary hero, well as thought about it her partners. The guy realized that this case is not him, but could not tell directly not to reveal himself. And suddenly behind the guy comes, and the girl, the same girl from Rocky's team, she started talking to him, and I told him that it seems to her that the guy knows much more than he says. Well, the guy realized that he couldn't tell the girl that he was really the hero, because she said that this guy was way cooler than the Zero from before. But the guy's friend was interrupted by his partner, who said that it's not true, and the guy just doesn't get it because the hero that was before was very cool. He still can't prove himself. He said that it's better to talk to him, because this friend of his does not even understand anything. After that, he began to very podkatyadavat to the girl that you gave him the number, because she is very even interested in the guy. All the girl had to do was find out about Zero, and when she heard that they wanted her number, the girl was very surprised. And as a friend of the girl's, someone called her some grown man. The girl turned around and saw her accomplice, who realized that the case smells fried and said that she did not cause trouble to other visitors. She at that time under the game said that he is her uncle. The guy was immediately surprised and didn't even realize at first what had happened, and the girl had already turned around and said goodbye to him. So that's how the guy got screwed. She was undercover, and after that she went to her friends, who were waiting for her with dinner, but they wanted more information than what they ordered. And the guy had been watching the girl all this time and realized that he'd finally found the man he was looking for, that Rocky was finally here and he was out there, that he'd be looking, and he was. Everyone turned around and looked at that team, and for some reason, they all seemed to know those guys and the girl, but couldn't remember where they were from. What did the people call back? They were talking shit while they were looking at those men and the girl, and then the guy said that they'd had enough meaningless talk for the day, when suddenly a guy came up to them. He started to talk to them, and then after all this turned around and took the guys by the shoulders. I even immediately did not realize what was happening, and what kind of guy came to them so abruptly. It turned out that it was the 13th, all at once surprised because he left to find the meaning of life, and then so abruptly returned. And what was the meaning of his visit? What did he say that while he was traveling? He found some evidence linking the Long family to the smuggling case, so he decided to visit them in between investigations. Zero, his partner, immediately for some reason made a sudden urge to go to the bathroom. On the 13th, immediately after he saw that the guys want to leave, immediately took them in contrast to establish appeared to sit down and wait for him to tell everything and fry them a duck. While the guys sat down, the 13th roasted them a duck, but suddenly started to go some very suspicious and strong, and the guys could not understand from where it was so big. 13 didn't even pay attention to the fact that it was going too strong there. He was cooking his duck without even paying attention to it, and after 10 minutes said that everything was ready and could eat. He took the plate with the duck and brought it to the guys and told them to help themselves, but the guys weren't very happy that there was a lot of smoke, and one of them asked his friend who was roasting the duck. He asked if the smoke was normal, and his friend said that it was far from normal. And suddenly in this house began to be no for eyes and mouth red color. All the visitors were immediately frightened. After a second, a big monster appeared out of that smoke. He appeared as a ghost born out of the resentment of countless Chinese ducks. He was very angry for some reason. He told those to feel his anger on themselves. The restaurant immediately started to have some too much wind and a lot of pressure. This is what Rocky's team noticed. For some reason, this monster was very much in the wind, and it's unclear where it even came from just because of the smoke. Or was it again because of their partner 13 who brought them bad luck? They immediately jumped up from their seats to protect the people in the restaurant from being destroyed by this smoke monster, so they were ready to act. As soon as they were about to go to help that team, their boss told them to stand by and watch, because this was a chance to watch that team in action. I could probably handle it myself. The new chairman of the legal association immediately rushed over to neutralize the monster that suddenly appeared in the cafe while everyone was trying to think of something. 13 was just standing there eating duck at that time, and his partners asked him to leave because it was very dangerous. In fact, they were just afraid that he would make more trouble. Xiao Zhan immediately wanted to take the moment to kill this ghost. He thought that he was not a huge danger, so he wanted to disarm him with his cleansing wand. Well, for some reason, he just became obscene looking, but in no way was defeated. So the rest of the team realized that it was necessary to act, and the bespectacled guy took out his special glasses. As soon as the guy put them on, the glasses immediately cracked because they can't withstand such extreme temperature changes. They were able to tell the guy that's why he's actually unarmed. But the guy said that they almost held up because they were designed to withstand any environment, but they told him that he was actually sold the wrong product. The guy couldn't believe that his glasses were actually so weak that they broke from the slightest heat. But they couldn't just apologize for that, that's all. While everyone was fighting the monster, the guy was on his knees and almost crying because his military goggles just broke so easily. He had too much hope for them even right now. The girl realized that she had to act on her own, so she started using her powers to freeze the monster completely, because if he was frozen, he wouldn't be able to do anything. While the girl was acting, she saw that the glasses man was just standing there and getting under everyone's feet, because without his glasses he was a burden and couldn't help. So she told him to go to a safer place. He told him to wait for further instructions. The guy had to help with something else, so did not arise and said that he understood all the instructions and began to leave. While they were all fighting, the team that was watching them was not very encouraging to them. The girl was thinking that they still need to help. After all, if you don't count the woman who is fighting, then no one is doing anything. The man said that this was not the case because that guy with the cleansing wand puts a lot of pressure on the enemy's psyche. In addition, I help you to create opportunities for murderous attacks of his comrades. This surprised the man, because the younger generation really looks promising, but his partner did not agree and said that he was exaggerating too much. While they were not talking to each other, their other partner noticed that the ghost is about to weaken. He immediately began to shout about it to his team, because while he is weak to act as the guy thought. At that time, the girl who was the only one doing something against this ghost had almost reached the head and completely froze this monster with her ice. She looked really very strong even though she was small. Even though she was very small and fragile, she was still incredibly strong in the eyes of the other team. While the girl was acting, she shouted to the glasses man to start their plan. I wonder what that means. A second later, the words of the bespectacled man were heard saying that he had accepted the assignment, after which he opened the window. No one immediately realized what the guy was up to because he just opened the window to see the night. After all this, a bespectacled man appeared with some glasses. They were some strange, thickened orange ones. He pretended they were sniper goggles and said he was going to take out the ghost. But he said it wouldn't be that easy and called his ghosts, which in a second came out of the monster's head. Things were bad because they thought they'd just dealt with one. And then 4 more showed up. What the hell? It was immediately noticed by the team that was watching them, or rather the guy who was always watching. He shouted it out. Things were bad because one of them appeared behind the girl, and things were looking at him because he wanted to do something to him while he didn't even notice that there was someone behind him. He was so quiet and neat. The girl was still trying her best to stop all the other monsters with her ice. But it was certainly hard when you're trying to stop so many baddies by yourself. In a second, one of the girl's partners was taken by one of these monsters, which meant that now she had to protect the other team members as well. But how to do it all in time? While she was fighting the other monsters, when he took him literally by the neck, the monster yelled that he would cook this guy the way they cooked him. You said it was time to barbecue the hell out of the man. Open in his mouth, he was ready to really fry him. The guy who was looking into his mouth was immediately scared because he thought he was about to be finished off by some smoke ghost. It made him dizzy. It looked like he was going to faint. As soon as the girl noticed that her friend began to touch other monsters, she turned around to help him, because she realized that now if she does not do it, the guy will die. Well, she literally threw a large ice cube towards the monster, which separated Xiao Jiang and the monster. It was certainly good that she was able to save him, but still all the monsters remained. But it wasn't the girl's ice. It was the water that literally smashed the monster's arm. It turned out that the man's team had volunteered to help after realizing that they couldn't cope. He looked strong enough with his water power. He turned to his main partner and told him to put it all on them, because they also want to show their abilities. But the man hadn't fought for a long time, so he couldn't help himself and volunteered to help them. He could feel the power in his hands and feet and was ready to tear up any monster that was doing that in the cafe. Each of them began to use their abilities and coped quite well with these ghosts. Not all of them even immediately and realized what they were doing, because the speed was incredible. Each monster just flew all over the cafe like some mosquitoes that flew away from people. But still, they had much less of a chance than a team of such high rank. The monster had no chance against these heroes. They just disappeared one by one because the whole team was very strong. All they could do was just moan in pain. They couldn't even keep up with all the heroes who were flying at the speed of light. The monsters just couldn't keep up with them even though they tried their best. Even the man who was on the run could not leave these monsters so easily and fought with his team, but still he very much could not be faked, because if someone finds out that he is here, things will be bad. So the girl said that she wanted to deal with it all by herself, and in a second from her usual car turned into a big robot that was ready to fight with any monster or villain. Their partner, who was watching the whole thing, thought that all their actions were a bit pretentious, because they were heroes, not show-offs. They should be more modest and act as they should. While all his friends were dealing with the other ghosts, the team didn't notice that they had missed one of them, and he didn't seem to be afraid of their enormous power that was destroying his brothers. The guy realized that if the team missed him, he would have to deal with it himself, so he got ready to cook the monster. It looked really stealthy. After a second, there was some kind of incredible miracle. He just snapped his fingers, and the monster disappeared as if it was never there. And the guy at the time said that it was because he was the first to attack, and there was no point in complaining. The whole team was very surprised to see heroes of such a high rank. How did they even appear here? And what kind of abilities do they have? Strange. Well, looking at it all, the girl realized that even such high-level attacks still cannot overcome the Ghost A. How strong are they? It's not clear, but it is necessary to do something. As soon as the heroes killed a few monsters, immediately summoned new ones. The result each time until they did not stand just an incurable number. The whole team is already confused because they did not know what to do. And the other team noticed that they were multiplying significantly. And the old man said that they should just beat them until the main one stops calling for new ones. It seems logical. The team of girls realized that the monsters rose more and more. They need to be sure to help those high-class heroes, and all of course agreed to do so. And then out of the toilet comes Zero, who was in the toilet really because he really wanted to. After he came out, he immediately felt relief in his stomach after dinner. As soon as the guy came out of the bathroom, he was immediately growled at by this monster, which didn't scare the guy in the slightest. He was just a little surprised that while he wasn't here, he was already having fun. In just a second, he just took and made such a strong blow that even the building shattered from how hard the monster flew off. It seemed that this is already a victory. No one even at first and did not realize what happened. In fact, he didn't want to hit so hard because he was surprised at how far the monster he hit flew away. But suddenly his attention was distracted by something else, some sound not far away. When he turned around, you saw a huge robot that stood right in the cafe. It was supernatural for him because while he was gone, so many strange things happened here. But it wasn't from that guy, because he was ready to fight and had his hammer out to fight and work, because everything was enough, and a simple ghost wasn't enough for him. In a second, he was ready to defeat this huge robot that surprised the guy. He just told his team to rely on him now and he will do everything perfectly. As soon as the guy was ready to strike with his hammer, people from the street started shouting and pointing at the big building, wondering what they saw on it. When everyone started to look there and saw a man in a big black cloak, everyone immediately started to think that it was him. Finally, this hero came back to save people. Turns out it was really the one everyone thought it was, Zero. The real hero is now standing on the ground, but no one knew who was hiding underneath that image. And even the man from that very team was very surprised that he appeared so abruptly in the middle of their fight with ghosts. No one expected that the legend would appear right now, or that anyone would see him at all. Not all the people and heroes immediately believed that it was really him, because they had not seen him for a long time. They were surprised that after a long time, he really appeared before their eyes. The real Zero knew it was a fake and started to examine it. But when he saw his sword, it really impressed him, because it was very similar to the one he had. It was really well designed. After the guy inspected the whole underdog hero, he swung his sword and sliced the ghost in half. He made just an instant kill, and all the people were in complete shock, and immediately started screaming in his direction. They were thrilled to see their favorite hero finally back in the world. All the people were screaming and talking about what happened. They were very happy that finally the return of the hero happened, and it is a historic moment. But a real hero without him seeming so cool. Even the heroes that I immediately saw it on still got distracted by the crowd noise and saw him, and were in complete shock at what was happening and how strong Zero is. It's beautiful. And the very man who came to help him was confused because he appeared so abruptly, and really was very much who he was. All the characters who had somehow worked with him were thrilled with what was happening, because after all these years they finally meet someone they had worked with for a long time. I immediately wanted to meet their old friend and wanted to go to him, but the old man stopped them and told them to read what he had just seen on the ground. Maybe there was something important there. They all walked up to the inscription and were shocked, for if it was Zero who did this, he carved it using his lightsaber. If he really left such a message, he wanted them to keep a low profile. While they were spinning around and looking at the whole location, they were followed by a guy who was listening to all their conversations about what they thought was there and about their longtime friend who they really want to meet. He knew right away that this was the same team of the Eastern Junkyard. He of course remembered this team because they had also fought crime once upon a time and were really good at it. Suddenly the chairman remembered that she had to approach the returning hero and suggest that he join the Heroic Association in the city of N, but he said he didn't want to. He was very pleased with such words. Just turned around and asked the girl, since when the world government allowed to limit the freedom of heroes, who are these rules? All the people of course heard Zero's words about all this, and what he said against the world government too. You didn't realize how much this hero shamed the girl who was standing with him. After all this, he just said goodbye and flew away, and the girl went down to the bottom and cried very hard because she wanted to make a good impression on her idol. But she lined up stupid. On her team started to immediately calm the girl down, because maybe he's just unhappy with the Heroes Association or something. Why better not take it all in stride? Indeed, this appearance after 5 years. Pleasant, one of their partners, complimented that he has a very big dream for which he would give his life. For him to be given a chance to fight crime together with such a legendary hero. But the real Zero was looking at them all as if they were fools, because he was the only one who knew that they were upset by some fake. At which time the girl said she had to go to the association, and she went there to report the whole situation about this story. Only they told about it to one of the rulers. He was very angry then and told them to find him immediately. and the other one was looking at all the videos and photos that showed that there was a very good chance that this was indeed the hero. Navalnov was gone, and the fact that his words against the government had provoked the public into a movement to repeal the hero registration bill, and right now there were protests everywhere. Suddenly one of the high-ranking heroes spoke up. He said that the battle with his hero friends is bringing light worth his sense of justice. Well, if the appearance of a hero will cause more chaos, then he will have to. At this time, the CEO said he wanted to meet this hero before their battle begins, at least to confirm Zero's identity. But what is he hoping for? While the man was talking, he was interrupted by some guy most likely from the other heroes. The man was immediately surprised because who was it against his speech? The man thought that the only thing that mattered here was him. Well, when he turned around, immediately saw a guy with white hair and a red coat who stood and looked at well as an idiot, because how can he recognize the identity of Zero? But anyway, they're going to fight them anyway, and who cares if he's real or fake? That's all said by another high-class hero, son of God. But all these words just made the man angry. He said that for him the identity information was of course important. For some reason he was too anxious. Maybe he needed Zero. The guy didn't care about that at all. He realized that the man hoped it was fake because he felt lousy about it. Something was breaking him inside. At this time they were interrupted by the fullest man. He said that everyone should calm down, and it doesn't matter if it's real or not. We need to get it under control. The more he makes the situation worse. Everyone immediately stopped talking, and the hero in the red coat said to leave this operation to him, and he was doing it as perfectly as he could. You just had to trust him. Of course you had to trust the guy, because in order to regain the trust that people have had in the government for years, this is the only option that can help. At that time in the same prison decided an old man who said that he was sent by the speaker to consult with Evan. But the guard who was standing near him was in shock. He thought that everyone had gone crazy. This plan was false stupid because it's not logical at all. How would such a guy repent publicly, even if his I ability is only D rank? Yes, this guy is a top rank calamity. To which the old man said that if they could change a criminal like Evan, then the reputation of the other government would be greatly improved. Then he said that there was news that Zero had appeared. The guy heard this, of course, and was thrilled. He came running to the door a second later and said he was glad he was back, the hero. And he started saying something to himself. And the guard didn't like it very much, so he told the guy to calm down immediately and stop talking. And he immediately pulled his face away. He told him to move away and put his hands behind his head so the guard could unlock the door. Warned him that if he threw anything out, he'd give him a bad night. The guy actually did as the guard told him and put his hands behind his head. When he walked in with the old man, the guard started talking about how he came here to do counseling. Then he told him to be glad that the world government cared so much about him, and the guy said he was very glad for the humanity, because if it wasn't for that, he wouldn't have known Zero was back. After all the talk about counseling, the guy asked the guard if he minded if he went for a walk. But he said angrily that he wouldn't be able to, because everyone had already increased security measures long ago. That's why he thought that the guy could not do anything, and this also gave him more excitement. He said that if the man thinks so, it is necessary to check by all means. And suddenly the wardens asked for an emergency message from headquarters. It turns out that the airship has been captured right now, and it's heading towards their location. This is very bad. The guard. This made him very angry, and he went straight to Evan. Is this his doing? He's telling him he wants to go for a walk, to make a getaway. Natalia said that he didn't do it, because he was in that cell 24/7. So he couldn't do it. In fact, he just brainwashed 70% of the crew. That's why he was very happy. And after these words, the guy as if began to turn into a huge muscular dog. The guard immediately realized that things are bad, and very sorry that he did not violate the guy earlier. That's why he started to act. The first thing I said on the microphone was that the airship should be kept under full control and not let go anywhere. It's an important weapon. The guy just sat and watched it all laughing, because he was pretty sure they couldn't do anything because he had brainwashed a lot of the crew, so it was pointless. After a second, the men started to notify that the Iraq was continuing the invasion, and all the devices were already out of action. Everything was rolling. It was unclear what was going to happen next, and what was this guy doing? The man realized that it was urgent to act because he started talking into the radio to get everyone ready to fight. And then comes out some big guy who immediately hit him. While the man that I'm already on my knees such a powerful blow, the guy stood right over his head and laughed, saying that he just wanted to walk, and if he wanted to contradict him, you have to do differently. Well, he told him that he didn't care about any of that, because reinforcements from the World Defense Headquarters were coming, and they should be here any minute now. The guy just laughed it off. Then he said that if that's the case, he wouldn't keep them waiting and would make it quick. Then the big guy who hit the guard broke through the wall so they could get out. When he came out, it looked very strange, a big fat guy with round eyes and a nose like a potato. He obeyed his foreman and said he would do it right. After that, the guy said that they needed to release all the criminals in this prison since Zero had returned. He needed to give him a nice present. Then that giant got right on the guard's back. And the most important thing was in the hidden level, and where there were also high-class criminals who also needed to be freed. The guy was very happy that the plan developed perfectly. In this hidden level, or rather in level B, one were the best of the best, who must be released from that sector. After all, without them, the gift wouldn't be good. When they were leaving, and the guy admitted that frankly speaking the prison was quite cozy and the food was excellent, then it was a pity that they were going to destroy it all. And although he said it sarcastically, but still, if Zero is back he has no choice but to walk outside for a while. They mangled all the guards that were in that building, and went out even through the main entrance. And as soon as the guys came out of the prison, and met a lot of girls who waved to their master and said that they were very happy about the return of the hero, it is certainly arranged by him, his friend, who of course knows the guy better than anyone. And this is what the hero said when he saw the girls who danced especially for him. But the friend was emotionless. Well, the guy was not washed out by these girls either. He was glad that at last he was free and could go in search of One Piece. He had long wanted to become a pirate king because he was ready to do it. At that time, the holder was already flying in the direction it was pointed, and these guys were flying in it. One of them called this airship the Baby. They were flying to greet the world government. At that time, the world government was not doing well, because they had already learned about the prison coup and what was happening in the air with the airship that was coming to them. They were already aware that the airship was heading straight for them, and they needed to evacuate the city immediately before it was too late. And the chief among them ordered to activate the anti-aircraft missiles. They were prepared to fly towards that airship. For a second, already dozens of missiles flew right into it, and Evan came face to face with those missiles. He just came to the window of the airship and saw that the missiles were flying right at them. It even pleased the guy very much, because he expected to be attacked, and all this gave him more and more adrenaline. In a second, the missiles were about to collide right into the airship, but in the last one, they all missed and just exploded, for which Evan was watching everything and dodging. He just watched it all and was in every second more and more excited because finally he again nightmared this land. He is finally free and was very happy about it, though in prison was good. After all these thoughts, the guy found the button for the missiles that should fly from the airship. He pressed it in a second, and all the packets flew straight towards the shield. They really hoped that their so weak shield could withstand the attacks of Evan and that airship. Immediately, the first field was already able to break that shield. But even after that, the guy still continued. The man immediately saw that things were bad, and the shield was broken in the first second, so he told everyone to get out of the headquarters immediately, because now they would be bombed. At that time, the guy was already on a high adrenaline. He was very happy to do all this, and asked the opponents they are such a wonderful gift. He was overwhelmed with emotion. With each rocket shot, he bombed more and more the headquarters of the world government. But it wasn't enough. He wanted to do more damage. He had been dreaming about it for a long time. The man who sat in the building realized that it was the end, and the whole team had failed. He had nothing to do, so he was kind of worried, but actually very scared of the consequences that could be. Although the man was ready to accept his defeat and realized that he had already lost, but Evan was not finished with the plan he had. He wanted to blow up everything in sight. So after a second, the guy went to that Easter egg and hit it with the robot's iron fist. He was very happy with everything he had done in such a short time. It was all perfect for the guy's mind. And suddenly, after destroying this egg, the headquarters gave out on all the microphones that the self-destruct system has been triggered, so everyone needs to activate within 10 seconds. That means no one can evacuate in 10 seconds. And even if they can, only a small fraction of people. So the man immediately realized it, and was completely shattered. No one expected such a swift reprisal. At that time evening, the Heroic Association of the City of N all already knew about what happened to the world government because they were completely lost. No one knew what to do, but everyone was very scared. Of course, the new president of the Hero Association was called immediately to the headquarters because there was a very huge disaster, but she was not told immediately why she was called. She was fighting with Ling Zi at the time. Suddenly, behind Zero's back, they heard the guys saying that Evan is a top-class terrorist who escaped from the Tartarus. The whole internet is talking about it because this crazy guy blew up the headquarters. This cockroach, as Zero called him, appeared again and blew up the world-class heroic headquarters. It impressed him very much, and he was in total shock, because if it's already like this, it will be worse. The girl heard the words of the guy, who was also shocked because she didn't know that Linji even knew about such a criminal as Evan. But the guy's thoughts were of course about how he tried to kill him. This criminal was very strange and always pissed guys off because he tried to kill him 5 times, but he never really died. and the two guys called out to someone from the back. It turned out to be his friends, the glasses guy and his other partner, who finally came back after disappearing a while ago. All the guys were happy to see each other, and the girl shut them well and told them to be quiet. She only told them this because of what she saw if those very same high-ranking heroes. Zaire didn't even realize at first what was going on, and who those guys were. Turns out it was 3 of the 10 high-ranking heroes who came here to ask for help from the heroes to capture Zero. Or rather, I am the one who copies him. It wasn't actually the legendary hero that all the people thought of. They said that they had to trust because they didn't want to let someone else use the identity of such a hero. This immediately surprised the chairman of the Hero Association. She didn't expect that the guy who made her look like a fool was a fraud. It was a huge shock to everyone. Another of the 3 heroes said that it's all true now in years, and the airspace exits and even the earth and subterranean exits are blocked to keep this imposter from leaving. So the guy needs to borrow a little bit of power from the heroes so he can arrest this criminal. But one of them doesn't believe that this guy was an imposter because he could kill the imposter with one punch. He could kill a ghost that nobody could beat with one punch, and how could this guy be an imposter? So they wanted to question the hero afterward. But the guy wasn't worried about that, obviously. Why do they want to arrest him even if he's a criminal? What did he do wrong to them? After all, this guy even today killed a ghost that could not cope with no one. To which the guy replied that it's all because of his deception, because he made people believe that he is real. But the guy is very angry because even if he is hiding from me another hero but still acts fair, why not just leave him? And now to do other things. And more important things. It is that Alan escaped from prison and now doing very bad things. Well, that hero said that this is a very stupid question, and now other heroes of the highest class is chasing this criminal. Still, the guy was very angry at the hero because he was talking nonsense. But suddenly the bespectacled man closed his mouth for him to talk less, because he can now get into big trouble. Well, the guy did not want to stop talking further. He continued to talk more and more. He was very pissed off, that guy who thinks that he says very clever things. The girl asked him not to cause trouble for her, because she had just gotten a position, and it was very important. The guys were just very curious as to why they wanted to catch this fake. Is it true that he is a danger to society? But the girl said that's not the point. All the matter is that he generally pretends to be such a great hero, okay if he was covered by some other name, but not such a great and legendary hero. The guy was very surprised that his identity was so important. The girl began to tell him that there was, for example, a case that happened just today, when she started to criticize the Hero Association. Because of this, there were protests. This all said only one thing, that the word zero plays a very important role in society, but the guy did not want to believe it. It was very surprising to him because how can just a name affect people so much? While they were talking amongst themselves, the high-ranking hero was talking about the missions of the different ranks of heroes. And I guess some people were listening to the whole conversation. Suddenly, he heard from someone that Rocky had escaped from prison and was in the city since yesterday. The whole team was very surprised because it could be the guy from the restaurant, but they didn't recognize him. Suddenly, the hero started talking about it and told them to be careful. Zero immediately remembered that the imposter under his name was now trying to contact Rocky, and there was a sign saying that he wanted to meet him. Most likely, he wanted to use them. The guy ended up summarizing that they have a problem right now in the size of 2 high-class criminals who are now roaming the city, and right now everyone needs to be extremely careful. The guy, after his thoughts, realized that he had to go about his business, and suddenly when he turned around and had to go, he was called by the same girl. It turned out that the 3 best heroes who came wanted to meet the strongest hero of the city of N. At that time, the same girl who ran away from her home was still looking for her idol. She was all in a very good mood to leave for the 2nd or 3rd, even already a day looking for a guy non-stop, just because it was the same hero she loved. At that time, Lessons and his team heard a girl who lazy body very low, and the girl and her team started to yell her about it. My team immediately calmed down the girl to not make a fuss. So what were they doing in that place? It turned out that they were going to the very place that looked for them, so-called Izyaru, for the meeting. This place was a dump. There they went. In 5 minutes they were already there, and they were discussing what they thought about this hero. They all doubted that he was real, but no one had any proof. Short with sneakers, then his intuition to tell him that he is an imposter, and the girl interrupted him and said that such an ability as intuition is purely female, then laughed. And suddenly they were interrupted by a partner who said that it is all unimportant, and all the conversation is pointless, because whether it is a real hero they will know soon, and now to think about it without sense. After all the words of this mysterious hero, their other partner shouted that the same zero is already in place. It meant only one thing, that now they will finally find out who he is. He appeared very epically and immediately jumped onto a large pole. Now they will find out if it's a fake or if it's really their old acquaintance who used to fight with them shoulder to shoulder. The girl immediately began to talk to him. She began to ask him if it was really Zero who had been there before, and why had he disappeared for so long. She couldn't even say a word to him before, but he completely ignored the girl and said it didn't matter. And he called all of them here for one reason only. He really needed the guy's help now, because he wanted to. Everyone held their breath and waited to hear what the legendary hero had to say. And then he said he needed help changing the hero registration bill. Rocky was immediately happy about this, because it turns out that such a great hero is also against this bill and also wants to stop it immediately. It was great. But still, he was angry because while they all fought against this bill, many heroes died and left, and all it took was one word of a great hero who could solve everything. Well, he said that a lot of time has passed and a lot of problems have occurred, but he won't go into details since he's back. He wants to change the status quo. Out of anger, Rocky jumped off the ground to get to the hero, and his partner appeared and told him to stay where he was and not to make all these senseless moves. He did manage to set it up and began to worship the great hero, saying that he was very happy to see him, and it was quite wonderful that he had returned to the world to do good again after all. After all his promo, he took out a case with a ball that he found in the depths of the Pacific Ocean. This sword belongs to that very Zero, and he really wanted to give it back to its owner because this item was lost to him, and now he had the opportunity to give it back. He did not wait long for an answer. The hero said that if he had already found it, then let him keep it. It was very surprising to the guy and his partners, because they all thought that he would take it away, and that he just gave the sword. In fact, they were shocked not because he gave it away, but because the guy was an imposter. They all asked him if he was really a guy, and why was he pretending to be Zero. But he didn't mind for a long time, because he realized that if they had already figured it out, there was no point in contradicting them now. He just thought to himself about how quickly they figured him out, thinking it was all about confidence. But the one who had told him about the ball that he wanted to give to the owner said that he had indeed found it, but not in the Pacific Ocean, and that it was all a trick to catch him off guard. It turned out to be very sneaky, because it turned out that he just tricked him to find out if the guy knew that the sword was lost in the demon world and not in the ocean. That's how they got the guy. Well, even if he was tricked, he didn't want to give up. So the guy talked that the guy lied, calling it very bold, as if he was tricked, not he is doing it now. He is doing everything not to be recognized. Wow, those words didn't help him. I still didn't believe him, because who knows how many other imposters like this guy. I didn't believe that he was a real hero. So I asked him who he was. But instead of answering, he started talking about how they have a joint goal, which is to repeal the hero registration bill. So he wanted to get out of the conversation, but would he? But Rocky had his own plan. He asked the so-called hero why he didn't use his own identity. Why such methods? I mean, what's the difference between him and those criminals? But still, he said as best as he could that it was a problem that could be taken away with just one word, Zero, because they all had to sacrifice the lives of their comrades and to do what they wanted. He asked the old man if he was so opposed to fighting against each other again. He tried to deceive them to the last. But it really surprised the guy. What do you mean again? Do they even know each other? After the whole conversation, the guy just jumped and headed in an unknown direction. He still realized that he had been exposed. That's why she said that his identity is not important. Now I'll take it that since Zero has disappeared, he needs to finish what he started once. Then he added that tomorrow he will officially announce his protest against the bill. Because of this time, they have to think about his proposal until tomorrow and what he will do. At that time, the girl had already come with Lindsay to the government because they were called to bring her up to the very guy who is the strongest in City N. As soon as she went in there, immediately saw the CEO. She greeted everyone and introduced the strongest hero of N City. The guy in red who was speaking in front of them was shocked. It was the same guy who was arguing with him. He couldn't understand how this naive guy like him at home is the strongest of N City. He's only D-ranked. He thought it was simply impossible, just because he argued with him too much. Well, as soon as the guy heard that they thought he was naive, he immediately became very angry and asked him who he thought was naive. The girl who brought him here was surprised. She then said that it was true that Lin was a hero of such a small rank, but that was only because he had recently become a hero, and he was indeed the strongest hero of N City. After saying that, the CEO began to review the guy's merits, and he noticed that his accomplishments were really praiseworthy. After all, he had arrested many A and B rank criminals. All these words made the guy very angry because some people said that he was a weakling, but in the eyes of high-level heroes, of course they would be weaklings, said Dong Shui Er. But still, we have to get to the point. This time their opponents Zero and Rocky are two high-level heroes, and that guy in red said that the hands with his comrades should be on them. The guy really didn't like that. It turns out they want the guy to take care of the minnows. and the girl standing next to him said the minnows are criminals too. Well, if they don't, he doesn't really want to do anything. You told him that if anything happened to contact him, and at the same time, he was thinking about how to get to the East Dump. At this time, Rocky and his comrades ran after Zero, who was running away from them. It was clear to them that this guy was an imposter and not a real hero. They ran until there was some kind of smoke. It was the house fences that the guy threw. They immediately improved the whole team and they couldn't see anything. They were already in the smoke. He ordered everyone to split up and try to find the guy. If they found anything, they signaled, and they couldn't lower their defenses. While this guy was hiding from Rocky's team, if it's up to them, he heard some voices from a girl behind him who I said thought Zero was really back. Actually, she immediately realized it wasn't him and called the guy an imposter. Then the guy got in the spirit and saw Saint Anne standing there angry and looking at him. Well, after he said her name, the girl said that she was no longer a saint because ever since Zero defeated the evil god, Anna's heart belonged only to him. The guy was surprised for some reason. This was the second time today that he had been told he was an imposter. He asked her how the girl was able to find out so quickly, and she said that even his aura wasn't like the one of the real Zero. With the real hero, it was impossible to even stand because he was repulsed by a great force. And after that watch, the girl started swinging to hurt the imposter. She was very angry because he pretended to be the hero she had in her heart for a long time now. But the guy just jumped on a tall iron stick, and from it flew away in an unknown direction. The girl did not want to let him go, and said that he would not go anywhere. At that time, Lin was walking to his house on a quiet night, and then he heard some voices and strange sounds. He stopped and wanted to check what was going on, but suddenly, he saw a girl who was fighting with that self-proclaimed Zero. She knew for some reason behind him. A friend, he threw her right in the face of his smoke grenades that immediately exploded. This really helped him and the girl for about 10 seconds as if blinded. Saw nothing but darkness and could not understand what was the matter. Why are these grenades so good even at him? But even when she was blinded, she still attacked. After a second, she sent dozens of her weapons straight at the man who was standing in front of her, thinking that now she would definitely stop him. But in fact, she hit the real Zero, who was just walking home. And then this happens during the fight. He didn't expect this to happen. The girl didn't even look in the direction she was throwing her weapon. But she thought she could finally kill that imposter. But she couldn't open her eyes for a while. Well, it turned out to be some guy who was very scared. He began to beg the girl to do nothing to him. Said that if she wanted to rob him, he had no money, because such an attack is very frightening. The girl couldn't understand what kind of guy he was. She thought that if he was here in the middle of the night, he might be an imposter, but only disguised. But still, the guy's pathetic look didn't quite look like an imposter. She just went up to the guy and asked him if he had seen the imposter who was imitating Zero. She wondered if he knew something about it and would help her, but the guy said he hadn't seen anything. He was really shocked that the girl was looking for a fake Zero. Is this hero really so important to the whole society? When he was thinking about all this, the girl interrupted him and started yelling to him, "Why is it that he dares to doubt the greatness of the legendary Zero?" She was really very angry about it. After talking about how great this hero was, the girl said that what the guy had just said about him was unforgivable to her, so she took his ban and was ready to do what she wanted to do. She didn't hit it off with her outfits last time. She had to hit it off now, which she wanted to do, and then she pointed it right at the guy she didn't like. She was very angry because the guy was really talking about such a great hero that the girl really liked. She loved him really very much. So because of what the guy said, she was ready to kill him, ready to beat up anyone who talks bad about her favorite Zero. It's unacceptable for a girl. That's why she wanted to kill the guy. Well, as soon as she was about to attack the guy and thought that she would easily kill him because he was so pathetic 5 minutes ago that it seemed that she would do it easily. Well, after all of it, the girl thought she had won. I sent all of her projectiles right at her, and they all shredded the girl's clothes in a split second. While she was standing there in shock at how strong the guy was, he came up to her and took her by the hair, then quietly told her that there was a limit to everything, and she had to finish. The girl was really scared at first. After that, she bounced off calling him a pervert. The girl said that the guy was stronger than she thought, because when she realized it now, she wouldn't hold back. After a second, the girl showed the very ball that was very familiar to the guy, because he was the one who once saved the girl. But still, he couldn't reveal himself, so he would have to fight her. But although this battle enforced, the guy was also very happy to see he had not had a good battle for a long time, so was ready to do it again. Again to defeat the one who hoped for his victory. When the girl video the full strength of the guy, it was very indignant because he seemed very manly to her. Well, so melted that she blushed in a second. For some reason, the girl's heart began to beat harder and harder with every second. The girl could not understand what was going on. Maybe it was all this guy's tricks to defeat her? The guy was downstairs waiting for her to come down, and suddenly he noticed that the magic circle was gone. It was strange. What happened to her? He thought she wasn't feeling well, so he asked her again just in case. Well, about talking to her, the girl didn't pay attention to her, so he asked her again if she was okay so he wouldn't worry, even if she's the guy's rival now. But still, he knows her. 5 minutes after the guy started calling her out and the girl said she was fine, though she doesn't understand why her sacred mark is reacting this way to this guy who really is. After the guy realized that the girl can't give a normal answer, he himself approached her. The girl was wobbling, so he took her by the waist so she wouldn't fall. And you, where the girls thought what was going on very angry and shoved the guy away, then gave him a slap. She felt that the mark wanted to say something, but she was scared. After this incident, the girl sat at home and couldn't understand why her heart still hadn't calmed down since yesterday. But she couldn't understand why it was all like this. Isn't this just another annoying stranger? She was literally just thinking about the guy all the time, and was already thinking that she had fallen head over heels in love with him, but she didn't want to admit it. How could he do that in 10 minutes of meeting him? But she didn't want to believe it because the guy wanted to fight with her at first, but then for some reason she melted because of him. She wanted to get rid of such thoughts in every way. After all these thoughts, the girl said to herself that she belongs only to Zero, and she should stay faithful only to him, and she should throw out of her mind the other guy who wanted to fight with her yesterday. She couldn't just throw him out because she had to do everything she could to get rid of him. Her plan was to kill the guy so that he wouldn't exist at all, and it turns out that he wouldn't be in the girl's heart either. At that time, the guy the girl thought was lying in his bed and just woke up. Suddenly he started sneezing, which raised some questions for the guy. If he just got up and already sneezes so immediately, it turns out that someone remembers him early in the morning. I wonder who it could be, thought the guy. Suddenly an idea came to him. He jokingly thought that maybe he was remembered by the girl he met yesterday. The guy was even very happy that it was probably her. Suddenly the guy's sister came into the room and started telling him to wake up, where he should go before going to the research institute. The guy didn't even listen to what the girl was saying because he was still sleepy, but the girl repeated it to him a couple of times so that he would remember to take Mumu to school. This is Linji, and he was once in a period with 8th grade syndrome. Then he was the first to save the world and became famous throughout the universe and was a real idol for everyone. And now he's lying in a soft bed like a little kid. He's not worrying about anything and he's enjoying life. But today he has a difficult mission to accomplish. This mission is a very important mission that my little sister gave him. That is to take Mumu to school. It's very difficult. But if he's given a task, he has to do it. But before this mission, he has to do one more very important mission, a mission he has been doing for a long time and he has to do it every day. It's a mission to watch his favorite anime, but as soon as the guy sat down, it's been like 30 minutes and he was still on his phone. This really pissed off his little sister who told him to go to breakfast. After that, the guy washed his face and started eating with Mumu, and his sister said she had to go out and would be leaving, told them not to watch TV for too long so they wouldn't be late for school, and they had to leave soon. They were watching the usual boring news, but still nothing to do. As suddenly, the report was interrupted by a man who started talking about that legendary hero who now 5 years ago appeared. Suddenly, an imposter appeared on the screen claiming to be a hero. He said he hoped to get justice for the heroes who had been prosecuted, that is, by world rule. He wanted all the heroes to be free, and he said this on live TV. Then people all started protesting against the government to abolish the law and bring justice to the heroes. This really hurt the real hero because of the words of some guy period, all the people started to riot and the hive is now not calm. It's a problem. After he thought about it all, he decided to look at Mumu, who for some reason was all red, and looking at Lin. She was in tears for some reason. The guy asked her what happened. The girl was crying because if this is the law from me here, it turns out that her brother will be out of work again. And the guy answered her with a scream, said that it's not the end of the world. But still, he had to calm the girl down, because if she went to school crying, her sister would not be very happy. So he started to calm her down. In the meantime, people started to make mass protests against the law and the government. They all really went crazy because of a couple of words of the guy. The girl who became the new chairman of the Hero Association started to calm people down by saying that the association had already confirmed that this hero who appeared was an imposter. She wanted to calm the people down because things would be bad if they stomped and smashed everything here. But the crowd didn't even listen. They just started throwing eggs at the girl. People didn't want to believe the girl because maybe she wanted to mess with people's heads just so I wouldn't protest against the authorities. It made sense, because they didn't demand proof. And the same people from Rocky's team also watched all this and realized that that imposter really did what he told them about, or they didn't know what to do now. So they asked the man in charge, and the old man said that he didn't know what to do yet. so they had to watch the whole thing for a while. After these words, the man himself thought about what he really had to do, why the real Zero was now, and where he was right now. At that time, Evan and his big friend were taking over everything he wanted one by one, building like a toy from a child. He was really enjoying it. He was really quite pleased that he had such abilities to do whatever he wanted. They were sitting in a pointless prison and idling. He was thinking about doing something bad again, and having Zero see it, he really wanted him to show up again, so he wouldn't be as bored as he had been in prison. So he had huge plans. After sex, I was thinking he asked his friend how his preparations were going. Well, the friend didn't hesitate to say it was going well. Then the guy thought about what else he could grab, and then he saw the Long family's pad. He wanted to borrow it, and he already had a plan to do it. He saw a guy he knew from the same family who was chasing some girl and begging her to go to coffee with him. On the P's, the guy sensed danger and took the girl's hand to take her to a safe place. The girl did not understand what was going on and what he was doing. He saw you in a safe place and literally pushed the girl there. She could not understand what was going on with the guy who had just invited her to coffee. But the guy didn't say anything to her because he didn't have time for that. He just said that the girl shouldn't leave the place where he brought her until he said she could. The girl started to ask him what was going on because she was very scared and didn't understand why he was doing that, and also so abruptly after their nice conversations. And suddenly she was shut up by some guy from the back, who appeared from behind her shoulder and showed the girl to be quiet because he realized that there was some danger in the street. At that time, the guy went to scout what happened, and he saw a big monster with green sprouts that were reaching out to him. Things were bad. Then after that, he noticed that next to this monster was a guy who greeted him very warmly. The guy was standing there laughing for no reason. After his greeting and sinister laughter, he said he knew the guy and said his name. Master Long also immediately realized who he was talking to. It was the same Evan. He offered something to the guy. He told him that he wanted to borrow their territory, and the guy replied that the Long family would not discuss anything with criminals and told him to leave the place immediately. What the guy said shocked Evan, and he said it wasn't a request. The guy was willing to do anything to take what he needed, and even what he didn't need at all. Suddenly, while they were talking about their own things, the guy noticed that something started to appear on his arm and he couldn't understand what was wrong with his arm. But it turned out to be this. And he told him that what he had on his arm was called a funny man, and it was his nano car that he came here with. He was really happy that it was working already. This really pissed off Evan's rival, because he didn't expect the guy to come to this and want to control him using the nano machine. It's an inconvenience for him. The guy's friend finished talking to him, turned to his friend and told him that he had pretty good skills, then asked him to do his job. Without even a word, he realized what he had to do, and started controlling all those green sprouts and binding the guy's arms and legs, so he couldn't do anything to them. He was writhing in pain while Guy asked him if he liked the fact that he couldn't use any of his skills because of the sealed chakra. He was very happy with his result. They talked for about 10 minutes about things that were incomprehensible to the girl who was waiting for the guy's signal, but he remained silent. The girl didn't quite understand what was going on. The girl could not understand what happened, because outside began some very strange sounds that frightened her. She almost made a noise, but the guy covered her mouth in time. After a couple of minutes, the guy let the girl go and said that it seems that the villain has left, and now it is possible to go out without fear, and the guy and the girl sighed with relief. But when the girl realized that she could finally speak, she asked the 13th what he was doing here and why. After all, how did she get right to him here, and why was he hiding here? And he said that he was doing some business and didn't know that such an incident would happen, and now he is very depressed that the whole city is in danger, probably because of this criminal. At this time, Evan, who defeated young Master Long, found a chair and a camera and made his buddy start live broadcasting for the TVs. He sat for 5 minutes and waited for him to do everything. Only the guy said that everything was ready. He was very happy, because finally his movie that he wanted so much to start. And it was so easy. Nobody could even stop him. After a couple of seconds, the camera turned on, and he started to introduce himself, saying that it was Evan's show that he was hosting. He literally glowed at the camera because he was very happy about all the successes. All the people abruptly froze and looked at all the horror. The guy was talking about how after 5 years he was finally back in the world and he thinks it's beautiful. All the people already with them from the evenings almost all knew that this guy, he's a criminal of high rank, and it was all strange where the police and the authorities look. Why he walks so freely in the city of N? After a second, the guy pulled out a head of some sort that was painted like a clown. Didn't introduce it as Mr. Long Wenfeng. Said he was the richest person in this city. Even the chairman of the association immediately saw this news, and things were bad because if this man was really caught, then most likely the Long family want trouble. After the guy showed this man, he came to another topic. He said that he was interested in Zero. He really hoped that he was watching this and told him that the game was starting. And after he told him his plans and then what was in store for Zero, he said that at sunset some sort of virus would spread in this city. This was the standard scenario. This virus, he explained, that once it gets into the body, and once it takes effect immediately, the infected will turn into zombies, and anyone bitten by it will also turn into one. This was all just to lure Zero. He wanted the hero to come to him if he wanted to prevent this from happening in the city. After all, it was the only chance he had to stop it. After all this, he added to the citizens that they should hope that this Zero was real, or else they would all be in danger of being killed. Everyone started discussing the whole situation, because if Zero really did show up again, they had nothing to fear. Others were saying that even if it really is Zero, this guy recently blew up the headquarters of the World Power Apartment. So many people were very afraid of the consequences, not knowing if their favorite hero could protect them. At this time, Evan said that people don't have much time, and if their pathetic hero wants to save the world, then let him show up. But if not, then it's all over. Karik and the chairman of the Russian Association watched the whole performance of the guy and realized that things were very bad and became worse than they were before. They did not know what to do. But still, the girl had to decide something because she is the chairman of the Hero Association. So she told Ochkariki to lead the heroes who are here to the Tower of the Flying Dragon, and she herself will meet them there. After the bespectacled man went to do his building, the girl went to the CEO's office and asked everyone if they should lift the blockade. The director, of course, said immediately that he agreed with her because this hero of high class early can do whatever he wants. No need to act quickly before it's too late. And the red-cloaked hero said that he is against it because it could be a chance for them. The chairman and the principal didn't understand what he was talking about. And why would he be against it? This really pissed off the director, and he even started yelling at him, asking him what the guy was talking about. But he just kept quiet for a few minutes and didn't say a word. Well, the guy said that God has prepared a path for each of them, and Zero will definitely show up to fight this villain, and it will be a very good chance for them to arrest him. And you were not liked by the CEO at all. Because how could he put the lives of tens of thousands of citizens on the line just to arrest one hero? But another high-class hero came up to the man and said that this is a normal loss to save the world. Well, the man could not understand what kind of losses they are talking about. Well, the hero tried to prove to him that it's not for nothing, because it all started with Zero. If it wasn't for him, nothing like this would have happened. They're sorry for the inhabitants, but still. But the guy wouldn't listen to him. He's a hero and he can do that. How can he put the word justice to his name if he can do that to the villagers? After a second, one of the high-class heroes ordered his partner to stand still because he realized that the hero wanted to do something bad for the director. After that, he approached the girl and asked her how dare she drain the order. After all, she was given a task to do. Why does it decide what to do? Well, the girl was in tears already and did not know what to say to him, but still gathered herself and said that she is the chairman of the Association of Heroes of the City of N, and she will never be able to afford to sacrifice the lives of citizens. After all this, the man came up to her and hid behind her, said that she was good, and these words are good enough to know that she was in danger because of the hero. She still told the truth. After a second, another high-class hero asked his partner what he did and why. He really didn't understand what his companion wanted to prove to him, but he answered that he did what a real hero should do. A real hero fights not for the government, but for the citizens who should not be jeopardized. A friend intervened in their conversation by the Son of God, who said the man was a coward for not being able to do such a thing. They really thought it was okay to sacrifice other people. But Taurus said that he was leaving and he didn't care about all their conversations. Only the lives of the citizens were important to him and the chairman of the Hero Association, and everything else afterwards. At this time, Lin saw Mumu off to school. He was on the phone the whole time and didn't even look after her at all. All he said was that the girl shouldn't go far away. But he was sitting in the phone for a reason, because in the phone he received a message that all the heroes of the city and need to lift the blockade and go to the Tower of the Flying Dragon to arrest Evan. And he had a very big choice to take Mumu to school or crush the cockroaches that again began to annoy the whole world with their antics. And what to do, the guy. But still, the guys from the association should be able to handle it for the moment, so he would just take Mumu to school for now. It would be a very option. While the guy was thinking and looking at the phone, he was called by the girl. He got distracted and wondered why she was calling him. Something must have happened there. But what? It turns out that the girl heard everything that said brother, because she said that the school is a couple of steps away and we can go to her herself, and asked that the guy still went on a mission if he has it. This surprised the guy very much, because he did not think that the girl would call him for this reason. He did not understand why she was so worried about it, that is, for his work. So he wanted to object something, but suddenly the girl cried and said that she was very worried and did not know what they would do if the older brother rubbed his work, She was very upset. The guy realized that the girl could be calmed down and really understood that he had to go on his mission because he told her that he would do it, which made the girl very happy. Then the guy turned around and started to leave, but suddenly remembered the dog and ordered him to go home as soon as he brought Mumu to school. He barked and waved his head. After that, he calmed down about you and calmly could run on his tasks, but he realized that in addition to this cockroach, he has another imposter with whom he will also need to cope. Suddenly, the guy noticed an attack from some side. He got angry because he didn't understand at first what happened and why someone is attacking him in broad daylight right on the street. He saw the girl he was fighting with a few days ago and told her that he thought so, but it turned out that the girl who attacked me was with him. As soon as he saw her, he got angry and started yelling at her. He didn't understand why she was attacking him, because he didn't even do anything bad to her, and she couldn't leave him alone. But suddenly the girl asked him to be quiet and said that she wanted to tell him something. After that, she sat down and started to tell him that she fell in love with a guy. After that, she immediately blushed. But the guy was shocked even if she is smitten with love. This is all too extreme declaration of love, but anyway, the guy said that he is free, and just one word, and he is all in the attention of the girl. Well, friend, the girl moved a little further away and yelled from the guy that she belongs only to Zero, and she loves only him and started attacking him with her projectiles that pierced the ground. The guy was very surprised by it because the girl probably realized who he really was, but still asked her why she was here then and not looking for her lover. Why does she want to hurt him? At this time, the girl was silent for a couple of minutes because turned into a stronger structure of the girl. He looked at all this and was shocked and did not understand what happened. Well, she is so angry. But the girl's friend turned into an incomprehensible person, and in front of her hand, which she stretched out towards the guy, began to appear some kind of circle with hieroglyphics. This me, the girl started. She started talking about how the girl was acting and she didn't waste a second. And the guy just stood there and didn't realize what was happening. For a second, the girl turned into a big monster, a robot at the same time. And at the same time, she had these huge wings on the back of her back that covered the whole circle she'd created. It turned out that it was weird that she didn't always have a guy in her head, and it was weird for him, because when was there ever a time when a guy didn't get out of some girl's head? After the girl was completely transformed, the guy was even more shocked, because this form of the day from the cult of the evil god. The guy was shocked because he didn't know what this girl was capable of. But she didn't even listen to the guy. She spoke her speech that in order to show her loyalty to the one and only legendary hero and stop thinking about some other guy he should... Before that, the girl wanted to ask the guy to die, and she asked with a big smile, "There's something really wrong with that girl's head if she just asks him to die." That's another problem for the guy because first Evan shows up and now her. It's like some kind of reunion. But the guy doesn't have time to deal with her now. At that time, near the Tower of the Flying Dragon, there was something that shocked one of the heroes of that team. There were a lot of people and smoke. The guy didn't know what to think. And even more, he was surprised that around this tower was some unknown creature that fought with the heroes. His father, in turn, tried to calm him down and neutralize. And suddenly, in the direction of the guy began to fly some big stone. Bespectacled immediately noticed it because he said that his partner quickly dodged, because now it could be very bad. He literally a fraction of a second before it flew right into him, deflected and fell to the ground. Both guys were in shock because of what is happening and did not understand what kind of monster is here now. Glasses helped his friend to get up. After that, they were sitting and thinking about what to do. Suddenly, they heard the words of some guy who said that this whole problem would be left to them. It turned out that it was the same guys from the Muscular Alliance, and ahead of them was the 13th. And they were all with huge tanks with some kind of container. Most likely there was gasoline. Glasses and his friend were very surprised that the 13th had already teamed up with the Muscular Alliance and was doing this. They didn't even listen to the guys and started pouring gasoline on the monster. When they started lighting the fire, Evan immediately saw it and realized that there was a lot of fire from below. Better to say even a sea of fire, and that means that they will be defeated today. But really the guy was just bluffing and no one was going to give up now. Then he told his friend to start doing what he had to do. Of course, such a great criminal always has a plan B. Suddenly, everything started to freeze and people started to turn into big ice cubes with no sense. This was followed by a bespectacled man and his partner, and they were very frightened by it all, because they thought that the fire will do everything. Suddenly, everything calmed down and the glasses man couldn't understand what was going on. Again, something happened that nobody expected. Everything became so calm that it was even suspicious why it was so. It felt like all those plants that had just attacked them started to wilt like tree leaves in the fall. It was as if everything was over and nothing was threatening them anymore. Even Evan got worried and asked his friend if everything was all right. because it was overcast today, and it seemed to him that Dave's plants didn't have enough strength to fight. But the guy calmed him down without words. He told the plants to create fungi. They were even bigger than the plants themselves. This really calmed the guy down a lot, and he was ready to stuff. And now in the present day, the Flying Dragon Tower has been taken over by a high-level terrorist, that is Evan. Some of the heroes were just trapped in a circle of plants, and in that circle were the Muscular Alliance bespectacled man and his partners. They didn't know how they were going to get out of this place. After all, they were completely surrounded by this large plant. And suddenly appeared the chairman of the Association of Heroes, who as soon as it came immediately apologized for being late. Bespectacled, of course, was very happy to see her because he liked her, and she is their salvation. Well, with her was the Director General of the government, who said that all these conversations are pointless, and they should be postponed until they deal with the cockroach and these things. In the meantime, the guy was just watching and making sure that everything was fine. Suddenly he noticed that his friend's plants were no longer working and asked him what to do with them. And the friend said that if that's the case, he should just change them to toothpicks. And then all the plants started to show their teeth. It was even worse than before. One of them immediately snuck up on the president and the Growth Association to eat the girl. The girl had already said it was bad and might not end up the way it should. Well, it was all just a hoax, and she easily got out saying that the plant is too underestimated and she is not as simple as they think. She is a good actress, of course. But the bespectacled man was very much frightened during this time, because he thought that the girl is now eaten by this big monster. He shouted very much because of this, because this girl is not indifferent to him. Even the director was very scared for the girl because she is an important chairman for the city, because he realized that the girl really cares for the citizen and not for something else. And suddenly the girl was saved by him. Finally, the legendary and great hero came back again and saved the girl who was already trying hard to get out. But for some reason, nothing worked. This, of course, immediately noticed Evan, who was very happy about it and began to shout to him. He is surprised that the guy came so quickly, because the show has not even started yet. After he finished yelling at him, the big friend told him that this guy is not who he says he is, he's a fake. To which the guy said he knew all that and would never mistake some pathetic fake for the strength and greatness of the real hero he was 5 years ago. And suddenly, those very high-class heroes started to appear who wanted to catch Zero. The bespectacled guy and his partner were very surprised at such a moment they want to catch when needed. And suddenly appeared the same heroes from Rocky's team who began to defend Zero. Well, why they did it was unclear because they already knew that this guy is a fake. At this time, the chairman of the Eurusian Association was in shock. Despite all this, he did not understand what is happening now and where did these heroes appeared from. They were in front of Zero, and he already thought that the heroes were on his side, but he questioned them, or rather the main one of them, if it was true, to see what their intentions were for coming. Rocky said he was just tired of all these damn hypocrites. So he didn't come here to help an imposter. It was just his decision for his own good. At that time, the guy who was watching them was very interested in what they were discussing among themselves. That's why he started shouting to them to pay attention to him. And he did it to say that he wanted to see how they would fight with each other. But still, they did not lose sight of the most important thing, why they came here. When he said those words, one of the heroes thought it was too arrogant, telling him that as soon as he was done with Zero, you would go straight to him and kill him too. All these words heard, the very imposter told him that he used to think that they would be together, not stand-up enemies. Well, the guy didn't answer anything but tilted his head. Then the battle began and Zara immediately began to retreat a little. Rocky told one of his partners to help the hero, even they may not agree with his methods, but they cannot lose another comrade. At this time, the Son of God began to create his own tactics of battle, because immediately called on the god to follow the heroes. His partner, after seeing that in addition to Zero with him fighting, and at this time they are followed by friends I am a high-class heroes. So he decided to help a friend. At this time the same guy who was with the president of the association was shocked at what is happening now. How they, during the capture of a criminal like Evan, decided to act like this and arrest Zero. At this point, Rocky turned to his former partner and asked if he would fight them. At first he was silent, but then he pulled out his great weapon and said that these questions are too stupid because he is not going to abandon such a great hero, especially when his friends are fighting shoulder to shoulder with him. Then the guy asked his friend about the fact that it is not obvious that they will settle their differences after dealing with these crazy people. His friend said he was glad he finally realized. He finally realized who his friend was, so he started to follow him. At that time, Evan followed all this and was even more excited, because this connection was really legendary. So the guy said he was very happy with everything, but still didn't realize that two high-class heroes had reunited to defeat him and help his old friend. At the same time, the real Zero was fighting with the same Anna who didn't want to let him go. She really wanted to kill the guy just because she really liked him and wanted to leave her love for the hero. Nato still could not do it, and used different tricks to finally get what she wants so much. Out of her hands, she managed to sneak right behind the guy's back. She already thought that if she could get to him, if she could do anything she wanted, and now he is completely at her disposal. Suddenly, the guy turned around and hit her with all his might. A second after the girl got back up, she saw a big beam of fire coming at her. She barely stopped it because it couldn't hurt the girl easily. The guy didn't expect that she could really stop this attack and even lost for a while when he realized that, well, the girl really wasn't easy. Well, even if she was able to repel the blows, the guy still realized that he was very strong. I mean, if he could do that, I'm a weakling, and not as simple as she thought either. Well, there is also, you have a guy, very strong girl was willing to do literally anything to stay loyal to Zero. She was willing to exhaust all her strength, but to do her job. So for the sake of her goal, she was ready to kill him. After these words, the girl got ready to attack and wanted to hit the guy with her iron fist, but suddenly, the devil repulsed her every attack. And after the atom, he took out his huge hammer and repulsed with it the very blow that the girl took away with her fist. It looked really very epic. And the girl, after seeing what he did, was in a huge shock because she was expecting this blow to be the last one she would throw. And this guy really smashed it so easily and effortlessly. And the guy started talking to her, and he asked her if she was normal. Because even if she wants to fight right now, he doesn't have much time for her, so he asked her to stop. The girl just laughed at him and said that she didn't care what the guy said and asked him what he could do. But before he could say anything, the guy disappeared and appeared right behind the girl. The punch he gave was really strong, and the girl was shocked by what happened, and even more so because she didn't realize how fast this guy was. After this blow, the girl, sadly another, did not sit and looked at the guy who could do whatever he wanted from behind, and most likely even turned the girl off, and he said he warned her. Then the girl pretended she was turned off, so the guy picked her up and carried her to a more comfortable place for the girl to be okay. After he got the girl to a safe place where there was no one, he said that no one would come here so the girl could sleep and rest here. And after a couple of seconds, the guy realized that the girl is far from being turned off, and now he can hear him perfectly well. So he realized that it was a problem and was very angry because it turns out to be delayed and he has no time. The girl opened her eyes. She looked at him out of laughter because the guy really believed that he could knock out the girl with such a blow. He could do it only if she was a normal person. After that, the girl spread her wings and was ready to attack again. The guy was waiting for us, and because of the strong wind, flew not far away from her. But still he did not fall, but just flew a little to be at a safe distance. He was very excited that he thought that the girl had finally calmed down, and he would be free. But the girl said that she recognized that the guy was strong, and that was the reason why her sacred mark was reacting to the guy. But she was not weak either, and she was smart enough at the right moment. After a couple of seconds, the girl turned into some kind of animal with red eyes and a very angry voice. She said that even if he was strong, the girl should kill him. The guy said he was scared because he recognized the stand that the girl had made and understood what could happen now. That's really bad. So he had to think of something urgently. After a second, the girl pointed her weapon at the guy and cast a spell. It was a Zero form of justice. It turns out the girl has also learned this technique because she was able to do it. Meanwhile, the heroes who were fighting the self-proclaimed hero were waiting for the fun to begin. As a friend flew in one of those high-class robots that wanted to take over Zero, I hear the guy right after he showed up said that out of old friendship he was willing to let go and turn a blind eye to the guy and the girl if they would leave this place right now and stay out of the way. To which the heroes said that they stopped being friends long ago after he became a government henchman, and the guy on the left added that this hero was no longer a warrior of justice. After that, one of the guys got ready for the battle and started right away with his attack. He started that very battle for the legendary hero. They were not going to give up, so they did it. The man immediately saw that he was flying at one of the heroes he considered his friend, or prepared to immediately repel this projectile. It was very weak for him, because as soon as he reached his goal, the man immediately smashed the projectile to pieces. For him it was easy, and it was logical because he is a high-class hero. Then another partner and hero began to use his tactics and used exactly spatial time gates. This was all done in order to sneak up very quickly. After the guy moved behind the back of his opponent, he pulled out the sword that the imposter gave him. The hero immediately noticed that behind him such a weapon, and suddenly there was a very tough battle between these guys. There was literally everything in the fire and in the water at the same time, and neither of them could not be seen at all, because both are more covered by the waves. At this time, The Son of God was watching them, and suddenly he heard a voice, and then turned around. It turned out that it was the hero they were after. He told him that the guys who were fighting among themselves not on a joke resolved, and the hero did not waste time because immediately proceeded to start attacking. He said that he wanted to see the true face of the hero. This, of course, was ridiculous to him, and he said that even if the guy wanted to see the true face of the hero, he would have to do something to do it. Or he really wondered if the guy would be strong enough to do that. Then the red-cloaked player started attacking his opponent, and he immediately took out his ball to confront the hero. They had a hard fight too. They stood like that for a long time. Then the guy started to speak his spells, and the Almighty commanded, "The Hazel men will be chained, and the righteous light will descend on their heads." He's going to be really strong. But still, such a guy, even if he was an imposter, was not afraid of such an attack, because he had that strong sword. Why, he even laughed from the words of the guy, especially to annoy him. But suddenly, from under the water appeared many of the same lines that created this hero to finally catch his nemesis and finally finish with him right now. He was already a little glad that he had finally caught him, but still Zero wasn't so easy, so he just jumped out during the spell and said that this trick was too cheap for him, and he was underestimating the hero. Did he really think he could defeat the real Zero with such a weak attack? If he couldn't even defeat an imposter, how would he defeat a real hero? This really pissed the guy off, and he was angry because he had just been laughed at. And his great power, it was unacceptable to him, so he decided to act much tougher, and said a very strong spell that was familiar to the game because he was not happy about it, so he shouted his displeasure towards the guy. A second later, these very long heroes completely took over Zero. The guy was actually able to catch the guy after all, even though he had underestimated him last time. The guy was finally satisfied, finally being able to catch this elusive guy. He was very happy about it because he realized how strong this legendary hero was, and it was very hard for him to do it. He then said that it was finally time for him to finally recognize the essence of the greatest and first hero in the world, and began to remove the hood from him. At that time, the battle in the same alley continued, and the girl wasn't going to stop until the end. She was willing to do literally anything to finally kill the guy. After all that, the girl cast the words of the same spell, that is Zero form of justice. She was really going to do it again. This was bad because the guy wasn't exactly happy that the girl was trying so hard to kill him, and so often using this very strong tactic that was... As soon as the girl again that very blow against the guy, he immediately put his huge hammer in front of him to get behind one of his and have it take all the force. This blow made the guy's hair stand on end because this power was really very capable and side people were able to kill, but still not the one who created this technique. After this blow, the girl was really very upset because she had used 2 times in a row a very strong technique that should only be used in emergencies. But still, the girl could not see anything behind the thick smoke, so she thought and hoped that she had done what she wanted so badly, what she had spent all her strength for. This powerful blow left a large hole in the ground more than 10 meters long. She hoped that this blow really could finally kill him. After that, the girl watched for a while and thought she had finally done it. So she turned around and started to leave. She was finally satisfied that she was able to do what she thought she had been trying to do for so long. Well, after a few seconds, she heard a guy's voice calling her. He called out to her and then got up from under the rocks and started shouting to her, saying that he had already said many times that there was a limit to everything and she had already reached it. After the girl realized that she heard the guy's voice, she turned around and looked at him and was in great shock because he was unharmed. While the girl stood in shock with her mouth open, he got up and walked over to the girl and asked her where she got the justice technique and how could she learn it from us. After all, he knew what the technique was. Although the girl was angry but still answered, said that it was very obvious and it was taught by the girl's lover, the first legendary hero Zero. Then the guy was very surprised because he couldn't understand. He didn't teach the girl anything. After she heard those words, the girl asked him what the guy was talking about. She didn't understand. She said she was taught by Zero, not some guy. But after that, he said that sooner or later she would have found out anyway. To this now admits that he is Zero. After these words, the girl was literally petrified and opened her mouth. She could not understand what was going on and what the guy was saying, because it was very strange why this is a normal guy. After saying that, the girl was literally petrified and opened her mouth. She couldn't understand what was going on and what the guy was saying, because it was very strange why it was a regular guy. It was very surprising to the girl ordinary guy just so after all this battle to her, so to speak, admitted that he is a legendary and great hero whom she loved. It really pissed the girl off because she thought the guy was talking nonsense and he was lying. So she said that for the fact that he was lying, but again using the same Zero form of justice. Then the guy realized he had to do something again, So he said he would take his other weapon to deflect her blow again. Then he took some strange golden stick. He really thought he could defend himself against such a strong technique with a pod, but still, if he had it in reserve, then the weapon must be strong. Just a few seconds later, the girl again used the same tactic on the guy. She was very angry because there was no way he could die after her strongest techniques, because this one told everything even stronger than the past ones were, because she was very much against the guy, who in her opinion, in addition to the fact that the girl fell in love with himself and lied. Well, as soon as the girl looked in the direction of the guy where sent again his great technique, she was again in shock. You something again was able to do something that the girl did not expect. The guy said, without a single bruise or scratch, and told her to stop because he was in a hurry, and the girl would have to make a lot more effort to hurt him. This made the girl very angry because she really used almost all her strength to kill him, but didn't even give him a scratch. She couldn't believe that he was so strong. But still, the girl, very many of Zero's enemies, didn't want to give up, so she said she would do anything just to finally kill the guy who was bothering her so much. So the girl, using her strongest technique, she wanted to do Zero justice again. But still, what did she hope for when she'd tried so many times and never succeeded? But still, she was only thinking that she should kill the guy she was so fed up with, so she used this tactic again, which again the guy was able to repel with ease. And also he was able to repel all her attacks with this technique, because for him it was not a problem, and he was ready to repel any blows to the girl because she was too weak for him. After all her attempts to kill the guy, she couldn't stand it and kneeled down because she had exhausted a lot of her strength on just one technique, which was very hilarious. She was already wet, and all that was visible but her face. This is only her mark, because the rest of the face was covered by a shadow because of the fact that the girl bent down, she was washed out. Still, no matter how much effort the girl spent, she still cannot kill such a strong hero like him, when she still does not understand who she is fighting and who she is trying to kill. But she cannot inflict a scratch on him. And the guy's thoughts were only that if she continues, the whole street will be destroyed. And also that damn cockroach that is now on the loose, he can't waste any more time on this girl. But while he was thinking, the girl was of course already almost out of energy, but still started to cast spells again to use the same Zero form of justice technique again. At this time, the guy seemed to teleport to the girl while she was not paying attention because she had a lack of strength. He came so close to her that the girl immediately blushed. After that, the girl just stood there looking at him for a couple minutes, and the guy called the girl over and said that he didn't care how, with whom, or when she learned the technique. But still, because this technique was made and created by him only for criminals, and can only be used for them, for the safety of the world and everyone else, but definitely not for. At this time, the girl blushed even more when the guy started talking to her. She didn't realize what was going on and why she was blushing, and her sacred mark was reacting so strongly again. The guy was so knowledgeable that after a couple of seconds, the girl was standing there was the real Zero, not the fake one she saw, and the guy she wanted to kill, she realized who it was. As soon as she saw him, she immediately started smiling and blushing even more, despite the fact that she had recently wanted to kill the same guy. That girl is weird. While the girl was looking at her hero, who had a very long time crush on the guy, thought about the fact that he revealed his identity because he didn't want her to upset the town. Well, after he revealed who the guy really was, she didn't make a sound. Just as the guy expected, he ruined the conversation again, and the girl sat there unmoving. The guy looked at her for a couple of minutes and thought about everything, and then he thought he should talk to the girl, so he touched her and wanted to ask her. As soon as the guy opened his mouth to ask the girl if she was okay, she immediately fell to the ground and lay motionless. Like a sack of potatoes, she fell down. It seemed that she fell really very realistically, but still he said he wouldn't fall for such a performance twice, so she might as well not pretend. But still he realized that some girl had actually blacked out, and it was probably because she had used justice too many times and overworked herself because of it. And that wasn't good, but still if she had passed out, she probably hadn't even seen the guy turn into Zero. That would be even better. At that time, the battle with Evan continued on, and one of the heroines who was on Rocky's team had already acted and created her own robot so that she could fight the Vapors, and almost everyone fought the villain and helped as much as they could. When the girl with her robot grabbed these couple sprouts of Evan's friend, the CEO realized that it was necessary to act, so he decided to help. At this time, the whole team Linji stood and watched this. They really could not help anyone, and all they could do was to watch because this criminal is too strong for people like them, and the team literally cannot do anything. Suddenly, Rocky jumps in and starts talking to the team about not standing around. This chaos won't stop until they arrest Evan and Dave. That's why we need everyone's help. After saying this, the man looked at one of the guys and asked them if they wanted him to lift them up and they would arrest them all together. This would really help them a lot and they would be able to arrest the criminals. Then the man turned to the guy who was panicking the most and told him that he would go first. He was kind of overjoyed, I guess, because he was the one in charge. The guy, as soon as he heard these words, was very much scared and started to ask him to go with such a successful decision, because the guy is not ready to fly so fast. But the man didn't even listen to him. He just picked him up and threw him with all his might towards the high-ranking villains. The guy was very scared. In fact, he really did send him first just because he reacted to his words like that. After all, a man should never say words it's impossible, so he has high hopes for him. At that time, the guy flew away and was completely shocked why this all happened so quickly, and what was even going on. How could he help in a battle with such a high-ranked hero? As soon as the guy flew to the place, he immediately started yelling, "Why is it that this uncle so suddenly said to just have the guy just take and arrest such a strong criminal and just throw him without any warning?" At this time, while he was yelling, he saw with the corner of his eye that 13 and Lin Wan were sitting beside him. I too was shocked that this man had so abruptly sent them to the same place as their partner. But suddenly, while he was talking to his companions, the guy heard some voices behind him, and his pupils immediately shrank because of fear, because he did not know who was talking to him. He had hoped to the last that one of their companions was speaking to him, and he was in no danger, but here he was. I wish he hadn't turned around. The guy turned around only because he was looking at the 13th, who was terrified, and then he turned around and saw Evan, who slowly approached the guy and asked him if it was true what he heard about the guy wanting to arrest him. That's when he was really mad at him. The guy, of course, got confused and started immediately waving his hands and saying that it wasn't true, and he didn't say such a thing. He really sounded like he was while the guy was standing near a very low-class team and literally scaring them with his presence, a man's voice could be heard from the side of him calling out to the guy. It appeared to be Rocky calling the guy to tell him that whatever he did tonight would not go unpunished, and his act of terrorism would finally be right now. Right now and over with. Then Rocky's partner showed up ready to do whatever it took to finally shut this cockroach down once and for all. But then Evan turned around and threw something at the heroes. He said that he had been waiting for them and thought they weren't coming, and was very happy to see them finally. And then some mushrooms flew straight towards the two high-ranking heroes who were supposed to stop him. After these mushrooms flew to their stop, they immediately exploded so hard that it seemed like the whole town heard the explosion. And if even really everyone heard it, they knew who did it. After the fire had died down and the smoke cleared, it was obvious that this guy had just blown up half the roof of the building. It was amazing how strong these bombs were. When the guy realized what he had done, he said he had done it accidentally, and that he hoped the Long family wouldn't be too offended if they found out. It was all a big joke to him and he didn't care about anyone. But suddenly, out from under the smoke came the heroes who asked him if that was it. After all, for them such a bomb was a simple toy. So they asked if he had something else. If so, it is better to surrender to not make too much trouble. He told them to take their time and asked them if they'd like to see their buddy. Looks like he's got someone and now he wants to scare them with it. He pointed right behind Rocky's back where his partner was, and it turned out he'd turned the hummock into a piece of rusty iron. The man was very angry and confused. He didn't understand what was going on and what had the guy done to his partner. He didn't know what it was, but it looked pretty scary, so he was worried. And the guy didn't tell him anything exactly, he just asked, "How do you corrode steel in the least amount of time?" This question was quite interesting, and the guy thought that no one would guess the right answer. But suddenly Lin Wan, who had been sitting there without making a sound earlier, even started talking about how it was acid. The answer was acid because if you use it in a humid environment, steel corrodes very quickly. This answer really pleased the guy, and he was even that someone so quickly was able to answer this question, so immediately offered this girl to join him to conquer the world. Then the guy took some jar from his pocket and asked if they knew what it was. Then he said that this solution was called Anti-Thoris, and he had received it as a parting gift from the prison where he had been. Then he finished by saying that of course it wasn't enough to kill an iron friend, but it could still incapacitate him for a long time. One of the guys was very surprised that the world government was developing a weapon against heroes, while everyone thought about it. The man who was with him in the team was very angry because he realized that it turns out that he is now left on his own, and it turns out that he will be much more difficult, and he almost lost his partner. Because of this, man was very and ready to kill the guy, so he attacked him with fists, while he just turned his back to him and snapped his finger waiting for the result. And then the guy was ready to hit him, and was literally a few centimeters away from the guy's head. His iron fist wanted to hit the guy as much as the man himself. Well, as soon as he approached the guy, he immediately pushed him away with his foot, and he immediately flew away like a little kid who is not capable of anything and tried to do something to a grown man. After the guy flew away, he immediately realized that there was a force field that was blocking his abilities because he couldn't be so weak that he couldn't wait in his face. The guy who was standing right above the man said that he was really thinking right, and it was really a force field. That's why he was able to push him away so easily. He stood there and laughed at the man because he thought it would be so easy, and he would just knock him out. But he didn't. He had thought of everything in the smallest of steps, so he wasn't afraid of anything. While the man was sitting on the ground and looking at the guy, he took him by the hair and held him, saying that he had been searching for this barrier for a long time to do it. The interesting thing was that the more strength the man had, the weaker he would become, and he thought it was marvelous. The more this thing didn't affect him at all. The man couldn't really do anything. The barrier took too much of his strength, and he just stood there like a helpless boy being counted out by his father. The guy realized that he now had a huge chance to beat the man up like he used to, because now the man had much more power than he did, and the guy could literally do whatever he wanted. The guy who was supposed to be helping him realized that things were bad if Rocky was getting beat up like this, so he didn't know what to do. The guy was really, really bad and didn't understand how to help. And suddenly, while Evan was dealing with the man who was helpless, his friend walked up to the crew that came with him and told them that he would deal with them until he had a job. But the guy immediately threw all the guns into the hands of 13, and the girl, his friend, immediately asked how he was going to fight without his guns, and that he said it was time to let his power out. Then the guy said that he did not need any guns because he had his trusty stick cleanser, with which he defeated many criminals, and was sure that he could this time. As soon as he approached him, a large mushroom approached him and eagerly took his hand into its mouth, and it turned out that it was the same stick that he was talking about. He was very pleased that he was able to put his stick right into the plant's mouth, and he was sure that it would help him out again, and once again defeat someone himself. Then the monster roared very loudly and opened his mouth because he felt something wrong, and immediately wanted to open the code to spit out what he took. But it turned out that it was just a guess of the guy, and the monster just wanted to take the guy completely in the mouth in order to eat him. As soon as the guy realized this, he immediately began to run away. But for the monster, it was not enough because he could really do a lot of things because he can attack several people at the same time, which he did after a couple of seconds. He attacked the 13th, who was suddenly very frightened and just closed his eyes while pulling out a weapon to defend himself against this creature. But it turned out that his partner kind of wanted to play a joke on him. He gave the guy a gun that was actually a hairdryer, so he didn't do anything and just started running away with him. He asked him why the guy gave him a hairdryer gun and not a real one. What could he do with it? Well, the guy replied that the real one was a different gun. The girl heard this and realized that she had to act. If she didn't do something now, it would be the end of all of them, because the guys were unarmed, and the only one who could do what needed to be done was her, so she had to do it. She took the gun in her hands, took aim, and in a second shot the big guy right in the forehead, and it turned out that she really hit, and even he was surprised. The girl was also shocked that she was able to hit, and even did it from the first time right in the forehead of the opponent. But more, she was surprised that he was completely indifferent. At this time, the guy who was already sitting on the mushroom because he was afraid to climb down because of the creatures from below, looked at all this, and was very surprised also how thick his skin is, that he is bulletproof. The guy at first did not want to touch the girl at all yet. After she shot him, then he got very angry, because after a second he took and directed one of the sprouts straight behind the girl's leg. He was very angry because he was hosing the girl as he wanted, and because of that she threw the gun she used to shoot him. The girl was lost because she didn't know what to do. Everyone was already panicking, and 13 out of fear said for someone to do something, not realizing himself that everyone was already disarmed and no one could do anything to this big guy. At this time, the girl was flying through the air because this plant did not want to put her back, and the girl was already very scared, thinking that this is the end, and she and her team will not be saved. While she was thinking and flying, her friend fell on her face the pendant that her brother gave her. He remembered that he asked her to call him if she was in great danger. The girl was already completely exhausted and realized that she had no other choice, so she had to do something she didn't want to do, but she decided to do it. At this time, her brother was near the girl and was examining her while she was unconscious. He wanted to know how she managed to learn justice while she was unconscious, because there was no other way. While he was talking to himself about what he had to do, he heard his sister's voice begging for help, and he had forgotten that he had to leave on his own business. And he immediately realized that he had to act, so he turned around and started to leave that place. I asked my sister what happened to her and where is she. He had to know where to go to save the girl. The girl, as soon as she heard her brother's voice, was very happy. She cried, and said that she was in the tower of the Flying Dragon, and in this tower is now Evan and his friend Dave. While she was talking, the pendant that she had been using to communicate with her brother was knocked out of her hands by a plant. She didn't even think about the fact that she was in danger because she wasn't expecting it. After all the words she had heard, the boy was very angry, because who could dare to hurt his sister? You were an inconvenience to him, so he decided that he would punish anyone no matter what. He didn't know what he was thinking at first, and he didn't fully understand his sister. Well, friend, he finally realized who he was talking about, and who was hurting his sister and most likely his team right now. He was very upset that this guy dared to touch the sister of the first legendary hero who once fought alongside him. He said that for touching his loved ones, he would kill the guy. He decided that it was pointless to run there, so he decided to use teleportation. As soon as he used it, everyone near that tower immediately saw a big portal with lightning. At that time, while the guy teleported to get rid of the one who was hurting his sister, everyone who was there was in a huge shock because they didn't understand what was going on, and some of them even had goosebumps. One of the guys immediately thought that it was the 13th again, so he started to shout to him and asked him if he had done it. Well, he said he had nothing to do with it. It seemed to be true. At this time, Zero teleported many dimensions to appear very quickly, which he needed because all his loved ones, and especially his sister, were in danger. Everyone immediately upon his appearance opened their mouths and were amazed at what was happening to this one. That this wasn't the hero they'd seen before. This one was much stronger. This time, the girl who was on Rocky's team looked at it too. I said I didn't know about it, but she was sure it was the legendary hero that Uncle Rocky had told her about. Even Taurus, who was completely immobilized, videoed the whole thing and heard it, then was very happy. Realized that he was really right in thinking that it was indeed an imposter back then. This was the time Rocky himself said that no matter how much he resembled the hero, but still no one is capable of creating such heartbreaking pressures around him. It also made him realize that it made the man realize that this hero was indeed real, and was most surprised by one of the bespectacled man's partners in which he actually saw this hero for the first time. 13 also said that he had never seen this hero, but feeling the power he was squeezing out, he could say with certainty that this legendary hero is really he looks exactly like Zero. Even the guy's sister, who of course didn't know who her brother really was very surprised because you were the man she loved. Even Evan himself smelled that this hero is really real, and he finally met the real Zero. His adrenaline was very high because of this, because he had been waiting for this for a long time. All of them immediately realized who this man really was. It was the same legendary first hero who saved the world 5 years ago and disappeared. It was the same Zero. Everyone was in complete shock. Everyone wanted something from this legendary hero. They were all excited about what they saw, and everyone had some kind of wish that was connected to him. All just because he had appeared so suddenly. Taurus had always wanted the hero to recognize him. He had wanted for a very long time to make Zero finally recognize him, because earlier once, 5 years ago, he didn't want to do it. Rocky is a man who was a high-class hero back in the day, and he wanted to become a comrade of this hero. And even now he has such a desire, even when he has almost no strength to stand up. His partner, who is always fighting with him, and together, he always had a dream to fight with this great legendary hero, even though he didn't realize that he was doing it every day. 13 always wanted to learn from him how to change karma. Evening about this hero he was told by many people, and he had a very good opinion of him, believed that Zero can help him. The girl that is his sister, who literally sees him every day and lives in the same house with him, always wanted to get the autograph of the hero because she has been a fan of him for a long time. She had a great sympathy for him. As soon as the hero arrived at the place, he looked around the area and realized that this guy had thwarted his mood again. Since Lin Wang is unharmed, he wants to settle things quickly and calmly. The guy who realized that he finally met after a long time the same hero, finally this guy is not a fake. Who would have thought that playing an imposter would lure the real hero? After these words, the guy started talking to his friend and told him to show him a gift for the hero, which he had been preparing with him for 5 years. The guy, as soon as he heard him, said that he would show him now. After their conversation, suddenly there was a very strong explosion that was like some kind of nuclear bomb. It was a dozen meters high, but it did not frighten the hero a bit. The guy, of course, realized that it will not scare him, and realized that he will not be able to kill him. But still, he does not need to save people. He figured the guy would do it. While the guy was talking to the hero, behind them was some guy who was flying straight at Zero. He wanted to jump on him to distract him and do something. It turned out that it was Long Feng that Evan was using to distract him. The thing was that the guy was passed out, and it was unclear if he was alive at all. Zero had no way out. He's a hero and must protect absolutely anyone and not rely on the fact that someone may be alive and someone not. He must save everyone who is in danger. So he immediately flew after the guy. At this point, Evan decided he had to finish what he wanted. Then he said this was their chance, and the gears turned. Literally in a second, a huge tree appeared, which the heroes recognized and realized that it was not particularly big danger for everyone who is close to this tree. Something must be done urgently. At this time, Rocky felt that he had regained his strength and decided to act and chose a weapon. That weapon was the Fist of Glory, a technique many of me knew the man used. He was ready to do what he had wanted to do for a long time, because when he wanted to hit Evan, he had failed, and now he had a big opportunity to do it. Well, it seemed that this blow was not harmful to the plant at all. On the contrary, the guy said that what the man did helped it to grow even stronger, and it turned out that he made it worse than it was. Indeed, the tree after this blow started to grow bigger and bigger, and after the tree had reached a size that allowed it to harm the man well, the tree just hit him directly. At this time, the hero who saved the guy took him to his partner to take care of him, because now he has a lot of work to do. And the guy at the same time, after the plant hit Rocky right in the place where Rocky was, said that it's not over yet and they're just getting started. As the guy said, it's going to be even more fun. After Rocky realized that they are only in the way and cannot help the hero, he said that they should retreat and do not interfere with Zero, because with them, he will be only more trouble. Of course, everyone heard the man yelling for them to retreat, but 13 couldn't understand how they were supposed to do that. And his guy didn't say what he had. He said he had jet boots that he had shown them a long time ago, while the hero watched what was going on and thought that this man did seem pretty reliable. And since he's reliable, the guy doesn't have to worry about his sister, and he'll be able to protect her if anything. But for now, he needs to focus on the cockroach that set it all up. This, of course, even liked the guy he was in the story because of the fact that they had a reunion again after a long time since their last so-to-speak date, Do Not Fight Again. At this time, Rocky took everyone away from the battlefield in order not to prevent the heroes to do their job, because no one hurt me because there is too dangerous for them. At this time, he was called in by one of the guys and asked him what was going on and what they should do now. Well, the man said he had no idea when Evan would calm down. And there's this divine tree. After the man's words, the bespectacled man was very surprised. He didn't understand what the divine tree meant, and was it really as strong as the man said it was? Strange. At this time, the man's partner asked him if Zero could remove this high-class criminal. Everyone was really very worried about this very thing because it was really unclear. The man himself was lost because I already that this cockroach will do such a thing and said that he himself does not know it because he cannot say anything to the girl. He was himself very worried. He wasn't sure if this legendary hero could defeat the guy in this tree, but he was sure that they, or rather even he couldn't defeat this tree even when he was a high-ranked hero. 13 was very surprised that the man told all this. It turns out that even for high-ranking heroes it was very difficult, or rather impossible. Rocky said that it was unfortunate, but it was true, and even he who had used all his power on this thing still had not a single scratch, so they were powerless here. Taurus at this time could talk a little bit. You said it's a big shame. But after 5 years of hard training, he thought he had finally reached the level of this guy. Well, when he finished, he could only stand by while the guy fought. As much as it's a shame we accidentally father, but still it's true and they really can't do anything. No high-ranked hero can defeat such a tree. And drawing conclusions from this, they can only hope that their legendary hero can defeat such a tree and criminal. It's the most frustrating thing when a hero fights and you can't do anything to help. At this time, while all of Zero's loved ones and team were outside, he was in that very tree. The guy had been walking for a very long time to find something that looked like a way out. Well, it seemed like he had no way out. At this time, Avon was watching all this and asking the guy if he liked it. After all, he had really worked hard all these years to develop this game. But Zero was silent at first because all the words of this guy who wanted to hurt his loved ones really pissed the guy off. So he decided that he wouldn't wait long and said that he would do it quickly. A second later, the guy got into a stance that Evan remembered from a long time ago, but he didn't think it was the right time to do it. If the protagonist of his game decided to do it, there's nothing to be done. Then the guy said that he was using the very same technique he knew. He wanted to use again what wanted to kill him then, with me, the girl who turned off after the battle with him. But the guy, it just laughed because he knew that he has an area that absorbs all the energy, so he had nothing to fear and just stood quietly. While the hero and villain were talking together, Rocky's team didn't keep quiet either. They were talking about what they thought about the fact that finally, the real legendary hero was back, while the chairman of the Hero Association was saying something about how she expected a hero like this to show up. Rocky distracted everyone and told them to look toward the tree. After the guy threw his punch, he realized that Evan didn't have a scratch on him, like something the guy realized that it could absorb his energy to grow amazingly. At this time, the guy laughed because he was very happy that he was surprised so much. It was great for him because that's what he wanted. After all these thoughts, he said that this tree has an insatiable appetite. After the guy realized that he didn't just feel it, and the tree can indeed absorb energy, but he had another plan for it. Of course, the villain expected nothing. At this time, the guy thought about where the tree's energy was coming from. As I expected, it started absorbing energy from underground. And it turns out that the ecosystem of the city of H is completely destroyed. After all their conversations, the guy said he would finally get down to business, and said he was very interested in how their great hero would handle it. And would he get mad? But the hero didn't even turn towards him. He said that in that case it wouldn't even matter if he used what the villain wanted. He was completely calm and not at all anxious. Then, Zero drew his sword and began dreaming to him about how everyone still calls it the Sword of Justice. If it wasn't for that, he would have forgotten who he really was in the dream. It's like he became one with this sword, like he was really talking to it, and it was responding to him. After their so-to-speak conversation, the guy said that the sword would finally destroy his enemies. But all these words, what was happening right now, Evan liked it. It was like he was thrilled that they wanted to kill him, or that this particular hero wanted to kill him. He said something under his breath about how he was excited about the guy's power he wanted to use to spill his rival's blood. Finally, he's actually having fun. But at this point, the guy wasn't even listening to him. All he wanted to hear was his Sword of Justice. It turns out the guy wanted to use a higher form, the third form of justice. It's not just the third form of justice, it's total annihilation with the sword. After that, it was like a big fireball appeared in the air, which was created by the hero himself while using this form. A lot of fire was seen coming out of the tree. It was so strong that gusts of wind were tearing the leaves off of it. This ball was indeed very strong, and no one knew what could be stronger. But even when the guy realized that this was the end, he still laughed like everyone else. He really liked what was happening now. He shouted that this was all expected from such a great hero. The guy was really getting a high from the fact that he could feel his body developing into pieces. He was laughing, and was really happy that it was Zero who killed him. The guy is a psycho. At this time, Rocky, who saw what was going on there, told everyone to immediately look toward the tree, because there were some really incredible things happening there that were hard to believe. It turned out that Rocky was pointing out that the divine tree he couldn't even scratch had just withered away. While Zero was thinking about all this and what had just happened, he realized that this third stage of his sword wasn't good for anything. All life is in this city now. Whether it was some plants or some glass or even aquatic life forms, they all died in this one strike. Just some cockroach that attacked the city. It's all very upsetting to the hero, because that's the only reason why he never wanted to use this technique, because it destroys many lives, and that's really terrible. What a troubled guy, always causing trouble. What he cared most about was whether his sister and the others with her were okay. Then he flew into the air to check it out and made sure everyone was okay and he could exhale now. He also had one more job to do, which he had to do for sure. After that, the guy just disappeared. Everybody started talking about him. The girl said that when he looked at her, I felt like her heart was about to burst. And the 13th one about him being the Grim Reaper. At that time in the Marine District, there was still a battle between those very heroes and the fake Zero. The guy who was controlling the water was still fighting that high-ranking hero who wanted to kill him. And suddenly, he was finally then sneaking towards him. The friend behind his back was the same hero who had gotten away very quickly. He clicked immediately to him, got him, but still the guy did not react in any way and even laughed. I guess he had forgotten that his opponent was in his natural environment, and it should be easy for him in the circumstances where they were fighting, because his strength was water, so he didn't care at all. And yet Zeroy still had to get the guy to finally hit him with his big fist, and he actually did it. It wasn't the task of punching the guy through, but still he came back to the same guy who had a sword that is a very high-class hero. So he asked him very often about where he got the sword. Well, the guy said that he was not worthy of this knowledge. After saying that, the man said that if so, he would beat him until he was worthy. He really wanted to hit the porno so that he would either give it to him or take it himself. During this, the Son of God further so fought that very clone of the real hero. He had already really managed to catch him and was ready to open the mantle to find out who was there. But still he did not want to give up and said that if they want to find out, they will have to try hard if they want to understand him. And he wouldn't just stand still and wait for it. These words made the hero even more angry, and he began to summon even stronger techniques to finally deal with this upstart and finish him off once and for all. He pulled out some kind of god's lightsaber. But is that all this imposter is? It was interesting to the guy because he knew how powerful the real Zero really was. Realized that this man is definitely not who he says he is. Really scary as a mortal man, but no more. No one who knew Zero could never say that it is him. At this point, the guy just laughed at him and said that he shouldn't push his holiness too much, because he would soon vomit if he continued, thus making fun of him himself. And you made the guy even more angry, so he started summoning even more power than he had before. He was ready to kill this imposter because he overestimated himself. But suddenly, as soon as he approached, there was a purple ray that threw him off. It turns out this guy isn't as weak as he thinks he is after all. But still, even if he was trying to do something, the guy was ready for anything and realized that he had a much better chance than this fake, legendary hero. So he wasn't worried at all. Then he just took and locked the guy in a big ball to finally hold him in place so that he couldn't give any resistance to the guy. And it was like he couldn't move at all. The underdog didn't give away the fact that he couldn't do anything. He knew in his mind that he had a problem with not being able to get out. But he didn't say anything. I didn't say that. But still here, the high-class hero realized that now he can't get out. So he said that his reputation is ahead of him. Then he laughed, looking at the helpless guy. After that, the guy said that he didn't want to waste time because he had something else to do with a cockroach he hadn't dealt with yet. He said that from this day on, Zero would disappear from the face of the earth forever. As soon as he got close to this imposter, he heard some noise and didn't realize what was going on. And what kind of sounds were going on in the distance of the sea? Well, as a friend, they heard some voice that told all of them at the same time to run. In fact, it was their subconscious. Nobody said anything. All of the guys immediately had some strange, intimidating feeling, and no one could understand what was going on and why everyone had such feelings. What were those sounds going on in the distance from them? The godson's partner said that something was coming towards them, to which the guy said to just keep his defenses up. But he was still angry because he didn't know why even he had a feeling of fear. And suddenly, there he was. Everyone looked at him and was in total shock, not realizing what was going on. Was it really him? I mean, the imposters were very excited about what he was seeing. While everyone else was looking at the 2 zeros, they didn't realize what was going on and why were there 2 zeros here. And which one was the real one they found out later when The guy who had just appeared immediately went to the ball where the imposter was. He immediately jumped on the ball to do what he came here to do. But the first thing that one of the higher-ups realized was that even though they look the same and they're both here, he sure knows who's real and who's fake, and the one who just showed up he was really real. And that really scared the guy who was pretending to be Zero. He looked at him and was in total shock at what was going on, because he didn't expect to meet him so quickly. It was like he'd actually met the one true hero, the one who was really the first hero, and the one who once disappeared after many victories over monsters. Meanwhile, the real guy was looking at the handicraft, and was honestly shocked, because he understood why he was in this ball. It was surprising to him because the guy is weak. Then he drew his sword to do to him what the guy deserved, for he actually thought everything before to copy someone like him. That he was such a wimp, he dishonored the name of the hero. It was all being watched by those high-ranking heroes at first, but then they realized that they needed to act too. So they immediately ran towards the 2 zeros to do their mission. They got a little closer to them and started thinking about whether Zero was going to attack them. And the other hero was thinking about the fact that even if it was impossible, they couldn't retreat now. All they were thinking about was what the real hero would still do, what he was doing to the fake, and how tough would he be on the one who bought him. Everyone was very curious about it. At this time with me stood and looked at the fake and the imposter who had so badly dishonored his power. He was thinking about what to do with him after all. After all, he really didn't like it. This time, the imposter was sitting in that ball that the Son of God had created. You thought about what was going to happen next. He immediately thought that he was going to be killed. But still, he was willing to be killed by him, because it would be better than suddenly that clown who locked him up to ride the lifeline. It was even an honor to die from such a hero. He had thought about it for a long time. If he ever met Zero, he would persuade him to join him. If he wanted to, he would offer him the mantle and work under him. If not, he would crush him and become the real Zero. But he always thought he could get such a great hero to work with him, or if he refused to kill him, you now realize how powerful he is after all, and yet he couldn't. But yet this hero was really like a god. He always refused to be called that. He didn't think of himself as an ordinary man like everyone else, but he was still very powerful. And now right in front of him stands this hero who raised his blade against a guy who can't do anything. He already thought that this is it, and he won't see Zero anymore. But even though he's a little bit upset that he couldn't do everything according to the plan he created, he realized that all that thinking was pointless, and that's all. He was truly honored to die at the hands of such a great hero, and he wasn't even the least bit sorry about it. He was also very proud, even though he didn't execute his plan. At this time, all the heroes who were watching them opened their mouths and were in complete shock because of what was happening. No one expected that he really all parts said what everyone thought. A second later, the legendary hero chopped the orb that the godson had created and did so with incredible ease. For him, it was like cutting an onion. At this time, the high-class hero who was watching his very strong weapon being destroyed was completely overwhelmed because he didn't expect that he could do it so easily. Suddenly, one of the heroes told everyone to turn around and look in the direction he was pointing because there was something even more amazing than what Zero had done. It turns out that the two heroes were running away from each other. That is, the title itself ran away from the real one in order to escape death. It turns out he didn't die in the hero's prison yet. Well, that didn't bother the guy who created his very powerful gimmick, this prison. He never expected anyone to be able to crack it at all, and he did it with ease. While Guy was thinking about it, the air wasn't very calm. Well, whatever was going on there, he didn't even care because he was being suppressed so much by this hero. Clone Zero was in shock because he didn't understand what was going on. How could he be alive if he was completely restrained in that God's Son prison, and the hero split it in half? But still, when the guy looked up, he saw the hero who was going to kill him 2 minutes ago. He was very frightened because he had appeared so suddenly. It seemed that behind him was a very strong red energy that was so strong that it seemed that even it could kill the doppelganger of this great hero. But it wasn't quite like that. At this time, the heroes that I further watched all this, I quite understand what the hero is up to and why he didn't kill the guy right away in that prison. He wants to play with him, or really couldn't do it here. But still he did nothing, just walked up to the guy and yanked his cloak, which flew off him with great ease. When he opened it, the guy was very surprised. This guy was quite familiar to him, and he certainly didn't expect to see him here. This man was the last in the options for who might be in Zero's suit. It really surprised the real hero, and he was shocked, but still not surprised that the crowd went crazy for this jerk. What was it all for him? Why did he go to all this trouble and trick people? It turned out that the black and white hero knew him too. He said that he was the Bloodsword Hoki. He was also very surprised to see him here. It's very strange. And even that black high class and Sitten said he knows him too. Since the bills were passed, Hoki retired as a hero and became an actor. Looks like his plan was different. And after all, no one would have thought that Zero would actually masquerade as Zero. And it made sense. But why would he do that? Because he retired years ago. While everyone was wondering why he did it, the real Zero was thinking about why he stole his real cape. After all, this so-to-speak cloak was not a particularly valuable item. How could an ordinary cloak be called a cloak and then valued so much? Why did everyone stick to it so much? And only because of that thought that it could give a person some incredible power. Because if this so-to-speak mantle was so important and made only chaos, then it would be better to just destroy it once and for all, so that people would no longer create such chaos in the world. All the heroes were completely shocked because of what he had done, and what was after all a symbol of peace, the only thing he had left after he disappeared. He didn't hesitate to do it. I was the only thing that accompanied him through countless battlefields. Everyone was confused, and he just turned around and said that the battle was over. At this time, the guy who was pretending to be a real hero was on his knees and almost crying because he saw that the peace symbol and the robe he liked to wear when he was pretending to be a hero, it was completely cut into little pieces. He was really upset and started crying because of this. After all, a true hero will never understand why everyone values his thing so much. At this time, Godson received a notification that the electron-magnetic cannon is ready to be used. Because of the strong area where he is, the robot asked him to tell him the exact coordinates of the target. The Son of God realized that this chance could not be missed, and now he, the Son of God, would be the one to lead humanity into a new era. He hated the hero who took so much of the limelight. If only there wasn't a hero, if only there wasn't a Zero. His thoughts were all about that only because he was really very strong and no one could beat the guy. So he decided himself that all his glory should belong to him. So he's going to finally do what he's been dreaming of doing for so long, pushing the red button that will mean that finally he can do it. Then he pressed the fire button and confirmed the robot to fire the weapon right now because he was full of excitement and anger and was ready to do anything. When he does that, finally he can kill the one who was in his way for so long before. And the one who started to get in his way again right now, he can do what he has been planning for a long time. Then the guy shouted that the era of the great legendary hero Zero was finally over and launched his attack right at him. He was really very angry at him for pulling the blanket over him so often. The guy who was watching the whole thing was shocked. Is this hero crazy or what? Why would he attack a real hero right now, and why would he do that? And he's doing it right in the back of the hero who was already leaving, ready to finally fulfill his dream. And it was only seconds before he finally did it. Just as he was getting ready to do what he wanted to do, something very strong surprised him. He literally froze in place and couldn't move because he was so shocked. After that, the guy just exhaled. He was really very tired just because he was fighting with the same clone that was trying to make Zero out to be Zero. It really tired him out. The guy wasn't busy watching what some hero was doing. He was thinking about the fact that this sword was quite handy for getting rid of clothes. But it was funny to hear, because the power of the hero exceeded all the expectations of the heroes, and all really were in great shock because of what this legendary hero showed them today. He did a lot. And suddenly, he still switched to approach the hero who wanted to kill him very much. But the guy immediately shouted that he urgently ran away, because he will now have a very big problem. Then the hero took out his sword again to show him what a real strong hero can do, because he thought he was too strong, really wanted to kill such a great hero. So he approached him while he was on his knees without strength. At this time, Zero brought his sword to the forehead of the hero, who looked at him with full eyes of hatred and at the same time great fatigue. He approached him just to scare him, and after a couple minutes of bringing the sword to him, he took it and abruptly flew up into the air and flew away in an unknown direction. The guy who was pretending to be Zero saw all this, and immediately raised his head and started laughing, looking at the hero. He was really impressed that Zero just left the guy alive and just walked away. At this time, after the hero flew away, one of those who stayed behind immediately shouted Hoki's name. Then he went right up to him and hit him with all the strength he had in his hand. The guy flew 5 meters away from him. He didn't expect the guy to just walk up to him and hit him without saying anything. But it was logical because the guy had caused such a concert and chaos. He was very surprised that this guy had the idea to pretend to be Zero, because he had a lot of principles that made him retire from being a hero, and now he was doing that. But his partner told him to calm down, because in 5 years a lot of things have changed. Then he said to Hoki and go along with them, and this time they are doing the right thing. The guy said he didn't want to go, because they should go, and he finally realized the difference between him and Zero. With the guy's power alone, creating a new world was just a dream inside. The guy didn't beg him to go because they said that if he decided to go, they would leave him. But they told him to take care of himself and hope to see him again someday, like in the good old days. When they left, the boy asked the high-class heroes if they would arrest him for what he had done, because he realized that they were chasing him for a reason and wanted to arrest him. Morsun immediately went up to him and told him that it was all just because of him, and he had some strange thoughts. Did you really think they would just let him get away with it? After he said that to the guy, the hero turned around and walked towards the waterfall, looking at him. The guy thought afterwards how strong the hero he wanted to fight against was. This all gave him goosebumps. But still, even if he was so strong, the guy told himself that he couldn't let such a man roam the world freely with everyone else. He thought about it for a few more minutes, and then told his partner to take Hoki to the world government while he went to the city of N on his own business. At that time, the guy finally got to the place he had turned into, because he still had important things to do with the lady who wanted to kill him. He had to find out if she was okay. After he finally got to the place where he was supposed to go, he was finally able to turn back to the place where he turned, because no one would be able to see him. As soon as he turned back to the place where he turned, he thought that it was finally over. When he finally turned back into a normal guy, he immediately thought about the girl who fought him the other day. Did our Sleeping Beauty wake up? That's what he's here for. Suddenly, the guy thought that the girl might remember that he was Zero, and that would be bad rather than good. So the guy thought about whether she would remember him or not. He came to the same alley where Anya and Linji fought. The guy really wondered if the girl was still there. The biggest thing he cared about was whether she remembered that he was that hero. After that, the guy looked behind the wall to see how the girl was doing. But still, I decided to come out completely, because if she really remembered that he was Zero, she would stick to him forever. He watched the girl lying unconscious for about 10 minutes as she suddenly woke up and opened her eyes. She doesn't seem to remember anything because she doesn't even know what happened to her, so she asks herself. After all this, the girl stood up and held her head because it was very sore from what she had. She remembered that she fought with a pervert, and then appeared Zero, and so on. The guy immediately realized that things are not very good, because it turns out that the girl was still conscious then. And it turns out that she can remember everything that happened, and that's bad. And then she started talking about what happened after that. No matter how hard she tried to remember, she couldn't remember anything, and she just wondered pointlessly what had happened. Suddenly there was the same guard of my lady who called out as soon as he saw her, asking her if she had seen Zero. Somebody said that the lake that was in the papers was an imposter. The man answered her, saying that this could not be so, for he had felt the presence of an indomitable force on his way here, and the sensation was the same as when the evil god had been killed. As soon as the girl heard these words, she was very happy, because she realized that if it was really true, she had a big chance to meet him. She had loved him for a long time. After that, the girl said that what I had was not finding. She really felt the presence of that legendary Zero. Then she got up and ran to look for him. The guard immediately ran after her, though he couldn't keep up with her again because she was too strong for him. Of course, when she was trained by Zero himself, and taught techniques like the one she used against Zero himself, then, obviously, she was stronger and faster than the guard. But why would she need a guard when she could defend almost anyone herself? It was weird. After that, the guy felt a human presence. He will say that he told him not to hide because the guy already knows that he is here. After that, a girl peeked out from around the corner and said that it was very much expected from a hero like him. The guy, when he saw her, was surprised because he thought it was someone he knew. But it was not some strange girl who had been following him all this time. It surprised him. The girl was too kind and seemed suspicious, so he suspected something. And the girl started talking about how we're here for a reason and she's a fan. Before she could finish, the guy interrupted her and said that if she was here to sniff out something, he'd give her a light to wear something less conspicuous, because it's very conspicuous. That the girl said her name was Angela, and she was the chairwoman of the Hero Academy of District M, and she was coming here to Town End for news of Zero. However, she couldn't even think of meeting him in person. Then the girl handed him some kind of ticket or piece of paper. The guy was surprised and really believed that she was telling the truth now, and looked at this ticket, which was strange. Look at it. The guy just gave it to the girl and said he had too much to do, and if it was just the chairman of the Hero Association, he had no questions, and the girl wanted to stop him. She asked for his attention for a moment to say that she would of course keep his identity a secret, but she really needed him to listen to her little request. The guy said he thought the girl was going to ask him for money, so he immediately said he was broke and didn't have any money. The girl said she wasn't gonna ask him for money. She said she doesn't need anything material from him. All she wants is for him to join their academy as a class teacher for S rank. Said all she needed was a month of his services. He immediately thought about it all because if she says that, then it won't be for free. And he really needs the money. So he thought about this Hero Association in M County. Well, a friend of the guy remembered that there is a girl who is very pretty to him. That is Miss Dawn. If he is not mistaken, the girl is in that county, and it will be to his advantage if he gets there. Then the girl said she realized it was unexpected, but she asked him to think about it. She didn't expect the guy to agree so quickly. That's why she treated him gently. And after thinking for a while, he said that he agreed. The girl was very surprised that he decided so quickly, and he said why not, and he asked her if they would reimburse him for transportation and food. After all, money was important to him too. The girl was very happy because she said that it was not a problem, and of course their academy would reward him generously as a specially hired employee. These conditions were just perfect for him. For him, there were only one pluses. He would be in the neighborhood where his beloved was. He would not spend his money on food and transportation, and I would be rewarded for it. It was just great. It was a great decision for the guy because he'll be happy there. He'll make money too. Isn't that a robot miracle? Especially in a city where there's a girl he likes. At this time, the heroes who were returning from that sea were already in place. And as soon as they saw that, and as soon as what happened, they were shocked. What was here while they were not? Look, they saw a tree and there was no sign of life around. It's all very strange because there was just the sound of wind whistling outside like a huge tornado had passed through here. They suddenly heard footsteps. When they turned around, they saw that Rocky was calling them, and for some reason he was a bit confused in the eyes of the heroes. As soon as he approached the guys, they immediately started talking about how they saw the real hero, the real Zero. Well, the man said that he knows that the hero came here as well, and that he didn't see the result of his battle with Evan. In fact, all these guys were not very shocked, because they greatly underestimated Zero. Initially, one of them wanted to give him the Sword of Judgment, but when the guy saw the hero, he could not even move, so now he is not surprised. And the other guy thought about what the man said. If there was a battle between Zero and Evan, then this cockroach is finally dead. But still, he questioned it to make sure. The man said that after such a blow, he had no chance to survive, and that a couple minutes ago, the heroes of City H had found a virus that he had hidden in the water structures, thanks to which a crisis in the city had been prevented. And then a girl from their team intervened in their conversation, and I asked the guys if they had found out who the fake hero who pretended to be Zero really was. One of the guys said that after today's events, he decided to turn himself in and answer for his actions. So now there's nothing to threaten people, and no one will pretend to be Zero anymore. As soon as Rocky heard that it was the same guy he had known for a long time, he was immediately surprised, because he knew that he had resigned a long time ago for the same reasons. But even if that was the case, it didn't matter. So they all packed up and left, saying that they should now focus on finding their old comrades to further save the world. At this time, Taurus, who finally woke up and could move, thought about what the guy said. It turns out that the fake hero was a guy he also knew a long time ago. Surprising. But still, he also thought about it. After a second, he got up and told the bespectacled man to take Evan's virus to the lab, and that time Chairman Dong told her to calm down the residents. Then he told her to take someone else with her because she couldn't do it by herself. They said they understood the task and left. After they left, the guy heard someone calling his name. He immediately got scared and didn't realize who it was. But suddenly the Son of God appeared and started asking him if he was the one who killed Evan. To which the hero said no, but that it was the real Zero. This really upset the guy because it turns out that he again wants everyone to know that he is back. So he told Taurus that people should not know that Zero is back. This surprised the man because he thought that they would tell the people right after the fight. But the guy turned to him and said that it was an order and it had to be obeyed. After he ordered him to make sure no one knew about Zero's return, the guy turned around and said that he was leaving the rest of the cases to the hero. Hopefully he could handle them. But the man didn't argue with him and immediately realized that he had to do as he was ordered. So he agreed with him and said that he accepted everything and would do it to the best of his ability. At this time, Lin Wang came to the guy who was all this time in a blackout because of what that criminal did to him. She put him on his knees and watched until he woke up as a friend of the guy opened his eyes. As soon as he saw the girl, the guy immediately blushed very red and looked at the girl in surprise. Not understanding what was going on, he immediately thought that the girl had saved him. Without waiting for an answer, the guy blushed even more and began to smile. Then he said that the girl is his heroine and asked her to marry him, and at night, to get to her to kiss. The girl was very surprised by the guy's behavior, so she immediately stood up and threw the guy on the ground, after which she heard the girl's voice. It turns out to her came. It was Moo Moo with her dog. That is them and their dog. The girl immediately began to hug them and rejoice, and the guy at this time was very angry that he was so simply rejected. It turns out that they were brought by one of Lindsay's partners, who said that he saw the teachers taking the students back to school, so he decided to take them, since it was on the way. While the girl was hugging and rejoicing that she was finally with her sister, she suddenly remembered her brother, and asked if he was the one who chased away the villains who were threatening the city. This really surprised the girl and she was angry. The video turns out to be what it means. The guy didn't take the girl to school. He can't be trusted with anything, and he hasn't shown up here yet while she was in danger. And that the girl told her that he didn't take her to school. But then he got a notice that he had to catch the bad guys, when suddenly the girl heard her brother's voice. The guy was acting as if nothing had happened, and talking as usual. He shouted to everyone if they knew what had just happened. What he didn't know was that his sister was very angry with him. As soon as the guy came closer to his sister, he wanted to say hello to her, and so at this time was very angry because she just sat further on her knees and exploded with anger. The guy immediately felt wrong because it was obvious that she was very angry. After all this, the girl turned around and asked him where he was going all this time, but the guy just kept silent and did not know what to say to her, because she should not tell the truth now, because it would be fatal, because everyone will know who he is. The girl looked like she was going to eat the guy who did that. She asked him why he didn't take Moo Moo to school. Well, he said he did, and they were already standing on the school's doorstep. The guy really hoped that the girl would calm down after saying that, but after a second she yelled even more because he was out again while she was in trouble, and why didn't he save her? The girl yelled at him and asked him what was wrong and why didn't he do it? But all he could think of was that he couldn't tell her the truth, because no one else could know who he really was. He first thought about telling the girl the truth, but then he thought that it would be a fatal mistake and the girl would just get very upset, me at least. After the guy was yelled at by his sister, his partner joined in, who was also very angry, because while not everyone here was fighting and struggling, he wasn't clear where he was. It seemed that everyone was angry and offended, and everyone had already said their displeasure, but suddenly the guy saw Moo Moo looking at him. The guy realized that things were bad and now he would be dead if he didn't leave, so he made up a stupid story about forgetting to turn off the iron and started to run away. At this time, somewhere far away in the seas was a large underwater hidden bunker, but it is not clear who this bunker and what it does in the depths of the seas. I wonder very much, especially what is in it. In fact, there were a lot of big capsules with bodies in them, but the further you got into it, the weirder it got. What were these capsules? And the thing was, there were hundreds of them, if not more. So it was all very strange and unclear. Who were these capsules, and what were they for? Who were the people in them? Actually, there were some real live people in the capsule. And it turned out that Evan was in there. And I guess the hero never killed him. I mean, he killed the guy, but he didn't kill his soul. He knew he had to be reborn into another body because his soul was completely intact, but he was still a little unhappy about being back in that body. There was nothing to say if he was already in this case. He couldn't change anything, so he decided to leave it as it was for now and go and do more important things. Turns out he went to the capsule where his friend was, who had also changed into another body, and the guy was also reborn as some cute girl, so he called him Alice. Surprisingly, the guy didn't get up, and didn't even give any signs of life, if Zero's sword was able to kill his partner's soul, and he was now left, alone. At least he didn't want to believe it. He stood and looked at the girl who was lying motionless, and did not understand what was going on. Was he really dead, or had he reached sleep? Suddenly he heard a rustle. The guy was very surprised because his friend did not move, but what kind of sounds it was also not clear, and he wondered what was wrong with him. Will he wake up or not? After what the guy thought about it all, suddenly the girl stood up and without opening her eyes came straight to the guy. In her hands she held a stuffed bunny, just stood there and was silent. At this time the guy I did not realize that he was sleepy because he started pulling pranks on him, said that the girl after how many years is still so small, but the guy replied that together with the soul body is not transferred. The guy did stop saying that damn thing I said that he was very upset all in the end they were killed by Zero again. If not in time, not interrupting the connection to the icons, even their souls could have been destroyed. But the guy after that just kept quiet, and after that as he was silent for a few minutes, the guy said he was surprised because they were somehow reborn in the bodies of such girls. The guy confirmed this, and said that he realized that they would lose to him in the next games, but that first they needed to find out who he was hiding behind in the city he lived in. But now he realizes that they can die even if they use clones, so this time they need to use their real bodies. He doesn't want to die as a man, not the first in his youth. Then he said that before he left, he wanted to leave a manual here. Anybody who finds this base can keep it because they don't need it anymore. Well, the guy wasn't too happy with the idea because there were a bunch of clones, hundreds of them, 300 to be exact. He didn't see how they could leave such important bodies behind. The guy said it didn't matter because it was originally intended as evidence to prevent their deaths. So let them take it. If they screwed up the controls, all the copies would get our memories and wake up. It was all very funny because if you could do 300 Evans at once, it would be very interesting. After that, the guy decided that they should go and meet up again. Thanks to the help of various organizations in the city of H, the resulting equal damage was established in 6 months because everything that was previously was not as terrible as Zero and the government thought. At the same time, the world government censored all news related to the appearance of the legendary hero, because if everyone knows the lesson, it will not be good because of the chaos that will rise again. But even if they didn't do that, they didn't want to tell the whole community that Zero had finally appeared. They condemned Hokai for causing all the chaos. For a short while there was an uproar just because of him, made a very big Faust that led to the problems of the world government and associations, therefore deserved on it all. At this time, Lindsay is finally leaving for the Heroic Association and Academy of the County, and to that city can only sail or fly. But still he chose the option of the ship. When the guy left, he was not alone. He was accompanied by his loved ones. Mumu, who did not want him to leave, was very upset, and asked the guy when he would return from his business trip. The guy didn't want to upset her, so he bent down to talk to her and told her that he would be back in a couple of months and wouldn't be there for long. While Guy was comforting the little girl, someone behind him started talking to him, and he wasn't very happy about what he was told because someone said it would be better if he didn't come back at all. It turned out that it was his own sister, who said that this is an advanced educational institution, and not only they pay very well so their employees just have such a first-class housing. But the guy was very dissatisfied with the branch's thought that the sister at least let a tear for the sake of decency. The girl said that she should not do it because when her useless brother is carried to climb, career ladder then, why shouldn't she be happy for him? In fact, the girl was very happy about it, and the guy was once again upset that he was called useless. The bespectacled man who was also there said that the guy was very lucky because while he wasn't fighting against plants and mushrooms, he managed to meet the chairman of the Hero Academy. Suddenly his other partner appeared and said that he and everyone hadn't seen the 13th for a long time. He was probably too busy to come. He added that if he was already going there, he should greet him. The guy said to welcome the overseas girls instead, and even the musclemen in the Alliance showed up there, said that they would look forward to seeing him on Sunday with their Alliance. Then he said goodbye to everyone and turned around to leave. He was already climbing the stairs that led up to the side of the ship when a friend called out a guy. It was a girl, or rather the guy's sister, who even if she said something that was unpleasant for the guy, still told the guy to take care of himself there in that city, and in general on the way. The guy did not expect the girl to say such words, and he was very pleased, even though she had said earlier not to come back. But in fact, the girl did not think so. She did not want the guy to go. The guy also smiled because he didn't expect that his sister, who was so strict all the time, would say such warm and nice words. He really didn't expect her to say so. Everyone was very happy to see the boy off because they realized how important it was to him, but only one Mumu didn't realize it and was really upset about it. She was the only one who showed any real emotion. After that, the guy went up to the deck of the ship to have a look. Seems like a good time to relax and unwind on this luxury cruise after so many battles. While he's looking around the deck and thinking about how he's gonna rest, a girl came up to him and started by saying he was a valued customer, which surprised him. But after that, she told the guy to give the doorman his stuff to put in the garage, and then the guy said that even so, he needed some chopsticks and a Coke. He even had his trademark Zero t-shirt. He was very happy that he was finally going to get a break from all this and learn how rich people live. He was very happy about it because he hadn't had a vacation in a long time. He was lying and eating his sticks and drinking a Coke. A friend of his heard a voice talking about something extravagant. The voice said to the guy in a familiar way. It turned out that it was the voice of 13, who, and as soon as he saw his partner, was happy to see him and was not even surprised that he was here, despite the fact that his partner was... It turned out that the guy had won a lottery at a department store, and the prize was a ticket to District M, which surprised the guy, because he had no idea that this guy would be here. But how did this guy do it? He's always been unlucky, he's never been lucky at all, and now he's won this. The guy felt very disappointed that even he had more luck, and the guy told him not to worry so much. And Ling Ji asked him what's been going on lately. He said that last time he had spent 7 days in the Dragon Tower. That was really surprising. How and why was he there for so long? And the guy continued that he had at least another week of peace and quiet they should enjoy together. The guy was in a huge shock. This news shocked the guy more than any news before in his life. That's why he urgently needed a drink of water, because he was so shocked. But still, the guy realized that it would be even more fun, and he didn't care. They would solve problems as they came, because he wasn't going to interrupt his luxurious vacation. The guy realized that it would be even better that he would keep him company, because he was very happy that they would spend this cruise together and no one would be bored. Suddenly they heard a man's voice coming from the other end of the cabin. It turned out that some monk was standing there. But what was he saying? And why did he come here right now? What did he want? It turned out that this man was to keep the peace on the ship, because there are many believers in such monks who really feel safe if he is with them on the same board and praying. The guy, as soon as he saw this man, immediately paid attention to his eyes. They somehow seemed very strange to him. So he immediately wanted to tell the old man about it. He said that they were just old wounds, and asked him not to pay attention to them, because this monk may have lost the separation, but in return he received the ability to see the true nature of things. Then the man said that he was from the lineage of a bachelor temple, and his name in Dharma is Useless. The boys immediately understood what the old man was talking about because they were surprised that he was the useless one. It seemed that this monarch's reputation wasn't very good, and even his name said what he was like. And then the guy thought about it. Isn't this old man from the temple? He asked him that. 13 replied that of course the Bachelor Temple was one of the largest organizations in their FFF. There was no one who hadn't heard of the 4 Reverends and 18 Arhats. Then the man laughed, saying that the motto of the temple is also calm. Your body, calm your heart, and put these assholes to rest. As for reputation, he had no idea who had helped them with it. For some reason, 13 was fascinated by the stories of the monarch and the old man himself. For some reason, he was fascinated by all these monarchs and this organization in general because it was the most famous. The old man said that this monarch noticed the germ of darkness coming from them. In this darkness lives a feeling of hopelessness exists in me to pity, and this light of pity exudes inexplicable happiness. And the guys asked him to speak in Russian. After he looked at Zero, he turned to the 13th and said that this guy is surrounded by an aura of bad luck. And although it is not enough to harm him, but this aura affects everyone around him. As soon as the guy heard that, he immediately began to worship the man, because he didn't know that he could so easily determine that he had such a problem. So he went to him and asked if there was a way to dispel this aura. And the man at this time further behaved calmly, said that this aura is a consequence of karma. It is the highest of his abilities and strength. But apparently fate had brought them together, and he would try his best to help him. It turned out that this monk accidentally took with him 3 sudras that can suppress this aura. He is not going to rob anyone in his hour of need, so he can buy one of them for 1,000, and for 2,500 to take all 3. Well, these words really pissed off one of the guys, and he started shouting at him. Why the fuck would a blind man like this old man accidentally take books with him? You can't even read them, and by the way, they are not sutras at all. Well, the man did not listen to her at all. The old man's main thing was to sell those cards that were very important for the 13th, so he did not even answer anything and just showed them. As soon as the guy saw these cards, he was immediately excited about it, because he said he would not even think about it and would buy them right now. His partner was shocked why he would spend money on such crap. Well, the guy said that there is an explanation for everything that offends this man, at least was able to make an accurate diagnosis that worries the guy, but he also trusts his words. And it actually made sense. After he talked to his friend, the guy approached the monarch, asking him why he shouldn't take all the other books, especially interested in the last 2. That gave the guy an explanation as to why. This gave Zero an explanation why the guy would do all this. Well, suddenly, the old man told him that he apologized for it. But still, these books are not for sale in any way, so he can't give them to the guy. But even if he can't sell them, you don't mind lending the books to the guy. The guy immediately got excited and said that he would be very happy about it. And his partner said that he wanted to participate in it too. But the old man said that he did not ask for nothing, because the real reason why this monarch is here is him. Linji was very surprised by this guy, because he did not expect that only because of him the monk would come here. The man replied that it is indeed so, because this monk sees the bloody cover surrounding the guy. He believes that it is what enemies he has crushed in the past. This monk will give a little advice. After he dropped his ball to try not to understand it anymore and to do it one day to reach nirvana. But the guy said that since it seems very pro-sacred, he had a question: why doesn't he himself become nirvana? After this question, the man was silent for a few seconds, and then he got a phone call and was immediately distracted. He said that he was asking for forgiveness, and he had to answer this urgent call. As soon as he took it, a girl started talking to him. She asked him when he would come, because she was looking forward to his lectures. But he said that the monk's ship had just sailed and she had to wait. After that, the girl said it was no problem, and she invited 7 other girls to the lectures, that he said she should be worried. And since his youth, this monk had been practicing martial arts, so it would be no problem for him. Then the girl realized that he was talking really very confidently, so she said that if this kind of thing is the case, they will be waiting for him very much. After that, the man hung up the phone. While the man was talking to the girl, there were guys behind him who heard all this and waited for him to finish talking. They asked the monk right after he finished talking if they could find out if the temple was hiring more people. At this time, the porter was packing all the suitcases of their clients, and everything was still according to plan, until he heard some extraneous sounds that he heard from the street. He was very surprised because he didn't understand what was going on, because every second the voices were getting stronger and stronger, and someone was spitting in the street. Then the same 2 girls who were actually guys came in and said that the boarding was complete and the surveillance video was overwritten. Now they could entertain themselves to the fullest. Of course, the guy knew that he meant a fight and was always very happy that this guy always found some kind of entertainment for them. But still, the girl turned to her and said she was the girl's half-sister. These would be their new identities. Didn't he completely cut that family out? Asked Dave. Blinn said that their goals are to blend in with the crowd and uncover Zero's identity, and to do that they must maintain a pattern of law-abiding citizens. From that point on, he stands up Alice. After the guy heard his friend's outrage that Evan had long ago cut out the entire family of these girls, he said that he changed their family records 7 years ago, and then he added that right now Zero could be right on this ship, so they should pay special attention to surly people with impressionable power. After Dave heard the girl, he said he thought that the porter who was hiding behind the wall fit that description, then pointed at him. The guy was very much frightened and didn't know what was going to happen now, because in a few seconds, this cute little girl with a bunny in her hands was standing with the couples that were growing out of her back. He was in complete shock and did not understand what was happening and why it was happening to him, and right now, in this place where no one could save him, he was very afraid for his life. He was looking at this big monster, and all he was doing was hoping that someone would save him or that the monster would stay away from him, but it didn't. It came right up to him and killed him mercilessly. But it was immediately obvious that it was pretty obvious that Zero couldn't be like this idiot. So they just killed the innocent guy, but even so, they didn't care about it. After that, the girl said that her partner was right after all. A cheater creature like this great hero probably doesn't work on a ship like this. After that, the girl took out a huge chainsaw that was with her all this time, said that now his friend's plants can use a little fertilizer, walking up to this guy. After they killed the guy and the plants actually ate the remains of him, the girls went out to the yard to finally play, because the deed was done. While one of them was quietly stretching himself, the other was looking too much to one side of the ship for some reason, which was suspicious to his friend. So he asked him what was wrong, but the girl was still looking in that direction because she was shocked, and then she reacted and said she was looking at one thing. And then she pointed her finger to the right side. Turns out that for some reason, Dave's catfish was in that ship, and he was standing right in the middle of the ship. It was just too weird. Why would it be right there? After thinking about it all to himself, the guy did point his finger at his plants for his friend to see why he was looking so hard in that direction. The guy who saw this plant wasn't really shocked. Well, what I really surprised him was that the guy who was then running away from the catfish, that's him? So he managed to turn one of them. It was pretty clever, and very clever. So he decided he'd do something even cleverer than the guy. Tell his friend to use one of the plant spies to find out if Zero was among them. The guy, without a second thought, created a plant to spy on all these men and guys. For him, creating a plant was like snapping his fingers, or was snapping even harder. You also released a plant that was very small and not easy to spot. Why wasn't it called a spy plant? At this time, 13 stood with the old man and asked him to show him the U collection. He was really very interested in looking at it all, and Stoll said that this pose is straight fire when he started looking at those books. And the other guy, how did he know that? To which you said that this monk is very experienced in such things, plus he has a heavenly eye, he just needs to hear her moaning to determine the pose. The guy marveled at the old man's skill. After all this conversation, and not further continued to look at what they were looking at, it seemed that this man really wasn't blind, because of the fact that he was there easily identifying everything. While they were doing all this, that flower was watching them and transmitting the picture to the villains, and you were watching the guys there peeking and watching some poses in the computer. But still, no matter how they behaved, one of the nodes I did not say that definitely among this trio is not that sure whom they are looking for, while I will be the guy gave further behind them. Here he was more interested in what his partner said, so he turned to his friend to ask him what he was so interested in, and then did so. The guy was really surprised that this guy didn't know what it was. And in general, he was surprised by such a question, so I can't answer this question for a while. But he had to tell him somehow. So she decided that she would tell him that movies like that are not for people like him, but she didn't know how to explain. After that, the guy didn't ask me anything else. I didn't ask further if you watch what happens at the cabin. Like Health, one of them noticed that there was a notification on his phone. He noticed it, so he took the phone in order for him to read the message. It turned out that the captain of the ship exceeds all passengers for the evening banquet. Then his friend asked if they would go. Well, the guy replied that of course they would go, because a banquet is a great place to see something interesting, or even someone. Then they got together and decided that they would go. And so after a while in the banquet hall, there were many people who were at the banquet. A lot of lights and everything was beautiful. At that moment, one of the heroes came there and ate a very big piece of meat. He came there as if he hadn't eaten for 1.000 years, with a very popular appetite for everything that was there. But the monk was angered by the guy's maneuvers, so he told him to watch them properly because he had come to a banquet where he had to be careful. But the fellow was a little too surprised, for while the old man was doing all this, Valian was holding a forkful of steak in his own hands. So he told him that he ought at least to have put the old man down before he said such a thing. Suddenly, their talk was interrupted by someone. This someone started calling for Lindsay and the monk, because he had been wandering around the cabin for a long time and couldn't find them. This immediately surprised the guys who heard him. It seemed that it was the 13th, who was dressed in a suit. The guy said he was very surprised looking at his partner. Where did he get his suit? Well, something said that the trip included a free costume rental service. But the guy doesn't seem very surprised why they didn't know about this before. Were they on another ship? And why weren't they told before? Suddenly someone interrupted everyone, and this someone asked to be distracted by him. I guess it's someone who will hold this evening in the banquet. Still, the guy was not completely sure that he had drowned after he looked at the guy and asked him who he was in order to understand who he was talking to, because he looked like a waiter. As soon as he heard the question, he immediately said that he was the captain of the ship and former admiral of the Navy, so he asked to be called just Admiral. Then he noted the girl who came with him, said that the ship's too, Miku. Well, who is this girl and why is she here? It wasn't clear at all, but the guy kept listening. The guy explained that this girl would go anywhere, just to fulfill their request. It turns out that this girl was the waitress of the ship. Then the monk started talking to them about what... Could it be that he's the mystifying Marine? Turns out it was really nice to meet him, he said. But the guy wasn't so easy either. He said he was also a judge by, but I guess it's finding out who this man is. I mean, it must be the useless reverend from the Temple of the Bachelor. That was easy. After this whole man did not even have time to answer. Suddenly someone asked, if this is all so, then where are the two call must be the new teacher of the Hero Academy, Lindsay, and the 13th. Well, the guy said that this is a very interesting intelligence. Doesn't this mean that in the near future, they will be able to see through the Navy maidens live? His boyfriend said he wanted to become an admiral too. While they were talking all this nonsense, he was very surprised that they could say that. It was, in his opinion, unparalleled. After all, if the admiral had heard what he had heard, he would not mince his words. But he wondered what he was trying to say. And why would he say it like that? Then he said that the admiral's hands were stained with blood, and as they say, you reap what you sow. This monk would advise the admiral to lay down his sword to a few sutras to begin the long journey of purification, and that the man said that we would gladly accept the offer of the reverend, and extended his hand to the old man. At this time, the man said it would all cost $1980. The man immediately took the old man with him. He said that they hoped he was satisfied with the trip, and they had a detour planned now, whereupon he wished him a pleasant time. Well, the man at this point said that apparently fate had brought them together. And what if he offered him a 20% discount, or even 50? Well, the guy wasn't really listening to him. At this time, 13 was standing near one of the tables in his costume and watching people. Suddenly he noticed that some girl was approaching the big monster. He thought that the girl didn't know what she was doing, and this big monster would eat her in a split second. That's why he was still eating, that she was careful. But the girl was just stroking the monster. But the guy did not realize that the girl is not in danger. So they came and took the girl away from him, said that this is a very dangerous monster that can do anything he wants. But still the girl tried to prove to them that this plant was not a bad thing, as suddenly appeared his, so to speak, sister, who said that it seems that her little sister caused them inconvenience. After that, the girl came closer to them and introduced herself, saying that she apologized for the incident because of her sister. She was really very nice and beautiful. Then the guys were shocked that such a nice girl was talking to them, because it was like a Cupid's arrow right in their heart. And they were all red because they thought about it. The old man immediately approached the girl to start talking. He told her that this monk sees that her hands are covered with blood. He would advise her to take a lifetime of her swords and take down a few sutras. The girl was shocked because of this. So the guys immediately shut the old man's mouth and took him away, told him to ignore him, because this bullshit holy man uses the same ad-libbing speech. Well, the girl said that the reverend is a very funny person. She leads a very secluded life. How can her hands be covered in blood? The guy started asking him right away, why would an old lady say that to a young lady? Well, he said that those who come from a monastery are not gluttons, but still the guys thought that what he said was a lie. Suddenly, some guy appeared and did not ask them if the guys do not want champagne. Of course, Lindsay did not refuse such a thing, because turned around and took, then thanked the man. At this time, behind the guy stood a lot of girls who were crazy about him. They were all whispering behind the man's back, what a beautiful Mr. Shang. Some said he was handsome. As a mature child's homeland was interrupted by a girl who said that the moment had passed and the beautiful glass vase had turned from treasure to trash. But what kind of nonsense does the girl say? Thought the guy. After which the girl came up to him and said that if he asked, she would prefer someone like him, which made the guy blush. He was really embarrassed to be consoled like that. Then he turned to the girl and said so. She was much shorter than him. It really looked cute. The girl said that it was no consolation, and few H-rank heroes are able to remove the former chairman of the Jewish Association, and a rank heaven, oh Rui Yang. I turned out that she didn't really like strong men, and it wasn't hard to guess that Mr. Lin was the strongest man on this ship. The guy was surprised she knew who he was. She knows he beat that Ao Young guy, and the fact that the girl said she was looking for someone so she knew about all the passengers on board is weird. But he didn't say anything about it, even though she said that. The girl said she hoped she hadn't insulted Mr. Lin, which the guy said of course she hadn't. Well, while they were talking along with that guy, an old man came up behind her and started talking about how he was actually pretty strong too, despite what he said. The girl said she was a little uncomfortable with the old man's hair. She said she didn't like bald people. And the man said it was easy to fix, and he does it very quickly. Then he put some kind of wig on his head, and then he asked her how they did it. Yeah. And who cares about Buddha where it comes to meeting girls? He was promoted by them. The guy who first met the girl, BW, not very satisfied because he said that he thought that he should apologize to Buddha, and which their words were overlapped by the fact that some glass fell. It turned out that that waiter is no longer at the glass, and some man yelled at him, because he is not able to do such a job, why not change his profession and become a full-fledged gigolo? all at once began to ask her what happened because they did not understand why he was shouting, but the guy said that everything was normal and nothing happened. 13 was watching and was totally shocked, while the man was ordering himself another glass of champagne. He did it as if he was doing it on purpose to set the man up, but he also remained a normal person with him. As soon as the man gave the guest a glass of champagne, he immediately threw it again and smiled. For some reason he was interested and liked the fact that he was causing such an inconvenience. He did it on purpose because he was smiling and waiting for the moment when the glass would fall, as a friend of the waiter got down on one knee and sucked the glass together with all the champagne. All this, of course, was seen by the people who were watching in the sky, and they were totally thrilled that the waiter was able to do this. It was quite interesting. The guy who was also watching all this, who was also amazed, he seems to be good too. The girl confirmed this, and said she was also impressed with what this beautiful waiter had just done. The man was standing there in complete shock because he expected the glass to fall and break. But the man caught it so abruptly and interrupted the man's plan. The man was very long and said that no matter how good the guy's skills are, he is still just a soft-hearted gigolo. So he told him not to get so excited about what he had done. The girl who overheard the head between them, of course, intervened that they all keep mentioning gigolo. Maybe Mr. realizes what he looks like himself. This is a very angry man because he was furious and asked the girl why she even cared about it, and then looked at the girl very fiery. Well, did not like these words of the girl, and the girl said that she is just the one who is tired of men's behavior. All the fragile girl like her will not be able to appease him. So she hinted that the strongest who if there is. Then the girl came to Lin. You said that she was very scared, so she asked to protect her. The guy was very surprised at what the girl was doing now. He didn't understand why the girl was hitting on him and asking for help if she started talking to him. He was in a big shock because of this. While the guy stood in confusion, the girl said that she really hoped that the guy would protect her from this big uncle. But still he reacted because if the girl asked him, he couldn't just refuse such a beautiful girl. So he asked the man why he was going to hit the girl. This time the girl was very happy with what was happening because now it is likely to be a fight. And what kind of banquet can be without it? Of course not. Well, after the guy asked the man if the man had raised his hand on the girl, the man said that of course not. The guy said that it was all the same, and the girl was safe. However, the man had a completely different conversation with her, after which he introduced himself and said he was Swain Harlut. Who was he to ask him what he was going to do? The man turned around and started to walk away. His eyes and you were full of rage. So the waiter who took care of him came up to him and said that he apologized if he brought any inconvenience. Then the guy wanted to come closer to him to reach out his hand. The man turned around and punched the guy in the face with all his might. The man told him not to stick his eyepaws in. The guy who thought he was going to stay calm, but the man was very angry, so the guy told him not to come at him now. And the man said he didn't care and asked him what he would do if he did. He was really confident in his abilities because he was holding some kind of fire sword in your hand. And that was not convenient for the guy because he said that he warned the man, so now he would not regret anything. So he drew his weapon to start the battle. The guy who was watching all this was in the story because he really wanted to see a great show. He always liked some fights and stuff. So the battle began, and the man immediately his wife flew at her opponent like a madman. While the guy stood and was poised, he watched, very much trying to do something, as suddenly out of nowhere appeared the very admiral who was pulling the plate towards the man said the word, "a port," to him. Then the man really took it and jumped after the plate like an obedient dog, and the guy was ready to hit him when he ran away from behind the plate. While the man was sitting there with that plate, the guy was all the while attacking him at last. As a friend appeared the waiter who blocked the blow and asked him not to make a fuss for him, but the guy wasn't thinking about that at all. He was shocked because even though he didn't use all his strength to hit her, but even just withstanding the weight of her golden club is worth a lot. This waiter seems to be very strong, which was strange to him, but he thought about what the man who was supposed to fight him was doing. Suddenly, he was interrupted by the admiral, who said that it was quite noisy here, so if the gentleman wanted to continue, he could take them to the military dueling room. Then he said that of course only if Mr. Swain wanted to fight against the teacher of the Hero Academy. I wondered what the man would say. As soon as he heard what the admiral said, he was in a big shock. This guy didn't expect his special, so to speak, teacher from the academy. Well, his fear was very noticeable. We people immediately started saying that they're at least rank B, and not only that they must have the ability to catch A-rank criminals. The guy, after listening to all this, was very scared afterward, and said that today was the guy's lucky day, because he would let him go just to avoid giving the admiral any more trouble. After the admiral heard the man, he said that if they had already decided that they were not going to fight, then he wished to enjoy this evening further because it had only recently started. After that, He and his waiter left the place, asking him how strong was this Lin. The guy said that he was very strong and at least rank A. After it was all over, the girl said she was a little tired, so she would leave them. Said that he had a great time and that they would see each other soon. That is a little later. That time the guy started talking about this guy. Pretty strong. Does anyone know where he's from? I mean, according to the guy, he doesn't really belong in waiter service, and the man said he might. Maybe he took this opportunity to become the admiral's subordinate and go back to the Navy. And 13 said he heard you were in World War III. Still, they need to let it go a bit. The old man remembered that this admiral's ability is really quite interesting. And cheater. The guy who stood thinking would do wonder at him to pick up on what the old man was talking about. And what kind of ability did this admiral have? Amazing. Then the old man said he could explain. Then when Swain attacked the guy, he suddenly rushed to pick up a bar of soap, so it was the admiral who threw it. The guy's face was very surprised. At that time, the 13th came up to the guy's ear and said that he was able to make anyone pick up the bars of soap he threw. The guy was surprised. What kind of ability is that? Considering that this ability was some bullshit, the man said that the 13th said not quite right. After all, the man can make anyone far away, only such a one can. To be precise, the admiral's ability is to force his opponents to open up. Besides, his ability only works on men. This admiral is really scary. Well, how did he manage to get military honors with such an ability? Maybe he used in all the lip knot or something like that, the guy thought. But the old man after these words was completely sure that it is not so. He said this to the guy because he realized that for him all this is very strange, because of the fact that he has such an unusual power.